Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Hey Jack, how are you?
Welcome to Bali. You ready for the massage and interview?
Of course, давай, погнали.
How often do you get massages?
Maybe 8 or 9 massages. 9 massages in a row, that's what I mean. Not in a row, like every day.
That's a lot of massages in one day. Did they hurt after a while and you stopped getting it, or what? What happened?
Some woman came to our boot camp, it was in Russia, asked us, or 7 massages or 11 or something like this. After 9, I decided that it's enough for me. Because it was not like easy massage, not like...
It's like really hard massages, right?
Yeah.
What do you do when you are really stressed?
I'm watching some streams on Twitch or some other games, Might and Magic free.
Oh, Heroes 3! I still play the old campaigns sometimes, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I remember in True Sight, I remember watching some of the speeches that you gave. Are there things that you will try to do together with the team if you think people are, a little bit stressed or need a break or, just to build the team? Are there things that you guys like to do together as a team?
Usually we're not spending time together. We had a lot of boot camps last period, and we need to take some rest from each other too. If we want to do something together, we're going to drink.
That's good then. I noticed that I think usually Russian-speaking players and South American players like to party more, so you guys always go party together. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I think the last TI you played at before Romania was TI7, and then you make it to the biggest TI with the most prize money, and you win it, right? I kind of want to try to understand, like, what did you learn during that time, all those years, to not give up hope and to keep trying to be the best?
First one, it's really hard to be a strongest team. After TI, I had a bad period. We needed to make some change in our roster in Team Empire, and there was no players on some position. I not remember. I tried to play other positions, post 3, post 2. At some period, I remember that we had some contract. I decided not to stay in Team Empire, and after like 1 month, I got invited in Team Singularity, but my English is not very good, and that could be my first team where we gonna talk on English. But I decided just to try. I believe that I learned English a lot from that period because we talked a lot about a lot of things, and not only about Dota.
That's an amazing journey because there's so many players, and I've always heard people say that your region has a lot of very strong core players, but it's hard to find leaders, right? Like yourself, captains. And did you find that it was hard to keep people?
Thank you. life is good here in Bali. Yo, Avery, selfie time? Huh? Guns out. Yeah. Silly faces. Silly faces. Ah. Okay, now, funny, cutesy, cutesy, do cutesy. Huh?
Feels like $1 million when it's yours. Natural order falls to place when we fall to the floor. Underneath the fake tree, look at me, your eyes are saying no. I know what this is and I don't mean to rush, but I'm jumping in the deep end. So it starts. Perfect summer stranger.
What the? Oh my!
Lower set.
Oh my! Stop it! What the?
That's good, sir. I think I know what you need.
So it starts. Perfect summer stranger. This is us. Perfect summer stranger. This is us. Dancing with the danger. A perfect summer stranger.
Good morning and welcome to what is final day. We will crown a champion here at the last major of this year's DPC season. And we're going to find out who it is at the end of the day. Yes, there's a couple Dota to be played first. But let's talk about everything a Bali Major here with my panel. I'm joined by Jack, Aurora, and Resolution. Good morning, everyone. And Rezo, this Bali Major, how's your experience been here?
I mean, it's been great so far. I've been enjoying most of the games. Today is the most exciting day, and I'm just a bit worried for Tundra, you know, because Liquid, they never lose in the lower bracket. So we'll see how it's going to end up today.
We'll see indeed. I mean, it's never happened before that a team has won 2 out of the 3 finals they've been in the season. I did have to, so I went through all the books. Every book under the sun regarding DPC seasons and finals, and Gaming Gladiators is the first team in history to have 3 finals in a row and win at least 2 of them, because Virtus Pro actually had 3 finals in a row but won only 1 of them. So Gaming Gladiators already making history as we go, and that is only DPC season. Of course they won 2 extra finals in the midst. But I'm getting way ahead of myself, Jack. How are you doing this lovely morning?
Pretty good. There's a lot to see and do out here. It's a wonderful island. We've only begun to explore a small part of it, but it is a very nice part out here on the Ayana Estate. So I've had a good time, and I'm pretty sure everyone else here has as well.
Yeah, Aurora, it's been fantastic, and the Dota makes it all the better.
I mean, it was all alright until yesterday. I said that I wish Quest was in top 2, so that they can make it to TI easily. But at least they lost to the good teams. Liquid, Gaming Gladiators. They beat them down from upper bracket. I just think it's a team such as Quest, right? Being so good, you gotta have to lose to only better teams, and they've come so far, and I just feel very, very impressed and proud of them that they are so young and they came from Division 2. They straight up just threw all the teams up here all the way down, and only losing to 2 teams. Just very impressive. But yeah, I've come to accept that they're not in the top 2, but they can still go to the TI qualifiers and maybe make it to the TI.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they don't make a very, very deep run, if not coming out on top there at the TI qualifiers for Western Europe, where 2 teams will make it through from there. But yesterday we started indeed with 6 teams still left. We got rid of 3. Quest Esports was one of them, and Rezo, we also had to say goodbye to PSG LTD and 9 Pandas.
Sadly, sadly but surely. Yeah. I mean, these 3 teams. I'm just inspired by the way the consistency these teams have. We always see that on this last 3 majors, Gaming Gladiators, Team Liquid, there's some Tundra, Esports, 9 Pandas, they're always up on the ladder, and it just shows how you gotta prepare better for it. You gotta improve better to make sure these teams are falling down, because they're not going down easily, and we might see the same going to happen on TI as well. There's no reason why it wouldn't, right?
There logically would not be a reason why it wouldn't. That's absolutely for sure. But let's start focusing on our matches of today, because Team Liquid Tundra, they'll be our lower bracket finals, followed by whoever wins that one up against Gaming Gladiators in our grand finals. Jack, you want to start with Tundra or Liquid? I'll leave it up to you.
I'll start with Tundra.
Okay.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, is this their best finish so far this season?
Yes,
in the
100%. I can tell you exactly where they stand. Just to get everybody on the same page. So in Lima they came top 12, which of course is not really that great. But Berlin they came top 6, and now they came top 3. So they're getting there.
Yeah, I would say this is once again a team that's peaking at the right time, and even more impressively that they've done it with a stand-in, which we all know how difficult that can be at times. Some of us even get to stand in ourselves during the same tournament. But I want to give a lot of credit to Aoi, who I've known for a long time, has worked for our team before, even on Forward Gaming. I remember there was an incident a couple years ago, I think right around the time that first team collapsed. There was a lot of obviously blame and pressure coming down, and Aoi was one of the people that the organization wanted to replace as coach. And I don't know if you remember this in Poland and Katowice, but a lot of people in that situation would kind of be maybe a little bit salty, very upset that they were, felt perhaps unfairly targeted for whatever failures of the organization of the team. And yet this guy, he made a choice that I think very few people would. He basically went back to his room and he spent basically all night compiling materials and data and stuff to make the case that he would continue to be the best coach for the team going forward, both as a drafter and other aspects of the game. And there's just that element of Aoi's character that's just been amazing, and I'm not surprised at all that asked to step up here, he's been able to do so. And well, I wish I could say that we went on to win TI with Aoi coaching that team, but he did coach another team to a TI win, and that's this one. So not surprised there at all.
Not surprised there at all. The only one with 2 wins, one of a coach, one as a player, of course. I mean, a stand-in as a TI champion, it's always good. Especially AOI knows the team very well, so it seems to fit in well, Aurora. I don't think we've seen a big difference for the team as a whole in terms of play style.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows how the coach is very close in tight with the team, right? If you can just stand in for your player and still kind of just achieve the floor standard for your team, like, you know, you expect, like, if you don't have the main player, you would go kind of like lower than what you usually do, but that's not the case because they show that they are top 3 now, and I just think there were moments that maybe having the main player would kind of help them get the game easier, but like in the end they still prevailed. So I just think it just shows how much effort Awi has put in and how much his team has put in trust towards him. So yeah, they definitely deserve to be where they are right now.
I mean, it also shows that how versatile the snaking is, right? Because he had to switch to the position 4, and he's doing great on that particular position. While like AOI, like he's just giving the team this small little mechanics that he's like playing Visage, he's playing Engine, he's putting so much pressure from position 5 here on the map that it allows Tundra to, you know, maybe delay games even more and like get to their timings better, just from purely his unique way of looking at the game.
So if there was a person, and there probably are quite a few people that are watching today but haven't watched a lot of the rest of the year, at least not of the rest of the tournament, and a lot of people just tune in for the final day here of the major, how would you describe Tundra's playstyle to someone who hasn't watched them this major?
I think they're trying to find little like gimmicks or little mechanics that would break the game, basically. And they're the team that's not afraid of like picking some unique heroes and finding their strength in abusing those unique heroes. They're like the best at looking at the game very differently than all the other teams. I think they're like very unique, and from the last 3 teams that we have left here, they're very unique in that sense.
I've heard people say instead of unique, they've said nerds, the biggest nerds of the Dota 2.
That's the other way to put it, for sure.
They do like to find those little things, Jack.
We talk about the players in this team, right? Again, 9 has always had a very sort of unique hero pool, very Thompson-like in some ways, whether, you know, in the past, whether it was like a Wyvern mid or whatever. In this tournament, you see, for instance, like Arc Warden, you saw that during TI. Roman got to experience that, unfortunately. Just a very large hero pool of stuff that he believes in and wants to play a certain way. You look at 3-3, also a really unique player. Like, we would call them like kind of like the zookeeper in a sense, right? So really good at finding ways to provide vision and summons. And then you have people that have really strong ideas that make you believe in them. Like snaking, for instance. Have you guys heard the Mala chicken story?
Nope. The Mala chicken story of
Enlighten
snaking.
us.
All right, here we go. So, so this involves Aoi as well, actually. So we were together at the team house on Forward Gaming at the time, and actually we had just come back from a tournament. People were sick. Quinn had the flu, I believe, and we ordered Mala chicken for lunch. And Quinn had finished eating his. He only ate like a little bit, and Snaking finished his as well. But Snaking was still hungry, so he started looking at Quinn's box of chicken, and me and Curtis and everyone else were just like, Curtis being Aoi, by the way, we're just like, Snake, don't do it, oh, please, whatever you. And snaking in the snaking way that you understand, Rezo.
I know the end of this.
He convinced himself, he persuaded himself that the normal laws of reality did not apply to him. He's like, no, it'll be fine. Nothing will happen. So he just eats the rest of the chicken from Quinn. And then Curtis looks at me. I'll never forget this. Curtis looks at me and he was like, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The next day, we're scrimming. This is in preparation for Major, and Snaking is basically about to fall out of his chair. Like, he's lost his voice, he's sick, he can't talk anymore, so he starts typing in the scrim because he can't, like, talk anymore, and then at that point, we just called it. We're like, all right, we're done. Lost that Major
Oh my god.
But, despite that, Snaking and Curtis have continued to play together even after that year or be a part of the same team. And Snaking just has that way of, like, if he convinces himself that something is true, he might just convince you too. You know, there's no other reality for him. So, yeah, this is a very unique team. They have a lot of interesting ideas, and they're fun to watch.
It's a very strong power within Dota, but I'm not sure if you should apply it to real life in the way that he does.
Within Dota, good wins guys. Outside of Dota, all right,
might get sick.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but I mean, their tenacity has made them come this far into the final day here at the Bali Major. It's time to also start talking about their opponents. Team Liquid, Aurora, no stranger to being on the finals day of a LAN event.
They haven't been performing well before Bali Major for a bit, but I think that was just them taking a break, in a sense that we'll still play the games, but we wouldn't put it so much, like, we wouldn't value it as though it's a major game, or, you know. But I just think I believe it, all the way. I feel Team Liquid is the only team where they have been together for a while, and whoever they bring in as an addition, they will make him feel like his family. That's just how I see it. And I've heard a little bit stories from other talents as well. They just say, like it's not even that you have to be in the Dota team. If you're like just someone that is under Team Liquid, they'll still make you feel like family. So I think that's the most important thing, and that's why they are still up here in Major.
But we could also say, Rezo, always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Well, there's something about this team that makes them like so good and so consistent, but like there's always something that doesn't really allow them to be the the winners of the event.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure what is that, but I want to point that this team they don't have like the similar strategies that, for example, Gladiators had, and they're like really believe in. They kind of like all over the place, but like this is versatile. It's what allowing them to find these edges from the other teams, and look, also they're like warriors, and it shows that they have a leadership in the team. While like they're doing these different strategies, they're still managed to come on top of like even like FIRST Esports in the last game yesterday. It was like an insane game. It was really hard to win, but like the calls that was being made on that particular game, whether it's like by Mickey or by Boxy or by Zai, whoever is making those calls in the team, it's allowing them to like keep going, and by the times like where the pressure is the most, and is there, they're making the best decisions in this team. So this is something to admire.
Yeah, it's something to admire, but it's also, you said that they are mostly stable, but the fact that they only really turn it on when their backs are against the wall in the lower bracket, which we've seen time and time again. I mean, you were there as well in the last chance qualifiers, TI previously. They didn't make it on top because that was you guys. They made it out second of the last chance qualifier because that's when their backs were against the wall. They're in the lower bracket every single time they make it to a final day.
They don't seem to want to be easy, They just want to make it hard for themselves for some reason. Yeah, they didn't want to like go through points in last year as well. They just went all the way through the last chance qualifier with us, and they still managed to get to the top 3 all the way from the lower bracket as well.
Yeah. They have a slogan to live up to. The upper bracket is for. I won't finish that one, but you know what I'm about to say. So yeah, to add to like Rezo and Aurora's point, I think that and a lot of times when you're under a lot of pressure as a team, you're about to be eliminated. It's very easy if you don't have the sort of right team mindset or cohesion for people to start pointing fingers or start wondering, hey, why isn't this going right? And I think you need a very well-led and like mentally healthy team to be trying to trust and empower your teammates, which in turn reflects off them. And they're like, hey, this guy trusts me to make the right decision. Hey, if I make a mistake, that's okay because this guy's gonna pick up for me. And so that's like a really important mental component for any team to be successful. And I think this organization and this team emphasizes that a lot. I know that Blitz himself is a lot into this kind of sports psychology type stuff or team building, things like that. And then, yeah, they're well led. We talked about yesterday on the panel that Zai is taking a much larger leadership role. It was with Fear. So Fear was surprised, like, hey, Zai used to be a pretty quiet guy, kind of plays his own game, right? But with this team, he's had to step into those shoes to fill some of Matu's shoes and like, basically becoming the drafter. Often, of course, last picking his hero as a win condition, which is nice. But having to step in and I remember Blitz was telling me a story where Zai would be like, "Oh, I have to do that as like the captain. I didn't know I had to do that, right?" But he's done it pretty well, I would say. And both these teams, and Liquid included, like for them to be peaking at the right time, finding their form at the right time, this is the time that it shows.
It is the time that it shows. Both teams will fight for that one spot in the grand finals up against Gaimin Gladiators, and it's time to get our lower bracket finals started. And for that, we're heading over to Snare in the arena.
Thank you very much, Shiva. And indeed, we are here in the arena. We are here in Bali. We are here to witness an incredible matchup between Tundra Esports and Team Liquid. Right now, one of the things that's going to be happening is that these two teams have met before at this tournament, and Tundra did manage to make it a 2-0 affair. However, that was a very strange game of Dota. Very weird things ended up happening, and I'm sure right now the run back is definitely going to be a different set of stakes. Tundra still have a lot to prove to get back into a finals, as they haven't done so outside of TI. And of course, Liquid have done this many, many, many times in the past. Let us get this matchup underway. Let us witness who will challenge Tundra Esports in the grand finals. The more important thing is that, as Gaimin Gladiators has mentioned, it's up to them, up to Tundra or Liquid to try and find the strategy, to try and find a method to defeat the Gaimin Gladiators. I'm kind of hoping that this matchup is not going to be as cheesy as yesterday or the other days was. Insania mentioned that everybody in Europe plays dishonorable Dota. Blitz has mentioned that why would you want to just play a regular style of Dota? Just cheese it out, get the easy victory for yourself. However, Tundra Esports, although they can be accused of cheese all the time, they're artists. They've done some amazing things within Dota. They make us all think a little bit more. I'm sure if you want to raise your Dota IQ, just watch their replays. If you want to raise your mechanical level, just make sure that you're watching the replays of Team Liquid. It's going to be an interesting contrast of styles between these two teams when they do eventually square off, and they are getting ready in the booths right now. We also know that Tundra Esports, because they have Aoi in the booth, they might not have an additional coach. So it is a bit of a 5v6 matchup at this moment in time. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything because in the game, only 5 set of hands will be on the keyboards. So right now, before we get into it, have y'all been enjoying Bali? Isn't this just an amazing place? It's pretty hype, it's pretty cool. It's early in the morning, but we have people present to witness some Dota action. And you see here on stage, there's a big hole because the trophy will be lifted from this exact location in just a matter of hours. Who is going to end up with their hands on that magnificent trophy? We actually do not know. I'm not sure you all have seen it. It is magnificent. It's quite heavy as well. But if you do end up with your hands on it, that means that you get to walk into TI as the last winner of the Major of 2023. Every single team that is here, interestingly enough, all the 11 players assembled within these two booths, all of them were at the TI finals day. That's kind of incredible. All of them know exactly what it takes to go the final distance. Tundra have won TI. Liquid have found themselves falling just short. But it could all change this year if they're peaking at the right time, as was what mentioned on the panel. Can't wait for this game to get going. Can't wait to see the Dota unfolding before us. But more importantly, I just can't wait to have fun. This place has just been amazing to see, been amazing to be around, having Dota fans in the audience, being able to walk around with all of us who love this game more than anything else. And I can tell you who loves this game in terms of its understanding, in terms of its layers, its mechanics, its depth. Only one squad is known as the Dota 2 nerds, and that squad, of course, is Tundra Esports.
We may be known as the world champions from before, but we have more to prove now than ever. Like a crashing tide,
Tundra Esports is coming.
The holders of the ages, champions of the international, and here looking for their first entrance into a major grand finals. They are the tremendous, the terrific, the ruiners of pubs everywhere in the world, Tundra Esports. However, they have a lot to prove, as they said. And one of the things they have to prove is that it's not only at TI that they get into the finals, they have to go past the true gatekeepers of Western Europe. And those gatekeepers are Team Liquid.
Like water, our playstyles are ever flowing, ever changing. But our goals will always remain. Team Liquid, rushing in with raging waters.
A team whose true strength is only revealed under pressure. When their backs are against the wall, that is when all these men turn it up. They are here yet again to try get into a grand finals. 2023 has denied them championship glory, but has always found them in the grand finals. So let us see if they can do it once more. Give it up, Bali, for Team Liquid. truly a very fitting team name for Team Liquid, given the fact that they still continue to be the most versatile team at the tournament. They've picked the widest pool of heroes, they have found the most diverse set of strats, and they've chosen to be the most adaptable team, as we've seen game in and game out. We'll be witnessing whether or not Team Liquid can do so yet again, because Tundra is a very difficult team, because you never know what to expect. Nobody ever expects to get Meepo brooded in a game. They might have practiced some stuff, they might have gotten used to the cheese, but guarantee Tundra have something special up their sleeves. To find out what that speciality will be from Tundra, to find out what the hero diversity will be from Team Liquid, we send it back to the Shiva squad to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Snare. Tundra and Team Liquid this entire season. The first 2 tours, it was Team Liquid having Tundra's number time and time again, but then Tour 3 comes around and it is no more Liquid favored. Tundra has been having their number, and this event still the same. We have both of these teams coming out of Group A. They tied in their group, which was nice, but then they met in the upper bracket, and it was Tundra that knocked Team Liquid down just a couple of days ago, and it was a 2-0 clean sweep by Tundra. The question is, did Liquid learn enough to be able to turn the tides and make their 3rd Grand Major finals this year? That is the main question we're going to see answered. It's time to get into the nitty-gritty of it. It's time to talk about some Dota stuff. Rezo, what would Team Liquid have learned from their series against Tundra?
Was it really clean though, the sweep? I think
no,
the game 2 was pretty easy
messy
for Liquid, right?
Yeah.
If only niche itemized a little bit more defensive and not be all the only damage input in. But I do think that they need to be thinking about this minion type of heroes. Like the way Gaming Gladiators approached Tundra was very nice. They just banned like Enigma and Visage first phase, so they removed both minion heroes, maybe even flex heroes for Tundra, and they proceed with a priority of like Timber #1, and the second best hero is a Broodmother. So it's something to think about for Liquid as well. Like they didn't have that much time to prepare because like the very last game was yesterday and they had to sleep, and early in the morning they have to work again. But I'm sure Blitz did not sleep. He was just all the night grinding the drafts, and I think they're gonna be doing something similar today with the priorities.
Yeah, I mean, from their drafts, you can see they are not just focusing in terms of, oh, we have to play around this strat, as mentioned before, but that can kind of throw them off a little bit, because the problem they had with Tundra was really just they didn't have enough heroes to deal with micro heroes, as Rezo kind of mentioned. But it's not a bad thing to have at least to arrange, okay, we can play wherever we want, but there will be 1 or 2 heroes, at least 2 heroes, one from the support maybe and one from a core definitely, to be able to deal with waves at least. Because the way I see Tundra knock Liquid down, it's not just the fights where Nisha kind of, like got overwhelmed because he didn't have BKB, he didn't have the right items. It was also because Tundra recognized that, hey, even if we lose one guy on the other side of the map, but we just keep pushing this side of the map, and they can't fight us, they don't have the right ingredients, we can still overthrow them. So I just think maybe Liquid should kind of think about that in regard how to adapt to Tundra's playstyle. But yeah, I think they are on the right path. It's just a little bit more specific stuff to adjust.
Yeah, I mean the lane push mechanics is definitely a big fan of this tournament. Whoever has the better lane pushing mechanic, they're usually come on top, because it's like so easier to play the map since it's so big, and to deal with the waves you actually like need to show the heroes. It means that you can make plays with those heroes, and if you have something like illusions or like creeps to make sure they're pushing it for you, then your plays are very wide. And also, like, I mean, Liquid were playing Tundra in the upper bracket before, not the same level of motivation. Now it's gonna be a different story.
That's true. Different Liquid in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
The wave pressure has been Tundra's sort of signature calling card, right, for their success. Just the ability to be constantly pushing waves in different parts of the map, so that even if you have like a small advantage on the other team, it's very hard for you to actually push or capitalize it without either giving up on something in return.
Yeah.
And I think we saw a bit of that, I would say, in the Liquid series, although it was more about, I guess, Liquid's kind of making mistakes. like on some of their high ground progressions as well. But I think that if there's a vulnerability for Liquid, that's what they've shown in this tournament. This is a scary team that will be able to play pretty good fast tempo out of lanes in a lot of matches, but sometimes in the mid game something goes wrong. There's a bit of lack of coordination or someone's not on the same page, and it leads to a trouble spot for them. And Tundra will happily take that, will happily spread the map out to make you be crisp and precise on those, and then get like some strange last pick hero to be able to take over the game as well. And this morph ban I think if there's one thing against Liquid or with Liquid in this tournament, you do not give them morphling, and you probably don't want to take it yourself either.
Team Liquid decided to take their own approach to the bans in this series. It's probably because of the last series they played against Tundra. They were scared of the tiny pick from snaking, but I'm not really sure if it's better than just banning Visage out and not giving this AI comfort zone before he can, enter out the map.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
yesterday, what we saw in quite a few of the games, there was a big impact on who has overall last pick in the draft, who is second pick, and it was Tundra that had priority this time around. They did choose to go second pick. They got Dire with it as well because Liquid chose Radiant. But that means that Tundra has last pick, and we all know Tundra with last pick is so scary, Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? They always have these cheese pick heroes. That's why they are abusing the second pick order so well. But I would think Liquid kind of already see that, because the way they ban their heroes, like Resolution said, banning the tiny, okay, understandable, snaking is doing very well with it, but is it worth the ban though? Because there's still a lot of heroes like even Enchantress, Timber, all this, but we see that they have planned for this. They want the Timber because they know either the teams will have to take Morphling out, so there's no just strong way to counter this Timber from just the draft wise. So they're just gonna pick this Timber and go from there. But like Tundra, I'm pretty sure they have like a lot of heroes up their sleeves. They probably are thinking of, just abusing the Snapfire, because I think Snapfire is quite good against Timber in a way, but she has to be a core. She is good against Timber, like just in foundation wise from the spells, but she also has to scale and pull out the GPK thing, just having so many datas and damage and just press third spell, pew, 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 and everyone just dies, right? But I would say Timber can kind of last from that because he is an armor hero, but still no one can really survive from this Snapfire late game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they let the ENG through, because I think it's the best AI hero. And yeah, this is like the theme of this tournament, that people are from the first pick picking two cores, because on the 8th you actually can have to pick a core, because you have like such an easy time preparing the bans for him, and you already see the lane, right? You see the Doom. There's gonna be probably another hero from snaking going up there, but Bloodseeker is already good against Doom as a matchup.
Yeah. I bet they were debating whether they might still have wanted the Undying as they normally do, but they had to be core, as you said. We're gonna see Team Liquid trying to protect their picks with some of the bans. Same thing goes for Tundra.
And there's enough supports left in this pool, these Pugnas, Undying, and Skyrats, stuff like that, that maybe they didn't feel too urgently need to pick it up quickly. And also, like, I think on first pick, because you're playing against second pick that has these counters late in the draft, like you can first take these either more flexible cores or cores that you're not worried about getting countered in the lane, and then try to construct stronger lanes with them and build your draft around that. So it does make sense for them.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Doom pickup as well, because in the first phase, the Medusa and Morphling are banned, and I think those two are like the best Doom counters in the game. So he's gonna lane against Bloodseeker, but it's not as scary as it was like with the others.
I quite like this Bloodseeker pickup actually, because if you think about all the first phase, right, when you take two heroes and you don't take them together, especially at the 8th slot, you kind of have to pick a hero that can solve the problems of your first hero. So Timber, he kind of don't want to lane all these magic heroes, or like don't want to play against so many magical heroes. But Bloodseeker is kind of the counter towards magical heroes, because you can have this blood ritual and you can't just keep channeling your spells. You can just walk in and try and kill this Timber. It's a really good hero in terms of that. And with the Rupture as well, I think it just makes the other team need to pick someone to just stand there and hit. But that's exactly what Timber wants. He wants you to stand there and hit, and he just use his chakra and abuse you, and just dish out all damage on your hero. And that's how I feel these two heroes complement each other. But they can get kind of wonky in a way where, so let's say these two heroes, in the late game, they don't want to play alone. They want the team to play around them. Timber needs lockdown, Bloodseeker needs someone to go in, so they might be suffering the same issue that they had before against Tundra, which is like the wave issue. Sure, Timber can cut the waves, but if you can see Timber on one side of the map and you can already know that it's not on the other side, let's go to the other side and take all the resources over there. So yeah, I'm not sure how Liquid is going to tackle that part of the game.
Well, they'll try to do so with Iron Lash.
Oh, that's a different story. I like this one. Just stealing the stretch from Gaimin. I don't think they ever played IO in this tournament, ever, right?
Correct.
I think so.
Just something very new.
This is something that I think Gaimin was running first phase at the start of the tournament, then it kind of got dropped to second phase. We saw Aster and some other teams run it. I think the thing that stands out to me about the Liquid draft right now is they have an absolute ton of sustain. And on the side of Tundra, if you either are counting on like sort of burst or things that end the fight early, so for instance like a Doom or something, right? You want to Doom someone and basically go in on that target and help that take the fight. Playing against a lineup that has these layers of sustain and save can create like a very scary early game timing here, where they're just kind of running at you together and you can't kill any of them. So that's something to look out for here. And if you look at the things that they ban, you know, for instance like a Void, things like that can hold down certain heroes in place and stop them so you can kill them. I think that kind of sets up for what they're planning to do here with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid side they're going for some boxy active hero. I don't know whether it's gonna be Insania, IO, or boxy. I'd rather prefer it to be Insania here, just to stay with the Bloodseeker on the lane and have that insane sustain. And for Timber, like they need a lane partner. It's either gonna be active hero like a Scarlet Mage or I mean, they need some setup, to be honest. They don't have a really good setup on their lineup right now. It's either gonna be like Disruptor or
just get a Mirana out there. Boxy doesn't need a stun to land arrows. Easy.
Ursa is a perfect pick here. I know people are not rating Ursa right now because you know the nerf of the Battle Fury. Now it's way harder to get to the ring, and just like not very solid hero because you spend so much time on the region and gold on the region on the lane. But it's a very good pick in this game. There's nothing to stop him really. Like he's a perfect matchup against Bloodseeker. You don't really care about his Rapture. You kind of have a pressure on Timbersaw as well. Like you have a kill potential on him at all times.
Yeah, and I assume this Enchantress is going to go with the Ursa, right? So they just have to take out supports that can make this Ursa feel very difficult to lane, and they'll be fine because when you pick Ayo, it's very easy in the sense that he's not a hero that can harass you in the lane as much. He needs the core to be able to do that, but Timber kind of don't want to push the lane, and like Rezo mentioned, it would be better for the Ayo to just go with Berserker and sustain against the Doom lane. So I think it's just not enough for pressuring this Ursa, and on top of that there's already Enchantress, you know, like just making the lane hard, making jungle like impossible to cross. I am still a Team Liquid fan here though, especially when they pick this Lash. I love Lash, I'm a sim for Lash, but I will change 180 if Tundra just picks this Winter Weapon mid. Come on, 9 please. I've been waiting for the entire tournament and he hasn't pulled this hero out. Come on, please.
I like this suggestion. That's a good one.
You have asked for that
is amazing as hell, right?
Yeah, it also helps like stall out the game a little bit, right? Plus you deal with like the heal and sustain. I'd also like this Ursa pick because now with the IO Lesh you see the lane, so you know you're getting a good lane against Timbersaw. You talked about the Bloodseeker as a hero that doesn't like to fight things that don't mind standing there and just going toe-to-toe. Obviously Ursa fits that description. And then I think for Liquid's draft, they'll probably just finish off with some additional disable, perhaps, like you mentioned the Snapfire or something like that before. It gives them a little bit of lockdown that also has like a save component. But for Tundra, yeah, like, I mean, Wyvern looks
I wouldn't be surprised to see even Tuskar here on this spot. That's something that they were doing so much on TI, but after that, not really.
Yeah,
but
I
they
think
need
we have
some
only
active
seen it
here,
once
right?
this major, right?
Tuskar?
Tusk on Boxy once.
No, the Tundra. Mid-Tusk.
Oh, mid-Tusk. Oh, we have not seen that one yet.
They need some active hero. And, Tusk is really good against Leshek, I think. You have that burst potential.
Tusk was considered a Lesh counter for a while, right?
Yeah.
You're just able to snowball in and
Yeah,
blow him
yeah,
up.
yeah.
But the danger with that is if you do that and like let's say you mess up once or twice, you don't get the kill, like they out-sustain you and then you're in deep trouble. So.
Yeah.
You want to know the wildest mid when you're dealing with IO Lash?
Tell us.
Decoration.
Oh.
I don't mind it here because we can see Liquid's draft is all about, you know, lifesteal sustain. It is not too bad, but it's because they picked this Ursa. I think they need the mid hero to be kind of covering a lot of area, which is like wave clearing or like, you know, just.
It's just wishful thinking, though.
Yeah, I know, but I like that idea, honestly. I pick the AA if I see so many heals from the other side. But, I mean, let's not put this kind of pressure on our team to deal with everything else, right?
True.
Especially Bali Major is also kind of.
You may now select your heroes.
What do you think about Sniper?
Roman, you were calling it.
I mean, I just saw him hovering over the sniper back on the screen. That's why I call it. I mean, I'd much rather prefer them having some active hero from the mid lane that, you know, like Wyvern or Tusk that could set up kills potentially for them. But with the sniper, they kind of like super greedy. But at the same time, I understand the logic behind it because they have like super active support, so they can actually rotate to the mid lane and, you know, pressure this Leshrac super hard, and they can actually win this 3v3 super easily because Liquid lineup is not really like particularly good against that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like Tundra lineup way more in this game.
Yeah, Tundra has got a decent lineup, so does Team Liquid, but there's only one way to find out who actually comes out ahead, and it's not our theory crafting, it's the game actually being played, and that's why we are heading over to Cap and SVG.
Welcome everyone to the lower bracket finals of the Bali Major. Tundra versus Team Liquid. A redemption arc for Liquid or a chance for Tundra to secure a spot in the grand finals and show that AUI 2000 certainly hasn't lost a beat, man. This has been an impressive run by them so far.
It's been a weird run, a very impressive one as well. It's not often you go into the lower bracket, go back into the upper bracket, then go back into the lower bracket, and then try and make it back into the upper bracket at the final end of the day. So, I mean, they're all over the place, but they definitely made it work. They're looking pretty solid considering the circumstances, and yeah, top 3, not bad at all. Chance for top 2. If they can defeat an old foe in Liquid here, pull the upset. I feel like it would be an upset just because of how dominant Liquid's been, and they haven't lost a lower bracket match yet this year.
That's true. They've just been kind of cruising through lower brackets since Tundra set them down here, and they're going to do it. They're going to try and beat Liquid with a hero that hasn't been picked up super often at this tournament. They're not really seen a ton in this meta, but was picked up in Game 1 and the last time they met in the upper bracket by Team Liquid. Mickey played the sniper, and it was a 52-minute game, and Liquid did end up losing that. Now Tundra are going to turn that sniper back around on Liquid and see if they can beat him with it.
That was the sniper versus Enigma game you're talking about? Or
yeah.
The other one? That sniper did not impress me. I don't know. The damage felt like it just fell the hell off. I think there's a pool of agi carries in the meta right now where if you don't scale, at least with one item ahead of the enemy, you feel like you don't do enough damage. I don't know if it's a universal stat thing or whatever. I think sniper falls in that category. Sometimes you're like 5 slotted and I mean, the pew-pews are nothing. They don't do anything. So hopefully that's not the case here. I also kind of want this 9 sniper to be more active, some better item build in terms of being able to join the early fights and skirmishes and not just play Omega greedy.
Yeah, I mean, there is a difference between these two snipers positioning-wise, right? The 1 versus a 2 position. And while, you know, you can be a mid laner and be a hard carry, that is possible, but it's not really favored in the meta right now. And also, he's just got other heroes to scale for him. He doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all of late-game damage like I think Mickey kind of had to be. Here, he's got an Ursa who will just carry late game just perfectly fine.
And Enchantress.
That is true.
And Rubik who can steal Rupture or Leshrac Stun or Chakram. There's really good Rubik spells for snaking to pull out this game. So there's some decent scale behind the sniper. I still think 9's itemization is going to be really important to Tundra and how they play around him. And if you're Liquid, you're trying to just kind of snowball this game with a very Gaimin-oriented lineup in the IO Lash plus like a Bloodseeker Timber, independent side laners with 2 supports who can also go and play through the mid hero here in Nisha and just snowball through the Disco Pony. I like both drafts, honestly. I think I would actually lean towards Liquids a bit more because I think the little ganks and the synergy is a bit higher. They have a crap ton of damage between the 3 cores. IO to help the heroes run in it, and then Wind Rangers is there to give them the stun. This Wind Ranger Timber combo is a very strong combination, not just the lane, but in the game. It's the combo that OG ran at Stockholm, and there's a reason it works. It's like Timber Shaker. Just long range, instant stun that can set up all this damage that gets pumped in. Tends to be a good setup for winning Dota games.
And a hero that is able to have an impact in the lane while also not like always sitting there soaking the experience, which I think is sometimes nice for Timbersaw to get that fast, you know, level 2, 3 area.
And it can battle the Enchantress. So if you're not going to stay on the lane and you want to fight the support on the side or deal with camps, Wind Ranger can do okay in the earlier ways. Bit rough later on when you get Wind Run dispelled and that type of shenanigans. For the early game, though, I think Zai should be happy in this Ursa matchup, which can sometimes be difficult later on. Though it's the new Timbersaw and it's the new Ursa. Maybe that's a bigger factor. This hero is 1-3 at this tournament. He's only won a single game.
And by that you mean the Ursa?
Yes. And
We've seen plenty more Timbersaw than that.
It was Gaimin who got the dub with the Ursa too, so that, I don't even know if that counts.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not going to count it. Basically, this hero hasn't won a real game.
So this will kind of put it to the test. Why is the Ursa so bad right now?
His laning's really weak. His level 1 and 2 are basically useless. Clap got nerfed and damaged. It's a very expensive spell for what it does. He gives some stick charges away as well whenever he goes in on you. He doesn't buy a cheap regen item early, so his staying power in the lane can sometimes be very lackluster. And then his scale's still there, kind of, but it's also dependent on getting Roshans. And there's a lot of fast lineups that can contest the early Roshans away from the Ursa. We've seen the same thing with the TA. Like these Aura lineups with Beast or Lycan, sometimes just get in there 15 minutes. I think that also hurts him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty sad affair when your level 1 is a lot weaker and Timbersaw is able to battle back against you, right-click against right-click, without reactive armor, which is what Zai has been able to do in a lot of these little skirmishes so far. It's the future. Let's talk about our other lane here, the safe lane for Team Liquid. We've got the IO Bloodseeker in a matchup against Rubik Doom, which it also seems like they are battling quite a bit. Insania is going to be able to get the Lotus, though. A big win for an IO lineup.
That is a very valuable Lotus here, and this is a strong lane as well. This goes back to the European DPCs, kind of bringing out some forgotten technology with this IO Bloodseeker that was just running people over these dual lanes, because the Thirst gets powered up, you amp it even more. I mean, Mickey is already running around 550 MS here, and you don't even have that low of heroes. You have some half HP ones still. Level 2 Thirst already online. This is a hard lane for 33 to go up in. He doesn't have a really good neutral creep to use either. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, they're probably going to run him down here. Snake King can do what he can to stall it, but frankly, they have far too much movement speed. Meanwhile, the battle in the mid lane looks like 9 is going to die, and they actually get first blood before Mickey can get it. Mickey tips Nisha as a result.
That is a tough kill to get. This is not an easy Leshrac matchup. Maybe easier, you don't go Shrapnel now. Still, it is hard to gap close, find the stun connection. He's going to lose a lot of regen here, too. If he gets both water runes, maybe he's happy.
Yeah, that's would be ideal, but I think 9 is already back into play and is able to threaten him off of that one, so.
I'm surprised Nisha found that. That's a lot of extra XP. He's going to go heal, though. Not going to heal. He's going to stay around. Still a very tough lane. 9 denies already on 9. He was winning the CS battle pretty hard.
Yeah. But Nisha just taking into him, and the harass war ends up getting a kill and probably helping the bottom lane get their kill in the first place because the sniper was so low for so long.
Liquid pulling ahead in these lanes, especially with this Bloodseeker still powered up. Just no answer to this lane between the Rubik and the Doom. They are not good at dealing with the regen sustain from the IO. This is a decent IO lane. I think we've had a lot of people talk about this hero not being strong on lanes, having issues getting through the early game. This is one of those lanes where I actually think he does fine, because there's not a huge amount of burst coming out from the Doom Rubik, especially with Devour being skilled, not Infernal Blade, and the Bloodseeker is self-sustaining. So he can just frontline for the IO in the lane, you continuously heal up, extra move speed, you can fight out the attacks.
Power shot not quite enough. The Timber Chain just a little bit shy, but AUI has nowhere he can really run to. Timbersaw a bit faster, and with a low health Enchantress, Mickey and Insania immediately pounce on the bottom lane. Go for a second kill, both supports on Tundra dying.
Tundra at this point just telling people to stop getting low. It's killing all 3 lanes here simultaneously.
Yeah, but how do you do that against Wind Ranger Timbersaw? That's a... You're right, this duo does have like a lot of just constant harassment and kill power.
And that's the nice thing about Liquid's draft for the Bloodseeker. It's all damage. I don't think Vikke is going to have issues leveling up the Thirst here and getting into these fights with an Iolesh and a Timbersaw. Even Wind Ranger can bring some heroes down pretty fast.
And, you know, I think if you're a Liquid fan, it is good to see Mikke have a good start in the first place because, uh-oh, Nisha had a bit of trouble here. Snaking, toss him back with the telekinesis. Uh-oh, he's going to turn around with the IO. Disaster for Tundra as 9 is going to die right next to Snaking. An attempted gank on the Leshrac goes wrong. Nisha turns around and gets a double.
Nowhere close to the damage to take down this Lesh with an IO who can always TP in. 6 Shackle by Boxy, and the Max Lightning pays off for Nisha as he gets the final proc onto that sniper. This lane has just not worked out, though I don't know if it's done better than the other 2 lanes here for Tundra. Somehow Skeeter is doing the best on what I would have thought would have been the weakest laner here.
Yeah.
Maybe AUI giving up a death created some space. But it's looking like a rough sniper early game. And this is generally not a hero you want to fall behind, particularly when you last pick him into a known matchup that's favorable with a gank option with the Enchantress.
That is pretty brutal. Nice Shackle shot, gets more damage onto Skeeter. Level 5, so he doesn't have the Enrage, so he might just die here. Skeeter's going to have to pull out some jukes underneath the tower. Needs TP rotations. They're going to come in now. Snaking shows up, tries to stall out the Timbersaw, and Zai gets low enough he can't really chase.
Yeah, Phase Boots doing some work here. Still had a salve up, so he's going to come back into this fight. Look for Boxy, they get the Purge, and that's a guaranteed kill. Nice turnaround from Skeeter, making some magic happen for Tundra early game, and they need it. As 33 is back to wave pulling shenanigans. He's trapped himself.
He trapped himself, and now he's going to die.
What's this?
To Nisha showing up. They actually glyph for it to make sure 33 can't actually get any CS. What a weird set of circumstances.
What was he trying to do?
I don't even clue.
I don't even understand. Why is he pulling him down there, getting trapped? Is he just too next level for himself? He out-nerded himself or what?
I thought for a second he was just pulling him back and then TPing. I thought he was going to like double up the wave or something, but
I just don't know why he would. Whatever. I mean, that's just a bizarre play. Somebody smarter than me should have an explanation. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it's just the pressure of this early game adding up. I agree. I think he just wanted to stack the waves. It's unnecessary to trap himself. Sai in a little trouble.
Catching him again, Timber Chain. Oh, barely gets away. Snaking a little bit early. Oh, the lightning got him from the Harpy. Well played, AUI 2000.
That barely did enough damage. That is so close with the reductions. Like 5 extra.
A much needed kill for Tundra. They now have 2 on the board as they were falling behind in this laning phase, but beginning to cut down some of the losses here.
That was also the Harpy night vision, right?
50, 60. Dude, how much does this lightning do? He had 81 health.
I mean, it does 140. It dealt 99 post-reduction. So that was pretty damn close. I also don't think they get that if it doesn't have the night vision there.
Oh, that's also
true. The range. Very heads up play. It'll skew this lane back in the favor of the Ursa. And if you're going to pick a hero on Tundra to have a good game in scale, it's probably the Ursa here. I mean, you wish Sniper had a better early game. It's just going to have to be Skeeter that carries the brunt of the damage, especially going late here. He has to cut through the Timber. He has to man-fight the Bloodseeker. He has to deal with the Leshrac when you go in with presumably a Basher later on. You really want a big Ursa this game. You want to get some Ancient stacks up for him, so when the Battle Fury hits, it hits as hard as possible. And that means keeping your tier 1s up and keeping some map control here if you're Tundra. Probably another defensive-oriented game from them that we've seen most of the tournament. That is, in theory, where the Sniper shines. Like, if you're going to try and dive or pressure these towers with the Iolesh, and Sniper is there waiting, that's a good fight for 9. You cannot throw those types of engagements Tundra's way. It gives them a lot of gold back. And Nisha went for the Yules. So
rotation coming through. Too many heroes, though, perhaps for them to deal with. Mikke shows up with a Rupture through the portal. They do have the relocate that's going to be coming through, and Zai is going to survive as a result. They'll easily pick apart Skeeter. He gets tossed into the air by the Yules. 9 keeping Liquid back from being able to get more kills. But Tundra just a little bit outnumbered here as more rotations. Insania went back from the relocation, but TP's in so we can rejoin Nisha to help run down more heroes. They're going to get after Snake King, slow him down with the Chakram, and an easy pickup for Zai.
You have to think about the sustain coming out here. You get caught in these long, drawn-out fights where Liquid can re-engage, and they
spot
found
him. Got the
Nine.
Yules on him. 9 unable to TP away. Maybe should have hidden deeper into the trees.
This Yules has already paid off.
Oh, yeah.
2 big pickoffs. It's going to be great versus the Ursa for most of the game. An extra stun that Liquid can really take advantage of because their lineup wants them. And it's kind of interesting that we're seeing the comeback of this Leshrac Yules build that was gone for so long in the meta. It felt like maybe 4 years it's been out. And then all of a sudden, we see like Dark Mago playing Yules Blink. Looks pretty good, and now it's back.
Now, I assume he's not going to go Blink just because he's with an IO. Do you think he's just going to go back for like the Bloodstone build?
Yeah, I don't think he has to go Blink here. I don't think it's necessary. I think Liquid are just going to play to run a Tundra. They don't need to jump on any crazy backline here. You could think, it is an interesting idea, though. Do you go the Blink or do you go the Bloodstone? Because the other thing is the Bloodstone build, a lot of times you went Bloodstone into like Blink Hex. Blink was a part of that build in a lot of those situations anyway.
Yeah.
So I could see Nisha considering it here, or maybe the order, maybe you get the Bloodstone first into the Blink, and then you're just an absolute beast, right? You can always disassemble the Arcane Boots. Looks like he is running the Mask out, so it will be Bloodstone first, and I think this is very logical when you have the IO to just buff it up. You're still running this IO Lesh. He's incredibly farmed. He's had stacks here, 120 CS at the 12-minute mark, and he'll take a Golem to boot. Golem Rune is a haste bottom. That is very nice for Tundras. If that rune went into the pony's pocket,
oh jeez,
that is a rough team fight.
A hasted Leshrac IO running at you. There's no way you stop that.
And the towers are going to start falling here if you're not ready to fight behind your sniper. I don't think Tundra are. They don't even have a core item. I mean, they have Midas on 33, but you're still looking for Battle Fury for Skeeter. You're still looking for a 4-staff first for 9. Just feels terrible on the map.
Heavy rotations here for a simple Rubik pick off. They use Rupture and they use Relocate for it.
Are we already in Tundra rat mode? I feel like we are.
Might be, yeah.
I think the Centaur pulling top wave tells me at 12 minutes we're already in let's stall the game and go late, guys. Surely it's not that bad. Maybe it is that bad. I don't know.
They're not that down in net worth, but it does feel like just the pace of the game that Tundra's not really able to fight back. They still, like, they have too many heroes that need to scale. Like you said, like, there's a healthy amount of net worth on kind of like a dead item and Hand of Midas. And the Ursa can't really fight this lineup. There's way too many kiting capabilities here.
I guess it's just pull waves. Double wave gets pulled. Triple wave, actually, by AUI. 9's like, oh, man. I got a quad wave mid? Dang. If only I was Alchemist. And Liquid see this.
Work.
Look at her like, time to push the tower, guys. We have a quad wave.
Shackle Shot goes out. 4-staff gets him away, out of range of any trees. Zai pushed back underneath the tier 2, and Doom actually showing up, immediately getting stunned, but he does manage to get off his ult onto the Leshrac. Now they're going to try and slow him down with a Chakram. Skeeter getting on top of it. Nisha, Leshrac as well. So much attention, but Zai, he slows him down enough. Gives up part of his own life to make sure that
he survives.
And a beautiful shackle shot, locking down Snaking and 9. 9's going to be run down. Mickey is just cleaning up house right now. Skeeter even, long timber chain, perfectly placed by Zai. That catches up to Skeeter, and that's going to be a team wipe. 5-0 to the favor of Liquid.
This lineup's just way too fast for Tundra. That is a fight they need to win to maintain control of the map.
Going to take the Wisdom Rune too.
10 on the IO with Mech. Insania has done work in these early fights, and it's just a near perfect game for Liquid so far. There's not the early damage to fight back. This sniper pick has not done its job, which was to slow down the Leshrac and provide a hero Tundra could take these tier 1 defensive fights around. These shrapnels and ult are not doing enough into the healing that's already out from Liquid here.
I think they maybe would have had enough, but Nisha got off the Yules right before he got doomed. So he stalled up Skeeter for a solid amount of time.
That's the issue. The Ursa, his early game impact is not where this hero shines. And it goes to the draft that Tundra proposed here. What is the early game, right? I feel like all 3 cores need a lot, especially if the sniper does not win his lane and go some early Diffusal or Mage Slayer or whatever it is.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, this Liquid squad is comfortable with trying some timing-based lineups, right?
100%. They run the Lone Druid a lot. I think that's their best version of it. But they'll do the Lycan, they'll do the Beast. It's a lot of times through Zai on a Summons hero. IO Lesh is another way you can just up the pace. Bloodstone already done. Arcane Rune on top of it. and you have this mech to back you up, Nisha feels immortal. And he just took a tier 2 at 15 minutes. This game is already out of control, 10k gold lead. And what is your short-term answer?
Well, we're going to have to reach deep into AUI's bag of tricks here to stall this game out.
I don't know if he has the wave pulling capability to stall this one. The thing is, the IO reload is also really good versus these shenanigans, because you can just run Boxy somewhere, shackle somebody into a relocate, they're dead. Yeah. You don't even lose map control. So I don't even know if you can rat this game out too easily.
Maybe part of the reason that Liquid opted for this IO pick. The pairing that is going to get the kill on Snaking. So more and more pickoffs, the map getting incredibly small for Tundra now. Relocate on the other side off of the Rupture. They can't go anywhere. They have to turn and fight. Hope to get a kill on at least Mickey, but it's just not going to happen. Mickey heals up off the Doom kill. More rotations from Skeeter and 9. They're going for Nisha here, the Bloodstone.
Yeah, no tether.
They may not be able to fight through this one. The self-fuels gives them some time. Skeeter activates the Enrage and rips through Nisha. Finally, a kill going the way of Tundra, but again, it's a lost team fight. And Mickey, he's going to try and run down some heroes here. Not pushing him back time and time again. Mickey, it's going to be close call, but he gets the kill just before Snaking can stop him. The telekinesis does nothing, and he gets a shackle, which Mickey will clean up now. The Rubicon, and now with an ultra kill, he's looking to get the Rampage. He's going to run down Skeeter, and it's going to be a Rampage for Mickey.
17 minutes, just way too early for you to be giving this to a Bloodseeker here. Atos pays off in that fight. And damn, does this Insania IO look good? He just keeps his cores alive for so damn long. The triple sustain also helps here. Gale Force picked up by Boxy, locking Tundra in a cage they do not want to be in. This lineup has just come completely online. Sure, you find a Leshrac there. What does it do for you? It gets you to an Ursa Battle Fury? I don't think you're going to have space to farm in this game anymore.
No.
It was a big kill streak. Not as big as what Mickey got out of that, getting all 5, and the blink is now up on Nisha, so you're Doom on cooldown. Time to fight.
Nisha respecting Tundra a little bit more. I don't think he wants to die a second time. Sure, that last death led to Mickey getting a Rampage, but don't want to give away too many more of these kills. We have the Octarine done for the Doom, a full-out Gleipnir for the Bloodseeker, so even more catch to lead into that relocate. And I think, did AUI pick up the early shard? Did he buy it for himself?
No.
Oh, okay, he just has skeletons, I see.
Yeah, he's just a beast. We'll get these Skelly boys behind a tier 2. So the creep cutting has truly commenced now. How much do Liquid want to respond to it? Again, I don't think they have to commit much. I think Boxy can just be the catch here.
Spotted him with the Blood Right into the Gleipnir. Rotation behind, 33. With his Midas coming off cooldown. Will die for 40 seconds.
This super fast Gleipnir is going to do work, because you're not going to have Dispels up for a long time on Tundra. Just going to lock him in a Blood Right. Again, the itemization from Liquid makes a lot of sense here. They're building the sustain for their cores to go in burst the damage Tundra have, and then they're building the lockdown between the Yules and the early Gleipnir, plus the Gale Force.
Yeah, I was about to say, you lock him down with the Gleipnir, and they're getting pushed back by the Gale Force. That kind of relocating is going to feel real bad for Tundra, who are already struggling to get away from Team Liquid, as it looks like 9 is going to be caught now. Shackle shot. And he already used his Hurricane Pike, so nowhere for him to escape to. 25-3. Team Liquid putting on a clinic in this game 1.
I'm surprised the networks don't look worse for Tundra. I guess it's just Midas Devour Doom.
Yeah, it is.
Like Battle Fury Ursa, who got that big streak on the Leshrac. It's just nowhere to go. You're going to keep beating here. And again, I think the pickoff and the catch is way more reliable this game for Liquid than in a lot of those Tundra games where they stalled it out. I don't see them getting as much net worth out of the map in this one as they did in some of the previous matches. And I think Liquid can also go high ground if they want. They have the sustain to do it. You get an Aegis in this game. Not much preventing you just walking those track up the high ground, starting to edict your buildings.
Yeah, and then since they can push so quickly, they only need one wave to do some serious damage, which is important when AUI is constantly cutting your creep waves like this.
He's cutting. Warpine Raider, Skeletons, he's killing your side camps, even Snaking, finding a little farm. This team will inch out everything they can, try and give themselves a chance in this game. I guess that chance is once again going to come down to the Tundra high ground defense. How good is it? You have a sniper. I guess that's worth something here, worth mentioning.
Then you got the pure damage sniper in AUI 2000's Enchantress.
Sure, some long range poke. Rubik, if you ever get a shard and you steal a Shrek stun, you can turn the Split Earth against him.
That's true.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, this is a game where if Liquid do go higher and they throw that fight and the Ursa sniper clean up big core kills with streaks, this game does get a little murky because I do think the Ursa scales pretty damn well. Like at some point he can start beating on these cores. You don't have a great response. Nobody directly man fights him. It's just through the net worth boosting the EHP up high enough that he's not a threat. Throw a lot of that away. Okay, AUI is no longer on the map.
Yeah, trying to go for a Wisdom Rune steal. Not going to happen. And this is where you start really getting a bit of a windfall in net worth for Team Liquid. They're going to take the final tier 2s, then they're going to take both Tormentors.
Oh, that's a good shard.
Yeah.
This IO shard is not one you want to buy, though it is one you're very happy to get with the IO Lesh for the bonus spell amp and spell lifesteal. Just super nice value here.
And next up is Roshan.
Why not? Put an Aegis on Anisha here and go high ground. You could even give it to Mika if he's confident enough to siege himself. Depends what Liquid want to do here. Tundra know this is happening. Do they not know? They're just looking to smoke out, maybe get some vision.
Yeah, I think AUI just wants to get into a position where he can cut some more waves, honestly.
Yeah, why not? I don't think there's anything else to do in this game. You're not fighting, and Liquid are not splitting up.
Snake King, his smoke breaks in an unfortunate situation. Right as Liquid are pushing out of the Roshan pit to barrel down the bottom lane, they will not have a creep wave with them, so they're going to have to loop over to the mid lane instead.
This must be so annoying in a game like this, where you know you've won it in a way, but AUI is still stalling it up with these stupid creeps.
Foxy's going to try and hunt him down.
Or hunt the Harpy.
Or hunt the Harpy down and make sure the next wave is protected. You got to bodyguard your creep waves now.
This is what it takes. This is what it takes. Oh, the Hadouken from behind. Draws the aggro.
Oh, he drew the aggro away. Now Boxy has to run back again.
You should have been more diligent. He's going to ult the Hadouken.
That's right. Focus fire him down.
And that's sad.
He doesn't even get the CS because then AOI is just like, okay, new creep.
Gonna send it right back. Oh, he almost got his courier with the wolf. Boxy's losing his mind right now. He's gonna ward this up, I'm telling you. He's gonna drop some obs down here.
Yeah.
He'll kill the wolf.
I just can't believe he hasn't, like, run into... Like, how did that Radiant scan miss?
Oh, there's a Centaur now.
He scanned that area, and then all of a sudden AUI pops out with a creep. He's like, what the hell?
I'm so frustrated by this.
This guy...
Cut all the trees.
No way. Are they going to think he TP'd out?
He's going to get a courier. Oh.
Almost.
He actually would have had it. He messed it up.
Dude, AUI is still there.
Why would he leave?
Oh, my God.
I mean, if
he's
he
going to get the 24-minute spawn.
Liquid. You know he's here. You know he's here. Dude, just go. Just
like,
ward it.
There's another creep. No way.
They saw him. They saw him. He's gone. He is gone.
Attempted TP out. AUI a little too cheeky for his own good at this
Enchantress has been eradicated. All claps all around. It only took 2 minutes here.
Sad part is, with the IO relocate, it wasn't even that much space for Tundra to work with. As Skeeter pops his head out of the base for a little bit of farm, immediately gets it chopped off.
Did waste a lot of time on this Aegis.
He did.
There's only 2 minutes left. So technically, 2.5 of that. There's still a Satyr here.
He cut the mid wave.
Oh, this game is so silly, man. I'm glad AUI is not playing professionally anymore.
What do you mean? You're not playing anymore. You don't have to deal with it.
I feel for the sanity of all these players, though. He must be enjoying himself.
Oh, 100%. That's why I'm surprised he didn't buy the shard, honestly. I would have invested everything just because the way he's playing this game. I thought getting 2 creeps.
I mean, Hurricane Pike is just way too good in this game.
Yeah.
Like the Hurricane Pikes to push the Leshrac back or push the Bloodseeker back. are so pivotal in the high ground defense for Tundra here. As they're going to get caught out of base again. Going to try and save each other, or maybe turn on Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey is actually going to be low enough. He's probably going to die here.
Is there an IO save?
The Nation
No.
looking to finish him off, and yeah, no IO relocate. The IO Lesh was still a little bit far away. Now they're going to go back in with that duo. AUI's immediately bursted down by Sign. Now they've caught 9.
They found
Goes
Boxy
into the stun. Some of the backline is being decimated right now with the BKB Ursa going to work.
And look at these 4 staffs. They are really proving invaluable for Tundra.
They are chasing in really deep here. Is there any way that Tundra can respond diving past a tier 3 like that?
BKB's on cooldown, Doom on cooldown, and Rage on cooldown. And that is why Nisha pushes the issue. Still has this Aegis up. The IO is just really far on that go. Otherwise, I think Mickey can get saved, and that's a disaster for Tundra. Instead, they get some big kills out of it, including that Bloodseeker streak that was 9-0. That is a 2,000 gold kill you're giving away.
Fast break into mid, trying to catch Skeeter, who blinks down, gets the Arcane Root, now hopping away.
The ballsy move. To live.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Aegis did not do what I think Liquid wanted it to do here.
No, it
didn't. At least get like a tier 3 or a team fight out of it.
They lost the mid tower.
Tundra eking a chance here.
As long as they don't run into the Leshrac. Still has another 10 seconds left on the Aegis. That's going to expire.
You got to think about these 4 staffs and the Hurricane on the Doom kiting these fights out. If Tundra can create a situation where they engage back up and Liquid have to run into them, but that gap gets forced between the Lesh and the Sniper, you're in an okay spot.
Yeah.
Still, you're going to have to play around Doom a lot, because Doom is what's winning you these fights. You're catching the heroes from Liquid off guard before the BKB comes out. That fight's a completely different outlook if Mickey has BKB and then he pops it before he hits Doom, for example, or if the IO is there with a reload. That was just
that's the
Tundra
problem,
finding
right?
an opening that should not exist for much longer in this game.
Yeah, the Doom is working for them, but it shouldn't in some ways. Like, there is plenty of answers here for Liquid to counteract Doom.
The IO reload is the easiest one, because what is canceling it in this game?
Yeah.
You have a lift, and that is not reliable at all. So, Liquid pulling out an old school Doom counter in this Wisp, and it's been working really well for him, as Insania has still had a perfect game here. The only player without a death, 2-0 and 23. Goddamn.
Hell of a performance. And he's gotten a ton of farm as a result. He's going to work towards a Crimson Guard. He's huge.
Why not? It's a great Crimson game. Tiro actually has decent strength gain. And the creep cutting continues. AUI back to his favorite spot. As Skeeter tries to push through as many
area. Yeah.
That's what I thought for sure Boxy was just going to drop an Obs.
Because he can't do the same sort of thing on the other side of the map, because it's an Ancient can. I mean, they pushed this game late enough, and maybe he'll be able to do the same thing.
It's a lot harder for sure. Which is kind of sad, because otherwise he could be taking their Wisdom Rune right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Liquid are done with the shenanigans. They have Hex on Zai.
Yeah, waiting for the Blink Hex. Almost catching 9.
And 9's looking for this Ags, by the way. A very interesting item choice. Not one that is going to make him scale versus these heroes, especially once armor starts coming out. A choice that will help the high ground defense and give them another reload stun, I guess.
Yeah.
Reload cancel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It feels like a lot of net worth going into an item that isn't changing much of the fight, though.
Back to it, going for the range barracks. And I think Tundra are not like super eager to defend here. AUI pops forward, immediately going to be pounced on. Trying to finish him off, but the 4 staffs will help him survive here.
What you have to think
now
about.
turning fire onto Nisha. Mickey's going to jump forward with his Gleipnir Bloodright. Another 4 staff getting out of range of danger.
Skeeter hasn't even come back to this. This is Tundra saying we're just going to stall out this push. They get a Rupture, gone. Ags finished for the Sniper. So that 1 second Assassinate stun is online.
They didn't even get like focus fire used for a second there. They didn't get a big building off of this.
Well, they got the bigger prize potentially.
He does have BKB. He could just TP out.
It's a big BKB down though. 90-second cooldown. I wonder if Liquid can make anything of it. Just run it back down top. Take the fight knowing that Ursa is... There's no way Skeeter can take a fight without his BKB. Seems impossible. AUI getting chased down. Has a Ogre Sealed Totem on top of Hurricane Pike. Man, the kiting has been on point here for Thunder. At least give them that. And they found an opening. Didn't even have to do them.
Great pickup. Now they don't have to worry about that BKB timing for Skeeter. There's no way Liquid pushes for the high ground now.
This game is feeling a little weird. I don't know, man. Like, maybe Tundra is truly just the team that will not go away. Still, I can't help but feeling they are getting more in this game than they deserve, and these big kills are worth so much damn gold. They're like 1.5K, 2K each. You're getting levels on some of these Tundra cores. Level 21 for Skeeter.
Uh-oh, Skeeter. I think they might run into him here. They spot him.
He has no BKB.
No BKB, but the turnaround, they do have Doom. Do they get the relocate out?
No reload.
Yeah, he's going to play for it. A lot of heals coming out, so they're actually fine. No need to relocate away. It was on cooldown anyway.
He has a full Shiva's.
Jeez.
Track.
Yeah.
He's so damn tanky.
And they're going to head back. Check out the Roshan pit. It's not actually up. Need
another
minute for that.
I mean, if Tundra get this Tormentor, that's pretty decent because they have not gotten any of this game.
Yeah, that'll be another save, potentially. Or it's another creep for AUI, or no, Little Friends.
See, that's why you don't buy it. AUI knew he's going to get it.
Yeah, that's true.
Now I have achieved my final form.
Just imagine if Snake King got that shard, though, in these fights where there's just like 5 different Force Staffs all going off, and then
he
there's
he wants it bad this game. The thing is, you kind of also want to save buybacks here. It's another big shard for Tundra to help fight out the fights, and they're staying in this game. The gold lead has stayed flat for 10 minutes here. Impressive in its own way, considering the game state and how much Liquid snowballed this early game.
I almost want to see, maybe I'm a little bit of a sadist here, but I kind of want to see Tundra just all into like the dirtiest turtle lineup you could possibly imagine, and just see if they could break Liquid that way.
What, just first phase sniper arc warden?
Yeah,
Go screw yourself. Support Zeus techies and I don't know what else is in there.
Yeah, maybe some big team fighter like Enigma or something.
Yeah, sure, we'll throw him in there. Tide Hunter with an Ags. I mean, Snake King has this split earth. That's another reason to get that shard. Like, you have the telekinesis save. That helps your high ground defense even more if you get this split earth.
Yeah. He's thinking about it between that and Blink Dagger right now.
And buyback. You always have to consider saving those up for your high ground defense on top of everything else. Psychic Headband, another little gap disjoiner here. They really are playing towards what is working for them. And it has kept them in this game, giving them a chance.
Whoever wins this series, they may just be out of gas by the time the grand finals happens.
Yeah, who's really winning here? Probably Gaimin.
Yeah, Gaimin's just in back there. This is the life. Enjoying the Bali weather, watching 2 teams drive each other mad.
Struggle in the dirt, in the mud with neutral creep dragging. IOTP on this outpost. Tundra see it.
Glimmer Cape is
I'm surprised they didn't try and go for that because there's a nullifier on Skeeter.
Yeah, they easily could have had a chance of bursting him down anyway.
It's just so scary when you don't know where Liquid is.
That's true.
And that is a full TP, so it feels like they're all there. Now they're going to smoke up. Look for the jump down mid lane. There is an Aegis on the Leshrac. You do not want to find him. You want to find Timber or Bloodseeker.
Hopefully they don't believe that Timber Saw is real.
Courier outspotted on the ward, so Liquid know exactly where Tundra are right now. That Timber illusion might bait something out.
Jumping forward, Nisha, Shiva's finding Snake King. Make A getting the rupture onto the Skeeter Ursa as well. That's very bad.
Didn't even get BKB off. Nice little combination there. Will open up the high ground. They don't have a wave, however, as the wave is getting cut.
You never have a wave.
You're never going to have a wave at the base this game. 33 did a decent job. There's an Alpha Wolf there, too. And he'll TP bottom with bots and push that in. So can you get anything off this Ursa kill? It is a long duration kill here. 60 seconds still. You have a mid-wave. This should be good enough to get a Rax at least.
100%. With 3 minutes left on the Aegis, Liquid, this could be their chance to close out the game here.
Especially with Aegis still up for 3 minutes on this level 20 Leshrac with a Cloak of Flames on top of that Shiva's. He's so damn tanky. Zai gonna poke the jump. He's trying to fish for buybacks here. Gets a Rubik. Not the Ursa. I think Skeeter rather hold his buy than the Rax. honestly.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Nisha, small blink forward.
And there's the high ground defense. It is a little hard to sit here under the shrapnels, under that sniper ult. Impetus poke you down.
Here goes the rupture. 9. He'll get back to safety. It's just creating a bit of space for Liquid to take the buildings. Range barracks down. Melee soon to fall. Skeeter will hold on to his buyback successfully, but it does cost them quite a bit. Nice deny from 9. Every little bit helps.
Moral victory. Well, they save Skeeter's buy. Loser Rax down 3. Aegis Cheese still up for Liquid if they want to push another lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're splitting up at all right now. I feel like it would just be go again, but maybe they just want to play off of the pickoffs. Inevitably, like, the game goes later, you get a pickoff, it's more impactful because then they're gone for 60 seconds instead of 40.
I think they're happy scaling this game, too.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as Nisha keeps getting farmed. I think there is a point at tips. It's just going to be a very long way away. I just don't know if this sniper is going to have late-game impact here, even if you stall it out. Like, this Ags Octarine build is a very funky build. I don't actually know if it's doing anything.
Yeah, considering the sustain on Team Liquid.
Yeah, the damage is very underwhelming from this. See if you can land some clutch assassinate stuns. Outside of that, it's just going to be shrapnel and what that does in the high ground defense here. And it puts more pressure on the Doom and the Ursa to carry the weight in terms of damage. Basher up for Skeeter. This is pretty much as good as it's going to get for him in trying to burst a single target core.
But who does he jump?
Not the Aegis Leshrac here for sure.
Zai jumping forward, gets the scythe onto the Rubik. 4 stabs, getting him away. Mickey is committed his BKB, but 9 is the one in trouble here. And now he does have buyback. He's going to work with that one while Skeeter went straight for Boxy. He got that without using his BKB, so a bit of an upside here for Tundra and their hold of the high ground.
Refresher flies in for 33, makes up for that Doom hitting the Lincolns there on Zai. Still, that's a 9 buyback. Liquid are happy with that. They'll trade a Wind Ranger for the second life on Sniper. Continue to decimate the Tundra economy. There's a ward on this triangle. They see Nisha here.
Opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, they know he's alone. I just don't think you can reach him. That's the other problem with Leshrac. This hero is incredibly fast on the map with Boots of Travel 2 already up.
Yeah, he's cruising.
Got too many items to use already.
Him and the Bloodseeker, and then you got the IO tied into both of those heroes constantly. Just sitting on top of your hero is incredibly difficult. He needs more stuns.
Well, you're not going to have them unless you get the bash.
You just wait until the the assassinate, refresher, assassinate.
Is that what we're aiming for?
Oh God, I hope not.
I mean, there is War Stomp, refresh War Stomp.
Yeah, that's something. All right, Tundra for the very first time as a team, anyway, on the Radiant side of the map, cross the river, and then immediately go back.
They're just looking for a pickoff. They do not want to take a 5-on-5 out on Liquid side of the map when there's buybacks, when there's a reload save.
Yeah.
That is impossible here. And Nisha is just going to push towards a full Wind Waker. Interesting item choice when there is this nullifier already up on Skeeter, though he can't nullify anything. It's going to be strong. Just being able to move in your own Yules could be pretty nice in these fights to get out of the high ground weird situation.
Or it might be able to save somebody else being targeted.
Though I also think there was a world where you sold the Yules and bought something else, like a Lincoln's or Octarine. I don't know.
Scythe.
Yeah, sure. Another Scythe off the blink.
Never hurts to have more stuns. I like how every single time we get into these games for Liquid, 37-minute rolls around, Ninja Gears everywhere.
Ninja Gear is a free item, right? You can use it, still have another one. And it's just damn good. I mean, Smoke of Deceit is pretty damn good in Dota. It's hard to turn down. I'm unsurprised we see this item a lot, and Tundra are also going to have a couple of their own. In fact, 3 of their own. They also understand its strength.
Only way for AY to get back out on the map again, you know?
Very true. He's got to smoke over there. Can't be using the team smokes for that. Also gives him a chance to find some solo pickoff here. Skeeter, he's smoked top. Looking at Zai. They have a bots too. Oh, this should be a kill. They just don't want to use Doom.
And yeah, they used the Doom for it. I was curious if Liquid were going to try and respond with a relocate and fight into that, but they opt out of it.
It's pretty hard. When these heroes have BKB, you're just not dealing that much damage. You can't save him.
Yeah.
And that is a worthwhile Doom, because cooldown's basically going to match the Timber Saws here, so you're not losing anything.
Sure.
And that's a heads-up bots to pick up by 33. It's going to make this solo Ninja Gear smoked Ursa a pretty big threat on the map, especially as Skeeter closes into level 25 here. He gets that talent. Damage goes up with the extra overpower. Suddenly you don't need 2, you only need 1. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep looking. 50 seconds, no Timber Saw. All the Ninja Gears for Tundra are getting them past these lanes.
It's going to be awkward. Roshan could be up right now.
He sees Mickey. They're going to get him again.
Jump on him. Break him Lincoln. Try and stomp him, but he got off the BKB. And now Nisha pushed away by the Hurricane Pike of AUI. Nice play, but Boxy is running down the 9 sniper right now. Jeez, they're just cleaving through this back line, though, so quickly. Mickey, as soon as he gets a little bit of speed off the Thirst.
Tundra got what they came for, though. That was the Timber Saw buy, and they got all their cores out successfully.
Yeah.
Pretty much best case scenario you can hope for once Mickey gets that BKB off. Look, we're going to try and take advantage of the fact that both supports are dead here. They'll force a buyback of their own and push Nisha up to this high ground with some Lincoln stacking. Damn, he is tanky. We do have a Doom up. The refresher went out for 33.
Just keep on giving him more and more Lincolns. You have a lot to fight through. 2 at a time.
Now, when does Skeeter want to jump? That's the only question here. That sniper is not doing a lot of damage.
Glyph going to be used last second. Wind Wakering away. Nisha to the safety of the low ground. Refresh those Lincolns and go again. Now he's going to be jumping. Fascinate, ready to go. Instant Hex onto 33 Doom. Skeeter jumps in for Insania, but he's already healed up off the cheese, so he's going to be good. Nisha charging forward with the help of Mickey. They turn back to Skeeter. Deal with him. Immediate buyback from the Ursa, because they have to be able to bail out 9. He needs the help right now with Nisha right on top of him, right next to the fountain. They're going to go for it. Ogre Steel Totem gets AY away, but Nisha brave in the fountain for a moment. He wants all of these kills, and they're going to have him. Ultra kill for him. And Skeeter, the last one, a double rampage for Liquid.
Yeah, why not?
Out the game.
1 at 17 minutes for Mickey, 1 at 43 for Nisha. Starting and ending this game in style. Liquid basically fully controlled that from start to finish, outside of some ratting and a couple comeback pickoffs from Tundra. They were still impressive given their position. This team is just not a team that will ever give up, and probably one of the best at playing from behind. It's just not enough here, and your early game was way too bad. Like that mid-fight around that tier 1, just pushed a 5 or 6k gold lead out of nowhere, and you give that to an IO Lesh, they just get out of control. Nisha is 21 and 15 this game. Whew. With the most damage dealt and the most damage received. That is a pretty good stat line. Nothing wrong with the IO Lesh in this game, and it's something that Tundra are going to have to think about going into this next draft.
Yeah, think about the IO Lesh. Think about the just like IO in general, because it worked well with the Blood Secret.
Especially versus the Doom.
Think about the early game. And I guess the one thing Team Liquid has to think about in return is all that damn ratting that Tundra is able to do.
Yeah, definitely a lot to think about after that first game of this best of 3 series. Team Liquid take it, and it started incredibly convincing, ended incredibly convincing as well, but there is so much respect given by Team Liquid to Tundra's high ground defense that this game seemed to go a little bit longer than it might need to, but we're going to break the entire game down here. I'm joined by Aurora, Resolution, and Jack. And Rezo, this game couldn't have ended earlier.
I mean, it could have, yeah. They gave too much respect to the sniper, which had no damage items.
But you think too much respect?
I think it was too much, yeah. I mean, they had this burst potential on Tundra, and that's why they were like afraid to go into them. But I think like they have this IO behind the Lash Truck, and he would just like hit, and there's like no way that they can just poke with this Lash Truck on a high ground. But at the same time, I mean, the respect is needed, right? For the Tundra, they are the masters of the holding high ground and riding the teams. I don't know. Liquid is just like they're like water. They can just pull off any strat they want and like just play it perfectly as well. Like how? Like we never see this IL edge coming from them, but they executed it like perfectly. Insania never died in this game. I think on IO he was like always there. I mean, except that one fight where they jumped the Bloodseeker, but it's Bloodseeker fault. I'm sure he was calling like, guys, don't fight. It's like, oh, I'm dead.
I feel like they might have had some PTSD from the other night going high ground, and I think this fight is like very symptomatic of some of the lineup issues here for Tundra that got exposed even more because of the disastrous laning phase. Like, if you look at their lineup, they have almost no lockdown, almost no way of like forcing Liquid to take a fight on their terms, which means that any of these fights that happen early game in the open on the map are basically like Liquid can sustain and kite all day long against these ults without really worrying about it, and that's how Liquid basically took over the map. I liked Aurora's suggestion before the draft ended of potentially picking up this Wyvern as a mid, just because, well, not only do you have the sort of anti-heal component, but you have like a big team fight spell that can reset these fights, or at least punish Liquid for clumping. They didn't have that component at all, so once the sniper also got destroyed, like Dumpster in the lane, you knew that their map was just going to completely collapse, and you'd have to have some AoE hiding in the trees, desperately trying to rat to keep this game state from coming. So I think it was overall a very good draft for Liquid. I think the if you play Timber, you're probably not worried about this type of like Ursa hero anymore, at least not as much as in the past. And so they also picked that Bloodseeker first phase, discourages some kind of Slark. They banned the Void, which would have been really good against their lineup. I think it was a solid draft from Liquid, and from lanes onward, they executed very well.
I mean, also, like, it was a Nisha show, right? Because, like, he solo killed 9 on the lane, and after that, there's a mid-engagement where they kind of, like, turned on them, and from that point, like, the slash was just too big to handle.
Yeah, but then I'm curious why didn't Boxy just go for the dagger, because they were leading so much, right? Technically, there's no way Liquid's cores die. Like, they have the A gaze, they have IO, and Lush is so big, Timber is so big. Why not just buy dagger on Bali Major and, you know, like, just jump in and kill one, and then they're like one man down, you're 5v4, you have IO. There's no way that they can fight back, especially Rezo mentioned that Sniper had no damage. Like, he went for this, he had a fluffy hat. I'm not sure what was that for. Then later on, he just killed the Aghanim's, and I'm like, oh, so you just want to stun for your Azari? Then why not pick a better hero? Why pick Sniper, right? Like,
yeah, they want to play Maker with the stuns, but they decided that Sniper can be that hero instead of just picking a normal hero that does it naturally.
All these fights were definitely a lot of Team Liquid trying to control themselves by not being baited out too far and too deep, and I wonder if that reflects in the communication they had during some of those fights.
Keep chasing.
They took our speed. I think they both.
Yeah, kill that. Oh, wait.
No trees for me to play on.
Holy! Play on kiting,
Kite?
Yeah, I'll fucking come here.
I still a mech. Look at Nish.
Doom is dying. Rubik into sniper. Yes, watch stuff.
I'm chasing this
Yeah, go.
I'll chase all the way.
Yeah.
I will soon.
Yeah, you have mechs, yeah?
Yeah. I'm tethering you.
Watch out you don't die on Lash.
Yeah. I cannot take you out, Nisha. I cannot take you out.
I'm hitting the ench with IO.
I'm coming.
We're some right.
He has Shackle. He needs to die.
I'm running.
Shackle on Rubik.
Give me Rampage!
Shackle on Rubik.
I need to kill.
I'm baiting the source off.
Yeah, Rampage, give me Rampage!
Steal it.
I rush him up,
Yeah, fight.
I'm getting Doom, I'm getting Doom. He's
tipping out.
Go ench. Yeah, go ench.
They're all like tipping out.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Give me Rampage! But then there's always the intrusive thought of one of your teammates. Steal it. Oh, pretty good. But we saw the fight, so they constantly were wanting to fight. It was in between the fights that they decided, let's delay this a little bit longer, Rezo.
Yeah, I mean, the Mickey was calling. I think like this guy, he's been like shouting out in fights like, who is this? Like this is important actually to hear your carry and who he wants to focus and like parallel around that in the fight. And Mickey is doing a pretty good job in that regard.
yeah, I mean, I would imagine Skitter be doing the same thing too, but Nang is say, yeah, I can follow up with what? I'm just gonna shoot them, right click, yeah, I'm helping.
Do you think that a large portion of this then was draft related, on hindsight?
I think it's a lot of draft related, because I totally don't agree with the sniper pick. I would have been fine if you just say, oh, we're just gonna pick the Snapfire to kind of have a good early game, good laning phase with the Lash, and then just somehow it's just a very simple combination between the Snapfire and Ursa, right? But I wouldn't like it in the late game because you don't really scale as well and you don't travel the map as well. Just like the sniper, you can't get to the other side of the map easily. You always need to use your TP, and when you use your TP, you are gonna be most likely get punished by this IO Lash. So that's why I wanted the Wyvern, because you can kind of be the one that defend the lane, and this Ursa can just go farm. And right now, then Liquid might have problems sieging the tower because you have a Wyvern there, you have a Rubik there. It's not that easy. It's not that clear cut.
Well, we're going to find out if Tundra can get themselves a better draft for a game number 2 and potentially a third game after that as well, depending on the result. We'll find out after a break. Never before have we had 3 grand finals in a row in the DPC system with 3 or 2 of the same finalists every single finals. Team Liquid is 1 game away from achieving that milestone, together with Gaimin Gladiators, of course, who are already waiting in those grand finals. However, Tundra, they will want to stop that from happening. They are 1 game down right now, but we know Tundra, they will have theory crafted a way out of the series victoriously. I'm going to find out, together with my panel, what's that going to be. Draft is moments away from us. I'm joined by Jack, Aurora, and Resolution. Jack, going into this second game, it has been mentioned before, but do you think that there is a hindrance of the fact that there's no coach? I mean, AY is the coach, but he's also the player. Like, it's always difficult to watch a game objectively when you're actively playing in it.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what how Saxa continues to communicate with his team or not from where he is, so I wouldn't put too much stock in it. I mean, look at the performance so far, right? They've already gone further than ever this tournament. I don't think it's too big of a difference for them. I think this game you can kind of just write this off. Like, yeah, we made some mistakes early and we didn't have a draft that couldn't afford to make those mistakes, and kind of go next. Don't put too much stock into it. I think one thing that will continue to possibly be a story in this series is that Tundra is a team that will sacrifice some traditional like lineup integrity, as teams would call it, like whether it's in the lockdown or some department, they're willing to sacrifice that to get something that makes it easier for them to play the map or makes it more difficult for their opponents too. So that's something to watch as a continuing theme in this series. And I am kind of glad they took first pick here as well. I mean, that last one was pretty rough. Liquid had two very good first phase picks that discouraged a lot of heroes and gave them some flex, and Tundra did not deal with it well last game.
Yeah, it feels like first pick, you have like these OP cores right now in the first phase that you can take, and they're like setting up the draft already for you very well. And the counter pick power from the second pick is not really, you know, doing that much for the teams.
I mean, I thought they would work fine with second pick because they are kind of the team that do this niche lineup, right? But I just, you know, you mentioned that is there any difference between the coach in the slot playing right now than the coach just being a coach? I feel like the coach actually has this power when it comes to the overall draft. You can still say, hey, I believe in your sniper, but we already have an Ursa. We need someone to be, you know, enabling the Ursa. Like, it's not enough from the Rubik, from the ENG, and Doom is gonna be, you know, like doing his own thing. We need one more hero to kind of just tie all this together. I think that's kind of the coach's responsibility, although I feel that hasn't been their tradition. Like Jack said, they kind of just ignore the fact that you all need a stable lineup, stable draft to make it work. But I still think sometimes when it's about, you know, the top 3 games, the top 3 series, you kind of just have to let that go a little bit and at least secure one game, you know, before you do your usual thing again. I just feel that the first game is very important to play in a sense where you feel confident, but you also know what kind of problems you... it's very alarming to you and you have to fix it in the second game and then, you know, hopefully get the win. But last game, I just don't see it. I just think they were kind of just, oh, I want to play this hero, I want to play that hero.
Well, another reason I think that might affect them less is precisely because of the players that they do have and Aoi. So they do have players in this team that have very strong ideas of like, I want to play this, it's good for this, pick me this. Whereas Curtis traditionally has been, I would say the strength is less even about the draft, and maybe doesn't have to be as much on this team. Like, I'm sure you remember, Roman, back in the forward days, Curtis was a master and expert at finding these little efficiencies, these little rotations, these little ideas, these little combinations, and that's his strength as a coach, less so than like, hey, this guy has to do all the drafting for us.
Yeah.
So I think that affects them less. And so the first phase Timber, like, Liquid has banned this hero out a lot, I think just because of the flex versatility, but in this case they're making a clear choice. I would rather play against a Timbersaw, let's say, even if it flexes to Netta, than play against a Broodmother, which is more of something that's like very much in his wheelhouse. And then we see from Liquid, this is the, I guess this was the Beast Coast counter during the group stage, right?
It was.
Timbersaw.
It worked great too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys seen this anime, Kuroko no Basket, but there's this guy, the yellow dude. He's like, was it Kisariota or something? But he was like the best at copying other players' strategies. So he would like could just see what other players are doing and just like copy it right away. And I feel like this Team Liquid team is they're like kind of like this guy because they see like this gym park is like playing SF, you know, and they're like, we can do this too. We can copy that right away. They see the game Gladiators play ILS and they're like, we can do that too, and even better. And this is what they're showing us today in this series.
It's kind of funny that they went for this opening. Of course, we have seen Pugna Storm be very successful as well. I thought maybe we're going to have another iteration of that. But yeah, the Shadow Fiend clock, very excited. Worked great for Beast Ghost indeed.
They're Team Liquid, right? They're embodying the Morphling, be like water. This is how they're playing this tournament. And I talked to Blitz a little bit yesterday, and that was kind of their approach coming in. It's like, this tournament, we obviously you want to do well, but we want to use it to improve, try some different things. I think throughout this tournament, they've let a lot of teams sort of have their comfort picks and then try to figure out ways to play against it, which has forced them to increase their own versatility and execution as well. Because, you know, obviously with this tournament stakes for them, it's still very much a preparatory type of tournament. You want to be at your peak form when you're at Riyadh and at TI. So makes a lot of sense.
It clearly shows that they've been talking a lot about meta heroes right now, and they're like, all right, Timber, here we go. What do we do against it? Historically, Shadow Fiend has been very good against him on the lane, and we can pick it on the second pick, so it can go mid or safe lane for us. And Clockwork is another good hero against Timber that can just like make sure he's down there for SF to hit him and use the raises. So, and it's the same approach they did in the last game against Doom. Like what has been certainly good against Doom, it's been Aya. So what do we pick it with? There's a Lashrak. It's just very nice. Very cool to see that team is not like following any out like team answers, but they're making their own.
Yeah, I think Tundra is kind of just targeting Nikkei's ban right now. They are thinking this SF should be mid, because I think historically 9 has played the Timber much more than 33. Just because in the meta, you know, I mean like in this meta, just not like the previous meta. But I think they can also just target the other players on Team Liquid that could enable this SF to work, because most often it's not the carry that contribute the most to this SF lineup happening, because sure, you just need to sustain your lane, you don't die, you don't feed, you just farm, but a lot of the times you need your 3-4-5 to make the SF happen, in a sense where you have to join his tempo. Like when he feels strong, you are able to go with him.
Yeah.
It's all about the 3-4-5.
I'd love to see the Avenge coming out from Mickey, and if it was if it would be a Nisha SF, they already played the same strategy like before, not in this patch particularly, but Avenge is a really good hero against Bet, right? You can save your SF, and with all the auras, you can like just create this massive push lineup that you can go high ground super early on.
Yeah, and even though Timber is like an armor hero, like he counters all physical attacks, but Venge is one of the heroes that kind of take your strength away, right? Like she just need to press one spell and it lands on you, and like you lose 10 armor or something.
There's some other interesting picks they could go with on the other support slot. There's sort of the Insania Siggy, the Oracle. There's a Venomancer, which people pick against Batrider. I'm not sure if they'll go that direction here. I think the big question for Tundra here is, do you still put 9 into this matchup mid, or is that where your Timbersaw goes? I feel like
Sniper is way better now than the previous.
Yeah.
You can pick it against SF. If it's gonna be there. But I think Liquid is gonna flex it SF until the very end, and they're gonna pick Zai hero on the 18th.
And I feel like if you're Tundra, you need some kind of, so like you have some lockdown, but you might need a little bit more either hard lockdown or damage for this SF. Yep. I could see a Beastmaster or something like that coming out in the next phase.
Or Winter Wyvern. Not kidding, Winter Wyvern versus SF in the lane matchup is super sick. Especially now she's universal hero, she doesn't need to always use spells to last hit. She's just really great against SF. When you think about SF, he wants to be able to abuse all his 3 raises, you know, but Wyvern just don't let that. And even if there are moments that you can, because Wyvern is kind of a shorter range hero compared to other range heroes, right? When she just takes the first move, she presses her Q, hits the SF is immediately half HP down, and therefore you are not very encouraged to abuse your range, because her cooldown on the Splinter Blast is actually really great. But I'm not sure why 9 has been ignoring this hero for like the entire tournament. Just really sad.
Come on guys, if he didn't pick it in the last game, he's not gonna pick it now. It was a perfect Wyvern game, the last one. He still didn't want to go for it.
Wow.
Probably shows that he didn't play Wyvern as much in this patch. He values more other heroes.
One of the interesting things about this draft and these teams is how much later some of these premium supports have been going. Like this game, I think Pugna, Undying have gone untouched, right? Even the Skyraths, like some of the more popular support heroes from earlier in the tournament are going later into the draft between these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's because it's like so important to get one of these cores like Timber, Morph, Duza Brute, like, and there's no really room for the supports to get into. But I think Liquid could have just taken Undying instead of Clockwork, but they decided that Clockwork is just like more aggressive, and they just decided to go for the more aggressive approach and just
Ooh.
lanes.
Newish hero joins the fray. You got a Zeus?
It's not that great because there's Clockwork. Like you're always like on your E key waiting for the Clockwork to hook you, and you have to press it when the mini stun isn't on you, you know, otherwise you can't jump out of his cogs. But there's also Global Silence. You can't really use your Wrath when your Barrier catches someone, and you're not that great laning against SF either.
So what's their thought process behind picking the Zeus up right now?
I think it's just 9 wanting to feel good, and here I feel good with Zeus, and then like, alright, let's go. Because I think that's what happened the last game too.
I mean, you want some kind of reach against SF and Clockwork, right? Oh, I mean, sorry, Silencer. Only the Clockwork really deals with it. But I feel like this puts him in a difficult draft position because I think you can, from the Beast Coast playbook for Shadow Fiend, if you really have to, you can just move this hero and force it into the Timbersaw's lane, even if it's in the safe lane. So now you have 18 and 24. You can potentially pick something that makes the Zeus's life really hard mid. So I feel like this is a difficult draft position for Tundra once again.
I think I can just pick this Underla and buy pipe.
No, they should pick mid hero. I think they should pick Nisha hero like Ember right now. Just make sure they already have our storm. Yeah, it's an amazing storm game actually. There's nothing in a storm. Ooh. I'm a little bit worried for Tundra here, guys. I don't know about you.
Yeah, they need like the perfect last pick here. I mean, I don't know. Is there? I mean, I guess there's still like an anti-mage. I don't know. It feels like they again don't have that much like lockdown. No real initiation from the cores. So kind of a rock and a hard place. I think we've also seen like, I mean, they've last picked a lot of things, right? We've seen like a Wraith King type of hero. Again, I don't feel like there's not that much synergy with this. The Pudge ban suggests that they're thinking of like the illusion route maybe, but I don't know. It's a hard draft for them to finish with both a strong hero and that doesn't care too much about 24s from Liquid and preserve some lineup integrity for them.
Yeah. They think about PL.
Yeah. If last game was anything to go by, though, Team Liquid, even if they have a strong early start, they'll take a while before they go high ground. Could it be that Tundra will just want to make sure that with their last pick, they are prepared that in that scenario, they can make a big comeback?
Probably. They probably realize that Team Liquid doesn't really want to play the late phase, and they're pretty good at that, but they also have to get through the early phase right now. Their supports are not exactly that great against Liquid supports. Like I think Silencer just outlanes the Bat or the Mirana anyway, and the Clock just needs to, you know, like make sure the carry or the offlaner can farm and everything, and they just have to keep playing towards this SF.
DK and my panel falls silent. Rezo shaking his head. Rezo, what's up?
I'd much rather prefer them go for some anti-mage and try to delay the game and go for the late game. But this DK, yeah, it gives them a stronger lane, but they still can get countered right now with some Necrophos, which is still in the pool. It's going to be an amazing hero in this particular game. And as I also loves to play Necrophos, so
yeah, and
they're just
Necrophos can buy pipe too. Just can buy pipe too and group around with us.
Yeah. Liquid is gonna have like a very strong timing, and even if the game goes late, they'll still like DK is not gonna be the guy who's gonna be like a super out scaling the SF, for example, in this game.
All right, so Zai has got his pick of the litter. What is he gonna play?
Like almost any number of like pipe/Lotus Orb carriers.
Right. Or an Enigma.
That's a good one too. You can also just buy pipe, and you have this strong 25-30 minute timing, and after that, like you still have the perfect black hole combination.
Yeah, and no one can stop this Enigma black hole.
Yeah.
And it's also really, really good against a hero like DK Jug that wants to play the safe lane and just sustain farm, you know, because you are Enigma on the off lane, you just deny one creep and the lane is always going to push against you. There's nothing that the other side can do, then they're just going to lose a lot of farm against your Enigma.
Percentage bait mid pulls against DK also very good in the game. I don't know, Team Liquid lineup is way better in my opinion.
But we have a first pick, Timbersaw, who's a very confident hero. Is it possible that 33 just runs away with this game? How is his lane looking?
I think they have like way better heroes this time around on Liquid to deal with the Timbersaw, and they have a lot of magic damage. They have a very strong lane, and he's not gonna have such a free game as I had in the previous one.
Yeah, and I feel like Liquid even has a better scale this game too, so I feel like they don't need to be super pressured even to like.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like Liquid's draft as well this game.
I believe in SF.
You believe in SF. We got a little bit more time now before the game starts. So if Tundra was to win this game, what has to go perfect for them, Aurora?
Perfect. I think it's almost impossible for DK's lane to be perfect because of the Enigma factor. So I think Timber's lane has to be perfect. You're not great against the SF, but you can do it in a way where this Batrider is, you know, like messing around with the wave so that you get your wave at your tower, and SF kind of just have to be forced to push the wave down your tower, and you still get free XP. Batrider can go roam, go to the jungle, whatever, but Timber will get full solo XP.
I think they basically need to destroy the lanes this game. They need to destroy the lanes and be taking all the towers behind Skeeter and 33 early on, get the Blink Daggers up, and then, I don't know, hit some like mid-game timing where like they have an Aegis and they take a good fight. I think that's about it. Anything other than that, this game probably looks a bit rough for them.
I agree. They have to win lanes, otherwise it's going to be a really, really hard game.
Okay, let's find out if Tundra can win the lanes and therefore the game of the second game of the series, or if history will be made and we'll have the third grand finals at a Dota 2 Major with the same two teams, with Team Liquid joining Gaimin Gladiators in that grand finals. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Well, it would be nice to be able to welcome history, but seeing the same two teams, I would almost hope for a different outcome. Gaimin Gladiators just going to run away with this whole year. Is Liquid going to go into a grand finals again against them, or is Tundra going to be able to upset the status quo? I certainly hope so anyway. They're going to be running with some pretty interesting heroes, I would say, Avery, here. We've got a Carry DK, Mid Zeus, a lot of options.
Carry DK, I think, is pretty standard for them at this point.
Yeah.
The Zeus, I don't know where this came from. I feel like we were joking last game about what is the ultimate high ground defense team, and I named the Zeus, and then they picked the Zeus. I hope that was not a reason here, like, hey guys, I can't go high ground if I'm Zeus. This
I didn't
hero,
see a great reason for it when it was picked in the draft.
it's a Shadow Fiend counter.
Okay.
It's one of those heroes that outranges him, puts him in a weird position. You have to buy BKB, then when your BKB's out, you just get chunked, and you have to gap close to Zeus, which can be awkward. So it is one of those heroes that can create a weird situation for the SF.
The battle
But
begins.
it's a pretty bad Zeus patch. Do you know what the current Zeus win rate is at Bali, Cap?
I'm going to say 0%.
Now, you would be correct. It is 0%. Nobody has managed to win with this hero.
How many times was it picked?
3 times.
Oof, okay.
No, I mean, one of those was Shopify, so...
Is that like the opposite of a Gaimin Gladiator win? Shopify loss, it doesn't really count towards the records?
I'm just saying, you know, skewed statistics. Shout out. Get a little flame action going at the start.
Yeah, I got to keep things interesting.
Exactly.
Gets himself away from Boxy with the flame break.
We'll see if Tundra can make this lineup work. It is an awkward lineup because they had this Batrider Mirana and then 2 damage-dealing cores between the Zeus and Timber. So it kind of puts Skeeter in this position where I was thinking the same thing, like, damn, we need a stun, guys. We need a hero who can go in and actually lock somebody down. And there weren't many carry choices left. I think the only ones that came to mind that Skeeter plays are the Wraith King, Chaos Knight, and the Dragon Knight. And I think they probably felt the Wraith King didn't look too appetizing here. The Chaos Knight, I think, was an interesting option. Still hard when they had like a counter offlane pick, right? Because they can get a Tide or Underlord or something. So I think they felt DK was just the most robust of all those choices in terms of not getting counterpicked too hard. Still going to have a kind of rough lane versus the Enigma, who should be able to freely deny against him. Well, of course, we'll see how much the Zeus can do. They'd get the Storm counterpick, put the SF in the safe lane versus the Timber. That's the strength of the second pick versus the first pick Timber with this Shadow Fiend, as Liquid could guarantee get this lane matchup in one that should be very nice for Mickey, especially with a Clockwork support.
Misha taking a lot of damage to 9 here. Does return some fire, though, and has his bottle with water runes coming up, so shouldn't really be a big issue.
Overall, I think Liquid is happy with their scale in this game. I think they're happy with their matchups, especially the core matchups. The Storm versus the Zeus, the SF versus the Timber, the Enigma with Midnight Pulse and Black Hole for the Dragon Knight, and the Timber Saw later. I think for them, it's just about getting through the early game, not losing towers to some Timber Saw or DK early push, and giving up too many kills to the Bat, Mirana, potential Roam, and just kind of playing it slow and steady. And if nothing chaotic happens, I think they're in a pretty happy place. I think the onus is on Tundra here to get some chaos going, some skirmishes happening. I don't know if that's been their strong suit either, so it kind of puts them in an interesting position. How fast and aggressive can Tundra play this game? Can they use the Zeus ult, for example, early Thunder's God Wrath? The spell has been buffed. The level 1 is a lot better than it used to be. Can you use that to help you get kills on the side lanes? That would really accelerate this game. Probably what Tundra are aiming for here.
Yeah, Tundra has been good at playing some, like, more disciplined, methodical, you know, ratting, but not, like, going in and creating really chaotic team fights like you're suggesting.
If this lineup were in the hands of you know, a Beast Coast, for example.
Sure.
I think I'd have more faith. Okay, maybe this Timber Zeus just get out of control or something. In the hands of Tundra, I don't know if it's their style. We'll see if they pull it off. Then there's always a question mark. You get into some of these weird lineups, maybe Liquid don't expect it.
A very important kill. 9, maybe hopping the wrong direction here. Nisha's going to try and put him down. The Fairy Fire keeps him alive for now, but if Nisha could just get those final hits in, fortunately the bottle will keep him alive. You know, skirt away through the trees to avoid any further harassment.
Stick charge Fairy Fire paying off here for 9 as he keeps himself alive. Not thriving, but surviving here in the mid lane. As Nisha takes full advantage of the Storm matchup. And just winning in the CS. However, Mikke is the one who is really pulling ahead. Just laying in the Raze's top.
Yeah, this is an impossible matchup, right? SF versus melee offlaner.
Definitely not easy. That said, I think 33 is doing great in this lane, given how hard of a matchup it is and the fact that I think the clock can even just run in and burn some extra region early.
Look at these guys. Just playing the margins here so heavily. 9, Nisha, support rotations on both sides. Boxy secures it with the flare.
The old 80 damage flare. 9 did not expect it off the level 3 clock. Traditional build 2-1-0. He had stick charges. He did not pop them. Boxy, cheeky little first blood. Very nice gold injection for him on a hero that really uses it well because it just gets you to boost and boots, and then you're off to the races on the map. Nisha got his TP to base canceled, however.
Oh, how did that happen?
He just TP'd on the lane. 9 came back. We bolted him. Nisha did not expect it. He's going to have to walk the fountain and walk back here.
Oh, man.
That is rough.
Yeah, that actually just brings the lane back entirely for 9.
Yeah, now 9 gets to play versus neutral creeps. He's like, thank God. I can see us freely with this trash can of a hero. Not going to get harassed anymore.
Without being attack speed slowed constantly by the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's like that gank never happened.
Pulling the hard camp here. They're making really good use of this hard camp. It's part of the reason that 33 has had such a successful time getting CS.
Tundra really played this top lane well.
Most so much that he's actually going to try and challenge Mikke a little bit.
It's aggressive. He's still tanky, though. And there's not a huge amount of threat that can come out as long as he has Timber Chain up.
Skeeter take a lot of damage here.
Yep.
Dragonite with 2 levels of Dragon's Blood. Looks like he will survive, but not very healthy for it. Meanwhile, back over the top lane, the Cogs, maybe not quite what they wanted. Locking Mikke in with the Timber Saw. That feels bad.
That's a level 2 Starfall, by the way. The fact AUI went for the 2-0-1 here, he reaps all the benefit. Yeah, that Cog was not doing you much favors. Kind of downside of the level 1 Rocket Flare, you don't have the level 2 battery to take these fights. Makes you a little bit weaker, and damn, has 33 gotten a fast start here. Vanguard already up. They just straight up won this Timbersaw lane versus the SF.
Meanwhile, 9 is actually level 6 ahead of Nisha here. Might be able to get a kill on him. As a result, he does have some wand charges that might keep him healthy enough.
The thing is, Tundra are happy to chase him here, because they're just going to force him off the lane. He's going to have to get this Bounty Rune regen up. Awkward map position for him, though. Yeah, he's going to kill Little Centaur to get 6. That'll help him out. That was another big opportunity for Tundra if they can convert on that kill. I mean, that was, you know, 9 dies, and he still had level 6 ahead of Nisha because he had to walk to base and back. That's how much he lost off that single TP cancel.
Well, since they're here, they might as well gank Skeeter.
Pretty tanky.
Yeah, they'll get him eventually, though. And Nisha desperately needs the last hit. Liquid clear off and give it to him.
That is the rest of his mana. So again, he will have to find some resource management here. No Pugna in the game, no Coddle in the game. This is just a naked Storm Spirit. Wisdom Runes come out, they get traded. Tundra probably happy about that one as they want levels on their supports to amp up this kill threat. Gonna have to be playing through the Timbersaw and the Zeus this game. 9 is going that phylactery build, so he'll be tankier, have a lot more single target burst damage, kind of become the de facto. I think Liquid are, they're feeling the pressure of this Timbersaw here. He's about to hit 6. This is another potential kill on Mikke if they bring numbers or get a good flame break bounce back.
Especially before he has level 6 on the SF and has that Requiem to defend himself.
Matchup is not feeling as one-sided as it is on paper right now. Tundra has played those early waves damn well.
That's why the rotation is going to come out from Liquid. You're going to pull their Storm Spirit up to this top lane. Think better of it, though. Storm goes back with the 8-minute power rune.
Does not want to give this up. Like, generally, you should have rune control as a Storm versus the Zeus here. You will not get it, however. It is a haste for 9. That's a damn good one.
Spot snaking. Gonna try and go for this kill. Only level 6, though. Nisha is probably gonna lack in damage.
Gotta be careful versus this Zeus haste rune here. And not use all your mana, you're just gonna get chased down, and Zany will pay the price as they bring the Timbersaw in to contest that. Tundra do not want to give any momentum to Nisha in this early game.
Yeah, there's something about, I think all of these Western European teams show this trait of bringing big numbers to any potential fights that they see. Maybe it's just these early fights are worth so much that you need to be able to win them because the golden experience has been buffed up a lot.
It's just the mid lane advantage.
Yeah.
None of these teams want to give up that tri-lane mid shenanigan that just rolls games over and puts you in a rough position.
So how do you beat a tri-lane? By quad laning?
Exactly. Just bring more. That seems to be the answer. I'm surprised nobody's tried it versus Gaimin. Just tri-laning from the start. What are they going to do? Fox is going to watch Skeeter farm here.
Yeah, it's a nice view he's got. Watching the Hand of Midas slowly be built up. He's going to go for it now with level 3 Battery Assault. Not going to catch up to him in time. They do have the Silencer cutting across, but a lot of supports. 9 is here, and this is a dangerous spot now. Skeeter is going to be more than healthy enough to tank through this one. 33 even joining in the mix here again. Tundra bringing all their heroes to a potential fight, and they'll be rewarded with 3 hero kills.
That's way better than they expected. They were a bit tentative there, and then I think once Skeeter says, yo guys, why are we afraid? This is some 950 HP Enigma with no urn charges. They just go in. They just clean them all up. 33 getting really active in this game, straight back through the gate to top, so he does not lose much time. The benefit of the offlaners being involved in these fights this patch, you can just choose either side of the map to be on.
Yeah.
And a much stronger early game for Tundra this time around, and with a draft that needed this early game to be better, and not start falling behind with the Zeus lineup. That'll be phylactery done.
Radiant's middle tower
As 33 continues to power up, and he has some stacks waiting for him too. So this triangle has been stacked by Tundra. A lot of levels sitting there. They can eventually go and claim it.
Winning lanes and having stacks ready to go, it's going to feel pretty damn good. Liquid has nothing there.
Just going to have to rely on it the old-fashioned way with Mickey clearing through camps with Mask of Madness, and the Enigma picking up the slack with the Eidolon push bottom. Oh, this type of game pace feels solid for Tundra. Just because the Storm has not found anything, and they're clearing through the stacks right now. 9's got a lot of his own. Damn, this is efficient right here with the Max Arc Lightning. 15 jump bounces. Feel like he got all 15.
So he's going to get massive. You can see him jumping up the net worth here, way ahead of the Storm Spirit.
Timber and Zeus just took pole position here as those stacks boosted him up a decent amount of gold. They do lose their tier 1 bottom as Skeeter eventually has to vacate versus the Black Hole threat for the TP.
Yeah, maybe the only reason they're 1,000 net worth behind on Team Liquid. Snake King's going to get picked off.
Nice little line.
Second successful rotation from Nisha.
Finding these kills, it still costs them a lot of time to do this. So you don't necessarily pull ahead in net worth. These moves can be good for your supports. If it gives them the space and levels, that's how you make the most out of it. For Nisha, his individual game is going to have to come from some good core pickoffs later. It's not going to be one of those fast Orchid Storm games where he just goes ballistic.
Sure.
Which probably means a slower pace for Liquid here, something their lineup is okay doing. They can push it late with the Enigma and the Shadow Fiend scale.
Slower pace is also fine, I think, with some of the heroes on Tundra. Skeeter had his Hand of Midas pretty early.
Yeah, if they have the stacks, I think they're okay with this. The stacks have all been cleared.
Snake King going to be caught once again, but the Moonlight Shadow will bail him out.
It's going to be one of the interactions that Liquid have to think about. This Moonlight Shadow, getting heroes on the backline, particularly if Tundra can start fights on the Silencer, on the Enigma, or the Shadow Fiend. You just take so much damage out. These are glass cannon heroes. So you have Zeusult to follow up a Bat Rider initiation, a DK Blink Stun. There's not much to save you.
Hookshot lands on a Snake King, but vacates the area. Doesn't try and go for the kill. Approaching that Radiant high ground area is a little bit dangerous. And probably for the best, as 9 was in the neighborhood.
There's going to be a lot of spell damage to deal with. This is a guaranteed fail game. They're going to jump
Going big for 9 here, trying to use that shield rune effectively. 9's pretty tanky, but Nisha's making good use of his mana. He's out of it now, though, and the lasso is going to be able to pull him back. They immediately use a black hole to try and stall up Skeeter as much as possible, but Nisha cannot follow this damage up very well. One last hit, that'll be enough. Skeeter does end up falling, but 9 picks up 1 off of the ult on Insania and comes back in with more damage. That lightning bolt barely off the mark there. Zai turning back around with all of these vessel charges. Both the supports are going to be pushed away, but they both do survive on the side of Tundra.
That's just a read of Liquid that 33 can't get here. He has no TP on cooldown.
Yeah, what happened there?
It maybe got canceled earlier or he misused it. Either way, Liquid take advantage of it, get a tier 1 and a Dragon Knight out of that. They do not get the Zeus. That Phylactery makes him too damn tanky here.
Yeah, that follow-up hook shot later on by Boxy, just a bit off the mark. Could have been still a kill opportunity.
Black hole down, and you did use a bunch of the Storm's mana again. Global Silence down as well. Big find on the Dragon Knight. However, saving the Zeus is really nice for Tundra here, as you want 9 to keep snowballing and not be sitting in the fountain dead.
Great grab by Sneaking there.
Not the worst case scenario for Tundra. They did get a tier 1 top off the Timbersaw as well, and that'll be Lotus completed for 33. Pretty fast Lotus in this game to deal with the silencer debuffs. You can remove the Malefice, can help the Storm single target initiations on your other cores. Particularly might help 9 in this game a lot.
I feel like Lotuses are pretty valuable on both sides, actually. Wonder if Zai's ever going to get one.
Pretty bad item on Enigma.
That is true, yeah.
I think Pipe is definitely the correct choice here. Then you have 2 paths. It's like continuing down the Aura train with maybe Greaves or just a casual Blink, or you go for this BKB Blink Black Hole that, in theory, there is no answer to. I feel like that's probably the direction. Which feels bad because you're overlapping this Pipe build with a BKB build, but I feel like you're getting the best of both worlds in some ways. It's such a damn good Black Hole game.
The Night Shadow pushing out Tundra, heavily invading the Liquid safe lane area, but nobody is here.
They want to fight right now. This is your DK Blink. You have the Veil done on AUI, his favorite item of all time, and this is a damn good Veil game. Spell Amp helping everybody here. Timber, Zeus, and the Bat Rider. Yeah, they're going to instantly smoke Skeeter's Blink. He is the initiation in this game. Zai is just casually showing mid. That is not where you can be.
Boxy tries to jump in, misses the hook shot off the Eidolon. Zai gonna be into big time trouble. Maybe he can kill the Mirana first before he dies. No, that Thunder God's Wrath brings him down, but a trade-off 1-for-1. Timber chain through is gonna catch Boxy as well, and Nisha cannot stop
that Requiem.
A lot of heroes. The Requiem is pretty good, and now the Razes start bringing down the Dragon Knight. Skeeter's gonna fall. 33 is low, but they do manage to burst down Nisha. Now with the lasso on the SF on top of that, Chakram cut him down. Ultra kill for 9, almost picking up the Rampage, frankly, as Insania barely manages to TP out in time.
That Storm died in literally 2 seconds. That is how much this Phylactery Zeus is bursting you for, as 9 deals almost 4,000 damage. Not as much as that Requiem, which was perfectly placed from behind that tree. I mean, that's about as good a turnaround as you're going to get here from Liquid. It's just the positioning from 9 and the way Tundra set this fight up is way too good.
Yeah.
Zeus gets his entire mana pool off in damage, even dropping items for the efficiency. That's just an ideal Zeus fight. Now he has a Yasha.
That's true. He's going to be building into the Manta Shard build.
What are you going to do now? The Zeus has a Yasha cap.
Oh no, Zai's going to die again. Oh, he's got Black Hole. Maybe he turns this around, actually, with the Eidolons out.
Got it.
There goes the Black Hole. They're going to lay into the support. Zai is burning. He tries to leave the flames, but he falls to AUI anyway.
I feel like Tundra are okay with that. They get the Enigma for 2 supports and a Black Hole.
Sure.
And all their cores are farming. I mean, your Yasha Zeus just cleared through a huge ancient camp. Again, the stacking has been insane here for Tundra.
Yes. It's, I guess the advantage of Bat Rider and Mirana, both of them mobile enough.
11?
Yeah.
How's it even possible? He must have had every double stack on the triangle in the early game.
Yeah.
That is a 17 overall is crazy for 17 minutes here. And it has helped Tundra push towards these mid-game items. I mean, what is 9 going to do? Is this actually just straight Manta?
Yeah, Manta Shard build.
Zeus?
Yeah, so he's going to be running those illusions out. I mean, it is a build that can feel pretty good once you get to a certain number of items. And it farms very quickly once you have the Manta.
I guess it gives them the lane shot that their line is missing. They're
Dragon Tail into Arrow, but they went onto a Clockwork, and all the damage dealers are right behind him, so this is bad for Skeeter. They may need a secondary carry in 9 because at this rate, Skeeter dying in every single one of these engagements. Lasso doesn't last long enough. Nisha, dodge gets Wrath. Dodge is from the jump from Nisha, and he has just enough power to be able to kill the bottom, but 9 is still out here, still a menace to Team Liquid. They're going to try and chase him down.
Remember, no black hole in this fight because it was used top earlier, so 33, he feels very confident, maybe too confident.
Requiem right on top of him. 1 raise, 2 raise, and a third is going to bring him low, but 33 is still alive, but he falls eventually, just kited out for too long.
And these Requiems from Mickey, they have surprised Tundra both times, and it has paid off and salvaged these team fights. Honestly, I feel like Liquid are falling behind to the Zeus damage here, even though Nisha outplays that rate. Thunder's got Wrath, finds the extra bottom pickup. It's still so much gold going into 9's bank. Like you said, he gets that shard online, Manta already done. He is so big. Even as Gropo, some extra spell amp if he can get some right clicks off. This Zeus is going to be a big, bad god that Liquid are going to have to deal with. And their gap close is limited to the Zeus. Did he even get dodged there? I don't even know. It looked like he took no damage. Maybe he just popped some healing.
Maybe he healed at the same time or something, popped his wand.
Didn't even look like he dodged it.
I mean, this is a hero that I don't really think of Mickey on, right? Like, but he is showing a lot of proficiency with it, and I guess some of that is probably just going back to his days as being both a mid laner and a carry, and going back to Heroes of Newerth as well.
I don't think of Mickey as a shadow. You were at that TI. He was playing at mid that whole TI.
I mean, he only has 27 games in total. That was the tournament where he really brought it out.
I mean, he seems very comfortable on it now.
Yeah.
Silver Edge completed. Going to be able to break the Dragon Knight, another gap close mechanism. I think at some point you want to end up with a late game build with a Swift Blink in here, or Arcane Blink, depending on what you want to do, so you can gap close the Zeus. For now, Mickey is having a feeding frenzy in these fights, as is 9, the 2 ultimate ranged carries in this game, sacrificing the rest of their team to get what they want.
Yeah, you said the SF is kind of countered by the Zeus. I do question how much he's countered by the Manta Shard Zeus, which is almost online. And once you have that, then your network starts exploding.
Honestly, this build, I feel like this build is better just because, I mean, nobody really knows what it does. Like, it's pretty unexplored still. It's good if you get really farmed. Maybe you get some extra damage in the fight. I just feel like the straight, I mean, what is the alternative on Zeus? Like Octarine Ags or something? And I feel like it's very lackluster because of the way the percentage has been changed around on this hero, getting rid of the old shard. It just doesn't feel like it does enough damage. So if 9 can make something a little funky work, something that Liquid might not expect, and changes how this hero interacts in the fights, it also makes it awkward in that sense.
Oh, does that also mean that so the lightning hands, they are shooting out arc lightnings? Does that mean he's doing percentage-based damage off of his hits too?
If you have the talent, yes.
Interesting.
Because it just creates an arc lightning spell, but it does do reduced damage.
Yeah. Got to be able to catch 9 here off the global silence, making it harder. They get a 4-staff, but pull him back in. The shield root is doing a lot.
Burst.
Well, and they burst down the Nisha Storm, and Boxy is going to be victim of this as well. So what a turn, keeping it beyond godlike streak alive for 9. Now Zai is going to be in some trouble, though. Turn around, Mickey is here. Dragon Tail instantly put onto him. He does have the Aegis. They got to be careful fighting this SF.
Requiem not as good as the other 2 here, and that's going to open up something for 33 to go in. You still have to respect Black Hole. The one spell you're worried about on Tundra's side, they got everything else they wanted, though.
Silver Edge, got to watch out for that. Break immediately put onto the DK.
Front laners are tanky. Oh, what an arrow!
Nice.
AUI.
They can take that Aegis away for free and get out still.
That's a huge pickup. That cost you almost nothing here. You're going to TP everybody out with the Storm coming back up. Super heads-up play by Tundra to recognize that respawn timer. Your Roshan advantage gone for Liquid. And you're still trying to get this BKB on Nisha. He has gotten abused on his way to that item. The Zeus burst. Not respecting it. And not respecting how tanky this hero is, too.
With the Manta build-up,
This Manta is nice. It helps you on the storm jumps. It helps you on the clockwork jumps. You can help get out of the cogs with it because it absorbs some of the battery.
Yeah, get rid of that global. Man, that just barely got him on the backside.
AUI still got some moves.
He does.
And they're not creep cutting moves. They're arrow landing. Honest moves.
Yeah, you said Tundra needed to create some chaos, and they certainly have done that in these fights.
They've been very weird for Liquid. The initiations have been there, but not everybody's along with them at the same time. You just finished this pipe on Zai. You didn't really get a 5-man out of it. BKB done for Nisha. This is the big item for Liquid, because now the Storm can initiate. He's free in the fights. There's nothing that goes through this BKB right now. That is the downside of the carry Zeus here. You know, his physical damage is non-existent. And the DKs is very low right now as well. So Tundra are going to have huge issues in this game committing for Roshans at later points and dealing with the BKB timings from Liquid. If Nisha can just jam this in and find a big core kill, that's an easy teamfight win. They're going to see Skeeter. They're going to jump Skeeter. Probably going to kill Skeeter.
Yeah, Skeeter's having a rough one, man. Thank goodness he had that Animitis, so he'll still be able to get some net worth out of this game, but it's been rough. Boxy with the Glimmer Cape will get away off of a TP.
Dire's courier has been
Oh, lasso to catch him.
As DK 0-5. The lane was rough. He got sacked. He's just had to go early blink, so they have a stun to start some of these fights. You got a feel for him. His net worth is still okay. It's just been a slog to get there. And I guess we're going to find out just how hard Lightning Hand Zeus can carry a game.
I already see him split pushing up that top lane. It's going to be very annoying for Liquid. The way these Illusions quickly shove out lanes.
I feel like when you're playing Tundra, annoying is an assumption at this point.
That's definitely true.
Start hitting some buildings. Lincoln's done for Mickey, so that single stun in the Dragon Knight and the single stun in the lasso that Tundra really rely on to lock down heroes. Not as effective anymore. At this point, I think you just want as many jumps as you can get on Liquid side. You want this blink on Enigma. And I guess a Hurricane Pike for Mickey will be his like pseudo gap close choice here. Extra attack range, extra HP. Maybe just a overall stronger item for the game than the Blink Rush for the Shadow Fiend. And his Blink is done for Zai.
Yeah, good way.
Just about jumping these Tundra heroes, particularly the Zeus. If you find the Zeus and you take the Timber out of the fight, that is all their damage gone. This DK is not a threat right now.
Yeah. It feels like it's like one of those dual purpose, right? Because there's two different melee cores that want to get on top of the SF. You can keep them at bay while simultaneously giving the extra mobility and range to hit the Zeus.
Definitely going to scale nicely here. Also gives them a bit more attack range to siege these buildings, which is Mickey's job as well. As he will hit another tier 2. Tundra cannot get trades out during this period because there's nothing to hit the tower except Skeeter, and I don't think he can show.
Yeah, the way he's been picked off so many times. He had a BKB or something, maybe.
Yeah, if. That's a big if. He's really poor in this game.
Yeah, going for the... He went the Manta build, right?
Still doesn't have it. It's just so delayed.
It's rough.
He also isn't getting insane farm priority, right? It's kind of like a 3-position DK. You have Timber and Zeus taking up huge amounts of CS.
I mean, do you agree with that, though? Because you have talked about the DK carry and the late game potential of this hero a lot. I feel like he is the harder carry between his 3 cores.
I think you do want him at the top eventually here. Like, he's the only one who's actually going to win you the game. The Zeus and Timber can stall it out. They can kill heroes in the fights, but the DK has to be the one who's going to eventually take the throne. You need him to be at least a solid enough position he can survive the fights and you can convert on some objectives. Light Shadow looking, finds nothing. This game has slowed down a bit. Both teams looking for their big core items. Trying to continue to scale in this game.
There's the Hurricane Pike complete for the ASAP. Niche, or excuse me, 9 is completing his as well.
Liquid TV now bottom. They're looking for the fight down here. I think they're going to get found first.
Oh, that Malefice. The Malefice before the lasso can come out. And now Snake,
he got two.
He's going to die, and the Black Hole managed to grab a couple there with the Global Sounds covering it. Nothing to be able to stop this. The Black Hole doesn't ensure 33's death. Nisha's going to show up. They quickly deal with Skeeter. Requiem goes down, pushing away all those illusions. Meanwhile, Snake King is still being chased by Nisha. Actually doesn't give a damn about Snake King, apparently. He just wants to slow down 33, who missed the Timber Chain and will die as a result of it. Oh, that's going to feel awful. Snake King did manage to slip away from Nisha. But otherwise, 3 for nothing with all those big team fight spells being put to use by Team Liquid.
Truly a game of inches. If Snake King gets that lasso off, that's a completely different fight.
Yeah.
The fact Zai drops the pulse on the camp, sees him and gets a Malefice. I guess he saw him off that dire ward, so Vision playing a big factor here.
Yeah, Vision for both sides was up.
Yeah, that was a really nice Radiant Obs to try and set that up for Tundra. And just perfect spell placement from Liquid. The Silence Global to cover the Black Hole here. No Bolt can come through. Once again, Skeeter cannot find his impact in these fights. As
Skeeter desperately needs a BKB. Like every single time they see him, they target him.
He just needs Ags as well.
Yeah.
Help the tank ability go up.
That's true.
And the BKB timing from the Storm, there's just no answer. You're just going to have to survive his mana unless you can jump Nisha first in this game. Which means you need Moonlight Shadow, you need Thunder's God Wrath to give you the vision for the DK and the Bat Initiation. No Blink on this Bat Rider yet either. It's a defensive build in the Pavis plus the Force Staff. It limits Tundra's initiation power, puts even more onto the Dragon Knight here, which just seems impossible. And yeah, Insania pushing towards a Refresher first after that Force Staff. Double Global. It's going to be effective this game. All these Tundra heroes need to cast spells. Again, not having a big right clicker here means Silencer has way more impact than he should. What's better than one global?
Is under attack. Radiant are
Apparently
scanning.
Heart for 33. He likes his hearts.
Yeah, he just needs to find a way to draw more attention to himself. Because it feels like 9 and Skeeter are the ones being chased down, chased away in a lot of these fights first.
This item is a double-edged sword in this game, though. First, the Midnight Pulse.
That is true, yeah.
It's nice, though I wonder if it's actually the most effective HP versus the Enigma versus the Shadow Fiend, who's going to like chunk you down before the armor stacks come up, versus something like a Shiva's, for example, or some Octarine build. It's a very interesting pickup this game. If he survives the Black Hole and the Midnight Pulse, it's going to look great, because then he can regen it up and go back in the fight second round. I think that's the idea here from Tundra. They're just going to have to outlast Liquid's damage and outlast their cooldowns.
Tundra just aggressively pushing in all the lanes. They know they're giving up Roshan right now.
Tonight, Roshan for Liquid to claim, as that is Aegis for Mickey, which means now you can threaten the base if you get any sort of little advantage or fight going your way. And Cheese for Nisha, double the mana pool with this BKB that's untouchable. Terrifying. You're about to have double global as well. Insania has found a decent amount of farm in this game.
Yeah, he has.
That is something else that can cover the Storm, even if somehow he gets caught before BKB. You can just double global, bail him out, pop the BKB, turn the fight. Scale coming online for Liquid, and it's very scary. Satanic for the Demon here.
Yeah, they have a really hard time. Like, a lot of their damage against this SF is kind of poke. I really don't think they're going to be able to full-in commit 100-0, which means that Satanic is going to be all the more effective.
Satanic is just great for Zeus in general. It always has been, always will be. It is hard for Zeus to fight through double HP pools. So you just run out of mana, straight up. I guess the Zeus build is like a hybrid right-click build. He does have Hurricane Pike. He has an Enchanted Quiver.
He's going Kaya Sanj next, right?
Yes. So the Zeus will be able to, I guess, deal some...
I'm surprised it's not Kaya Yasha.
Damage.
Because the attack speed is pretty important when you go this.
Well, he has a Yasha in the Manta.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot.
So you gotta respect the Trident build up here.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll have level 20 as well, which means you get that huge Arc Lightning talent.
Yes.
That's a big one.
That adds a lot because it doubles out the percent base damage that he's doing for both him and his illusions. Because right now his illusions are doing 1% per hit. They'll jump up to 2.5. On top of, like, obviously the damage they do as illusions plus the nerfed arc lightning damage.
This is Zeus, right? This talent. Like, this is what makes this hero viable still.
Yes.
12% burn on every arc lightning, every 1.6 seconds, and the ones that you're proccing off your right clicks. That adds up fast, particularly on a hero like Shadow Fiend who's sitting at 3,500 HP. What is that? An extra almost 400 damage per arc lightning? Pretty nasty, especially if you can reduce the cooldowns even further going into the late game here. Zeus heating up, hitting his timing here. Is it going to be enough to repel Liquid or deal with the scale? Because BKB is eventually going to come out on Enigma. That refresher's done for Insania. You're going to have more scale coming out on the Storm Spirit as well. This is such a scary lineup to fight late game. And once more, the high ground defense of Tundra is put to the test.
Yeah, you gotta respect that damage. Hook shot. They tried to go for the Zeus. Zai, he went for it with the black hole, and they locked them both down. What a beautiful jump from both Boxy and Zai. That's gonna force a lot out of Tundra now. The Requiem to be able to push them back, to make sure that Liquid is gonna be able to get back behind this tier 3 tower again. Zai not gonna be caught by Skeeter.
I think they're lucky to have Black Dragon up at this time.
Yes.
It's going to help you defend this base because your Zeus is out for 60. No buy. He got nothing off. That is just a perfect read from Liquid. Did not give Tundra a chance to set up. Force the action instantly. Regen for Nisha. As he's keeping it going here. You did use both globals, Black Hole and Requiem. So all the ults are on cooldown for Liquid. Just going to let the Aegis do the work here.
I have to imagine no Black Dragon means you're definitely giving up this lane of Barracks. They're going to make it difficult for Liquid, but
you cannot fight without the Zeus. You have nowhere near enough damage.
Nice aggressive force staff here, Lasso, but boy, that Bat Rider dies fast. Nisha jumping on to 33 now, who has to jump away with the Timber Chain. A buyback on the Bat Rider, but Mickey will complete that full lane of Barracks, sticking around for a second.
Feeling very confident.
Yeah, I guess with his minute Aegis, he wants to put it to use.
Maybe they just feel like even if the Zeus is up, they can take the fight, but this is Black Dragon plus the Zeus respawn. Arrow will miss a little bit here. Puncher do not want to let them get out. I don't know if they have a choice. And they will respect 9 respawning here. Damn, they got a lot off that though. Snaking by, full lane of racks. Zeus killing the base as his Aegis expires. Shadow Fiend is almost level 25. See what Mickey decides to take as he's working towards that Swift Blink, and I think that's a game ender right there, because you're just going to be able to blink in with Satanic, Hurricane Pike on this SF, and go to town.
Yeah, especially when you already have such great jump from Boxy and Zai, and now you're going to have Nisha jumping in with a Scythe of Ice. They spot the Zeus, they jump the Zeus, they control him, and he's just going to fall. There's no way they can really save him. There's only so many force staffs that can protect you.
It's just overwhelming damage in 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to react. Hex on Nisha as well, so the guaranteed lockdown between him and the clock is there for sure. If you show for a second on 9, you get jumped, that teamfight might just be over. I mean, you have 4 staffs to bail him out. They have to be instant from Tundra. They have to be ready in correct position with the supports. Another Tormentor gets stolen here. That will be Zai's shard. Some extra Eidolons. Those ults coming back up for Liquid. Tundra not able to push out and find a team fight during those cooldowns. Means Black Hole's back up. Both global silences back up here.
They have just found a double damage in the river. Oh, Nisha actually takes it for his bottle. So apparently no rush, and maybe they're just going to wait out for this next Roshan.
And I wonder if Tundra enjoy playing this type of style. It's been so defensive from them the entire tournament. Sometimes it works, but a lot of times it just feels like, wouldn't you rather have some aggressive play options?
Sure. They did kind of try in the first 15 minutes of this game, but yeah, they couldn't really make it work well enough. They had to default to what has been most successful for them at this event.
Back to the high ground defense. Hold for the late game.
Liquid do seem to be getting more and more comfortable with this, though. Compared to game 1, it feels like they're executing a lot better.
And it's more straightforward. They just need to find the jump on 9, and I think the team fight is secured. Maybe you're a bit worried about buybacks. That is one thing to consider. Like, you jump the Zeus, he buybacks and wipes you. That's a lot of gold to throw their way. Maybe a reason to keep farming and scaling here. Make sure you're very confident taking that base fight. Wait for the next Aegis. That definitely helps as well. Nisha pushing towards an Ags. So if you get an AoE Vortex in this game, that also helps. As you're just going to pull people into the hook shot, into the cogs, into the black hole, into the Requiem.
Yeah, they've got a lot of AoE ick.
Cannot clump on Tundra in this game, especially once that item comes out. And once more, Tundra they're just in their base waiting for a throw to happen.
Okay, looking for anybody from Tundra that's going to show themselves. And they do actually push out, get the lasso onto Boxy. So, small little pick here for Tundra, something to work with, and maybe something that will allow them to get out on the map.
Got a global silence out of that as well.
Oh,
it is low cooldown with the talent. I don't think it costs Insania too much. Will be an opening here to at least push some lanes, get some more farm on the map, not fall too far behind. Their cores are still very farmed. It's just what happens if Liquid find the jump. In the 2 seconds that they can jump in Black Hole and Requiem, I don't feel like your heroes and your net worth are doing nearly as much as Liquid's are here. You need longer fights. You need it to get drawn out. You need the Zeus mana pool to go to work. That means living through the initiation, which so far has not been possible, though BKB finally finished for the Dragon Knight here.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but he got there in the end.
It has been a journey for Skeeter in this game, 0-6. He has found his footing at last. It will be a tanky Dragon Knight in the fight.
Let's see if Tundra are able. Do you think they should contest Roshan? I mean, they're so set on this high ground defense. It'd be a shame to try a Roshan fight, lose that, and kind of lose the game off of it.
It does feel like you could give it up, though.
Well, they're certainly not going to be doing it now without snaking in the mix.
I think your best chance to win this game is if you can contest Roshan. So if you have an idea of how to do that successfully and you can win that fight, it is your best chance to win. That said, contesting the Roshan is definitely way more difficult than holding high ground in terms of figuring out how to accomplish that.
Mickey's going to run through the ward sentry, but they spot 9. Once again, the wards are in the same spots for Liquid and for Tundra, but Liquid are able to take advantage of the ward easier.
He was in no man's land.
Yeah, he was.
That's not your base, son.
Probably just wanted to farm some neutrals, spread his illusions out. But Liquid give Tundra very little respite.
Also, Liquid stacking some martyr plates here.
Yeah, I saw that.
We've seen some more of this item. Just the 25% magic resist alone is pretty damn decent in this game where Tundra are all magic damage. Just a lot of extra HP, particularly on the clock when he goes in with that, plus the Glimmer.
Yeah, I wonder what the interaction is with them being activated, like 2 different ones at the same time. Oh, arrow! That catches Zai. Not able to jump after him, though, because all their damage is on the Zeus.
And their jump on the bat is also dead. You have to wait out these cooldowns. Liquid are not going to wait.
Nope, they're going to go straight for 33. See what kind of damage they can do to him. While Mickey focuses on the buildings here. 15 seconds left on the Zeus.
Well, they found Snaking on the side.
Stop his initiation and get out.
Yeah, it's just a free lane of racks.
Good call from Liquid. Disengaging nicely. Now they can go back to that Roshan. Now it kind of feels like Tundra have to contest that Rosh. With 2 lanes of barracks down, this may be your final stand.
Yeah, I agree with this smoke. I don't think you can just play for high ground defense versus the Aegis and another Ags. It's going to be on this Roshan as Nisha completed his, so Liquid are going to be able to throw this on somebody else here. Could be the Enigma. Could be the Shadow Fiend. And Tundra, you're going to have to fight through the vision here.
Yeah, Liquid are not going to get caught inside the pit. Boxy positioned himself. They jump him for Skeeter. Immediately going to be Scythe of Ice, but he is the tanky target. Pops his Manta, pops his BKB. He's okay for now. Mickey actually jumping in pretty aggressively while Zai is being harried constantly by 33. They're trying to deal with that black hole threat before it becomes a line. Nisha does manage to get snaking while the black hole is going to be put to use on 33. Mickey gets on top of him, hits the Requiem with the BKB, and they just landed the Timber Saw. He is tanky as hell, but he'll fall eventually to this overwhelming damage. Meanwhile, 9 is he going to die to Nisha? The stun comes out just in time, and 9 stays alive. Also important that he stays up. He is so much of their damage.
They're actually doing this. They just got through all of Liquid's ults. The Storm has no buyback.
They're going to leave these heroes behind. No, they're actually going to jump in. Mickey went for the kill, and he doesn't quite get it onto 9. Now he's sitting here fighting for his life with the Satanic, but he's got so much damage.
The buyback.
Scepter buying a little bit of time. 9 has so little resources. Snaking, another stun, another arrow. Lasso back in. 9, can you do the damage to finish off?
Kill a
Mickey's
god.
to do it now.
He's Satanic.
They try and fight. No, Mickey's healing up now. 1 versus 4 practically. He needs to get away from this Chakram, though. He's running low on resources in Tundra. They stick
He
with
will
the
go down fighting.
Damage. It brings down Snake.
If he does.
Mickey's fighting for his life, and he will finally fall. But the damage is intense.
Instant buy.
Insania will try and clear what he can. With Zai coming in through the side, he stops 9 CP away. He gets him with the Malefice. He's gonna fall. Hurricane Pike won't save you now, son. 33.
Does have buy if he wants to rejoin this.
He could.
The Shadow Fiend is returning though.
He is, and he's big, and he's bad, and he's laying damage into
your
A1.
soul.
3, 4, 5 shots, that's all it takes. It'll take plenty more to bring down 33, though. A buyback from 9, now being employed. Skeeter over here on the side.
That was his
Manta
buyback too.
away.
Cannot afford to die on the Dragon right now. Is 5 buybacks committed for Tundra here. He's going to hide off the edge of the map. He's going to look for a Roach Steal potentially. Oh, this is a bold play.
I mean, you got to play for a win here. You got to play for a massive turnaround.
Really
Nothing
have
would be
to.
bigger than taking the Aegis away.
God Wrath scouts out the pit.
It's going to be a little awkward. The time he's going to be blind for this one. He's stunned, shows up, blinks away.
He wants none of that.
Hand of Midas on an Eidolon. Skeeter, you absolute goon.
It sends a message. Might not be able to get the Roche, but I'll take your summons. Put it in my pocket.
God will claim your Eidolon. Get away.
He's going to get something out of that pit. Man, what a team fight. That was honestly so well played by Tundra, because that is an impossible fight, right? Mickey just sits there. He's a literal god. And they still get 3 buybacks out of Liquid in an almost wipe. That is an impact move if I've ever seen one. The ultimate message.
You know Liquid had some respect for that play right there. But this all goes down, leaving Tundra with no buybacks. And Liquid, they can kind of choose what they want to do here. They got to brave the high ground with that extra life on Mickey.
Oh, they definitely are. There are no buybacks up for Tundra. They expended 5. You find anything here on the side of Liquid, and you have all your ults up to do it, you're really happy. Especially since the turnaround threat in this game doesn't exist. There's not the physical damage on Tundra to run it down the other way. Mickey has almost 4,000 HP after devouring that Ags.
33 even tankier now that he's got the Aghanim
buildings
Scepter,
are
but
just
what if they
gone.
just ignore him and go for the buildings? Hookshot going to be a little off the mark. They managed to get a decent lasso, pull back in, but the black hole is over it, and Mickey's fighting. He's got the Requiem out, the heal, but the Zeus, he's doing a decent amount at the same time, but Mickey just gets too much out of all this, and it's still the first life from him. They almost finish him off. He does manage to get the low ground before he dies. Nisha jumps in. He goes for 9, but 9 is able to hop himself away. A little heavenly jump to get out. Nisha and backing out, but Mickey going in. Immediately, the Yule Scepter out from 33. He'll deal with the melee, and they jumped onto 9.
That's his last life?
That is his last life.
That's
And he
the
goes
last
down
life
with an
for Tundra.
1800 crit from Mickey. GG is called. Liquid will 2-0, and once again, for the 3rd time in a row, it's going to be Liquid matched up against Gaimin Gladiators in a major finals.
As good as Gaimin has been all year, this Liquid team has been just behind them, right? They're at literal shadow in all of these majors. Props to this team for getting top 2 3 times in a row here. That is no easy feat as well. And they've done it through the lower bracket every time. Even more impressive, every time their back's against the wall, they push up and find some footing. And for Tundra, I mean, hey, they had a stand-in. AUI has to come out of retirement. No easy task there. They had a very solid tournament run. They were probably the most annoying team at this event for sure. They can hold their heads high in that regard and almost pulled this game back with a Revenant's Brooch right-click Zeus at the end. That's some style, at least, for 9. Pulling every trick out of the hat to try and win this one, but it's not enough. Team Liquid just way too formidable, and they'll get a 3rd chance to bring down the reigning champions here. Is that the charm?
3rd time's the charm, or is Gaimin Gladiators going to be back-to-back-to-back major champions? been a hell of a tournament so far, and looking forward to seeing the conclusion, the grand finals that is going to be coming up soon. But first, we got to get some words from Team Liquid on their performance here against Tundra. Managed to get Liquid into sticky situations time and time again. So let's go to the main stage with Snare.
We are here on the main stage. Bali, give it up for Team Liquid, who are yet again in a major grand finals. At this point, it's getting boring, OG, but it's really good to see you guys play. In this game, did you expect Lightning Hand Zeus? Was that the build that you were anticipating happening from 9?
No. I honestly haven't seen it in a long time, so I didn't really see it coming, but it kind of makes sense. You know, we have Global, he wants some sort of dispel, so the Manta kind of makes sense, I guess.
Well, one of the things that keeps happening at these events is that Western Europe is dominating, but also, you know, it's an international affair. You guys clearly have stolen some strats from the side of Beast Coast, right, with the Gym Park Shadow Fiend. Can you talk to us about other perspectives of Dota that you've learned from this event, from the rest of the teams here?
I mean, we get inspired by every single team that we play against and see. I think nobody here is like here without a reason, so obviously they have good ideas. You just need to find the opportunities to use them. Yeah, 100%. We stole this from Beast Coast and Gym Park. Even when we picked it, it was like we're saying Parker during the draft. So like, yeah, no, I mean you have to. There's a lot of cool stuff happening out there, and you know, I'm glad we got to play like a real Dota game, in my opinion. You know, like SF versus Zeus. It's like kind of honest mashups. Yeah.
Well, you're going to be going up against Gaimin Gladiators again, and most of the time that you guys play those games, they usually tend to go the distance. So talk to me about this. How is the team managing fatigue, given that you're playing early, you're going to be playing again, and you might be playing long games against them as well?
I mean, I told you last time, upper bracket is for...
All right, I get you. So one more thing, Insania, because you need to go practice right now. If you are to win, right, you would have ended Gaimin Gladiator's streak because they're on the cusp of making genuinely never before seen history. Right now, they're matching Na'Vi practically. If they win, you know, never before seen. If you win, it'll be your first major tournament, right? So is that motivating you extra to maybe rub salt in the wounds and end a possible historic streak from them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been craving to beat Gladiators for a long time, so if we can do it here, that'll be amazing.
Well, this might be the event where it happens, given how y'all are playing. Y'all are peaking at the right time. So Team Liquid, we're going to see them in action later on today. Give it up, Bali, one more time for Insania and for Team Liquid. Well done, bro. Go practice. See you in a few hours.
Thank you.
Shiva Squad, break down the action that we've just seen here because the Dota that Team Liquid are playing right now is truly on another level.
Thank you very much, Snare. Team Liquid on another level for sure. Together with Gaimin Gladiators, they will be playing in the third grand finals of this year of all the majors, and it is unheard of that we have the same two teams 3 times in a row. It's never happened before, and I'm curious to see what comes off of it. Maybe Team Liquid will finally be able to beat Gaimin Gladiators, but they also seem very, very dominant. They have had their number every single time, but that of course will happen later today. Let's first break down how Team Liquid got to this grand finals. I'm joined by Jack, Aurora, and Resolution. Rezo, this game has been very, very back and forth, which we didn't expect to begin with, but Tundra had a great opening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all comes down to 9. Like this guy, you give him last pick sniper, counter pick, he goes like 0-4, but you give him Zeus, and he gets counter picked by a Storm, he goes like 10-1. So, I mean, this he was holding this game for a long time. I think Liquid did not expect that much damage coming out of Zeus in those early fights. That's why, you know, this game was like kind of even for the majority of it. But still, like, because Liquid lineup is so much better, I think they can come out on this, and especially like make what an outstanding performance on Zeus, on Shadowfin as well. Like he's been just like last fight he was 1v5 and he was doing like very good.
That 9 Zeus showcasing that phylactery burst early on. If there's one team that makes use of new items like phylactery really well, finds ways to get them a lot of impact, it would be this team. But I want to give a lot of credit, obviously, to Liquid. The whole, you know, like water approach that we've talked about, they just ran 2 entirely different strategies. They had some tempo pressure lineup that they've run with, and then they went kind of the opposite direction and drafted more scale in this game. And, you know, we talked about the hero of this tournament being Morphling, I feel like not only have Liquid done so well against hero, but they have embodied the Morphling as far as this tournament have gone. They see something that they like, a strat from Beast Coast or any other team, and they say, we'll replicate it and we'll be able to pull that off as well. So really nice execution from them this game, just kind of weathering that early pressure from 9 until they could eventually scale and take over, which is what we were afraid of coming into the draft.
Yeah, and I just want to commend Zai because every game I see, right, no matter what he plays, he knows where he needs to apply the pressure on. He's not just the kind of offlaner, you know, just, oh, I have to apply pressure in my lane because, you know, I'm the tree, I'm the strongest core right now. You guys have to come to me. He's not at all that. He just recognizes sometimes you have to be the one that your team comes to you, but sometimes you are the one that has to go to your team. And it's so good that his Enigma didn't just sit in the lane and try to say, oh guys, we can only fight when I have pipe. But no, he literally went mid with his vessel and he's just, you know, collapsing on the mid lane tower, and he knows that 33 has no TP, so that's why they know that they are very confident they will take the fight there, and that has been the biggest fight of all that allowed Team Liquid to just snowball from there.
Yeah, and of course the silencer protecting Zai's black holes frequently as well, so credit to Insania for that one.
I mean, Liquid is one of the better teams at utilizing their timings very well. They know exactly when their timings are, and they know exactly how to apply them. So him translating to the mid fight, it was like you know, an amazing sort of performance where he used his timing very well. He took a tower out of it. He took a really good fight, and that's like what these little edges that they use in these fights, in these games, that you know, this is why they are in the finals.
It is why they are in the finals. Tundra, they gave it their all. We did not credit this draft enough going into it, but we saw what they were planning on doing here. It is incredible that they came top 3, especially with the stand-in Jack. I know AUI is world-class, but still it requires some adaptation from every single one of the players.
Yeah, whenever you have a new player, it's nice to be able to have a TI winner, though, just kind of step in and play one of your support roles, right? So once again, credit to them. They played really well throughout most of the tournament, and then even in these games, like, they showed a lot of fight, right? They were down, first game was 43-8. They were still looking for these little cheeky pickoffs and fights, and then this game they almost pulled it back actually. That fight we saw bottom by the shrine, like near Roshan, like they very nearly got the fight to the second layer of buybacks, and if things had gone a little bit better their way, they had a window to actually win this game, which is pretty amazing accomplishment considering like the state that the game was in and the outscale that had kind of happened to them. So credit to Tundra for that fighting spirit and, you know, getting this far. Like, well done.
Yep, that fight bottom that you're talking about, though, that did have some buybacks, and Zai was the main factor into making that particular fight go the way of Team Liquid, and which is why, Reza, we chose Zai as our MVP. You cannot go without him.
He just did some like really clutch black holes the entire game. He never really had a bad one, except the last one where he kind of had, like, he was pressured to use a black hole on the Timber, otherwise he would just die without using it. But other than that, like, you know, this combination of Enigma and Silencer has really has been showing off that this team fight is really something that Tundra could not really, you know, could answer at that time.
I just find it so fitting that aside from the drafting and leadership that we talked about, this guy goes from this first phase, first pick Timbersaw and like doing a ton of work and dominating that first game to giving himself absolute last pick and like another scale win condition hero for game 2. That just shows off Zai's versatility and growth as a player.
Yeah, at the start of Zai being the captain of Team Liquid, he was kind of struggling between having to play the game perfectly or having to lead the team. But now he has balanced it out, he has found the perfect mix. And we discussed about why didn't Zai just go for BKB for his black hole, right? I think it's because he just trusts Insania so much that you have 2 global, you bought the refresher, I'm gonna count on you to make sure they don't stop me. I have this Lincoln, he can't lasso me, so that's how I'm gonna go. And I think it's really good because you can also put the Lincoln on SF when you switch, so he has double Lincoln, there's no way this Barrier can lasso him easily. But yeah, I just think he came so far, like someone who doesn't really speak so much, like according to y'all, like in the past, but now he is just the perfect captain.
The perfect captain leading at the moment the perfect squad. We'll see if Gaimin Gladiators will allow that perfect squad to continue here. But this series definitely looked very good. And this game too had quite a bit of back and forth fights going on. And I would love to hear the mic check on this one.
I'm running top. They're diving top.
Tipping? No, he's in.
No, he's fine. I'm pursuing. They're both dead, they're griefing. This guy's free kill.
I'm not there yet.
Oh, they see me. No blink. Susu.
I got you. They all die.
Go here.
Yep.
Finish this guy too.
Yeah, I'm hitting this guy.
Kill DK.
Yeah, I'm hitting DK.
Go DK all the way.
I'm ulting.
They all die.
Go more.
Nisha is sucking in there.
Yeah, go Tim. You hit whatever. Whatever. Just hit whatever. Okay, kite a bit.
There's S in the back.
Yeah, I'm hitting whatever.
Look at me.
Trying to help. I BKB. You should be fine.
I have Hex.
Yeah, if you Hex the Zuva, what the fuck is he doing?
Protection.
Here we go again, boys.
Alright. Would have loved to hear that whole 5 bottom as Jack mentioned during the mic check to us, but that was a lot of trust once again in the teammates. We hear Mickey being, again, just like we saw in the previous mic check, Jack, he's the leader of the squad when it comes to these fights.
It's always nice if you have more than one core who speaks. Like generally speaking, if you're offlaner or mid to help dictate the tempo of the game, and then your carry, you're giving him all these resources and farm. So when he thinks it's time to fight or who to hit, you have to. It's nice to not have to read his mind and know what he's thinking, right? So
they're all dead.
Especially it's nice to hear him. I'm hitting, but whatever. He kills everybody.
Yeah. He played incredibly in that fight. Yeah, like so many resets with the Satanic, the buyback. Like if he had played that fight even a little bit worse, they might have just actually lost there. So impressive execution there.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. Impressive execution from Team Liquid, and it is impressive enough to advance here at the Bali Major. And that means they are once again together with Gaimin Gladiators in those grand finals. Team Liquid, per usual, making it through the lower bracket, whereas Gaimin Gladiators, per usual, making it all the way through the upper bracket. And we'll see what this grand finals will bring us. Final words on Tundra, Aurora.
Tundra. I'm disappointed. Where's the winter wear one?
Perhaps we'll have to wait for a later date. Of course, all these teams, the 3 teams that we have seen on the final day, all of them will play at the International. They have already guaranteed their slot. They're actually the top 3 of the DPC in general. So definitely we'll be seeing them again. And maybe that Winter Wyvern will come up as well on a later date. But we'll have to wait a couple months for that one because TI is still a ways away. But luckily, we got some Dota still to go through right here. The grand finals. Now, grand finals, unlike the rest of the event, we have a set start time for our opening ceremony. So I'm going to tell you what time it is now. It is 1:30 here in Bali, and in exactly 2 hours, there will be the opening ceremony. You got to witness it. So make sure you either get in your seat on time if you were at the Ayana Estate, or make sure you tune in on time so you don't miss it, because 3:30 is when we kick things off. And before we let you, get your chores done of this Sunday, just a massive shout out to everybody that made this possible. DX Racer for being our chair, a sponsor, Biznet for being our internet provider, the Ayana Estate, of course, glorious estate, integrated resort here, biggest in Bali. I'm definitely going to enjoy that over the next 2 hours. And then last but not least, H&M for providing us for with some fantastic outfits from their newest summer collection, which you can check out as well. For now though, that is it for us. Grand finals will be coming your way. 2 hours, set like 3 alarms. That's how I normally do it. One at 3:25, 3:27, and then 3:29. I think that will do. And then at 3:30, you better be there in your seat at home or at the Ayana Estate, because that is when we are going to have some fantastic grand final Dota action here at the Bali Major.
I met Sumail when he was 15, some random guy, top of the leaderboards. I didn't know what was happening, I just got kicked from the team. And we went to some like Vegas tournament together, remember?
Yeah, last
Yeah, it was shit.
Vegas tournament?
It was like a random Vegas tournament. I think you didn't say a word.
I did.
You did?
In lagging.
And after that though, we went and played DAC and Sumail carried us. It was free win. Yeah.
Good times.
That was good.
Yeah, it was good times.
That was a good tournament actually. And the Rasho, this is my first time meeting him. One time we sat in a plane and bus together and he wouldn't stop laughing the entire time. I started playing Dota in high school. I guess that was a long time ago now because I'm old.
How old are you?
I'm 30 now. Yeah, I'm almost dead. Like soon, I'm just waiting for the sweet release.
Halfway through.
Yeah, my friend got me Warcraft 3 for my birthday, and then I started playing Dota from it.
Inspiring.
Thank you. How about you? I think you started before me.
I started 2006.
Yeah, I think I started 2008.
I started playing Dota when I was 8, I guess. I started playing Dota All Stars in computer club. And after I would just keep playing it with my friends. There are all items are in English and you have to read it, but I don't speak English at all, so it takes a while to build something like in Dota 2.
I mean, I can say that people before actually tried to impress pro players. That's the biggest difference. And now these new people, I guess they haven't been slapped in the faces enough. They put more effort in disrespecting pro players and ruining the game than to actually play the game, which has made the quality way worse. Because I remember when I was in a pro, you know, if I got in a game with pro players, I would try my best. Yeah. And like, I would fake my behavior, be the nicest, you know? And now everybody's a dickhead.
I'm just ruining the game. I mean, I cannot take this pub seriously.
See, even the pro players are ruining the game. Yeah.
I mean, also right now, when you're a pro, you know how big is difference between the pub and pro game. So
Doesn't look good for
actually,
me.
it's hard to take it serious from at least. So that's why I'm ruining. This is my reason.
I feel like before I was a pro player, the pubs were more fun actually. Like when I was still learning to play the game, I feel like that's when I had the most fun. You see something and like, Sand King uses stun and epicenter, and Lina stuns, you're like, holy shit, I can't believe they did that. It's like crazy, you know, he like killed me. And the next game you queue up, you're like, oh, I won't play Sand King, and you miss all your spells. Or like you forget to shift queue epicenter for Blink.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I feel like that was the most fun, like
Yeah.
discovering the game. I only play Enchantress and pubs now. So, I don't know. I just run around and hit people, it's fun. I feel like back then playing pubs in Dota 1, like the heroes had more swagger. Like when I picture Sumail Shadow Fiend, I always, in my mind, it's actually the Dota 1 SS.
Yeah, Dota 1 SA,
Yeah.
same.
I mean, back when I started, I feel like stuff was like a lot less polished.
Yeah.
Like you go to some tournament, there was like no concept of a practice room. Maybe if you're lucky, there's like a shared area where everyone can watch you play, and that's the only time you could play Dota. It's like in front of everyone. I remember Navi would scrim and everyone would watch them. It was worse in terms of gameplay and stuff, but I sort of miss it because back then all the pro players would like talk to each other, right? Because you wouldn't have PCs, so you go hang out, you chill, you play some pubs together beside each other and flame each other. Sumail would probably like unplug your keyboard, some shit.
Did I do it?
You did that to me before. And then, yeah, but now it's like the accommodations and the setups are way better, but there's like some elements I miss. I don't think you can ever get them back, like more of a grassroots type tournament and stuff.
No, I don't think I miss it.
No,
I think it's rough.
I think the trash talk game fell off.
Yeah, I don't think anyone trash talks. Maybe Quinn.
Quinn, but
Quinn
he
talks
said
shit.
it in a smart way. It's not like he's saying some
not really trash
You
talk.
can't take it seriously because it's Quinn.
Yeah.
PPD was the best ever to
Yeah.
trash talk, I think. He really did, actually.
Yeah, it's good trash talk.
I miss it. But PPD would look into your fucking eye and
you
tell
owned it.
you, you know, you...
He would type it to you and he would say it to you.
He would say, walk up to you, tell you, fuck you. And I think that's a proper way to do it anyways.
That is. It's like the people who trash talk after they win. I feel like it's sort of like...
That is the worst.
Yeah, that's the
That is the
worst. You have to say it before, right?
Yeah.
If you say it before, like that's respect. I
You have
respect
to
that.
say it or during it. Like how Toronto Tokyo did it during the game against us at TI.
I feel like that wasn't cool.
I felt, I mean, of course, I was getting eliminated from TI. I hated it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I respected it, you know, because it's in the game.
I feel like the game was over though.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, it wasn't
I feel
after
like if
the
he
game.
did it 5 minutes earlier before they won the game, then I would have really liked that.
Yeah, but I still respected it. I think it was at least proper, you know. It's on the main stage, you know, it's not some pub battle going
Maybe
on.
emo, like one question mark.
Yo, yeah, that was
good.
that was pretty
actually.
clutch too.
And that was like in the finals, he's down 2-0, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's still like trash talking. I feel like that's respectful.
That was impressive, yeah.
Like, for me, it's only if it becomes unenjoyable. I feel like once it starts being unenjoyable for me, I wouldn't want to do it anymore. I really like the game. I feel like there's so many cool things that you can do in Dota, and like think about, and the game's super complex. You can learn a lot from it.
I agree. I think when I'm not gonna get fun from Dota, I'm gonna start playing it or stop playing it. Because right now, I'm trying to get fun from every game, no matter if you're losing or winning, trying to learn some new stuff. Because I think in every game you can either learn something new and improve yourself.
I mean, for me, it's when I find something as purposeful in my life, then I'll stop. I'm yet to find it.
Any advice? How to win TI?
How to win TI?
Play pubs and work hard.
Wait, why would we want to help him? I don't understand.
I don't understand. I feel, okay, I can tell you.
You scared or what?
To win TI, you have to get very lucky. Yeah.
It's not a good team, bro.
You have to work hard and put yourself in a position where your good luck, you'll be able to act on it and you can seize your good luck.
I think you should stay away from your PC for 4 months. Be a
you're so chill.
Just live your life.
Be an awful teammate for 4 months and then just go to TI and you're gonna win, I think.
Yeah.
Just try your best.
Yeah, just try generic, you know, just try your best.
Try your best and at some point you're gonna get a team. And keep trying.
That's a myth. Trying your best to get a team, it's a myth.
Not trying to best to get your team. Just try your best and at some point you get your team.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello? Oh, hey, Snare. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Tofu. What's up, fam? Haven't seen you in a minute, since Lima, basically.
Oh, what do we have here? It's looking good, man.
Come on in, fam. Let's hang out. You want a massage? You look a bit tired, bro.
You always give off this kind of hippie vibe, man. You look so relaxed, so chilled all the time. Do you ever actually get stressed, like in real life?
I try to give it my best to make sure that everyone feels well in the team. Like, life's too short to be sad. Whatever you do, there has to be fun behind it and passion. But honestly, after coming here, I already felt not necessarily stressed. Being here now is honestly best that could have been. This is a nice interview, I think.
What do you think it is about that part of the story? You know, pursuing school, doing the normal route, but then realizing ultimately it's not for you.
My older brother introduced me to games, but overall, also especially in Germany, I think you just make less earnings through gaming. Like my parents also always wanted me to just go on with like normal life, also because they don't really know about this gaming sphere. But as kid, I kind of made money out of gaming already when I was 16, because I was like semi-professional in Counter-Strike, and then I made it in League of Legends also, but I didn't really get a full grasp of the opportunities I had back then. That's why I kind of had regrets and like this thought at night where what could have been, where would I be now, can I still make it, do I have the potential, am I too old now? Like I had a lot of questions about this. Then I just went for it. Like it would have been too sad not to try.
That is true. I'm very glad you did try. What happened with that one? And talk to me about how the only fairy unicorn, is it? Where did that come from?
It's like different ones where you're shooting or darting and like you had to hit some stuff to get a big prize, right?
Yeah.
There was a little girl, she was like half crying, looking sad, and she basically wanted to have some plushie, right? So I was checking, and with the last change I had, I was like asking if I should try for her, and she was like nodding, and I've actually nailed all of them.
Oh,
and
wow, how
did that, like she kept pointing, and there was like this plushie that she wanted, and she kept saying the unicorn, the fluffy unicorn. And since then it just stuck with me that I know for some reason I wanted to make something out of it. And like some friends even had a nickname for me, like they were joking around, right? This unicorn, nice story. So I kind of made that into it, the one fluffy unicorn.
That's the most wholesome thing I've ever heard in the Dota world. My God, that's all right. You as a player, well, do you have any ideas of what your life should look like afterwards?
I've always been pretty good at just living into the day, and sometimes things just fall in your lap. Maybe we can make it really successful in 2 years, or I'm in the scene for like 5 years, or go into coach or manager, or maybe I suck ass and just drop out after the season. I'm just like going with it, see where it takes me, and if the flow breaks, then I'll have to find something new.
Can't wait to see what comes next. Tofu now, the angel of Dota later. So thanks for joining me here, Tofu. And relax, man, we're in Bali. Even if you guys win another one, make sure that you get another massage because oof, this is really, really nice.
For sure, thanks for having me. If you need me again, I'll be right here.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
Hello. Massage, huh?
Yes, indeed, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Come hang out. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Haven't seen you in a bit, so take a seat. Let's get our massage on. Get comfortable, Zai. Be chilling.
Yep.
So, how you feeling, fam? Have you gotten a massage while having an interview before, actually?
No, first time.
Have you been to Bali before as well?
First time at Bali as well. But it's an interesting combination for sure.
You know, you've spoken about how important it is to take these breaks. Maybe the previous break went on a bit too long.
I mean, let me just say, I'm happy that we're going to this tournament without the added pressure of having to collect enough TI points. But we'll make do.
What does actually stress you out?
I mean, it's Dota. I mean, Dota is it's the one thing that's like, it's a big stressor. So like for example, before coming here, I was quite stressed because we were trying to get back into shape. So something like that is stressful. Something like gathering points for DPC, for TI, stuff like that is stressful.
By the way, are you aware that you have a record for the most top 3 finishes at a TI?
I am aware. I don't know if it's my favorite record though, because it's like
A bit of an awkward question. Which one hurt the most of those losses that you suffered in the top 3?
I think the tier 10 one against Spirits. Like it's one of those games that you're like reflect back on and you're just like the ones you don't want to remember. There's like a couple of mistakes that are just, but it's like, you know, you play 50 plus games, I'm sure, but you're always just gonna remember like this one game that you lost, because it kind of just throws a shadow over all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like every time you lose a game, there's like at least, you know, 5 people messaging you somehow, and it's just like, you know, saying not so nice things. Because I mean, I think most of them are tied to betting
To
and
bets,
gambling. Yeah. So when you lose, like even like a million match or whatever, like some match that really doesn't matter, they still bet on it, and then they get upset that they lost, and then.
What else do you think you'd be applying your creativity to?
Well, I played piano when I was a kid, but then I ended up quitting because my piano teacher just had me play classical music, and I thought it was extremely boring because I was like 8 or 9, and classical music wasn't so fun, which I kind of regret to this day. But I think that would be my go-to instrument if I started picking something up again. Apart from that, I'm like a big radio enthusiast, just the concept of radio, and I think it's super cool.
What's next? Eventually the Dota road has to end, right? It has to come to some kind of conclusion. What after that is going to be happening with you?
Yeah, I don't know, just doing nothing, I guess, for a little while, and try to figure out what, you know. It's also something that, you know, I'll just postpone until the time comes. I've kind of decided not to, you know, ponder on it when I'm still playing.
Tell me, outside of Dota itself, just for you as an individual, what kind of people do you find inspire you?
I don't know, I think Dota-wise, I feel like what maybe motivates me the most is, I think sports is...
Ooh, which sport?
I mean, I mainly follow football, which maybe doesn't have too much...
Which team?
I don't even know if I want to say. I'm gonna get hit.
I'm listening. Now you gotta say it.
I support Man U.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm a Chelsea supporter. All right, we're done. Producers,
we're done.
Cut, delete everything. Manchester United, What's the expectation in the team?
TI's around the corner, so you wanna kind of start getting into shape. So, you know, we're playing to win.
Play to win, baby. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Well, Zai, thank you so much, fam. This is super relaxing. Thanks for joining me for this massage. And you can get more if you win your games. If you don't win games, no more massages for you, okay?
That's fine. That's a good deal.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Dobry wieczór, Toronto, Tokyo. How's it going?
Oh, good.
Welcome to Bali. You ready for a massage and interview?
Yeah. Поехали.
You can just start right. Yeah. Okay, so do you use massages to help you deal with stress and relax, or is there something else that you prefer?
Usually when I'm stressed, I'm going to the gym, and it helps a lot.
Do you guys party together? Do you go, what do you do to have fun and relax?
We don't really party. We didn't have time. I would say our team is playing Dota 24 hours.
When did you first start playing, games, or when did you first start?
In school, like second graduate, and it was a computer club, and my friends invited me, and I really enjoyed it. From this time, I really enjoyed the computer. Senior classes, and I was already good rank, like top 100, and I was feeling that I can make it, but didn't believe enough. But I had the feelings.
Was your family supportive of you choosing this path?
No. They was taking away the computer from me.
So did you have to go and find the computer pieces?
They was hiding it,
They're hiding it?
The pieces of the computer.
Yeah.
But I always find it.
You always find I love that. This is experience many of us have. It's finding the power cord or the internet cable, and you can play again.
Yeah.
So, did that change? Did there come a point where your family supported you? Was it? I hope it was before you won TI, right?
Yeah, it was before, but even when I joined Team Spirit, I didn't tell them. It was I was hiding it from them because they wanted me to teach or to study. Yeah, so after a half of the year with Team Spirit, I told them, and from this time they was supporting me as a professional player.
If you couldn't play Dota, what would you do? What would you be most interested in?
I don't know, maybe some IT, something like that, or manager.
What were you interested in as a kid? Like, what did you want to do as a kid? If you could do anything you wanted, what would that be?
As a kid, I wanted to be a billionaire. I don't know. I just really love playing Dota. I think if I would not be a professional player right now, I would play this for fun. Maybe not that much, but definitely I would.
What's one place that you really want to travel that you haven't seen yet?
Japan for sure.
Oh, you haven't been to Japan?
Yeah, maybe when I will retire, I have a planner already. Maybe in few years, we'll see that I will live in Japan for a year, go to the school of the language, language school, and we'll see. I want to have this experience in my life.
Is this why the other players in your region call you Toronto? Because you haven't been to Tokyo yet, right? So you have to earn it. All right, that's cool. Well, best of luck to you and BetBoom. I know you guys have to get at least top 8 and then hope for some help from other teams to make TI. But hopefully you'll do well and we'll get to see you compete at TI again. And thanks a lot for joining us for this interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. What do you think? It kind of looks like Zai.
The hair.
I don't know if anyone has hair like this.
It's something like so. Okay, let's. What happens if we're wrong? Nothing, right? I feel like this is my pandas.
Yeah, I think so too. It's Solo plus someone.
Solo and Terras or something?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, let's do that.
Solo and Terras.
There's no way. There's no way that's us at all. But if it is, I think he's very handsome. I think.
Or alternatively, if you combine our names, it's like Shartizi. I will name him Shartizi.
Okay, then that's the name, Shartizi. Support us at Bali Major.
Yeah.
Hey Jack, how are you?
Welcome to Bali. You ready for the massage and interview?
Of course, давай, погнали.
How often do you get massages?
Maybe 8 or 9 massages. 9 massages in a row. That's what I mean. Not in a row. Like every day.
That's a lot of massages in one day. Did they hurt after a while and you stopped getting it, or what? What happened?
Some woman came to our boot camp. It was in Russia. Asked us, or 7 massages or 11 or something like this. After 9, I decided that it's enough for me. Because it was not like easy massage, not like...
It's like really hard massages, right?
Yeah.
What do you do when you are really stressed?
I'm watching some streams on Twitch or some other games. Might and Magic free.
Oh, Heroes 3! I still play the old campaigns sometimes, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I remember in True Sight, I remember watching some of the speeches that you gave. Are there things that you will try to do together with the team if you think people are, a little bit stressed or need a break, or just to build the team? Are there things that you guys like to do together as a team?
Usually we're not spending time together. We had a lot of boot camps last period, and we need to take some rest from each other too. If we want to do something together, we're going to drink.
That's good then. I noticed that I think usually Russian-speaking players and South American players like to party more, so you guys always go party together. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I think the last TI you played at before Romania was TI7, and then you make it to the biggest TI with the most prize money, and you win it, right? I kind of want to try to understand, like, what did you learn during that time, all those years, to not give up hope and to keep trying to be the best?
First one, it's really hard to be a strongest team. After TI, I had a bad period. We needed to make some change in our roster in Team Empire, and there was no players on some position. I not remember. I tried to play other positions, post 3, post 2. At some period, I remember that we had some contract. I decided not to stay in Team Empire, and after like 1 month, I got invited in Team Singularity, but my English is not very good, and that could be my first team where we're gonna talk on English. But I decided just to try. I believe that I learned English a lot from that period because we talked a lot about a lot of things, and not only about Dota.
That's an amazing journey, because there's so many players, and I've always heard people say that your region has a lot of very strong core players, but it's hard to find leaders, right? Like yourself, captains. And did you find that it was hard to keep people maybe hungry or motivated after winning? Like, because there's a different set of challenges after you win, right?
That when you lose something, it's a biggest boost of motivation because it's really every one of us really don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's probably one of the better motivations for there to be, because you just want to compete. You're a competitor and you want to be the best. And, thank you so much for taking your time to come talk with us. And you're very close, I think, to guaranteeing TI, right? And so you have a chance to do it here at Bali. So best of luck out there, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Where are you?
I see you. There we go.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
No, but the show. Okay. Crystal Maiden. Pero ¿quién le pega que Air Spirit?
Ah, eso no lo sé.
Ya, chapa.
Pégame, lo pego gordito. No. Ah, concha tu madre. Yurnero. Ya agarró.
Ya agarró. Nope. Medusa.
Ah, toma.
Oye, ahora se cayó.
No, es otro, pero concha tu madre.
A ver. ¿Qué es esto?
Oracle.
Cada uno es un Oracle.
Uy, no entra.
Ya, está armado.
Va a traer. Está muy fácil, está muy easy.
Está muy easy.
Weird.
Abaddon. ¿Qué? Es Abaddon.
Es una weird.
Es un Abaddon.
Ah, no.
Sí, caballo.
Nope.
Nope.
Apóyenos, somos Seven Geniuses.
Y estamos en la Bali Major. 完了，这是什么？
身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色，
风暴之灵，
辅助
可能是婢女。
冰女仙
啊！你
Nope
不是看过婢女吗？
凤凰 Phoenix 不是啊
寒冬飞龙
啊，寒冬飞龙，
没事，你不对就我对了呀。是这样的呀。
这个啊，
这个啊，那迦海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。
哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。
大地之灵，是吗？贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发。
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜，你猜。
风行者 ，Wing Ranger。
哦，
没事，还是我输了。
对。
支持
PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Hello guys, what is happening here?
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh,
Ramses.
nice.
Well, I thought you might be tired after your flight, so you might want a massage.
Of course. Let's do this. Let's do this.
it. Get comfortable. Put your face in there.
Really enjoyable.
Mr. Ramses, a man I've been a big fan of for a long time. A couple of years ago, you were in that advert for Head and Shoulders. So why don't you do more modeling, Ramses? You actually have a really great face for it. Like you have strong features, you have a good smile. Why don't we see you in more adverts like this?
If they ask me, I'm good with it, but maybe they don't need me. And I do another like commercials, maybe not Head and Shoulders, but something else.
Would you ever consider like, let's say...
Like something KFC, you know? Yeah, I do it in my city, yeah.
Okay. So there's if I go somewhere, I can find Ramses fried chicken.
Yep.
I want some Ramses fried chicken, yo. Sounds like a fire recipe. You know you have a record, actually. You have the most top 3 appearances at a major in the Dota world. What is it about you that makes you level up so much on LAN?
For me, Dota is like, it's not an online game, you know? I just really like to come cities, play on the arena, and like see the crowd, you know? People just give you your energy.
So over the years, of course, you've been regarded as one of the best carries at different parts of your career. What is it that sets you apart? Like, not just about your mechanical skill, How do you view the game that you think allows you to be able to play to the level you do?
For me, Dota and what I do in Dota, it's like, you know, you just wake up every day and you do same what you do like all your life, you know. For me, just go to work, you know, and just enjoy.
It's a very fun game, y'all. Let's just enjoy it. One day, though, Ramses, you will no longer be a player. Well, what are you thinking you want to do at that point? What comes next in the stories of Ramses?
I'm not sure I want to be coach or like caster in Dota, you know.
And if you weren't a Dota player now, what do you think would have happened with your life? Like,
or probably I'm gonna be just sportsman. I really like football or MMA, you know.
Ooh, Ramses an MMA fighter. Yo, so we need to actually set up a cage with you and Quinn, put you inside there.
Yeah, we can.
And one last question, Ramses. Where is Nine Pandas gonna finish here at the Bali Major going into TI? Because if you do really well here, you will be able to guarantee a TI spot. Has the team spoken about this, and what's the expectation?
I don't want to think about it, about the points, and I'm not sure it's the system of points like for sure correctly about the like we get a top 3 on major, but we not secure for sure TI spot, and I just don't wanna feel I can not go into TI. We're just gonna show best Dota and try to play here till last day.
The last day is coming. I hope to see you there, Ramses. Thank you so much for joining me in this wonderfully relaxing massage. And I hope you play Dota. Don't relax too much. You know how cool this place is. Don't relax too much. Make sure you're playing those Dota.
It's unreal.
Ramses from Nine Pandas. Shout out to him.
I'm so confused. Oh, behind the ring.
You guys are really funny, by the way, not walking on.
He told me that.
Good troll, guys, good troll.
Okay. Why don't we have a seat? Don't sit like this. I feel like we'd make a good YouTube like review team.
Oh, it's Tofu.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Go. You have to start. It's like made for you.
We'll just go.
He
I'll
doesn't
just
need
try.
utensils.
Like, I'm honestly hungry.
How would you rate it out of 1 to Tofu?
Actually, that makes sense. Tofu. Out of all the choices here to try, you went for tofu first. Was cold, sadly, already. But this like some peanut sauce. It's actually good.
Steak, whatever, I guess. Whatever looks interesting to you, I guess.
All right. Does someone actually know?
Whoa.
Don't be so aggressive, man. Come on.
I have no idea what anything is.
Well, I can tell you this because I prepared this. This is the finest. It looks like fish. It looks like fish, though. It seems like Tofu's the one that's actually going in, you know?
Tofu's hungry, dude.
Oh, he is hungry. We have to do something with it, right?
The most honest reviewer. Okay.
Good. Actually, yeah, we need an
It's
intro.
edible.
It's spicy also. No.
Spicy?
What? Then grab the chili from there. I feel out of place, dude. Not eating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you not eating, Artur? Tell the viewers.
Well, I'm not eating because I'm trying to maintain a strict diet of 1 meal a day. But I wish I had the opportunity to try this food cooked here on this table. It looks absolutely beautiful. Best food in Bali. So meaning.
It's actually really nice.
Well, I imagine it is.
Genuinely really nice.
No, I mean all the food I've had here is just. It's been pretty top tier.
Not only the taste is great, but the presentation is also top.
That's true. So meaning you only eat once a day. You probably eat a lot when you go for breakfast, right? Yeah, I think the food is pretty good. You don't want to miss out on that. Absolutely. I have a large variety of food, so I never get bored.
You should try this. This is really nice.
Is it water?
No, it's like watermelon, I think. Tofu, when do you start streaming?
I'm not sure. Like, I think streaming is honestly pretty cool in a way, but I think it's a big time commitment as well. True. Like, I don't want to do it just casually. Plus, I'm sort of a pro player, so there's actually not much time for me to.
But what if you just streamed
take out
like
and stream?
a camera of your face while you're doing other things?
Like what? Cooking
I
and
don't-
eating?
Yeah, cooking, eating.
You can stream. I can cook.
You can cook?
If needed. I see.
What about the finals?
I mean, I didn't cook during the final.
I meant the game. I meant the game. It's the game.
I don't know. The games were actually pretty hard.
Unlike all the other finals you
we
played this year.
We got rolled
They
over
were
a bit.
free.
Those games were actually hard. It's not like who else did we play? Liquid was kind of easy. What else did we? Thank you. Make here. Do you guys want to have some or what?
Yeah, I want to have some. Can I have some of the? Of course. Take it all.
God, dude, what? That went right in my ear. Oh my God.
Hey, yo. Bro. You getting ganked? That's massive, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm scared of bees, dude, so if it comes here, I'm out.
I'll clap it, don't worry.
Just don't hit a bee, it'll sting you.
No, dude, I'll get it. One shot.
Yeah, but it smells... This one. How does it smell?
It smells like some sort of meat.
That's fair, so some meat wrapped around the stick.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Looks like chicken satay.
I want to try this.
Not sure what it is. Let's click on that boss line.
I'll deal it by that.
Hello, good afternoon. This is all the Balinese authentic Balinese food. That's why we have the satay. This is the
satay always
squid skewer.
Oh, squid, okay.
So
Maybe he
what
doesn't
this,
know either.
This is mixed satay. We use the snapper. Satay lilit we call snapper.
Snapper?
Yeah,
Oh, it's fish, wow.
Wow.
So we're all wrong.
All wrong.
What's this one? So real.
This is the pork rib. Chicken.
Taste it for me. How does it taste? Describe. Fish. On this barbecue sauce on top of it. Oh my God, Arthur.
Do you know what
Someone knows? Who knows what that is?
I've never seen that fruit.
KB knows, right? Bro, I think snake fruit.
Snake fruit?
Yeah. It really looks like garlic. Like if you put an extra garlic, I feel I wouldn't be able to tell.
Is it sweet?
Yeah, it is. Try some. You want to have the big boy? You want some coffee? Just a little.
How do I?
There's a whole KB looks like a type of guy that if you give him something, he'll eat it.
This is very good. How do I? It's like melon,
just
right?
eat it.
Yeah. I'll just eat it.
I feel like I might actually steal one.
It is really good. It is really good.
Okay.
You guys prefer like a regular hotel over this?
Genuinely, yes, because I feel like I would be able to focus on Dota 100%.
For me, it's totally different. I feel like it's so nice to have like this kind of surrounding. To the few minutes you get off Dota, like walking in between places and stuff, it's so serene that it's like it helps you relax. Whereas like when you're in a random hotel somewhere in the world, I feel like you get to see nothing of the place you go to.
I don't want to just put in negatives for this. Like this whole experience, this place, the people, the scenery, the landscapes, like everything's like non plus ultra is like insanely beautiful.
Yeah, because usually the tournaments in the hotels are always in like cities and stuff, right? The one closest to this maybe like Manila Major. I'll start with Abuja, but I think you were there.
Yeah,
but it's not even like a vacation area, but it's just a vibe, and it feels like that. I think Bali would be a great place for the next TIs. I would love to come back here. What do you say?
I can't do it.
So I've never been to Seattle TI. And I'm pretty hyped about it. I feel like it's cool that it's back to like where it started.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah, Bali's a place where you can make friends very easily. That's what I've learned today. Even the most intimidating and famous people become your friends over a quick meal.
Over a quick meal. Honestly, we also don't hang out in this group of people usually.
I was gonna ask how they chose.
But no, it's like I think it was actually pretty chill. Like if you guys see me around in the pool, I'll hop in with you. So this has been the boys trying out some nice food in Bali at the Ayana Estate. Signing out here from the lads and shout out to Bali. Still, I feel I'm rusty.
Good, good.
How long do you think we have to hold each other for?
I don't know what to say now.
That's all for today.
皮肤黑一点好看一点，对吧？
首先感觉是有个你，
确实。
还有一个是谁
啊？RTZ，
应该是。
这个眼睛肯定是我的。
对。
嘴巴也有点像我的。
感觉是你和 RTZ 吧
？RTZ 我不确定。
RTZ 也不像。
就我们俩加起来，应该没这么难看。
嗯。
对吧？
嗯。
那只有我们两个了。
取个名字，你取吧。屈林森。
曲瑶呗。
取好了呀，屈林森。
曲瑶。他的外号。
就曲瑶，
他的外号。期待我们在巴黎Major的表现。
哎呀，加油！
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions. and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
什么情况啊？
这怎么像你？
我的脸在谁的身上？
这有点周思源，他那个眉毛有点像他，知道吧？
不会真的是吧？
一毛和那个大师，
不会是你吧？
不是我吧？
真的不是你吗？
是我吗？
我就说吧，哎呀，你要说这个眉毛嘛，看一看，感觉跟你的也一样的。周家涵，
结合体嘛，就周家涵。
期待我们巴黎 Major 表现，IG 加油！
请。
哦，好久不见，
好久不见，
好久不见，这
欢迎你接受我们的同时按摩采访环节。
啊，就直接坐下。
对，就坐下，脚放这里。那你自己个人会经常做按摩吗？
我会偶尔去做按摩，但也是 SPA， 但我没有做过像这个样子的。
那么这次按摩是他说是好像比较更合适软一点的，所以可能你就会舒服一点了，对吧？
对，
除非你不回答我的问题，我就会让他来硬的。
啊，别。
比赛的时候有关的，因为当然作为职业选手有很大的压力，再包括你是中国队的职业选手，所以那方面的压力大概会大一些。
还好吧，没有说那么夸张，就想放松一下去一下呗，就一般情况都是跟队友一起出去吃个饭，然后或者是一起玩其他游戏，同样是威慑，就是 CSGO 啊。
就你要是一辈子只能吃一道菜，你会选择是哪一道？
哇，这个问题感觉问到我了，感觉好处实在太多了，可能只吃一道菜的话。就只吃火锅吧，
是吧？我可同意了，我也大概会选择火锅。
感觉还可以再加一个，
再加个，
实在不行再加一个吧，再加个烤肉吧，烤肉感觉也挺满吃的。就只能说，我对于烤肉来说，也只是就喜欢新鲜感吧，就是可能很久没吃了，然后吃一下。
你最喜欢看的是什么节目？
我最开始看的那个动画叫《灼眼的夏娜》，我看了国漫，最近在看那个。画江湖之不良人，我都很喜欢。
你什么时候是开始先玩游戏的？是谁给你介绍游戏玩的？
我有个姐，她那个时候就跟我经常一起玩那个学习机游戏，你知道吧？就是那种插卡的。我还有发小，经常跟发小一起玩游戏嘛，就一起。当时他玩那个魔兽世界，不是魔兽世界，是那个魔兽沃3，玩着就发现里面有其他的图嘛，然后后面就找到了。DOTA 这个图就一直玩，然后后面有 DOTA 2了，也开始玩 DOTA 2嘛。
那时候你肯定还很年轻啊，对吧？
我只记得版本，但我不太记得年龄。那个好像是6.61B 的时候玩的。
哇，家人和父母那时候是怎么看的？
玩游戏肯定家里人都看不惯啊，肯定就是不行啊。没办法，自己比较贪玩，后面就打职业了呀。反正家里人。就看我拿到钱了，比如说，我的比赛拿点成绩，然后给自己家里积点钱嘛。他们知道你赚钱了，他们才知道这个是没有问题的。
就是能养活自己，而且还能请他们去吃火锅，那他们就想这个就合格了，对吧？合格了。
是，那肯定是这样的呀。
也算是老将了，对吧？那就祝福你和这支新城队伍在这次巴黎 Major 能。就是突破重围，希望能直邀取 TI， 对吧？这 这样那个在国内的那个选拔赛就没那么可怕了，对吧？
国内好像目前很不乐观，是吧？
嗯。
加油吧！
Hello? Oh, hey, Snare. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Tofu. What's up, fam? Haven't seen you in a minute, since Lima, basically.
Oh, what do we have here? It's looking good, man.
Come on in, fam. Let's hang out. You want a massage? You look a bit tired, bro. You always give off this this kind of hippie vibe, man. You look so relaxed, so chilled all the time. Do you ever actually get stressed, like in real life?
I try to give it my best to make sure that everyone feels well in the team. Like, life's too short to be sad. Whatever you do, there has to be fun behind it and passion. But honestly, after coming here, I already felt not necessarily stressed. Being here now is honestly best that could have been. It's a nice interview, I think.
What do you think it is about that part of the story? You know, pursuing school, doing the normal route, but then realizing ultimately it's not for you.
My older brother introduced me to games, but overall, also especially in Germany, I think you just make less earnings through gaming. Like, my parents also always wanted me to just go on with like normal life, also because they don't really know about this gaming sphere. But as kid, I kind of made money out of gaming already when I was 16, because I was like semi-professional in Counter-Strike, and then I made it in League of Legends also, but I didn't really get a full grasp of the opportunities I had back then. That's why I kind of had regrets and like this thought at night where, what could have been? Where would I be now? Can I still make it? Do I have the potential? Am I too old now? Like, I had a lot of questions about this. Then I just went for it. Like, it would have been too sad not to try.
That is true. I'm very glad you did try. What happened with that one? And talk to me about how the only fairy unicorn, is it? Where did that come from?
It's like different ones where you're shooting or darting, and like you had to hit some stuff to get a big prize, right?
Yeah.
There was a little girl. She was like half crying, looking sad, and she basically wanted to have some plushie, right? So I was checking, and with the last change I had, I was like asking if I should try for her, and she was like nodding, and I've actually nailed all of them.
Oh,
and
wow,
while I
how
did that,
over.
like, she kept pointing, and there was like this plushie that she wanted, and she kept saying, the unicorn, the fluffy unicorn. And since then it just stuck with me that, I know, for some reason I wanted to make something out of it. And like, some friends even had a nickname for me, like they were joking around, right? This unicorn, nice story.
So I kind of made that into it, the one fluffy unicorn.
That's the most wholesome thing I've ever heard in the Dota world. My God, that's all right. You as a player, well, do you have any ideas of what your life should look like afterwards?
I've always been pretty good at just living into the day, and sometimes things just fall in your lap. Maybe we can make it really successful in 2 years, or I'm in the scene for like 5 years, or go into coach or manager, or maybe I suck ass and just drop out after the season. I'm just like going with it, see where it takes me, and if the flow breaks, then I'll have to find something new.
Can't wait to see what comes next. Tofu now, the angel of Dota later. So thanks for joining me here, Tofu. And relax, man, we're in Bali. Even if you guys win another one, make sure that you get another massage because oof, this is really, really nice.
For sure, thanks for having me. If you need me again, I'll be right here.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
¿Ese pelo es tuyo? ¿Entonces está crees?
No, no es mío, yo tengo pelacio. Mira, pareciera que el tuyo es de acá.
No.
Ay, pero la vista es un peruano. No puede ser un...
Eres tú, ¿no?
No puedo, no.
¿No eres tú?
O sea, puede ser Viscos y de Whisper, yo pienso... No, digo, es de Viscos y de que pareciera.
¿Qué opinas de la foto? Parece niño, así encima, niñito, mira. 12 años. Dar charla se llamaría. Bueno, no se olviden de seguir a Viscos y sigan apoyándonos en el torneo de la Bali Major. Gracias.
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru on the oven.
Hello. Massage, huh?
Yes, indeed, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Come hang out. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Haven't seen you in a bit, so take a seat. Let's get our massage on. Get comfortable, Zai. Be chilling.
Yep.
So, how you feeling, fam? Have you gotten a massage while having an interview before, actually?
No, first time.
Have you been to Bali before as well?
First time in Bali as well. But it's an interesting combination for sure.
You know, you've spoken about how important it is to take these breaks. Maybe the previous break went on a bit too long.
I mean, let me just say, I'm happy that we're going to this tournament without the added pressure of having to collect enough TI points. But we'll make do.
What does actually stress you out?
I mean, it's Dota. I mean, Dota is it's the one thing that's like, it's a big stressor. So, like, for example, before coming here, I was quite stressed because we were trying to get back into shape. So something like that is stressful. Something like gathering points for DPC, for TI, stuff like that is stressful.
By the way, are you aware that you have a record for the most top 3 finishes at a TI?
I am aware. I don't know if it's my favorite record though, because it's like
a bit of an awkward question. Which one hurt the most of those losses that you suffered in the top 3?
I think the tier 10 one against Spirits. Like, it's one of those games that you're like reflect back on, and you just like the ones you don't want to remember. There's like a couple of mistakes that are just, but it's like, you know, you play 50 plus games, I'm sure, but you're always just gonna remember like this one game that you lost, because it kind of just throws a shadow over all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like every time you lose a game, there's like at least, you know, 5 people messaging you somehow, and it's just like, you know, saying not so nice things. Because I mean, I think most of them are tied to betting and
bets,
gambling. Yeah. So when you lose, like even like a million match or whatever, like some match that really doesn't matter, they still bet on it, and then they get upset that they lost, and then.
What else do you think you'd be applying your creativity to?
Well, I played piano when I was a kid, but then I ended up quitting because my piano teacher just had me play classical music, and I thought it was extremely boring because I was like 8 or 9, and classical music wasn't so fun, which I kind of regret to this day. But I think that'd be my go-to instrument if I started picking something up again. Apart from that, I'm like a big radio enthusiast, just the concept of radio, and I think it's super cool.
What's next? Eventually the Dota road has to end, right? It has to come to some kind of conclusion. What after that is going to be happening with you?
Yeah, I don't know, just doing nothing, I guess, for a little while, and try to figure out what, you know. It's also something that, you know, I'll just postpone until the time comes. I've kind of decided not to, you know, ponder on it when I'm still playing.
Tell me, outside of Dota itself, just for you as an individual, what kind of people do you find inspire you?
I don't know, I think Dota-wise, I feel like what maybe motivates me the most is, I think sports is...
Ooh, which sport?
I mean, I mainly follow football, which maybe doesn't have too much...
Which team?
I don't even know if I want to say. I'm gonna get hit.
I'm listening. Now you gotta say it.
I support Man U.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm a Chelsea supporter. All right, we're done. Producers,
we're done.
Cut, delete everything. Manchester United, side. Oh. What's the expectation in the team?
TIA's around the corner, so you wanna kind of start getting into shape. So, you know, we're playing to win.
Play to win, baby. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Well, Zai, thank you so much, fam. This is super relaxing. Thanks for joining me for this massage. And you can get more if you win your games. If you don't win games, no more massages for you, okay?
That's fine. That's a good deal.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
We are here at the Bali Major, and I'm sure some of y'all have been curious as to what the setup is for these teams within their player rooms. So let's take a quick tour into the evil geniuses side of things. So come with me, let's see what's happening in here. By the way, because it's such a fancy and amazing hotel, everything is pretty much top shelf, even the bathroom. I mean, look at this. We've got this incredibly large bathtub, got a little bidet attached and installed on the thing. Who has a painting in the bathroom? What the hell is this? This is pretty hella fancy. It's quite nice, but you're not here for a bathroom tour. You're here to see how they get down as players. Unfortunately, EG has already been eliminated from the Bali Major, so they're not playing any games today. However, because Dota is a full-time affair, even when you're not in a tournament, we still have some players practicing right now. Chris Luck and Matthew are sitting here grinding out their pubs, making sure they're ready. As you can see, there's a lot of PCs in this room. 5 PCs, of course, for the players, a PC for the coach. And you might be wondering, at any given time, we have 4 games running at once. All 6 of these computers are connected for 2 different teams, so that's a lot of bandwidth required to make all of this work, unless you have BizNet. BizNet have partnered with us for this event, and they're ensuring that the connections are as smooth as humanly possible. Very low pings, very low latency, pretty much 0 packet loss. It is wonderful to witness. These pubs are very high level. You might not be good enough to get there yet, but you know, get yourself a BizNet connection, grind out those pubs, and maybe one day you'll find yourself playing among some of the greats, such as evil geniuses here at the Bali Major. So that's what the player rooms look like. This is exactly what's happening within the squads. And this is happening all across the hallway for all 18 teams involved in the Bali Major. Keep playing, keep practicing. Maybe one day, one of these rooms will be yours.
Dobry вечер, Toronto, Tokyo. How's it going?
Oh, good.
Welcome to Bali. You ready for a massage and interview?
Yeah. Поехали.
Just start right. Yeah. Okay, so do you use massages to help you deal with stress and relax, or is there something else that you prefer?
Usually when I'm stressed, I'm going to the gym, and it helps a lot.
Do you guys party together? Do you go? What do you do to have fun and relax?
We don't really party. We didn't have time. I would say our team is playing Dota 24 hours.
When did you first start playing, games, or when did you first start?
In school, like second graduate, and it was a computer club, and my friends invited me, and I really enjoyed it. From this time, I really enjoyed the computer. Senior classes, and I was already good rank, like top 100, and I was feeling that I can make it, but didn't believe enough. But I had the feelings.
Was your family supportive of you choosing this path?
No. They was taking away the computer from me.
So did you have to go and find the computer pieces?
They was hiding it,
They're hiding it?
The pieces of the computer.
Yeah.
But I always find it.
You always find? I love that. This is experience many of us have. It's finding the power cord or the internet cable, and you can play again.
Yeah.
So, did that change? Did there come a point where your family supported you? Was it? I hope it was before you won TI, right?
Yeah, it was before, but even when I joined Team Spirit, I didn't tell them. It was I was hiding it from them because they wanted me to teach or to study. Yeah, so after a half of the year with Team Spirit, I told them, and from this time they was supporting me as a professional player.
If you couldn't play Dota, what would you do? What would you be most interested in?
I don't know, maybe some IT, something like that, or manager.
What were you interested in as a kid? Like, what did you want to do as a kid? If you could do anything you wanted, what would that be?
As a kid, I wanted to be a billionaire. I don't know. I just really love playing Dota. I think if I wouldn't be a professional player right now, I would play this for fun. Maybe not that much, but definitely I would.
What's one place that you really want to travel that you haven't seen yet?
Japan for sure.
Oh, you haven't been to Japan?
Yeah, maybe when I will retire, I have a plan already. Maybe in few years, we'll see that I will live in Japan for a year, go to the school of the language, language school, and we'll see. I want to have this experience in my life.
Is this why the other players in your region call you Toronto? Because you haven't been to Tokyo yet, right? So
I
you
don't know.
have to earn it. All right, that's cool. Well, best of luck to you and BetBoom. I know you guys have to get at least top 8 and then hope for some help from other teams to make TI. But hopefully you'll do well and we'll get to see you compete at TI again. And thanks a lot for joining us for this interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. What do you think? It kind of looks like Zai.
The hair.
I don't know if anyone has hair like this.
It's something like so. Okay, let's. What happens if we're wrong? Nothing, right? I feel like this is Mind Pandas. Yeah, I think so too. Solo plus someone. Solo and Teres or something? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's do that. Solo and Teres. There's no way. There's no way that's us at all. But if it is, I think he's very handsome, I think... Or alternatively, if you like combine our names, it's like Shartizi. I will name him Shartizi. Okay, then that's the name, Shartizi. Support us at Bali Major. Yeah. Oh my God.
Hey Jack, how are you?
Welcome to Bali. You ready for the massage and interview?
Of course, давай, погнали.
How often do you get massages?
Maybe 8 or 9 massages. 9 massages in a row, that's what I mean. Not in a row, like every day.
That's a lot of massages in one day. Did they hurt after a while and you stopped getting it, or what? What happened?
Some woman came to our boot camp, it was in Russia, asked us, or 7 massages or 11 or something like this. After 9, I decided that it's enough for me. Because it was not like easy massage, not like...
It's like really hard massages, right?
Yeah.
What do you do when you are really stressed?
I'm watching some streams on Twitch or some other games, Might and Magic free.
Oh, Heroes 3! I still play the old campaigns sometimes, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I remember in True Sight, I remember watching some of the speeches that you gave. Are there things that you will try to do together with the team if you think people are, a little bit stressed or need a break or, just to build the team? Are there things that you guys like to do together as a team?
Usually we're not spending time together. We had a lot of boot camps last period, and we need to take some rest from each other too. If we want to do something together, we're going to drink.
That's good then. I noticed that I think usually Russian-speaking players and South American players like to party more, so you guys always go party together. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I think the last TI you played at before Romania was TI7, and then you make it to the biggest TI with the most prize money, and you win it, right? I kind of want to try to understand, like, what did you learn during that time, all those years, to not give up hope and to keep trying to be the best?
First one, it's really hard to be a strongest team. After TI, I had a bad period. We needed to make some change in our roster in Team Empire, and there was no players on some position. I not remember. I tried to play other positions, post 3, post 2. At some period, I remember that we had some contract. I decided not to stay in Team Empire, and after like 1 month, I got invited in Team Singularity, but my English is not very good, and that could be my first team where we're gonna talk on English. But I decided just to try. I believe that I learned English a lot from that period because we talked a lot about a lot of things, and not only about Dota.
That's an amazing journey because there's so many players, and I've always heard people say that your region has a lot of very strong core players, but it's hard to find leaders, right? Like yourself, captains. And did you find that it was hard to keep people maybe hungry or motivated after winning? Like, because there's a different set of challenges after you win, right?
That when you lose something, it's a biggest boost of motivation because it's really every one of us really don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's probably one of the better motivations for there to be, because you just want to compete. You're a competitor and you want to be the best. And, thank you so much for taking your time to come talk with us. And you're very close, I think, to guaranteeing TI, right? And so you have a chance to do it here at Bali. So best of luck out there, man. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Where are you?
I see you. There we go. There we go.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
No, but the show. Okay. Crystal Maiden. Pero, ¿quién le pega que Air Spirit?
Ah, eso no lo dice.
Ya, chapa.
Pégame, lo pego gordito. No. Ah, concha tu madre. Yurnero. Ya agarró.
Ya agarró. Nope. Medusa.
Ah, toma.
Oye, ahora se cayó.
No, es otro, pero concha tu madre.
¿Qué es esto?
Oracle.
Me cago en un Oracle.
Uy, no entra.
Ya, está armado.
Va a traer. Está muy fácil, está muy easy.
Está muy easy.
Abaddon.
¿Qué? Es Abaddon.
Es una Weird.
Es un Abaddon.
Ah,
Tiene caballo.
Nope.
Nope.
Apóyenos, somos Seven Geniuses.
Y estamos de la Bali Major.
I met Sumel when he was 15, some random guy, top of the leaderboards. I didn't know what was happening. I just got kicked from the team. And we went to some like Vegas tournament together, remember?
Yeah, go last.
Yeah, it was shit.
Vegas tournament?
It was like a random Vegas tournament. I think you didn't say a word.
I did.
You did?
In lagging.
And after that though, we went and played DAC and Sumel carried us. So it was 3-win. Yeah.
Good times.
That was good.
Yeah, it was good times.
That was a good tournament actually. And Thrasho, this is my first time meeting him. One time we sat in a plane and bus together and he wouldn't stop laughing the entire time. I started playing Dota in high school. I guess that was a long time ago now because I'm old.
How old are you?
I'm 30 now. Yeah, I'm almost dead. Like soon, I'm just waiting for the sweet release.
Halfway through.
Yeah, my friend got me Warcraft 3 for my birthday and then I started playing Dota from it.
Inspiring.
Thank you. How about you? I think you started before me.
I started 2006.
Yeah, I think I started 2008.
I started playing Dota when I was 8, I guess. I started playing Dota All Stars in computer club. And after I would just keep playing it with my friends. They're all items are in English and you have to read it, but I don't speak English at all, so it takes a while to build something like in Dota 2.
I mean, I can say that people before actually tried to impress pro players. That's the biggest difference. And now these new people, I guess they haven't been slapped in the faces enough. They put more effort in disrespecting pro players and ruining the game than to actually play the game, which has made the quality way worse. Because I remember when I was in a pro, you know, if I got in a game with pro players, I would try my best. Yeah. And like, I would fake my behavior, be the nicest, you know? And now everybody's a dickhead.
I'm just ruining the game. I mean, I cannot take this pub seriously.
See, even the pro players are ruining the game. Yeah.
I mean, also right now, when you're a pro, you know how big is difference between the pub and pro game. So actually, it's hard to take it serious from at least. So that's why I'm ruining. This is my reason.
I feel like before I was a pro player, the pubs were more fun actually. Like when I was still learning to play the game, I feel like that's when I had the most fun. You see something and like, San can use a stun in Epicenter and Lina stuns, you're like, holy shit, I can't believe they did that. It's like crazy, you know, he like killed me. And the next game you queue up, you're like, oh, I won't play Sand King, and you miss all your spells. Or like you forget to shift queue Epicenter for Blink.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I feel like that was the most fun. Like,
Yeah.
discovering the game. I only play Enchantress and pubs now. So, I don't know. I just run around and hit people, it's fun. I feel like back then playing pubs in Dota 1, like the heroes had more swagger. Like when I picture Sumail Shadow Fiend, I always, in my mind, it's actually the Dota 1 SS.
Yeah, Dota 1 SS,
Yeah.
same.
I mean, back when I started, I feel like stuff was like a lot less polished.
Yeah.
Like you go to some tournament, there was like no concept of a practice room. Maybe if you're lucky, there's like a shared area where everyone can watch you play, and that's the only time you can play Dota. It's like in front of everyone. I remember Navi would scrim and everyone would watch them. It was worse in terms of gameplay and stuff, but I sort of miss it because back then all the pro players would like talk to each other, right? Because you wouldn't have PCs, so you go hang out, you chill, you play some pubs together beside each other and flame each other. Sumail would probably like unplug your keyboard, some shit.
Did I do it?
You did that to me before. And then, yeah, but now it's like the accommodations and the setups are way better, but there's like some elements I miss. I don't think you can ever get them back, like more of a grassroots type tournament and stuff.
No, I don't think I miss it.
No,
I think it's rough.
I think the trash talk game fell off.
Yeah, I don't think anyone trash talks. Maybe Quinn.
But
Quinn
he's
talks
saying
shit.
it in a smart way. It's not like he's saying some
not really trash
You
talk.
can't take it seriously because it's Quinn.
Yeah.
TPD was the best ever to
Yeah.
trash talk, I think. He really did, actually.
Yeah, it's good trash talk.
I miss it. But PPD would look into your fucking eye and
he
tell
owns it.
you, you know, you...
He would type it to you and he would say it to you.
He would say, walk up to you, tell you, fuck you. And I think that's a proper way to do it anyways.
That is. It's like the people who trash talk after they win. I feel like it's sort of like...
That is the worst.
Yeah, that's the
That is the
worst. You have to say it before, right?
Yeah.
You say it before, like that's respect. I
You have
respect
to
that.
say it or during it, like how Toronto Tokyo did it during the game against us at TI.
I feel like that wasn't cool.
I felt, I mean, of course, I was getting eliminated from TI, I hated it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I respected it, you know, because it's in the game.
I feel like the game was over though.
Yeah, but still, you know, it wasn't
I
up
feel
for
like if
the
he
game.
did it 5 minutes earlier before they won the game, then I would have really liked that.
Yeah, but I still respected it. I think it was at least proper, you know. It's on the main stage, you know, it's not some pub battle going
Maybe
on.
emo, like one question mark.
Yo, yeah, that
was good.
That was pretty clutch too.
And that was like in the finals, he's down 2-0, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's still like trash talking. I feel like that's respectful.
That was impressive, yeah.
Like for me, it's only if it becomes unenjoyable. But I feel like once it starts being unenjoyable for me, I wouldn't want to do it anymore. I really like the game. I feel like there's so many cool things that you can do in Dota and like think about, and the game's super complex. You can learn a lot from it.
I agree. I think when I'm not gonna get fun from Dota, I'm gonna start playing it or stop playing it. Because right now, I'm trying to get fun from every game, no matter if you're losing or winning, trying to learn some new stuff. Because I think in every game you can either learn something new and improve yourself.
I mean, for me, it's when I find something as purposeful in my life, then I'll stop. I'm yet to find it.
Any advice? How to win TI?
How to win TI?
Play pubs and work hard.
Wait, why would we want to help him? I don't understand.
I don't understand. I feel, okay, I can tell you.
You scared or what?
To win TI, you have to get very lucky.
It's not a good team, bro.
You have to work hard and put yourself in a position where your good luck, you'll be able to act on it and you can seize your good luck.
I think you should stay away from your PC for 4 months. Be a
you'll be so chill.
Just live your life.
Be an awful teammate for 4 months and then just go to TI and you're gonna win, I think.
Just try your best.
Yeah, just try generic, you know, just try your best.
Try your best and at some point you're gonna get a team. And keep trying.
That's a myth. Trying your best to get a team, it's a myth.
Not trying to best to get your team. Just try your best and at some point you get your team.
这是什么？
身上有蓝色，有青色，蓝青色。
风暴之灵，
辅助，
可能是婢女。
冰女，仙。
啊！你不是看过婢女吗？
凤凰 ，Phoenix，不是。
寒冬飞龙。
啊，寒冬飞龙。
没事，你不对就我对了呀。是这样的呀。这个啊，这个啊。
那家海妖。
Nope。
我猜先知啊，这肯定是先知。
哦，我操！我一开始看的是飞的感觉。
大地之灵，是吗？贴这里一个，最后再出一个就贴脸上了，行啊，只有一个了。他这是红的头发。
这个很难猜的，又是个人。
哎，那我来猜。
哎，我猜，
你猜，
风水者，Wing Ranger。哦，没事，还是我输啊。
对。
支持
PSG LGD， 期待我们怎么了？支持 PSG LGD 在巴黎 Major 上的表现。
Hello guys, what is happening here?
Welcome.
Oh,
Ramsey.
nice.
Well, I thought you might be tired after your flight, so you might want a massage.
Of course. Let's do this. Let's do this.
it. Get comfortable. Put your face in there.
Really enjoyable.
Mr. Ramses, a man I've been a big fan of for a long time. A couple of years ago, you were in that advert for Head and Shoulders. So why don't you do more modeling, Ramses? You actually have a really great face for it. Like, you have strong features, you have a good smile. Why don't we see you in more adverts like this?
If they ask me, I'm good with it, but maybe they don't need me. And I do another like commercials, maybe not Head and Shoulders, but something else.
Would you ever consider like, let's say...
Like something KFC, you know? Yeah, I do it in my city, yeah.
Okay. So there's if I go somewhere, I can find Ramses fried chicken.
Yep.
I want some Ramses fried chicken, yo. Sounds like a fire recipe. You know you have a record, actually. You have the most top 3 appearances at a major in the Dota world. What is it about you that makes you level up so much on LAN?
For me, Dota is like, it's not an online game, you know? I just really like to come cities, play on the arena, and like see the crowd, you know? People just give you your energy.
So over the years, of course, you've been regarded as one of the best carries at different parts of your career. What is it that sets you apart? Like, not just about your mechanical skill. How do you view the game that you think allows you to be able to play to the level you do?
For me, Dota and what I do in Dota, it's like, you know, you just wake up every day and you do same what you do like all your life, you know? For me, just go to work, you know, and just enjoy it.
It's a very fun game, y'all. Let's just enjoy it. One day, though, Ramses, you will no longer be a player. What are you thinking you want to do at that point? What comes next in the stories of Ramses?
I'm not sure I want to be coach or like caster in Dota, you know.
And if you weren't a Dota player now, what do you think would have happened with your life? Like,
or probably I'm gonna be just sportsman. I really like football or MMA, you know.
Ooh, Ramses is an MMA fighter. Yo, so we need to actually set up a cage with you and Quinn, put you inside there.
Yeah, we can.
And one last question, Ramses. Where is Nine Pandas going to finish here at the Bali Major going into TI? Because if you do really well here, you will be able to guarantee a TI spot. Has the team spoken about this, and what's the expectation?
I don't want to think about it, about the points, and I'm not sure it's the system of points like for sure correctly about the like we get a top 3 on major, but we not secure for sure TI spot. And I just don't wanna feel I can not go into TI. We're just gonna show best Dota and try to play here till last day.
The last day is coming. I hope to see you there, Ramses. Thank you so much for joining me in this wonderfully relaxing massage. And I hope you play Dota. Don't relax too much. You know how cool this place is. Don't relax too much. Make sure you're playing those Dota.
It's unreal.
Ramses from Nine Pandas. Shout out to him.
I'm so confused.
Oh, behind the thing.
You guys are really funny, by the way, not walking on.
He told me that.
Good troll, guys, good troll.
Okay. Why don't we have a seat? Don't sit like this. I feel like we'd make a good YouTube like review team.
Oh, it's Tofu.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Go. You have to start. It's like made for you.
We'll just go.
He doesn't need utensils.
Like, I'm honestly hungry.
How would you rate it out of 1 to Tofu?
Actually, that makes sense. Tofu. Out of all the choices here to try, you went for tofu first. Tofu was cold, sadly, already. But it's like some peanut sauce. It's actually good.
Steak, whatever, I guess. Whatever looks interesting to you, I guess.
Alright. Does someone actually know?
Whoa. Don't be so aggressive, man. Come on.
I have no idea what anything is.
Well, I can tell you this because I prepared this. This is the finest. It looks like fish. It looks like fish, though. It seems like tofu is the one that's actually going in, you know?
Tofu's hungry, dude.
He is hungry. We have to do something with it, right?
The most honest reviewer. Okay.
Good. Actually, yeah, we need an intro.
Edible.
It's spicy also.
Spicy? What?
Then grab the chili from there. I feel out of place, dude. Not eating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you not eating, Artur? Tell the viewers.
Well, I'm not eating because I'm trying to maintain a strict diet of 1 meal a day. But I wish I had the opportunity to try this food cooked here on this table. It looks absolutely beautiful. Best food in Bali. So meaning.
It's actually really nice.
Well, I imagine it is.
Genuinely really nice.
No, I mean all the food I've had here is just. It's been pretty top tier.
Not only the taste is great, but the presentation is also top.
Yeah, that's true. So meaning you only eat once a day. You probably eat a lot when you go for breakfast, right? Yeah, I think food is pretty good. You don't want to miss out on that. Absolutely. I have a large variety of food, so I never get bored.
You should try this. This is really nice.
Is it water?
No, it's like watermelon, I think. Tofu, when do you start streaming?
I'm not sure. Like, I think streaming is honestly pretty cool in a way, but I think it's a big time commitment as well. True. Like, I don't want to do it just casually. Plus, I'm sort of a pro player, so there's actually not much time for me to.
But what if you just streamed like
stream?
a camera of your face while you're doing other things?
Like what? Cooking and eating?
Yeah, cooking, eating.
Do you cook streams? I can cook. You can cook if needed. I see.
What about the finals?
I mean, I didn't cook during the final.
I meant the game. It's a big game.
I don't know. The games were actually pretty hard.
Unlike all the other finals you played this year.
We got rolled over a bit. Those games were actually hard. It's not like who else did we play? Liquid was kind of easy. What else did we play? Thank you. Make here. Do you guys want to have some? Or?
Yeah, I want to have some. Can I have some of the?
Of course. Take it all.
Oh my god, dude, what? That went right in my ear. Oh my god.
Hey, yo. Bro.
You getting yanked?
That's massive, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm scared of bees, dude, so if it comes here, I'm out.
I'll clap it, don't worry.
Just don't hit a bee, it'll sting.
No, dude, I'll get it. One shot.
Yeah, I mean, it smells... What, this one? How does it smell?
It smells like some sort of meat.
That's fair, so some meat wrapped around the stick.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Looks like chicken satay.
I want to try this.
Not sure what it is. Let's click on that boss line.
I'll give it by then.
Hello, good afternoon. This is all the Balinese authentic Balinese food. That's why we have the satay. This is the
satay always
squid skewer.
Oh, squid, okay.
So
Maybe
what was this?
This is mixed satay. We use the snapper. Satay lilit we call snapper.
Snapper?
Yes.
Oh, it's fish, wow.
Wow.
So we're all wrong.
All wrong.
What's
this one?
So really,
this is the pork rib. Chicken.
Taste it for me. How does it taste? Describe. Fish. On this barbecue sauce on top of it. Oh my god, Artur.
Do you know what
Someone knows? Who knows what that is?
I've never seen that fruit.
KB knows, right? Bro, take snake fruit.
Snake fruit?
Yeah. It really looks like garlic. Like if you put an extra garlic, I feel I wouldn't be able to tell.
Is it sweet?
Yeah, it is. Try some. You want to have the big boy? You want some coffee? Just a little.
How do I?
There's a whole KP looks like a type of guy that if you give him something, he'll eat
I'm
it.
just gonna take it.
This is very good.
How do I?
There's like melon,
just
right?
eat it.
Yeah. I'll just eat it.
I feel like I might actually steal one.
It is really good. It is really good.
Okay.
You guys prefer like a regular hotel over this?
Genuinely, yes, because I feel like I would be able to focus on Dota 100%.
For me, it's totally different. I feel like it's so nice to have like this kind of surrounding to the few minutes you get off Dota, like walking in between places and stuff. It's so serene that it's like it helps you relax. Whereas like when you're in a random hotel somewhere in the world, I feel like you get to see nothing of the place you go to.
I don't want to just put in negatives, but it's like this whole experience, this place, the people. The scenery, the landscapes, like everything's like non plus ultras, like insanely beautiful.
Yeah, because usually the tournaments in the hotels are always in like cities and stuff, right? The one closest to this maybe like Manila Major. I'll sound like a boomer, but I think you were there.
Yeah.
But it's not even like a vacation area, but it's just the vibe kind of feels like that. I think Bali would be a great place for the next TIs. I would love to come back here. What he said.
I can't do it.
So I've never been to Seattle TI, and I'm pretty hyped about it. I feel like it's cool that it's back to like where it started.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah, Bali's a place where you can make friends very easily. That's what I've learned today. Even the most intimidating and famous people become your friends over a quick meal.
Over a quick meal. Honestly, we also don't hang out in this group of people usually.
I was gonna ask how they chose.
But no, it's like I think it was actually pretty chill. Like if you guys see me around in the pool, I'll hop in with you. So this has been the boys trying out some nice food in Bali at the Ayana Estate. Signing out here from the lads and fell to Bali. Still, I feel I'm rusty.
Good, good.
How long do you think we have to hold each other for?
I don't know what to say now.
That's all for today.
皮肤黑点好看一点，对吧？
首先感觉是有个你，
确实。
还有一个是谁
啊？RTZ，
应该是。
这个眼睛肯定是我的。
对。
嘴巴也有点像我的。
感觉是你和 RTZ 吧
？RTZ 我不确定。
RTZ 也不像。
就我们俩加起来，应该没这么难看。对吧？那只有我们两个了。
取个名字，你取吧。曲林森，
曲瑶呗，
取好了呀，曲林森，
曲瑶，他的外号，
就曲瑶，
他的外号。期待我们在巴黎 Major 的表现。
哎呀，加油！
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once, your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
什么情况啊？
这怎么像你？
我的脸在谁的身上？
这有点周思源，他这个眉毛有点像他，知道吧？
不会真的是吧
？emo 和那个大师，
不会是你吧？
不是我吧？
真的不是你吗？
是我吗？
我就说吧，哎呀，你要说这个眉毛嘛，看一看，感觉跟你的也一样的。周家涵，
结合体嘛，就周家涵。
期待我们巴黎 Major 表现，IG 加油！亲。
Hello，
好久不见。
好久不见。
好久不见，
欢迎你接受我们的同时按摩采访环节。
好，就直接坐下。
对，就坐下，脚放在这里。那你自己个人会经常做按摩吗？
我会偶尔去做按摩，但也是 SPA， 但我没有做过像这个样子的。
那么这次按摩是他说是好像 比较更合适软一点的，所以可能你就会舒服一点了，对吧？
对，
除非你不回答我的问题，我就会让他来硬的。
啊，别。
比赛的时候有关的，因为当然作为职业选手有很大的压力，再包括你是中国队的职业选手，所以那方面的压力大概会大一些。
还好吧，没有说那么夸张，就想放松一下就去一下呗，就一般情况都是跟队友一起出去吃个饭，然后或者是一起玩其他游戏，同样是威慑里，就是 CSGO 啊。
就你要是一辈子只能吃一道菜，你会选择是哪一道？
哇，这个问题感觉问到我了，感觉好处实在太多了，可能只吃一道菜的话，就只吃火锅吧。
是吧？我可同意了，我也大概会选择火锅。
感觉还可以再加一个。
再加个。
要是实在因为再加一个吧，再加个烤肉吧，烤肉感觉也挺满吃的。就只能说，我对于烤肉来说，也只是就喜欢新鲜感吧，就是可能很久没吃了，然后吃一下。
你最喜欢看的是什么节目？
我最开始看的那个动画叫《灼眼的夏娜》，我看了国漫，最近在看那个《画江湖之不良人》，我都很喜欢。
你什么时候是开始先玩游戏的？是谁给你介绍游戏玩的？
我有个姐，她那个时候就跟我经常一起玩那个学习机游戏，你知道吧？就是那种插卡的。我还有发小，经常跟发小一起玩游戏嘛，就一起。当时他玩那个魔兽世界，不是魔兽世界，是那个魔兽沃3，玩着玩着就发现里面有其他的图嘛，然后后面就找到了DOTA 这个图，就一直玩，然后后面有 DOTA 2了，也开始玩 DOTA 2嘛。
那时候你肯定还很年轻啊，对吧？
我只记得版本，但我不太记得年龄。那个好像是6.61B 的时候玩的。
哇，家人和父母那时候是怎么看的？
玩游戏肯定家里人都看不惯啊，肯定就是不行啊。没办法，自己比较贪玩，后面就打职业了呀。反正家里人就看我拿到钱了，比如说我的比赛拿点成绩，然后给自己家里积点钱嘛。他们知道你赚钱了，他们才知道这个是没有问题的。
就是能养活自己，而且还能请他们去吃火锅，那他们就想这个就合格了，对吧？合格了。
那肯定是这样的呀。
也算是老将了，对吧？那就祝福你和这支星辰队伍在这次巴黎 Major 能就是突破重围，希望能直邀去 TI， 对吧？这样那个在国内的那个选拔赛就没那么可怕了，对吧？
国内好像目前很不乐观，是吧？加油吧！
Hello? Oh, hey, Snare. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Tofu. What's up, fam? I haven't seen you in a minute, since Lima, basically.
Oh, what do we have here? It's looking good, man.
Come on in, fam. Let's hang out. You want a massage? You look a bit tired, bro. You always give off this this kind of hippie vibe, man. You look so relaxed, so chilled all the time. Do you ever actually get stressed, like in real life?
I try to give it my best to make sure that everyone feels well in the team. Like, life's too short to be sad. Whatever you do, there has to be fun behind it and passion. But honestly, after coming here, I already felt not necessarily stressed. Being here now is honestly best that could have been. This is a nice interview, I think.
What do you think it is about that part of the story? You know, pursuing school, doing the normal route, but then realizing ultimately it's not for you.
My older brother introduced me to games, but overall, also especially in Germany, I think you just make less earnings through gaming. Like, my parents also always wanted me to just go on with like normal life, also because they don't really know about this gaming sphere. But as kid, I kind of made money out of gaming already when I was 16, because I was like semi-professional in Counter-Strike, and then I made it in League of Legends also, but I didn't really get a full grasp of the opportunities I had back then. That's why I kind of had regrets and like this thought at night where, what could have been? Where would I be now? Can I still make it? Do I have the potential? Am I too old now? Like, I had a lot of questions about this. Then I just went for it. Like, it would have been too sad not to try.
That is true. I'm very glad you did try. What happened with that one? And talk to me about how the only fairy unicorn, is it? Where did that come from?
It's like different ones where you're shooting or darting, and like you had to hit some stuff to get a big prize, right?
Yeah.
There was a little girl. She was like half crying, looking sad, and she basically wanted to have some plushie, right? So I was checking, and with the last change I had, I was like asking if I should try for her, and she was like nodding, and I've actually nailed all of them.
Oh,
and
wow, how
that, like, she kept pointing, and there was like this plushie that she wanted, and she kept saying, the unicorn, the fluffy unicorn. And since then it just stuck with me that I know for some reason I wanted to make something out of it. And like some friends even had a nickname for me, like they were joking around, right? This unicorn, nice story. So I kind of made that into it, the one fluffy unicorn.
That's the most wholesome thing I've ever heard in the Dota world. My God, that's all right. You as a player, well, do you have any ideas of what your life should look like afterwards?
I've always been pretty good at just living into the day, and sometimes things just fall in your lap. Maybe we can make it really successful in 2 years, or I'm in the scene for like 5 years, or go into coach or manager, or maybe I suck ass and just drop out after the season. I'm just like going with it, see where it takes me, and if the flow breaks, then I'll have to find something new.
Can't wait to see what comes next. Tofu now, the angel of Dota later. So thanks for joining me here, Tofu. And relax, man, we're in Bali. Even if you guys win another one, make sure that you get another massage, because oof, this is really, really nice.
For sure, thanks for having me. If you need me again, I'll be right here.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
¿Ese pelo es tuyo? ¿Dónde se saca?
No, no es mío, yo no tengo pelo así. Mira, pareciera que el tuyo es de acá. Ay, pero la vista es un peruano. No puede ser un...
Eres tú, ¿no?
No puedo, no.
¿No eres tú?
O sea, puede ser viscos y de Whisper, yo pienso... No, digo, es de viscos y de que pareciera.
¿Qué opinas de la foto? Parece niño, así, un niñito, mira. 12 años. Dar charla se llamaría. Bueno, no se olviden de seguir a Viscos y sigan apoyándonos en el torneo de la Bali Major. Gracias.
di oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru roll di oven.
Hello. Massage, huh?
Yes, indeed, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Come hang out. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Haven't seen you in a bit, so take a seat. Let's get our massage on. Get comfortable, sir. Be chilling.
Yep.
So, how you feeling, fam? Have you gotten a massage while having an interview before, actually?
No, first time.
Have you been to Bali before as well?
First time at Bali as well. But it's an interesting combination for sure.
You know, you've spoken about how important it is to take these breaks. Maybe the previous break went on a bit too long.
I mean, let me just say, I'm happy that we're going to this tournament without the added pressure of having to collect enough TI points. But we'll make do.
What does actually stress you out?
I mean, it's Dota. I mean, Dota is it's the one thing that's like, it's a big stressor. So, like, for example, before coming here, I was quite stressed because we were trying to get back into shape. So something like that is stressful. Something like gathering points for DPC, for TI, stuff like that is stressful.
By the way, are you aware that you have a record for the most top 3 finishes at a TI?
I am aware. I don't know if it's my favorite record though, because it's like
a bit of an awkward question. Which one hurt the most of those losses that you suffered in the top 3?
I think the Tier 10 one against Spirits. Like, it's one of those games that you're like reflect back on, and you just like the ones you don't want to remember. There's like a couple of mistakes that are just, but it's like, you know, you play 50 plus games, I'm sure, but you're always just gonna remember like this one game that you lost, because it kind of just throws a shadow over all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like every time you lose a game, there's like at least, you know, 5 people messaging you somehow, and it's just like, you know, saying not so nice things, because I mean, I think most of them are tied to betting and
bets,
gambling. Yeah. So when you lose, like even like a million match or whatever, like some match that really doesn't.
In a time of legend on the islands of Bali, the land was once calm and the sea was still. There was never a wave, not even a ripple. Side by side, the god of land and sea watched over the islands together in peace and harmony. But Roshan brought upon a great upheaval. It rampaged through the land, causing a volcanic eruption that unleashed chaos and destruction. In an act of good faith, the god of sea summoned mighty waves to quell the fires, but his noble efforts dealt more harm than good. Some questioned his good intentions, while some, including the god of land, were provoked by his actions. It sparked a war between the two gods. Centuries passed, and the conflict raged on. Hence, the god of land forged a mystical chalice to seal the powers of the god of sea. The god of sea was forced to retreat, but the seas has never been the same. This wrath continues to live in the violent waves we have today. To put an end to the conflict, the god of land hid away the chalice for 1,000 years. And now, the chalice is set to appear once again, beckoning a victor to claim its powers.
beasts of war. My waters rise.
Throughout the years of Dota 2, we have had epic rivalries, we have had incredible contests, but none such as this. The greatest teams in the world at the moment, Team Liquid, the most adaptable squad we've seen in eras, and definitely the best Morphling team to have ever graced the game, taking on Gaimin Gladiators, the most solid laners, the most consistent players, and definitely the best Beastmaster team in the world. Where land meets sea here at the Bali Major, we begin the grand finals between the Titans of Dota vying for the final championship, the final trophy. The road to the international starts now, and it begins with the best teams in the world. Bali, give it up for Team Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators come into this having already made history. They have guaranteed themselves a spot in the collective hearts and minds of all the Dota world. They are the best team in the world currently, but Team Liquid have shown that they cannot be defeated. They cannot be put down. Their determination is at an all-time high. So, as a challenger, they have gone on a finals day of TI. They found themselves in the finals of every single major this year. So Bali, one last time, give it up for the boys in blue, the Morphling specialists, Team Liquid. But remember, they are a challenger, because at the top of the mountain right now, at the apex of Dota 2, we have not only the current best team in the world, they are your Bali finalists. They came and they won Berlin, they won Lima, they have won everything in this year, and they are looking to be the only team in history to make it a 5-peat. One more time, Bali, are you ready for the champions back to back to back to back? Gaimin Gladiators! Land has met sea, the audience has met Dota, but now it's time for the teams to meet one another in competition and to find out exactly where the waves crash on the land. We send it to the panel. I have Team Tsunami to bring us the action and to give us the spectacle that we all deserve at the end of the Bali Major.
Thank you very much, Snare, and everyone right now at the venue at the Ayana Estate. Welcome to Grand Finals. My name's Tsunami, and I've got a panel to join me as well. The beauty, the brains, the brawn of BSJ, Winter, and Fear. Gentlemen, I feel like we've been here before. I feel like a little bit of deja vu. I feel like this is insanity to an extent, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So Liquid versus Gaimin. Why is it always like this?
I mean, does that mean we expect Gaimin to win immediately if you think it's going to be this different result? But these two teams, they just seem to have the most versatility across every patch. Like, they're adjusting in their own ways, and I feel like what Liquid did earlier kind of speaks heaps and bounds. They just took a strat that Beast Coast used and said, oh, we could do that too. That's how you beat Timbersaw.
It's definitely not a coincidence that they are so good across the patches. You know, things are changing and they are still able to adapt and tweak little things in their playstyle and just be the best in the current patch.
Yeah, I think between these teams specifically, the one thing Gaimin has over Liquid is they have better consistency. They're both, like, without a doubt, the two best teams in the world right now. That has been proven throughout the entire year here. But Gaimin, they don't lose in the upper bracket. Nope. Like, never. And Liquid, they do. They have a little bit of consistency issues, and they definitely have consistency issues in winning grand finals against Gaimin as well. So they have a lot to prove here, I think, for Liquid.
As a result, though, Liquid has more games under their belt here at this tournament. Gaimin, every single time, they just go straight through upper bracket, but Liquid have taken a little bit longer journey to make it to this point, and a part of it is off of the back of these two mid laners head-to-head. It's Quinn versus Nisha, which Quinn still, for basically the past 4 months, consistently regarded as the best mid laner in the world, and no one has been able to challenge his crown, not even Nisha.
Yeah, the way they play around him is what's really brought out the final form of Quinn. You know, he
He basically said, or I heard from Jack, that when he was playing on like the versions of Quincy Crew and stuff, that he's going to be up in your face, he's going to be on your side of the map regardless of whether or not his teammates follow, and sometimes that would backfire a little bit in the more farm-oriented like North American playstyle. But when he came onto this team, you can see like he's leading the charge and everybody on Gaimin's just ready to follow him up, and even Duraccio may do it a little bit too much in the carry role, but I think that's part of what makes it work, you know, as much as people kind of joke around that they may play overly aggressive sometimes. I think it all starts with Quinn.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit unfair. Like sometimes people are like calling out Duraccio being like a weak carry, or he doesn't have as much farm as the other carries, but he's been like doing a lot of stuff for his team. You know, he's pushing. Like he's not thinking on how can I get most creeps on the map on the shortest amount of time. He's thinking more about how can I do more for my team, allow my teammates to shine a lot more. That's what I like him as a carry.
Yeah, I mean, I think between the two players you just mentioned, it goes back to consistency for me. I rarely ever see Quinn have a bad game. Where on the other side, Nisha, his highs are really high, but his lows can be low too.
And that's why also I'm left wondering if Gaimin are to continue this trend, and yes, they are always upper bracket, that always throws into question how they deal with losses in general. So when these two teams have faced off in majors prior, obviously Lima had some extenuating circumstances for Team Liquid as Jabs was standing in, but that was a 3-0 in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. After that, in the second time that they met was Dream League Season 19, which was a 3-2 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. Then the next DPC major was Berlin, where Liquid started to get a little bit more of an edge, at least on LAN finals, and it was a 3-1. But it seems like it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back every time these two teams meet in finals. Although, if that's the case, and the last time they met was a 3-1, then maybe Liquid can get the edge this time?
I mean, surely they've already understood certain things, you know. I am sure that they know why they're losing in the past, what's wrong. It's all about the execution. I think for Liquid, that's their biggest problems, you know. I feel like in the games that they are losing, like in the last couple of series, Nisha has definitely been one of the players that have been the most inconsistent compared to the rest. I feel like the drafts have been sometimes hit or miss as well, and they just have to like try to figure out how to get that consistency and try to focus on the right things in the patch, which is the side lanes and your supports being able to play for your mid.
I also really enjoy the fact that, like, you have to try and crack the code when it comes to Gaimin Gladiators, because they have a set of heroes they like playing a lot, and I really like how earlier in the lower bracket, they practice some IO Lesh themselves, maybe preparing, warming it up for this grand finals match, taking a tool away from Gaimin Gladiators, because I think that's exactly what you have to do. You have to find a way to disarm the best strategies, and taking it and playing it yourself is one way to do it.
And Liquid are no strangers to that. Like you said, Brian, they saw Beast Coast Shadow Fiend versus Timbersaw. Liquid is a team that is, there's no shame in saying like, oh, that's a pretty good strategy. I think we could run that.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first times in history that we've seen teams that are consistently performing well that also just cheese you. Like they just take these, like we seen the Quid Huskar, even Ace was breaking out the Pudge towards the end of the group stage, beginning of the playoffs, where, you know, it's just adaptations to the meta. You see a bunch of illusion carries, a lot of the more optimal heroes to deal with it, like the Leshrac, are already getting banned out in the second and third phase, and suddenly you whip out the Pudge, and it doesn't seem like much, but Pudge is 3-0 this tournament, right? And it's because people picked it in the right situations. It's both of these teams. So these little free wins that they get on top of you makes it even more difficult to overcome the fact that they're consistently performing.
Yeah, and on top of the cores, I feel like it's going to be like a battle between the supports, because I feel like what you're actually doing in the game right now is like you're trying to have 2 really heavy cores, like really stable cores. You drop them right away, like whatever it is, like a Timber or Brute. You sit on the side lanes, you're going to be occupying the side lanes all the time, and it's going to be up to the supports to tip the balance. That's why you've been seeing, like, especially on the first pick phase, that teams, they pick their cores right away, and they look at the draft, and they decide the supports after what's good with our supports and what's good against their cores.
Yeah, and to add to all this, I think it's easy to watch a bunch of games of Dota, see these teams win, but you often don't know why they're winning, which pick they're winning on which side. So I have some interesting stats about both these teams. On Radiant, this is for Gaimin Gladiators, they have a 63% win rate on Radiant. Okay. They have a 69% win rate on Dire, so they're winning more on Dire. Nice. And on top of that, their first pick ratio is 29%, so they're preferring second pick overall. And then Liquid as well, theirs is a little more interesting. On Radiant, their win rate is 85%.
Okay.
And on Dire, it's 53%.
Whoa.
And their first pick rate is 55%, so they prefer first pick. So both these teams have different preferences, so it does look like both teams will probably get the side and pick that they want.
So for this game specifically, Liquid did win the toss, and they chose first pick. And Gaimin went for Dire. Although
they would have chosen Radiant.
Yeah,
probably Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if Liquid knows their own stats then.
Yeah.
I feel like if they knew their own stats as 85% Radiant, they would have chosen that.
Sometimes it's just a coincidence, but that's just the numbers right now as far as drafting goes for them. They seem to be doing really well on first pick and Radiant, whereas Gaimin a little bit better on that second pick and Dire.
I mean, is it because of the farming? As a carry, you found faster on Radiant?
Telling you, it's the 1.5 mana regen in those camps down there.
The Mighty Mines. No, the Well.
That's the Well.
The
Yeah,
Well.
Mighty Mines are the Dire.
Yeah, and probably also the Roshan. Like, it's easier for you to get the 15 to 20 minute Roshan.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, gentlemen. It's game number 1. Phase 1's already filtering in. Liquid take out the Leshrac and the Enchantress. Gaimin banned out the Morphling and the Medusa. And with that first pick, coin flip 1, Liquid take the Broodmother right off the bat. But Timbersaw is left through. Gaimin picked that up along with the Techies.
It's definitely really fascinating that Liquid chose to let Timbersaw through here. Has been pretty much universally like the first pick hero if it's left in the pool. It's either like first picked or completely ignored. Maybe they think like if they were able to deal with it last series that maybe Gaimin would have had something to deal with it as well. And also people, you mentioned earlier, Winter, that they're picking 2 cores in the first phase of the draft, usually on first pick. Like, there's just certain cores that are absolutely broken right now, like the Timber and the Brutes, you see them overall first, Morphling, and then the second pick right here is the most protected pick because you can ban 3 heroes right away. So that's likely a support bat, but it could be, theoretically, a mid bat against the Timber.
I mean, I think it's also good that, from my understanding right now, seeing what's happening, like Liquid probably prioritizes the side lane core a lot more, and maybe they feel like the Timber trade has given them more information because probably it's gonna be like a mid Timber, then you can counter it better, and you've already secured a Brute, so you have a very stable side lane, and you can let the draft play out and decide what you need on the mid lane to help your side lanes. And they have gotten like a Bat Rider as well, which is pretty decent against the Timbersaw. You're going to need like a hero that deals a massive amount of magic to be able to deal with this early Timbersaw pressure that Queen always does.
Yeah. And the Bat Rider can do that for sure. Sorry. And then on top of that, I always like to see it when they pick these heroes that are super popular, like the Timbersaw, and what Quinn thinks are the best 3 heroes to play against it, and he'll probably just ban them out immediately. But they can flex it as well, another strength of the Timbersaw.
How likely do you think Shadow Fiend has risen up the ranks for Quinn to have to worry about banning it?
For Nisha,
Yeah.
he can play it. It's definitely down his alley. It really just comes down to, is that the style Liquid want to play? Because most of the time, the mid laners playing this like greedy farming style hasn't been working out for most of the teams.
Yep.
Normally, your mid laner wants to play through supports, and both your side laners are taking most of the net worth on the map. So the dynamic of how you play the map is going to change entirely if you do that. So you really have to crush your lane and maybe play to win 3 lanes that way, which is always an okay option to go for.
Yeah, I think that's particularly one of the things that change in a game so much right now, where the supports just tend to want to move with the mid laner the most, because the mid laner is the one that gets the most amount of XP and the importance of securing the runes, because right now the runes always alternate. So it's very easy for you to plan, okay, this rune is already out. The next probable rune is going to be like a Haste or DD. We're going to have to play around it. We're going to want our Ember or our Primal Beast to get that rune, and we're going to go to the side lane. So everything is much more smoother if your mid laner is just a natural rotating hero.
That's true. I never thought about how deterministic runes might influence, like, oh, it's 8 minutes, there's a good probability we're going to get one of the power runes that we want.
I'd say around 10 or 12 minutes is, I've actually heard players in pubs start talking about it. They'll actually have like, they have the Roche type written down. They'll start to know what runes have been picked up.
I see.
Usually the main ones you think of are the Haste and the DD, like Winter mentioned, because those will often set up kills that weren't previously possible. We have to remember that this can also be a carry brood for Liquid. What brood is like gone up in value even more than she already was, because she was a high win percentage throughout the whole course of the tournament, is the flex value. Because a lot of times people will choose to counter it with like a Naga Siren that's banned out, something like a Terrorblade PL, like Illusion carries, and then the brood just gets put safe lane and they counterpick you with the offlaner suddenly. So that's why it's such a powerful pick, more so than already what makes it broken, which is just universal right clicker, 70% damage on her first spell, and since she's universal, her base damage is like 200. So it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, whenever Liquid flexed it, which was actually the first time they flexed it was against Quest, it was a first phase Broodmother, and then later on in phase 2 they ended up picking Xayah Beastmaster.
Yeah, they will double down, sometimes triple down on summons. Like they had a Visage Beast, or his DK Beastmaster Brood, so it's just push, push, push. We've seen them with like a Lycan, Visage, so it wouldn't be too surprised if we see 2 of those, even though there's a Timbersaw on the other side, because you kind of just run around him, you know, kite him on the map, run past him in team fights.
Yeah. I think having this Timbersaw as well is going to be very interesting as well, because so far every hero Nisha has picked this tournament, like the only ones that he's played that are actually good versus Timber mid has just been the Leshrac. The rest don't seem like good matchups against this Timbersaw, and the Leshrac's banned. So Team Liquid does have the widest hero pool of any team at this tournament, and also have the most games, so that skews it a little bit. However, he's going to have to either play a new hero here, or Gaimin's going to have to put it on the side lane, but I think forcing Nisha into a new hero is going to be something new for Liquid here.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty important thing, you know, since Nisha is the one that's being a little bit more unstable compared to the rest of his teammates. Like if you put him in a situation where he's might be forced to play something that he's not really comfortable with. Maybe he's already played the hero, but he's just not really that comfortable. Could be like a decisive factor, you know. You win the lane, and then he's losing the lane hard, and he doesn't know what to do. Or he just like feeds a lot, or he makes a couple of mistakes, and the game could just be easily over by then.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Juggernaut. Well, they're holding off, and they kind of take away the flex of the Broodmother, as now Juggernaut has been selected.
I don't mind the pick. It's going along the theme of hard to gank side laners. Right now you see both supports, likely the mid or potentially off laner. These are usually the 3 heroes responsible for the kills on the map in the first like 10 to 25 minute window where people are trying to farm. And Jug absolutely survivable with the spin against all these heroes. And what I like about the Disruptor is you already have a lot of free pathing abuse between the Broodmother and the Batrider, and he's one of the few supports that can catch you once you've gotten over the cliff, which would usually mean you're home free.
Yeah, during Tour 1, I believe, or just the Lima Major times, Broodmother was on every game, right? First pick, or full circle, I guess. It's still first pick nowadays, but Disruptor was one of the better supports for that, because if you can just allow that spider to just run around in the trees and never catch them, it can be very difficult to play the game here. And the Juggernaut pick, I agree with you, it fits their lineup pretty well, but then you're picking like this Lich Jug strategy, which is very strong in the laning stage. However, Timber is one of the better heroes that's just getting away from that combo in the laning stage if they do want to make a pivot here.
I mean, do you feel like the reason them picking the Lich Jug is because they see it is Techies and Disruptor, and they feel like those 2 supports can't really threaten the Jug? So in a way where I mentioned earlier, where the game feels like right now you pick 2 cores, really strong cores that sit in their lane, and whenever you see an opportunity that the opponent shows the 2 supports and you know that 2 supports can't gank that particular hero, and then you feel like you can just farm on the lane forever.
Yeah, and I think to add on top of that, the Lich is one of those heroes that we've seen a lot against the Techies. You can use the Sinister Gaze during the blast off there, and just it won't do anything, right? So if you can stay on top of the Techies and harass them there, that could help. But Gaimin have a decision to make now. Do they just want to pick their carry here and continue to flex this Timbersaw, or are they going to reveal where this Timber is going to go?
I'd rather see the carry right now because you're almost certainly the Brood off lane. You don't even know if the Batrider's core yet. It theoretically could be core, and I think they highly prioritize like the lane cheese on top of everything else. So yeah, they go for the Terrorblade. It's pretty standard against the Brood, even though you generally lose the lane. Like it's like a 60-40 lane for Brood. That you can occupy that area of the map. The one thing you don't want from the Timbersaw, since he is like your one easy way of clearing spiders right now, is to feel like he has to sit bottom defensively, and instead, like Quinn, if he is playing the Timbersaw, or if it's Ace playing the Timbersaw, they want to be shoving your towers. They want to be running into your jungle, making you have to react, maybe even not necessarily killing the Jug, but forcing him further and further back into his Mighty Mines area in the top jungle. So I like the Terrorblade. It's like usually what Dyrachyo does. He kind of just takes the crappy farm. That's what he does, even if he's a hard farming hero. You just say, here, buddy, you can have the bottom half of the map. Nobody else wants it against Brood.
Yeah, that's actually a really important point in how Dota is being played right now. Whenever you're in a situation where if only one of your cores can only go to that specific lane, then you're going to have a lot of problems when the supports can only play with that particular core. So having Terrorblade there, you have high armor, you have illusions, you can push out the lane, so you don't really drag your supports down to that lane. and they get to play with the Timber, because that's ultimately their plan. The supports are most likely going to be moving with Timber. Timber's the biggest source of damage. Disruptor's going to set the kill, and Timber's going to be there.
And that is a Huskar ban.
Yeah.
Meaning I don't think this Bat Rider's most likely going mid, right?
That's an Ember, right?
Yeah, they want something in mind for this. I don't think Gaming Gladiators draft really wants a Huskar very much right now. But it feels like whatever they want to pick from Liquid, this Huskar can exploit it. Which makes me further believe here that for Gaming Gladiators, potentially with their bans, they're just going to keep this Timber open. And now Quinn is going to get the counter pick, because I can't think of too many better heroes to put in the offlane versus Jug and the Lich there, because that is an incredibly strong lane.
Yeah, Liquid's going to need like probably like an initiating hero, like some Puck, some short cooldown, and a hero that can play against a blind matchup, maybe a Snapfire kind of hero. The supports need somebody that can play around, that can deal damage when you get the last off, when the Lich is here to start the gank.
I feel like they're kind of telegraphing Ember right here. I think they just clearly want that. It's kind of like Nisha's hero this tournament, even though he had that one game where he went Battle Fury double Daedalus and kind of...
Yeah.
We're probably not going to see that anymore.
Yeah, I think they had to start talking with him. But, you know, as Blitz said, you got to let him cook sometimes, you know? Just got to let him do his thing. Maybe it doesn't work one time, but the way Nisha plays, you mentioned Fear, kind of polarizing performances. Like sometimes he's 10-0, sometimes he's 1-5, and you don't really feel his presence in the game. And I think that has to do a lot with like how much his side lanes feel fine. Like if he's allowed to just be up in your face in the mid lane with the two supports sitting around him, he's kind of like Quinn in that way. He feels a lot more comfortable with that extra momentum being given to him.
But I do feel like sometimes he tends to hit creeps a little too much, whereas I feel Quinn has the right balance about when he should be hitting creeps and when he's going to be running around and pressuring the opponent. But in general, maybe Quinn is more aggressive as a nature, you know, as a player. But I do feel that Nisha has some problem sometimes balancing that out.
Yeah, and it just makes you wonder: do you want to give Quinn a free lane? Because Quinn's the type of player, knowing from experience playing him as a carry player, if he wins his mid lane, you're next. He's going to go to your lane and make sure you don't farm anything, and that'll give Dyrachyo a net worth advantage, and as a Jug, that's not great. You don't want your Ember to be on catch-up duty here. As far as I know, I don't think Ember can stop a Timber Saw on the laning stage. But even if they want to do the Timber off lane, which might be a better lane for the Juggernaut, he can pick anything from his choosing to deal with an Ember. And Ember's generally been a hero that is pretty easy to exploit, so I'm very curious on which direction Gaimin is going to go. Is it going to be Ace, or is it going to be Quinn on this final pick?
I wouldn't mind something like a Beast if they wanted to go offlane.
I was thinking about that too. Like Beast can just sit in a lane, and you're pretty good against the Jug. Just keep farming, you give the Terrorblade the aura when it comes to the group up.
There's also Darkseer still in the pool.
Versus Jug, probably not something you want to do too much, because he can deal with that quite easily.
Okay, maybe
but
not.
They're going to do it anyway. Well, you called it.
You can at least surge out of this devastating combo with the Shield, the Gaze, and the Blade Fury. But
Darkseer's never really been like a laning hero. Like, yeah, you have your power spikes, level 2 Ion Shell when you both hit level 3, and overall, like, you do set up dives against certain carries, but not really against Jug.
But has the matchup changed because he's universal now and he's more damage?
Yeah, you're allowed to just CS with Darkseer.
Darkseer right-clicks now?
I'm saying, like, it's similar to Timbersaw, where both these heroes used to only CS with spells and they had like 50 damage, but now you can go some early stat items and you don't have to keep spamming Ion Shells. They usually like rush the Vanguard, and at that point, you're pretty unkillable, which means that, we talked about it. What Gaimin wants to do, they want to rally behind Quinn, Darkseer, and Terrorblade. They just kind of do their own thing once they're level 5 or 6.
They keep the lane shoved out, creates a lot of pressure so that Quinn can run around and kill people. And on top of that, in the team fights, you have to vacuum into the disruptor ulti.
I think the most important thing is going to be the mid matchup, because if Quinn does win the lane, he's going to go skew that top lane. But I think if you leave the Darkseer alone, it's going to be a little difficult for him to lane there, because you start your Surge and then you get Gaze and there's a spin. It could be an easy death.
And apart from land, mid, sea, there's like 5 universal heroes in the draft, so 5 against 5 balance.
Where land meets sea meets galaxy. All right then, let's get ready to get this thematic battle underway. Where land meets sea, where gladiators meet liquid. Let's meet OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals here at the Bali Major. Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid. Once again, I mean, Fogged, we're here, the same two teams. I mean, overall, coming into this one, is there a chance we see something different, or from what we've had so far from these two squads, Gaming Gladiators coming in as the favorites?
Yeah.
Absolutely coming in as favorites. I mean, they have year records since last TI, not counting TI, of course. It's 18-9 in game score, and overall, most of those series, of course, have gone in favor of Gaming Gladiators. I do think both teams, they kind of got what they wanted, but I think Gaming, they got more what they wanted. I think this looks like a very strong group-up draft. But Nisha, he's been, I mean, on his Ember Spirit, of course, he's been incredible, and looking forward to see how this one's going to go down, because Brood has also been a pretty annoying hero.
It has.
He's been just really disrupting a lot of carries inside of these games, and yeah, we'll see which one of these gets the big farm.
Yeah, and a lot of times can sort of become that secondary carry or third carry if you've got something good going on in the mid lane as well. In terms of that mid lane, as you say, Nishay's been popping off, getting him on his Ember Spirit. Of course, from Gaming Gladiators side of things, they get the Timbersaw nice and early. As they see the draft play out, they're more than happy to keep Quinn on that mid Timbersaw. I mean, who has the better idea, do you think, in that mid lane? You know, are Liquid right to sort of say, hey, we'll put Nisha on the Ember against this, it's going to be fine? Or Gaming Gladiators right to say, oh, you put the Ember mid? All right, we'll put Quinn, we'll take Quinn on the Timber mid, and he's going to give Nisha a bad time.
Yeah, you know what? It's game one, right? We've got a potential long series. I think this is the time to maybe try it out. You give Quinn his Timber, you're going to go Nisha. What do you want to play? Nisha's like, give me the damn Ember. We're banning Huskar. Make sure I'm set up for success. He's had some really good games. He's had some funny ones too with the Battle Fury double data list, but
I hope we get.
You better.
We're not gonna get that here. That was
we'll never have that again.
Meepo thing.
Yeah, that was a Meepo thing, and also just summons, which maybe got baited a little bit and never went for BKB, but that happens. But yeah, I think this could be set up for some fun, but it could also be set up for Gaming just getting ahead and staying ahead, because they do like to group up, especially when they play with this Darkseer, get those auras.
Sure.
Could be some damage issues maybe from Liquid, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and what do you sort of make of kind of the matchups between the carries in this? You know, we've seen a lot of Terrorblade. You know, we're seeing teams try out the Jug and such in this major. Head to head, you know, how do the timings of these sort of work out? You know, in terms of how you feel when we've experienced teams playing these heroes head to head.
Jug has slowed down a lot.
Yeah,
right. I think that's one
Battle
thing.
Fury.
He goes for his Battle Fury, so I feel like TB actually is a pretty okay matchup for it. Yeah, you can have some troubles just if he's able to stick on you with with the Omni Slash and stuff like that, but itemization, TB, he kind of keeps ahead of this.
All right, yeah. If you have a good lane as the TB, which I imagine, would you imagine Dratcho will this game? I mean, how are things sort of against the Zybrood and the Boxy Bat?
Probably like 64. They definitely have kill threat onto Dratcho.
Sure. He can get eventually pushed out of the lane, but Terrorblade's a Terrorblade. He's going to farm anyway. And what you could see him still getting like this good, what kind of Yasha, Skadi on Manta, Skadi timing, comparable to maybe Mickey having like the Battle Fury in half of his next item. And I imagine, well, that's the sort of period when things can be tough for the Jug. Because this push is going to come in around the Terrorblade, and Jug's got to consider, do I want to turn up to these fights, or do I want to keep hitting creeps?
The one thing is, though, the Jug overall, I look at the lane, he should have a pretty free time overall.
You think his lane's easier?
Yeah, versus Darkseer and Techies, it should be quite a bit easier because he's got the backup of the Lich. Pano mentioned it. I think Lich and Rubik are the two that I do really like to see in response to Techies, because you've got that instant disable, catch him off the blast off, so should be able to secure some really solid farms. So maybe that's the situation where Mickey is actually able to slightly pull ahead. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun. These two teams, they've played each other so many times this year. We are in for a treat.
I have indeed. Let's see if we get Gaming Gladiators being able to take it all again, or Team Liquid come in with this a successful challenge and manage to take them down here in this grand final. In their best of 5, you know, something that Gaming Gladiators have gotten rather comfortable with winning time and time again this season.
Even just the upper bracket. I think Fear on the panel did mention it toward the end there. These guys don't lose once they start getting on their winning streak in that winner bracket, so let's see. It's going to be quite a test here for Liquid, and let's see if they can get off early and start that advantage, because I think that's exactly what this lineup overall is looking for. Get a lead, push that lead, try to shut down Gaming Gladiators, take over the map a little bit. So see if they get this first blood. They're actually looking for a potential sneaky catch here.
So if they catch them by surprise up from the high ground.
Gaimin looks very prepared.
Boxy's got the 2 blood grenades ready to go. Indeed, with this position they're holding around the trees, super hard for Liquid to get to. The smoke dispels, and Boxy knows they're up there. And with that in mind, Liquid unable to make the approach that they would hope for. Gaming Gladiators, they knew it was coming.
Liquid already putting down some, I mean, that ward might actually just get countered pretty much immediately.
That's already
They
been pinged,
right under Gaming's vision. Tofu.
That should be fine here. I mean,
kind of bounce back.
It's a good angle with that flame break.
Kind of tanky.
Doesn't want to dive the tower though. At this point, Mickey far too risky. So just a bit of poke damage, and Tofu perfectly fine. So they don't get Tofu, and they will indeed lose, almost certainly lose that Observer ward.
Definitely going to lose that ward.
They pinged it out. They knew what was going on. In terms of the bounties, we'll just end up splitting the 2 for 2. So yeah, let's see how some of these lanes go down. As you said, you would imagine Jug and Lich should be pretty solid top. Maybe down bottom, Dratcho on the TV feels a bit of pressure. And then the mid matchup, Oh yeah, well we'll see who was sort of correct with the way they drafted it out, because clearly both teams very happy to have these two heroes go head to head.
Nisha missing a last hit there, a free one. Can't be doing that. Well, as we've seen in the past, it's been Timber dominant. Especially when Quinn has been playing it versus these Ember Spirits, he's phenomenal, just taking advantage of it. And that's where there could be difficulties, even if these lanes and stuff like that, you know, if Liquid does come ahead, that's where Quinn can just break that, right? Because he can make moves to these lanes, to that Brood's lane in particular, and just protect the tower just to make sure that the Terrorblade Dyrachyo is able to get that farm in jungle early. This Disruptor pick is cool. I like the point that Brian made quite a bit on panel too. I was looking at quite a bit of history of when they do pick it. Gaimin does not pick this hero that often for Celery, but when they are playing versus these heroes that can sneak up the pathing in particular, versus this Brood, versus the Bat, that's when they do like to have it. So it's cool, because then they rounded it together, right? They made the Disruptor look even better when they throw in the Darkseer, the potential of the vacuum combos.
Absolutely, yeah. Great team fight provided just between the two of them, and also just great chase and catch. So if the fights start to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, they can easily combo it into further. Very hard for Liquid to escape from a bad engagement.
Yeah, and maybe this top lane isn't going to be as easy as expected for Mikke, because he does have a Lich who's a very, very strong hero, but Techies really is just that threatening. And I do see that Sania, he actually took the Frost Shield immediately at level 2.
Foxy, he's got It's going to be first blood for Dyrachyo down here. Good catch from Celery with the kinetic field, and there's enough time for the two of them to right-click him out of the game.
The Dyrachyo Terrorblade, one of the few Terrorblades I think in this tournament that is having just still the same success that it usually does. I think most people were talking about how it's been struggling more than they expected. Quinn getting kept low. Liquid with Boxy's death is actually going to take away the Water Rune from Quinn. But Quinn is actually going to be put a little bit low on HP here for the next few moments. Yeah, definitely seeing. I'm seeing Mikke just he's getting poked. The power of the techies, the poke.
Yeah,
it's commencing.
See down bottom again. Zai attempting to get to Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo's fine. Very hard for kind of Zai to sort of threaten Dyrachyo on his own. It's going to take a few levels to come out from Boxy before they have like that magical damage that may be able to pressure and threaten the Terrorblade even when he's under his tower.
Boxy's actually just going to start pulling waves. Maybe he blocks this small camp too. I feel like just having the small camp available for Celery to reset lane position never feels good for Zai.
Yeah, it's going to get
He's
blocked.
got to get the block. Nice.
Mid lane. My goodness, they're living on the edge. And Nisha underestimated the damage that Quinn would be able to do to him, and the amount of damage Quinn would be able to survive through. That is it's an unfortunate death there for Nisha on the mid.
I mean, and Quinn's going to hold the range creep there. Now that's the ring of health. And that was actually with the TP coming in, where they stole the Water Room away from him. That was him without any extra little refill. He just stands toe-to-toe versus Nisha. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean...
That's not a person you want to give the kill to.
No, he pushed for the risk to try and get that kill in the 1v1, but now that he didn't get it, it means that he's never going to have that opportunity again. No. Yeah, Ring of Health out, 2 points in the reactive armor. Quinn, he's never dying in this matchup.
Nope.
Nisha missed the opportunity.
And top is free farming. You know, Ace, he is getting that really, really solid farm with Tofu just harassing behind him. Not able to get any type of slowdown onto this. The Jug is farming nicely. But I've seen what Ace is able to do when he gets off to a good start as his Darkseer. Yeah, he occupies so much. He actually just plays farming. He gets Vanguard. He takes over like the top part of the map, not the actual like creeps. He'll pull some creeps into all these neutral camps because there's so much for Darkseer to farm once you get an advantage like that.
Gonna try and make a bit of a go, but every time Surge is there, very hard for Lich and Jug to get away with the successful moves. And now Mikke.
I'm surprised Insania put this point in this Frost Shield. That would be real.
Instead of doesn't do anything in this lane for him.
It's all magic damage. Yeah, if you catch them like really off guard and you know there's no surge and stuff, you can get that spin down with the slow. But most of the time that I've seen from these Liches versus like the techies in particular, they hold the point or they get the gaze. So let's see if that pays off for Insania. Right now they're just getting freely harassed. Healing Ward is doing wonders, but have to be careful with that versus the techies too.
Yeah, at the least, Liquid, as long as they're able to hold the wave around their tier 1 tower and stay close to that, they shouldn't die in this top lane.
But that means you're not getting kills on Ace.
Yeah, you're not pressuring this Darkseer.
Darkseer is one of those heroes where it can be a little bit like feast or famine. You could just... Sometimes you just don't get off to a start at all, and you're just dying a bunch of times, and it takes you some time to recover. This doesn't feel like it's going to be that for Ace at all this game. He's going to have those auras really early. Insania making the move.
Let's see if they can get the kill onto Dyrachyo. They can. They get the Flame Break knocked back into the Firefly. And, they'll be able to take him down. So put some pressure on.
So that's the benefit, I guess, of the Frost Shield, too. If he does want to make some rotations to the bottom, diving. So, okay. I'm cool with that if he makes those type of moves on Insania.
Of course, any moment spent away from that top lane does, just continue to mean that Ace is going to have the freest time ever.
Free from Darkseer with the lineup. Like, oh, Nisha might just be dead.
Level 6 has been hit by Quinn. He's in with the chakram. Nisha will be able to keep his distance from Quinn. Still got to be a bit careful. I mean, Quinn's still got a bit of mana to play with, so both Insania and Nisha have to be cautious.
Power Rune's going to be coming up soon. Nisha's just going to try to run to base. Can the supports deny this rune away from Quinn here?
Top lane is not seeming a lot of fun for Mickey.
When he got the healing word, immediately
able to snipe it, and now he's in with the jump. Mickey's gone. Mistakes made on the top lane. Mickey left on his own as Insania sort of just trying to help everywhere else out. Goes down towards the bottom, comes over towards the mid. It's leaving Mickey on an island, and an island of pain as he's dead. He's out of that top lane. As Ace continues to probably have a huge smile on his face with how well this early game.
He is absolutely free farming, Owen. That is a concern. This Jug.
Oh,
is he gonna? Oh, I mean,
he's got Blade Fury.
Okay.
He's gonna be.
But he's gonna lose his courier immediately, and they might.
They can dive him off
force
Blade
this
Fury.
and go
He
for
needs
him.
help.
Someone's got to come up. They're bringing 2 supports.
Yeah, they have to. They've got to bail Mickey out of this situation. He's not been having a fun time at all. They'll turn towards Ace. Ace is able to get the 3-man vacuum up, but he will die.
But Mickey.
They get Mickey.
Nice pull.
He's going to have Glimpse in a second Celery. He's got him with a Glimpse. That should do it. So they'll lose lives themselves here if Gaming Gladiators 2 go down.
They get the chains.
They'll lose the third as Nisha swings across. Chains to cancel the TP of Celery. They get the 3 of them. So Liquid as a whole will be happy. Mickey, maybe not so much as he's dead yet again.
Oh, man. Don't want this Jug to get slowed down. This is a hero that you want to be able to have that good pace versus the Terrorblade. TB, I mean, Dyrachyo, yeah, he dies the once, but this hero, it farms much more naturally than a Jug who's struggling in laning phase.
I mean, to the point where overall you feel for Gaming Gladiators losing the 3 heroes there to kill the Jug as soon as the Jug returns isn't actually that.
It doesn't feel that bad.
They're like, whatever, we just killed your Jug twice in a row.
No, I mean,
good luck
it's
recovering, Mickey.
At least they got kills, but I mean, Mickey now it's like, he's gonna have to just jungle a bit here. And Dyrachyo, he can actually come top into tower.
They can take this tower, I think, yeah.
And mid, Quinn, he's also gonna start pressuring this tower too. So Liquid getting pulled apart a little bit here. Zai, he is having the best time though, so he's gonna be able to apply some good pressure down bottom. And we'll see which route he does go with his build, since we've seen a lot of different variety.
Yeah, I mean, in a game that's kind of going like this when you know your carry's sort of struggling, is that more of an incentive to go for sort of the carry right-click brood build and build for yourself? Or does it mean that you should go the aura route so you can make sure your actual carry is able to have a presence in the team fights? You know, what's sort of the thought process as the offlane brood in this sort of game, do you think?
That's a good question. I think because he has the Ember Spirit, he might actually just go down the aura route.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see though. I think it's for me. I'm having difficulty telling just in some of the games because it's like, oh, he should go, or he might go aura just because like they're struggling or they're playing versus an early game lineup, and then they just go triple core. So I mean, like Amar has been like one of the best examples, at least from that, just going for that constant scaling on his brood. Insania.
He's going to try and chase down Celery here. But Celery's got Dyrachyo by his side, Zai. He's not going to want to spend any time chasing Celery any further. Dyrachyo turns up. Also Tofu and Quinn. They're looking for the chase onto this. Insania and Zai, they've got to back off.
They've got the glimpse if they need it.
And I think Insania doesn't really stand much options of getting away from this one. He's just going to try and spend as much time as he can, making the 4 of them chase him, but he will indeed be going down. Another kill for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, that's quite a bit of heroes chasing the lids. That's space.
And Mickey's definitely going to appreciate that space.
Oh, yeah.
He's been able to push out the top wave, catch up a little bit on farm. You know, he's more than happy with Insania dying as deep as he did just then.
I love how much attention that Boxy's actually been putting on this top area versus the Darkseer. He's, in the beginning of the game when they smoked, they blocked this camp with a sentry right at the start, and now he's just been constantly walking over, keeping tabs of the Darkseer stacks and everything like that too. So definitely potential that Liquid wants to fight around that area if they do set up for it on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Could see some early movements coming in there. 5-4. Pretty even start here between both, but the Jug getting slowed down definitely hurts a little bit here. But that space that they just got from Mickey was pretty crucial for him to catch right back up.
He's getting to play this whole top half of the map without any interruption.
I'm waiting to see what Zai wants to queue it up. Treads is usually kind of indicative of Echo Saber, but
yeah. That does tend to be more like one in the mid. Nisha. He's cool. He's still got his remnant ready.
Chopping super low.
Yeah, he was living on the edge there. I mean, Quinn, of course, will be able to easily hold this mid, hold this tier 1 tower. So super hard for Liquid to get away with any early push. You know, any time that Quinn turns up on his timber.
I mean, mostly it's just Zai going to be doing almost all that pushing in the early game. And yeah, Zai, he's committed the Ogre Club, so it's going to be scaling. So they're going for triple scaling items on the 3 cores at the least here. I mean, if there's auras that come out very early for Ace, that could pose to be some scare around the early team fights around these towers. Because if Ace just has some like Vanguard mech, and they're fighting with these triple scaling cores, they're going to need more time to be able to defend perhaps those towers if Gaming does set up for them.
Yeah, and I feel it could be difficult as well for Zai to have impact rate even with this sort of Echo Saber build, because unless he's able to sort of find the supports in the back lines, the cores, they're not really going to care too much about getting clicked by a spider early on, right? TB, high armor, and this Timber Saw, Quinn's not going to care at all.
Yeah, Celery's the one who has to really worry about it the most.
Yeah,
right? Disruptor is the squishy one, but Techies, he actually does, once he's got Taser, he's pretty good.
That's
versus
true as
that
well.
Broodmother in a way, so it does have a way around it. A lot of stacks being formed. Tofu, I think he has like a quad stack around his hard camp right now down bottom, but also we see Liquid getting crazy stacks. I mean, all about getting that efficiency going now that the lanes have been broken and that they're fairly even. And there's that quad stack for Quinn.
Celery hits the 6 now, so
Quinn is tough for them to deal with at this point. Occult Bracelet, 1770 HP, very tanky.
Yeah, they can't kill this team.
They'll have to commit literally everything onto him, and they might not even get him.
They're going to go for the lasso on to Tofu, but Static Storm's the ready will stop them from being able to push in for this. Nisha turns, gets the Remnant out. They're on full retreat now.
I believe he dodged the glimpse there, I think, with a slight.
They're going to go for Boxy. Ace even dropping the wall to try and catch him with a slowdown. Quinn's going to be able to head forward with the Timber Chain. Firefly's gone. Boxy will try and deny to the Ancients. Not going to do so. Quinn will get the kill, and Liquid, they'll get pushed back.
Surprised they are actually planning to try to hit the mid-tower. Their lineup without the Brute does not hit these buildings, so... Nisha will at least get away because he dodged the glimpse there, but has to be careful for the next time. Glimpse is on Insania. Quinn.
He's coming off the mark with the Chakram, but the blast off also going to fall short. Nisha is going to attempt to jump back in and take down Tofu. He'll get him with the second Remnant.
2 back-to-back spell misses there. Insania juking.
Gladiators, they'll retreat out of that after losing Tofu.
I mean, Mickey's probably like, great job, guys.
Keep
this up. I love it.
He is. Mickey's going to be back on track for a solid Battle Fury timing.
He's pretty close. He's keeping neck and neck with that TB right now. Duracho. Doesn't mean we have the Clash of Titans. This is building up to be a nice little mid-game here of these fights.
Yeah, both carries are going to hit their timings.
Yeah.
For sure.
And let's see if the auras thrive over the scaling. Zai's actually going to go, okay, this is the other MR build that we saw. Maybe it's just BKB Hex, because I think that's what we saw do the other day, which that is a little bit of, it's not like Echo Saber. Yeah, I like this.
I think that's better. I think, as I said, with the Echo build, you're going to have this problem of not being able to threaten the cores. If you get BKB and Hex, then if you can get that Hex on a good timing, absolutely it's going to trip up heroes like Duracho, who's going to be relying on waiting till he's low to go for a Sunder. You come in hot with a Hex on the Broodmother at a solid time in the mid-game. It could make life difficult for Terrorblade.
Liquid have Blink. Boxy, Insania. I'm going to try to set up for something here. Again, there have to be... I mean, some of these cores are a bit too tanky for them to really deal with. Like Ace and Quinn in particular, they have to commit a lot. Ace doesn't actually have the mech just yet, so maybe they try for him. They'll go for the support first.
Try and get rid of Celery before he can get the Static Storm off. He'll still get it down, though. Celery able to easily pop the Static Storm. They get the Vacuum as well. They caught the 2 of them in. And Nisha, he's out. They'll get Insania as well. They try and go in Celery, but they couldn't catch him for long enough. The lasso didn't last to a point where he was anywhere close to dying.
I mean,
he very easily got the ult off on that one.
That was weird. To be honest with you, that was quite strange.
There's a couple of times now where they've tried to make these moves, going with the lasso last time onto Tofu under the tier 1, this time onto Celery. Neither of them have gone great. This one, it went pretty terrible. They lose Nisha, and they're going to lose the tier 1 tower.
I mean, Boxy even flame break the blast off, so it would have been actually even worse if he actually connects on top of that one there. An over-aggressive move from Liquid. That's a blink reveal from Boxy that just gets Nisha killed, actually.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of unnecessary pressure from Liquid. I feel like Mickey's going to be like, guys,
chill, I'm farming.
I'm having a great time.
I've got stacks.
Good timing on the Battle Fury after top lane. Liquid, I think, getting a bit too aggressive. They're going to catch him. He's trapped in the kinetic field. He's going to try and low steal up a little bit, but there's not a chance. Zai.
This Quinn Timber is a problem. He is gigantic already. Oh, and he's level 12. Guy is done. Shield Rune. They're just rolling. They're looking to just keep making these moves. Ace, he's got mech, so they've got these. They're very tanky versus the limited damage I would say that Liquid has in their draft.
I mean, I can't see Liquid going for that move again around this mid tower.
They have to wait for some more items.
They've tried a couple of times. It's not gone great. No. Realistically, it feels like they've got to wait for Mickey to get a second item, and then maybe they can go for with Mickey joining them with the healing ward, with the level 2 Omni Slash. Maybe they have a chance of pushing for it, but going for that move the same way they had the last few times, it's just a recipe for disaster.
It absolutely is, and they're actually maybe setting up for Nisha here, and Nisha be careful.
Thanks,
get him. Definitely dangerous to do this versus a team like Gaming. A couple mistakes can just really spiral out of control here. Duracho just getting absolute freedom when they do these type of plays too. I'm seeing Tofu. Tofu's actually just setting up mines even around the mid area just in case. They're like, if they're going to dive us like that, I might as well just set up some traps too.
See Quinn. Very close to having the Kai Sands, yeah.
Shield rune as well.
Absolutely massive.
He really is a problem. And their damage on the draft of Liquid, it's going to take, like you said, like 1 or 2 more. Even some of these items are just committing everything to try to bring this man down. And
yeah, they don't kill him.
No, and they're going to have the auras. Mech is done for Ace. He's going to go pipe. Definitely, I'm quite worried. Even though the gold lead is so cool, I'm worried when the fights do kick off, are they going to be able to actually kill and bring down these tanky cores?
Are we going to see sort of Juggernaut Mickey turn up and be terrifying?
Yeah.
Or indeed, just be tickling?
They might be able to find Doraccio. He's actually lingering in the top side here. Oh my goodness. Foxy.
They've got eyes on him.
Hello.
CTP's coming in. Trying to burn him low. They've got the lasso. Static Storm's there though.
He's
Dracula's able to turn with the Sunder. Another attempt to move around these tier 1s that's just not going the way of Liquid.
Oh, and every aggressive move is actually hurting them, it feels like.
They gotta stop, you know,
They gotta chill.
Mickey's gonna be screaming at them. He's like, guys, can we calm down, please?
I mean, he is getting free farm, but it feels like he would be getting this free farm anyway. They're trying to go for plays, but I think Gaming's just prepared for it. Nisha. Whittling down this tower.
He's actually
almost
got
got
the
it.
space to get this tier 1 tower very low, I guess.
Yeah, pretty
with,
good.
With the way attention was drawn towards the top, so.
Nisha finds Tofu.
Yeah, maybe you can do something about this as well. Celery is here to back up Tofu, but of course no Static Storm.
Nisha could be in trouble. Knight. Oh, doesn't get the slight dodge.
He's got the remnant ready.
Bomb.
Still though, the wall is down upon him. He is going to have to jump away. Time is being bought for the rest of Liquid to turn up, and they'll find Celery on the retreat. Mickey able to take him down.
Some auto attacks. Good kill there for Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey's happy with that. He's like, yeah, there you go, guys. You know, bring the fight to
And
us.
the spiders, look at this.
This is great.
They sneak it, so Zai, sneaky little spiders, he's pushing bottom, and he ends up finishing out that mid tower from the consistent poke that Nisha was actually doing onto it there.
Okay, we're going to go for the BKB Nullifier.
Nullifier?
The lockdown item of choice.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, versus Taser, it'll be great, and versus like the Surge and everything like that, I think that's the majority of the times that you do see it. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's reasons why you would have maybe preferred it to have been the Hex that you say we're seeing from some other brews with this BK build than the Nullify this game? Like, arguments for both?
Arguments for both. I think he also recognizes that, you know, Gaming is a team that usually, actually I was clicking around, they don't actually have a Pavis. Usually they have a Pavis on somebody. They usually just build a lot of these like glimmers and auras and stuff like that. So maybe just wants this extra dispel. Insania.
He's just going in looking for Insania. We'll get help back by the chains, but the vision's there for the glimpse back. Insania, they'll throw out the chain frost. They'll go for the lasso onto Ace. Ace is still able to pop the mech. He will die.
Good Omni.
Get the two of them. They get Ace and Tofu. They won't get Quinn though. It's Quinn. Perfectly fine.
Here
He's got
comes
the
Zai.
Space Rune as well running around.
They should be able to get Celery also. This time it's Gaming.
They do.
They
That's
get
a
caught
good
off.
strike back from Liquid. Able to take the fight on their own half of the map, with it being Gaming Gladiators this time to be the ones to go looking for action.
And kill bounty is very important. Jug gets at least one of them there. He gets Tofu, and he gets a little bit of that assist gold as well too.
Yeah, Mickey's keeping it cool. He's got the Sanj and Yash done now over the Battle Fury, so feeling pretty strong now. Here, 18 minutes in on the Jug.
Interesting. I'm always intrigued to see like when they lately when they do go for like S and Y and stuff, because he is playing versus Disruptor. So some of the times you do see like the mantas just for the plays to push yourself out of these kinetics and stuff like that, because the status is just doesn't do anything versus static. So I guess he just wants the raw stats and everything from it.
Celery's going to try for the setup, and he's going to find it here. Very nicely done. Celery coming out for the trees with the Glimmer Cape. Do they have enough damage to kill Nisha in time before it ends?
He dodges.
He's out.
The attacks are coming.
Tofu.
He's on him.
He was waiting. He was ready. Tofu cleans up the job.
I think the attack might have been was still following him from Doraccio, but either way, Tofu, he's there.
I mean, that definitely extra damage done there when you jump out with the remnants and there's a techies waiting.
He'll take that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the XP, my team. I'm level 11 on techies now, soon 12.
And yeah, very nicely set up there from Celery. I think he might just have got that Glimmer Cape complete and was able to kind of come out from the tree line and open up with the static kinetic.
Yeah, and
really caught him by surprise.
We're seeing the skill build of his really paying off. 0 in Thunderstrike.
And indeed, not surprised. Yeah. That's pretty horrific. Yeah, Nisha will be having nightmares about that one.
Chain Frost. Trying to push Doraccio away here. Oh, bounced too successfully though. They're boarding in on the spiders.
See if Nisha can get any sort of clean up kills. The wall's going to be dropped down in the midst of it. They're looking at Doraccio. Doraccio's still got the Manta and the Sunder. Okay, puts the blade through Doraccio. Get a target. He turns towards Nisha. Takes Nisha's health. Zai fighting onwards with the BKB. He's going to go
Duracho
straight
still.
for Terrorblade. They're pulling back with the fear. Duracho's getting busted.
Still alive.
Duracho, he's going to live. The team, they're able to bail him out. Duracho splits out to the side of the fight. They've lost Boxy here on the side of Liquid. They find Duracho again in the tree.
He's still fine.
Maybe with the second round of Blade Fury, they can finish it. They can. They'll finally be able to take Duracho down. Zai lies stealing up on towards Quinn. They get the Static Storm down. It's going to trap, in fact, the three of them.
What a storm.
Quinn, he's able to take down Zai and Nisha. They will pull back at that chakram as Celery helps to turn the fight in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. They get the glutes back onto Mickey. Blade Fury back up, I think, for the third time. This fight will allow Mickey to escape.
Quinn wants blood.
He's chasing. He's surged up. He's running down the joke. The healing one's going to be there from Mickey. He's got to consider how he's going to play his way out of this one. Frost Shield's thrown down onto him. Kinetic Field again. Celery, more control as they set up to take out the Lich. And Mickey's kind of standing his ground. They still feels pretty beefy, of course, with this Sanjin Yasha on top of the Battle Fury, but he won't be able to get back in on the fight. Gaimin Gladiators, they come out on top. So, some excellent stuff there from Celery, I think, sort of between his Glimmer play, keeping Duracho alive for as long as he did. And once again, these sort of catches with the Static Storms, the Kinetic Fields, and that glimpse towards the end as well. You're seeing why they were happy to bring the Disruptor in on this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Celery, I cannot believe how long Duracho survived. They committed onto him so long. And Liquid, they're trying to take advantage of the fact that Static Storm was down. The fight lasts so long, it comes back up toward the end of it, and I don't think he could have gotten a better one. All three cores getting caught inside of it. Celery needs to die earlier in these fights.
Yeah, and Quinn is, of course, he is completely popping off the back of how much his team sent up from, such as Celery was in that last fight. You know, still yet to die, 8-0-3. As level 17, and very close to being able to get his own Hex.
And definitely feeling all the power of these auras, right? That's why they wanted this Darkseer. You're seeing this mech, this pipe, this soon Greaves going to be done. They're Liquid, it's like the damage, it was starting to kind of run out there toward the end of it. Gaming able to sustain with it, with this tanky Timbersaw, with this Terrorblade, who had quite a bit of gold saved up also. Duracho, he has 4,200 gold. So for the next fight, he could just have that Butterfly finished up.
It's true, he's going to have quite the power spike.
See if he commits for the butter if he goes for a more tanky route. He's going to commit to the butter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he feels that they're not going to have any sort of true strike anytime soon.
Liquid set up around the Roche area here. We can potentially get maybe a pick off and then try to go for it.
At the moment, they're not too sure of where Duracho is, so maybe assuming that he's farming this bottom area, but...
Zai is sending his spiders all over the place to try to get some scout information, but...
Try and find some of these cores. Gaimin Gladiators on the other side of their half of the map.
Gaming have Greaves now on Ace, plus that pipe. He just finished the Greaves. They have Force Staff and Glimmers on the double supports. Quinn, Suna, Hex. Liquid, they're going to start it.
Well, it looks like they should get it.
Be able to get it, looks
Gaimin Gladiators is going to be heading over soon enough. They'll smoke up now around the mid. Yeah, this Roche is going down far too quickly, so Liquid finding a nice little opening.
Yeah, very nice call.
The question is if Gaimin Gladiators want to still take the fight despite Liquid having the Aegis, which they may do so.
If they see people split up. Nisha shows top, but he has a Remnant bottom.
So they can start things with Duracho. He's looking to be the one to lead in first.
He's under vision. They did see him there for a second.
He has to spot Mickey out to the side.
Full Butterfly just being delivered.
Nisha's rejoined the team. Hex is done on Quinn.
This Hex might catch them off guard. Liquid has to be careful how they position themselves here. Okay. HP.
He's got his Nullify complete, Mickey.
They've got both, right?
Yes. Double Nullify ready for the next fight on Liquid.
I mean, that could be nice. Versus the Glimmers and stuff. Like, if in that situation, right, in that last fight, if they get these Nullifiers, if they had them versus the Glimmers, Duracho might die way sooner.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Tofu and Celery have been doing a lot to get their cores out.
These two supports, yeah, they're pretty farmed. And they're more, it's always the same thing for gaming, is they're more about the true support kind of itemization. It's a Bat Rider on Liquid, so you kind of have to itemize for yourself when you're playing this hero. Gaming. Looking to catch somebody here with Quinn as Hex.
And Liquid's been able to back right off after successfully getting the Roche. They don't end up being in a fight that they don't want to.
And Nick is keeping himself neck and neck with this Terrorblade.
That's good fun. He had a fantastic time with the space that the team was able to create him after not having the easiest of times in that lane matchup.
Tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Duracho's getting some good pressure here onto the tier 2 bottom.
I mean, Liquid...
They gotta react to... I mean, it's gonna die quick. They're gonna pop Cliff.
Yeah, Nisha's gonna start heading back now.
Boxy's cutting the wave. Okay. I was like, what are they gonna... They can't just let him do this. They'll cut the wave. They're gonna start pressuring top as well with Mickey.
He's going to put the meta to continue to try and take this game before the backdoor protection kicks back in, and he'll get it in time.
Yep.
Despite the creeps being cut, the objectives...
Nisha.
It's taken. They get the Hex.
He's safe.
Yeah, they're not going to try for any further follow-up. Nisha up on the high ground.
Perhaps if he didn't have the shield rune. they could attempt for it there, but either way, it's a tough one to go for. Yeah, Nisha, as we said, no more funny business.
They can take
second item BKB.
Take their Tormentor though.
Yeah.
As a trio, Celery, Ace, and Tofu, they'll be able to find it.
Who gets it? It's Celery. Okay, not the best one, but by no means. I've actually started to like this one a little bit more when you're playing versus these annoying like broods and stuff like that. You can actually just scout them pretty decently with this Thunder Strike. Long cast range. Win. Around mid here with Ace. Liquid Gathering. Still rallied around this Aegis, 2.5 more minutes.
Yeah. Interested to see as well if Mickey commits for his next item pickup. He has got the Ags queued, but wonder if he'll consider the MKB instead due to this butterfly. At the moment, Zai, he was
thinking
about it, whether he can continue to go to build for himself as much as he was, as he did have the MKB queued up for himself on the Brood, but he's now changed it to the Lincoln Sphere. Which does mean that this is going to be neither of those cores considering.
They're talking. I think they're talking about it right now because Mickey, I think he's shuffled between 4 different items in the last like 2 minutes that I've been checking. BKBs, yeah, they're really considering what's going to be the most opportune thing for them to look for the next big fight.
Yeah, because if they don't have the True Strike, once Dracho has the Satanic,
it's going to be a
butterfly,
problem.
I don't see Liquid having enough magical damage to threaten this terribly. Dracho's going to be able to Sunder, he's going to be able to Satanic and active Lifesteal.
Getting some push going here. Still trying to use this Aegis as long as possible, 90 seconds on it.
Yeah, they'll TP back. But yeah, very interested to see what Mickey and Zai do settle on as their next items. They're considering a lot of different things. Mickey even queuing up the BKB due to the catch of Celery's Static Storms.
Duracho, a bit deep here. You're going to spot him. Nah, they're not going to see the real hero, but they're actually potentially catching him. Look at Boxy and Nisha.
Around from Boxy and Nisha.
This could be a massive kill. They're probably like, is this real? Oh my god, it is.
They were sort of questioning that themselves, and maybe questioning a bit too much. Yeah, now they'll start to turn back in on this with Nisha getting the chains off.
He's in trouble.
He's completely on his own.
He's literally fighting everyone.
I mean, he kind of nearly brought down Boxy with him. Chain Frost, he takes, Chain Frost, an Omni Slash, a Lasso. It does the job. They do kill him.
I mean, that's the Duracho death, though. That's the one a game that he gets.
And that's always part of the winning formula.
It's true.
That's the real concern there for Liquid. They're like, all right, okay, we just killed Duracho in a bit of an awkward spot. What happens next? Well, considering the track record, we probably lose. So we'll see if anything different happens this time. But yeah, I think you were right. You could definitely see at the start the Liquid were like, oh, hang on.
Wait, what? This is real. Because Boxy hesitated for a second there.
He was sort of walking away. He was like, Nisha, what are you doing? He was like, oh, you got the real dude.
A big kill, though. They're going to get tier 2 bottom. So that's actually really, really nice for Liquid. And Mickey, he has committed for the BKB. So going the safer route rather than going for damage. So
all right, BKB and then queuing back up for the Ags.
We definitely saw the, bit of a difficulty to bring down this Terrorblade. There's 4 heroes hitting him. and he almost killed
3 ultimates.
Yeah, he almost killed somebody.
He did, yeah. Boxy was looking to stay alive.
Yep.
And that was without him having this next big item finished that he's very, very close to. Yep. Just needs the sword for the Satanic.
Blink Dagger done on Ace. Aegis has timed out. Gaming, see if they look to strike with that timing here. I think it's when Duracho probably has the Satanic that they might look for an engagement. How many Wisdom Runes has actually Duracho gotten? I think he's gotten, I know at least 2, but I feel like he maybe have gotten even a 3rd one. He's been grabbing most of them this game since he's playing on the left Ancients.
I mean, regardless, Mickey, he's the one that's easily 2.5 levels ahead.
Above. He's got the talent.
Super high level Jug.
Yep, he's got the Blade Dance talent now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very important for standing his ground against the Terrorblade in the middle of the fight. If he's able to get those Blade Dance lifesteal procs.
Even versus like the Timber Saw in some situations too, if he's able to just stand there and auto attack, it would make the difference. Quinn is just still super farmed though. Continue to be neck and neck with a Timber and a Jug. He's still getting his absurd scaling. He's got the 20 talent too. This talent is crazy. I don't know why this talent's actually on Timber Saw. 20% magic. Why? Like, why? Why is this there?
Yeah, very, very close to having the Shiva's God on top of that. Was just at 800 gold away.
And then they're probably, I was checking to see if anyone's going for like any Lotus Orbs or anything like that, because it is a pretty value game versus the Bat, versus the Jug and everything, if they do want to go down that route. But
yeah, I mean, Celery's got to build for himself, right? You're going to disrupt, you go the Aghanims.
You have Darkseer on your team. If you have Darkseer, it's like a 5x more that you want to go for it.
And how far is he in on those? He's got the goal to be about halfway through his Aghanims right now.
Playing around the Power Rune here, Duracho camping it. I didn't see which one is the next one that can come up. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion.
Never the worst one by any means.
I mean, it's definitely going to make Quinn that little bit harder to catch and kill.
They got the Hex.
They got the opening hat, they got the burst, they get the vacuum back into the wall, but still Mickey's able to put the blade through his step back the right.
Oh my
the
god.
The Terror Blade nearly bring him down, but the healing wall's there as well as the Frost Shield. Mickey will live.
He's kind of lucky to get out. Glimpse.
They want to go back in on this. They smoke up here, Liquid. And maybe see if they can get some sort of way back into the fight. Zai has to put the BKB there rather early.
Yeah.
To avoid getting caught.
Glimpse caught him. That was a glyph. That's not the tier 2 glyph, just an FYI. That's the tier 3 glyph that they ended up using trying to hold this tier 2 here.
See if Gaimin Gladiators can push for more then. Maybe illusion out to Nisha.
Glimpse.
Won't be able to get the glimpse back into the Hex.
Oh. He's got the remnant.
See if Mickey can do anything here. No, he's having to run. I mean, he has got Omni Slash. They're still kind of hovering in a way that they want to get back in because Boxy has the lasso. Here comes the Omni Slash. It's going to do decent bounce. Oh,
Dyrachyo!
Oh my goodness, is he going to get away with that?
He's going down! What? I mean, he really wanted to save him, I guess.
He really wanted to save Celery. I mean, Celery's been having a great game. I mean, bless him. He just didn't want to see his mate die.
I mean, he wanted to do the satanic play, but they just got on top of him.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, dead on Gaimin Gladiators.
A smart hit from Liquid. Patience, waiting for the meta to kind of just deteriorate down, ults being expended, and then they hit, and it's a hard one. They don't get Quinn, but they get Dyrachyo yet again. He's 1-4.
I mean, that was a high-risk, low-reward play there from Dyrachyo, it felt like. Either way, the fight probably not going to go too great, but he's setting himself as low as he did, taking a few bounces from the Chain Frost at the same time, just in an effort to save Celery. And I don't know if you want to save. He's already used the.
He already used
storm.
everything.
This disruptor's useless.
Yeah.
Just let him die.
That was, I mean, definitely a bit of a blunder. And look,
He's
I mean,
done his ult,
you could watch in the fight too. Quinn is sitting on the sidelines and he's like, "What the hell is going on?"
This game's getting crazy, and definitely in a way that's favoring Liquid. Then up to a 5k lead. Mickey continues to get bigger than ever. He will have his Ags for the next fight.
Oh, yeah, that's
Got off
massive.
that one.
Absolutely massive. A DD rune now spawning around bottom too for the next team fight. They could have that with this Ags on the jug. And Brochef, 90 seconds already set up around it. Huge opening here for Liquid. Just going to continue to play around the bottom side. Yeah, 1 minute till that, and they're just going to stick around here in this area. Boxy potentially been looking for an opportunity with the lasso. Omni slashed up in 20, and Ags is coming now for Mickey too. Gaming set up in the area. They might get caught off guard with the vision. They're bringing the squad. They want to fight again. They've got their meta available.
This is all being seen by Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, vacuum!
There's going to be the vacuum onto the 3 of them into the wall. BKB is out. They'll try and jump over towards Tofu, but Tofu's able to get back to safety. Immediate buyback comes in from Boxy. Nisha steps in with the BKB, but has to back away from being close towards Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo with the Metamorphosis, punching hard back at the 2 of them. The Chain Frost gets thrown out, but Quinn Timber chains in, takes down Insania.
Liquid's got to run, and this is going to be around Roche soon. Nisha, they see him.
But indeed, they found him. He's out of remnants. He's got nowhere else to jump. He's going to try for the slight TP. It was a good effort, but not enough units for him to continue to be slighting around to buy time for that TP to go off. As Nisha, he'll die. He's out for 70.
And that's the Roche. It's going to be up in 15 seconds. Gaming hit perfectly there. I mean, they catch with a 3-man vacuum.
All just under the ward, right?
Yep.
Liquid, they're up on the cliff. They just didn't check for it. It had full vision of them. Gaimin Gladiators, they knew exactly what was coming.
I mean, they also just deleted somebody, right? Boxy died. I didn't even see his HP pool drop. He just died instantly. Quinn just got the full burst on him. And that's going to set them up now for this Roche.
Yeah, they're going to see it in a second.
Yep.
And indeed,
fast.
Perfect position to go for it. Dyrachyo, he'll head back over to help out.
Back and forth we go. An opening there from Liquid from before, and Gaming saying, no. We got our ults now in this fight. They get the big connection, and besides just getting a Roche now, Celery, Aghanim is about to be done. The Wombo combo gets scarier and scarier.
Get that Philosopher's Stone back in. That extra little bit of gold.
He wants the right-click damage for the Roche.
Yeah, he wants to contribute. The right-click, look at that.
Because Philly removed your damage.
Oh, yeah, because... I was like, Ogasil Totem? That's not going to do damage. No.
Liquid, they're looking to strike, I guess, because everything's on cooldown.
I wants to go.
Static Storm's up.
He's going to go straight for Celery. Hey, there's the Ogasil Totem for Celery. Jumps off the side into the lasso. They get rid of the Disruptor without Disruptor being able to get his ultimate off. Dyrachyo, he's taking pretty much a full Omni Slash between himself and the Illusions. Getting pretty low hit. 3-man vacuum into the wall. Dyrachyo attempting to heal up with the Satanic. And towards Mickey. Mickey popping the BKB. He's moved in on towards Ace. They're taking out the Darks here. Double buybacks coming out for Gaimin Gladiators. 2 supports.
They're on Celery again.
He's untouchable. They can't kill Quinn. Celery, this time, able to get the Static Storm off. Nisha with the BKB. Another slide of fist. He's cut down Ace, and he's cut down after a second time. The Dyrachyo Quinn still standing strong. In with the slashes. Duracho, he's got
Big
the
bomb.
second. They still haven't been able to take the Terrorblade down the once. They will.
How is he alive?
He's healing up. He's healing up. Now he's gone. But he's going to be back for a second life, and he does still have Satanic good to pop.
Quinn's got 5 heroes.
I mean, Quinn's got to come back in and help out. He's looking back over towards him, Duracho. He's caught by the fear. Is he able to survive against the 4 of them?
He popped meta.
But he's gone. They've got the damage. Quinn, he tries to bail out of here with the TP, and he'll manage to escape. But
what a fight for
Liquid. I mean, Liquid, you see how low some of them got. Zai getting as low as ever in that fight, but they will take it.
I mean, playing around cooldowns, right? They're like, they don't have meta, they don't have Static Storm at the start of the fight. Actually, Static was up, but Zai, he got on top of Celery. They're starting to get the attention onto these supports, and they had all the numbers there. They had all 5 heroes for the entire fight for this gaming.
I mean, as you said as well, the end of that fight, Metamorphosis being
used the
popped
meta.
by Duracho. Sure, he'll be back up in 45, but it's nearly 2 minutes. He's going to be able to offer to the defense with his Metamorphosis. This is a huge window for Liquid to get massive damage done to the base.
This is likely 1 Rax, 1 set. Really addressing the supports there this time around. Liquid. Great identification of the fights, especially, I mean, Zai, he really just pushed the limits onto getting on top of Celery.
And getting out as low as he was. Able to survive through that.
I mean, they all kind of did, right? Boxy only dropped at the very end of everything there.
He's trying to do what he can to push Mickey back, but Mickey's not going to care at all. Able to take the melee racks, TP's out, they'll try and time the glimpse.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I was wondering, actually, Boxy, it was not, I was like, Boxy lived during the fight. He died to mines, actually, going toward the Wisdom Rune, it looks like. Okay. I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, Boxy was alive. What did I miss?
Oh, Liquid, 12k lead now. Melee racks gone. Setting themselves up to be in a great spot here in this game 1.
If they fight around the cooldowns like that, they're definitely in a good positioning here. Just have to watch out when everything is up, when meta is up, when Static Storm. But if they get the jump, if they find these pesky backline supports, we can see how much success they can have. And Sania is actually getting quite farmed now too. He's just been kind of chilling. Somehow he hasn't died as much.
What's he going to treat himself to? He's going to go for the Wind Waker.
Ooh, I mean, that is cool. That's the way to save versus the Ag Static Storm. He switched it to the Ag, so I was going to say that's one of the few ways that you can actually kind of protect.
I mean, Ags is also pretty cool. We don't really see the Ags glitch, do we?
No.
I mean, to the point where is he actually going to go for the Ags, or do you think he's going to change it again?
It's a black hole. You know,
I mean,
it is a black hole.
It can be pretty awesome.
You usually want some type of cast range with it, so I'm clicking around. I'm like, do they have a... It's 37 minutes. Maybe they can get something for him, but...
I mean, give themselves a little bit of team fight of their own if he's able to sit there and grab them all.
I mean, it would be really nice, especially with a Jug, right? With a Battle
with
Fury,
the Battle Fury on
Swift
slash,
Slash and everything.
And with 4k gold as well to sort of consider where he wants to go next. I mean, probably, getting rid of the treads, putting in like a Swift Blink, do you think, for Mickey? Or do you look at sort of swallowing the Aghanims and maybe now...
Maybe the MKB, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, the thing is, they haven't really needed it, right? They
haven't.
They kill off everyone else so quickly that the game's not quite at a point where Duracho can 1v5, right?
Yeah,
they
maybe
kill
he's thinking
everyone
they
else.
don't need it.
They kill Duracho regardless of the fact that he has this butterfly. It doesn't seem to matter at all.
I think eventually you would want it. So, I mean, we'll see. Because, again, he just continues.
He's okay.
He's got to queue
He's going to go, yes.
I think that's probably the best one. Yeah,
and then at that point, then you're going to have this level 25 Jug, MKB. I mean, Duracho's already been struggling in his team fights. When Mickey turns up now, he's going to completely destroy him.
Yeah.
He's that far ahead.
Quinn is still 10-0-4 somehow, though.
Quinn's trying
he's
his
still
best.
a menace, but he can't solo carry. He needs his TB to help him out. Even though his Darkseer is doing some good team fight stuff, they need the TB's damage.
Yeah, if his team fall around him, you know, the base, it's also going to fall around him, right? This might be a game where Quinn never dies, but it definitely still could be a game that Quinn can lose. Some crazy stuff there. Great opening to this best of 5 series.
Probably the perfect kind of first game we could ask for. 21-21. Not the most kill-packed in the early game, but things have definitely accelerated playing around all these cooldowns. And you can see Liquid just really emphasizing, get on the supports, wait for meta to kind of go down here, or wait to fight till meta's down and wait till Static Storm. They're really playing nicely around those cooldowns in those last 2 team fights in particular.
Yeah, and the thing is with it being Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that Liquid have taken those last few fights as well as they have done, you can never count Gaming Gladiators out. It doesn't matter that they're a little bit behind or they had a few bad fights. Something about this team, they can find themselves, they find their ways out of very tough positions, very tough spots.
Especially because there's a Darkseer
and Ag Static Storm
going to be coming up. So
they get slowed down a bit after that last fight, right? So still, about 360 gold.
And they did, I believe, both the supports bought back, right? So that is the other scare for Gaming Gladiators. If these supports die at the start of the fights, could be some problems. And I'm seeing Dai, he's got a Hex now, I believe, finished up too. So it's all about getting on this Disruptor into pick.
It really is, yeah. If they find Celery, that's going to break a huge potential of the combo that Gaming Gladiators want to be trying to land to get back in on this.
Hello, everybody.
Last few fights.
Look at that lovely crowd.
Absolutely, yeah. Shout out to all you guys and girls out there enjoying the lovely weather that we're having today here.
We got
as well.
very good weather.
Perfect stuff.
Yeah.
The sun is out here for this grand finals. Let's see if we have any word on the reason for the pause.
I didn't see one.
Not at the moment, so hopefully all things are good. It's getting to a very exciting point in this game. Where it's just going to be a question if Liquid can take it to the next spot. I mean, in terms of Roshan, they did, of course, just see that Aegis get lost on Dyrachyo.
And the
so
cheese was used, too.
Very freshly picked up, so 5 minutes until potential Roche.
I like watching the lines on the map and seeing if they actually mean anything when pauses like this get too long. Everyone just starts drawing random stuff. Liquid, I imagine they want to look to play around their vision that they do have bottom, though. That's probably the easiest thing they can do. Or look to get maybe some information on the left side, because they don't really have any info to look for Dyrachyo over there. Dyrachyo, I mean, he's also, I think he's starting to feel perhaps some of this Frost Shield pressure, too. He is going to be going down Nullifier route, so... And it is annoying. This damage reduction is pretty absurd. It's 70% when Insania does throw it, so we're definitely seeing the reasoning of them wanting to lich. And even more discussion, and this is where the real kind of nerd breakdown, they're just switching up items like crazy, what they want to play, what they want to go for next. Very nice. Thank you.
Is there anything that you're surprised that neither team has picked up in the situation? Like anything that one of these squads is lacking? More Lotus.
Gaming not having Lotus on Ace. I think he had Aeon just queued up and now he's queuing up Lotus. I was saying the Lotus earlier just because he's playing versus, you're playing versus like the Chains, the Omni Slash, the Bat Rider Lasso and stuff like that. It's a very, very value Lotus game, so probably gonna go for that next. But Liquid with some momentum here, some big momentum. Insania now has Mjolnir queued up, so yeah, he knows we're doing. They know we're checking the items.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see. I don't think I've ever really. Have we ever seen any of these pro teams get the Aghanims Lich online?
You know, it's nice to let you farm. It lets you push out waves. You actually just click Sinister Gaze and it one-shots the wave too. Doing that damage on creeps.
Are there any crazy talents that do anything for the spell? Not really, right?
He already
got it right. Just the extra duration is the only thing that's going to affect it.
I mean, the other one is of course the Chain Frost bounces, but like.
I mean, sure, that's the fun.
Because then you can cast spells while you're Sinister Gaze, while you're doing it, so you can get that crazy kind of setup there.
So in theory, you could, if you get like a refresher, you send out 2 and you have double the duration of the air with Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, you can
grabbing all 5.
He's
you
a 5
team wipe.
He's a 5 lich. Give take.
Yeah, no, well, it's early days. 20 minutes to go potentially in this game.
That is true.
We come out from Insania.
We have had. After not having, I think, at the last 2 tournaments or something, I don't think we had any games that breached 100 minutes. We had 2 in this tournament.
Something about this tournament and, the position that the patch, I guess, and the sort of read the players have in the patches is that has allowed for that. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
And we get I think, is that a 34?
Is that a Roche time that Seller is offering up for the team?
I don't even know what that time. Maybe he's a fake timer, because I don't think that is the Roche timer. I don't even know, actually.
Okay, and as soon as
no, it is.
Insania just dies to the Tormentor. All right, well... Hey, who caused that? That was Zai, I think, was it? Well, I guess the rest of the team, they just all started hitting it and Insania dies. All right.
That's what you get for getting focused too much on deciding what items you want to buy.
I think you're right. That's just a random time that Insania, that Celery put right. I think he's messing with them.
I don't know.
That was early, though. I don't know. 34-16. Let's see what it means.
Lich dead. Celery. Aghanims coming out. How many Ninja Gears? Let's take a look. I'm always checking this item because this is the most broken item of the tournament, it feels like, once you get to these later stages for these initiations. Because Vision and Catch is kind of everything. So Boxy, he's got Ninja Gear. Got Ninja Gear on Mickey. I don't believe I saw any just yet on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Lotus looks like it is done pretty much here on
Get it with his Ancients and such, right?
This is a pretty big item, honestly. If you're able to get some like really nice reflections, get some protection even onto something like Dyrachyo, or onto these, these squishy backlines. Let's see what type of fight we get. Will we get the Wombo combo from Gaming Gladiators? Will we get Liquid getting on top of the supports? We shall see. Ace, he takes the Martyr's plate.
Super tanky. Super
he is.
dogs.
And he can redirect quite a bit of damage too to protect his teammates. That's actually cool. Very tough to tell when it gets activated. I'll do my best to be looking at it. Smoke up, level 25 now on Mickey. clicking around here. Gem. Lin is actually holding it from Tofu.
Y'all don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. If you're on camera right now, just relax, chill. Unfortunately, y'all, as you know, Dota 2 is somewhat still in beta, so we have a small technical issue. As it stands, the teams are still in it. It's not going to be a scenario where the game gets completely abandoned, but we're making sure that we're resolving it ASAP. So those of you who are here at the Ayana Resort, you are here live, take it easy a little bit. We've got some beer tents behind us. There's some amazing food at the resort. And honestly, this place is just incredibly beautiful. So give us a few minutes while we sort out the issue to ensure that the Dota that's played will have zero problems and it will be as pristine as humanly possible. By the way, so far, are y'all having fun? Y'all enjoying yourselves here in Bali? While we're doing this, while we're still waiting for the pause to unfold, I just want to get a quick read of the situation. Who here is supporting the challengers of Team Liquid? Okay, y'all right, they're cool, they're chill. And who's here trying to back the back-to-back champions of Gaimin Gladiators? Well, I think we have a very clear barometer of where things stand at the moment in terms of support. But we're making sure that the game is going to be unfolding very shortly, so stick with us, bear with us for a minute to make sure that the Dota is going to be good. So take a walk, 5 minutes at most, at absolute most, and we'll be back shortly with some more Dota 2 action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. We had a small technical issue, but it's all been fixed now, and it shouldn't happen again. And if it does, it's completely Fog's fault, so be sure to add
Thank you.
Dota. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're back up with the action. 21-21, 15k lead for Liquid. And just as we get back in at Gaming, Gladiators are immediately going to go for a bit of smoke. Smoke actions to see if they can start something off. Just to kind of keep people refreshed, what did we just have Gaming Gladiators recently pick up that's setting them up to try and look for this move?
Well, they're smoked up because they have the Ags on Celery here. They have no buybacks on the supports. Ace just got Lotus, so they're looking to get a big catch here. Vision is going to be everything.
See if they can get the setup. I mean, Drasho is going to show in the mid, so Liquid, they themselves are going to be aware that this sort of move's going down. Mickey smoked up on the front, and
Arcane Rune top. It's a nice rune.
Arcane is done on Nisha.
He commits his gold. They have to. I don't think they've gotten tabs on Celery yet. They should be pretty aware that he's very close to that Aghanims or has it done. So
yeah, they're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
I think they're
the
gonna
spiders are gonna scout.
With the fact that Gaming Gladiators has been off the map, or at least they're only showing as they're showing, Liquid's gonna know that Gaming Gladiators are looking for that big kind of jump.
Starting to get the lanes pushed out here. Nisha forced in top. Arcane Rune plus Aghanims. This could be pretty massive for this next team fight, but it's all gonna be up to if they find Celery.
Which last few times they've done a decent
been able
job.
to. I think Zai is doing some master, some master micro brood stuff. We're just scouting with spiders, giving all the information in the world.
I think because he was sort of like 2-2-15 or something, and now it's been the 4 deaths the last few fights as Liquid have found him. They're going to go for this push top. Tier 3 starting to take quite a beating here for the 2 siege creeps. Quinn, quick to deal with that.
Duracho getting the lane shoved in with illusions. Bottom and mid also taking a beating. Liquid, they kind of have to react to this. They'll send Nisha. He's got boots to travel. I was going to say, he doesn't have Remnant down, but he does have Boss if he does want to join in afterwards.
Another attempt here from Gaming Gladiators. Out the base they go.
Spiders are scouting.
Who can they catch? Who can they jump?
Our buyback's looking. Quinn is 50 gold away from it.
I mean, I think the bigger one that's not available is Nisha's, right?
Yes.
Nisha gets jumped, and they're able to kill him during some sort of static storm that may catch him with his Ag static storm pre-BKB. Nisha could be in trouble.
Positioning is going to be crucial for Celery. Look where he has to stand, because he doesn't have a blink dagger. He has to be like right behind Quinn for the catch.
Towards Zai, they've been able to put the Lincoln's. Quinn, he's in with the Shiva's Guard and the Hex. The force guy out of the side box. He pops the BKB. He's going to try and go over towards Dracho. Now they look at the backline. Jump for Nisha. He's been able to find Celery straight over towards the Disruptor. He's got the change, but Celery's able to get the Glimmer K-pop. Omni Slash is there over towards Ace, but Ace is still alive. Celery's able to get the Static Storm down.
Storm's on 2.
Nisha, he's also caught in the edge of it as well. Dracho's still fighting fit. The Hex is down on Nisha. He's dead. 3 gone on Liquid.
It took too long. They took way too long to get Celery.
Nisha sort of went all in on it, but I think sort of around the Glimmer Cape and such, they just didn't have the detection to finish him off in time. He gets the ult out, and that Static Storm, it secures them the 2 big ones in particular. Mickey and Nisha gone, and as I mentioned before that fight, Nisha, he spent
his
does
gold.
Not have buyback. Dracho and the rest of the remaining survivors on Gaming Gladiators, they can go straight for the high ground push.
I mean, they're pushing mid and they're pushing bottom. Liquid has to buy back at least on the Lich. They probably are going to have to buy back even on Mickey unless they just want to sacrifice 2 sets here.
I mean, there's Insania's buyback. And of course, throughout this, Insania never spent his money.
He didn't.
He was sitting about sort of 3,500, and now he's gone back down to 2.7k. Never spent anything. They got him with the Hex again. I mean, Insania's trying to force him back to the base, but they catch him. They killed the 2 of them. Neither of them with buyback available as well. This is going to be a huge opening for Gaming Gladiators to take at least 1 set of racks, probably 2, maybe even start to threaten the game as well.
What a fight from Gaming. Only 1 hero was able to get to the backlines to try to go for Celery, and it wasn't enough. And look how much they might actually just lose everything here.
They might.
Mickey's trying to hold his buyback.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see with the money, Zai, he's 170 gold short of his buyback.
I mean, this
Insania,
could
of
just
course,
be it.
just brought back. The tier 4's exposed. They've got this little bit of time with the glyph.
Oh, Duracho wants to end. He buys a full refresher. He wants his meta back up. He wants to get the push.
He wants to at least get the megas.
At least megas.
Because I don't think they'll be able to quite end unless they can kill these heroes off again, because we're going to see both Mickey and Nisha back in action. So they'll be able to fight with the 3 of them. It's still going to be a 3 versus 5, so it won't be easy, but there's a little chance that Liquid may be able to push back Gaming Gladiators once more.
It's megas though already.
It's a lot.
And he doesn't even have to use his meta. 15
They're
seconds
gonna play
is up.
it cool.
He has a
They'll
refresher.
back off Gaming Gladiators.
They got all they needed. Jesus, Quinn.
That was a big push, big play.
He has not died this game. He has been the leader of the charge for his team to protect his buddies. Level 25 was hitting that last fight too, so he is pretty much a carry also on this Timbersaw, as he already has been. And the game is totally broken now for Liquid. They have to get Roche, and they have to have some insane next couple fights. And they have to find Celery, but not only just once now, because the buyback's back for him, so he can just buy back and join the fight too. Things got ever more complicated now for the side of Liquid, just off of 1 little connection there.
Yeah, and insanely, I believe the Academic Dream was dead with this money that he's been losing, so just by the Ether Lens.
Oh, that feels bad, right? He had, what, almost 4K gold?
He had about 4K gold.
4K gold, got killed by his team, going for the Tormentor, dies afterwards, has to buy back.
He's lost a lot.
Lose everything, as now it's Roche. This is a full Aghanims too.
And we're actually going to see, I guess, with regards to the fact that Nisha doesn't have buyback, Mikkei's like, I'll just go all in as well.
He has to.
So he spends up, buys the MKB, foregoing his availability to buy back in the next fight, as he's now completely out of money.
He has to. Right, they have Megas coming in. You have to go all in.
Who are we giving the Axe to here on
just give it to Ratio. Why not? Yep. He's got the double Terror Wave, right? He used meta for the fight, so it's a really, really strong one once you do get this timing.
Can Liquid do anything against these Megas? Against this Aegis cheese push that Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to look to end this game with.
Aegis cheese push, Quinn just showing that he is unkillable this game. And I guess I didn't get to really see if... I mean, it's likely the auras and everything, of course, saving Celery in that last kind of fight. I didn't actually get to see if Ace popped like Martyrdom and absorbed anything there too. But it was the Glimmer Cake in particular. This having... Got to have that detection somehow to get into the back lines. I didn't see where Foxy was in that bottom fight initially. Yeah, just levels more difficult here for the side of Team Liquid. Gaimin's just playing the eco game, patiently getting the rest of the farm on the map, waiting for their buybacks. They're close for pretty much all. Daracho's gonna have his 1200 for Quinn. Creeps are coming in. Here come the Megas.
Celery can treat itself to a blink as well soon. And you know, one blink Ag Static Storm, that will be the move to close the game. If he can catch one of these big cores of Liquid.
And they have double Hex too, so it's like, yeah, he'll be able to get those front... Actually, triple Hex, apologies. Ace also having one, so many different forms of catch. Liquid only has the two Force Steps to at least disengage in the initial go, but harder versus the blink if Celery does get it.
Liquid trying to leave the base. Boxy. See if we can maybe find Tofu farming the neutral camps, but...
Bombs. They scout him. And Quinn, he's got a shield rune. He wants to run in.
He can just go straight in if he wants to. I mean, there's nothing that's going to threaten Quinn right now. Unkillable right until the end, it seems. Let's see what they can make of this.
It's so tense here.
The creeps are building up.
Mikkei knows he can't show. He has to stay under Ninja Gear, because they could just jump him and full kill him. Blink now picked up for Celery.
Yep. Him and Ace can end it if they get the correct jump. And Ace is going to start things. He's able to get in there, get the opening Hex on Anisha. Anisha needs help. They got any way to bail him out this? They don't.
The Terror Wave.
He's gone. Boxy will commit it with a BKB lasso on a Celery. They desperately want to kill this Disruptor. They've got the full-up Hex this time, so they will manage to stop the Ag-Static Storm, but there's the buyback. Celery's going to look to rejoin the team. Nisha, he'll buy back as well. They're trying to stand their ground against Daracho. Daracho getting pretty low. He's able to sunder Ace. Gets his health back up to pretty much full. Turns to take down Zai. Zai's out without buyback. Remnant 4 for Nisha. He'll attempt to burst Ace.
Standing ground.
He's back up to full HP. Nisha cannot kill off the Darkseer. Mikkei's got a Blade Fury back to base. Anisha, he'll have to waste as well. Mikkei, he's going to get dragged back underneath Daracho. He's out. No buyback on him. Hex on Tanisha. Gaimin Gladiators with the full cleanup as the Ag-Static Storm locks down the Ember. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators will take this game 1.
They just keep on doing it, Owen. How do they just keep on doing it? This one, Liquid, what, 12k lead?
It seemed like they had a chance.
One fight is all it takes. This Disruptor, he just gets Static Storm up there. You don't finish him off 100-0. And that was actually devastating because they lost literally everything. They got Mega'd, and from there, Gaimin, a huge injection of gold as they can itemize to now deal with anything. Even if they lose their Disruptor at the start of the fight, they're too big. Daracho standing strong.
Really was, and Quinn standing the strongest, 15-0-9, never dies. A hero obviously revealed as it usually tends to be rather early in the draft, and they couldn't deal with it. No, they couldn't deal with it.
And it's gonna maybe be, you know, it's that game 1 where you maybe want to test, hey, can we beat this Timber Saw and stuff like that. It might be realms of you might want to ban it, or you put even more attention, because we did see them go for like the Clockwork Shadow Fiend. It worked, I believe, earlier, so maybe we'll see if they go down that route next time, Liquid, or if they just get rid of it, because Quinn, he's just too much of a menace.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of back and forth in this game. Liquid, they looked like they were maybe going to be able to do it in the mid-game, but as it goes in the end, as it has done many, many times in the past, Gaimin Gladiators, they'll take the victory in this game 1.
It's more than many, many times. Here I was ready to break news. Wow. In all of these series that Liquid and Gaimin have faced off, Liquid has actually never won Game 1 every time that Gaimin wins the series. And that's the case yet again. Gaimin take a game number 1 once again, and this one may be a little bit more unpredictable than the way that Gaimin usually wins, because there's a reason why I was calculating Liquid outcomes, because they were like 15k up.
Yeah, I mean, it just sucks, because it is what it is, but pauses in Dota, they really killed the entire flow of the game, and I don't want to say it's like why they lost, but you could definitely see the instant, like, everything was going well for them, and then right after the pause came out, you could tell that Gaimin, it felt like Gaimin had some discussion or something during saying, remember guys, this is what we are doing, this is the objective, here we're going, we have these items. I don't feel like that was done by Liquid.
The flow was slightly lost, it seemed, but even with losing the flow, I have to imagine that, like, you can't just lose a massive advantage like that even without making a few structural mistakes.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here in this particular game is that, yeah, sure, around the pause time, they hit a critical timing for Celery, and that was the fact that he got the Aghanim Scepter online on this Disruptor. The biggest problem they had throughout most of this game was locking heroes down. They just pressed BKB and walked away. What did you have on Gaimin to stop that? And in the last fight there, they tried to kill Celery right when he got the Ags right after that pause, and they couldn't kill him. And then at the end, he got the Static Storm off with all of his other spells, and then all of a sudden, they get 2 kills, and the game is blown wide open.
Yeah, the early game was also really, really close. I feel like both teams played very well, and all the small little mistakes, like how the Ember Spirit, he actually got abused because the Timber got level 6 first. He died one time. I think it was probably not planned, like he wasn't really trying to go kill the Timber saw in the lane, and he used up all his chains, his level 1 chains, and Timber decided, okay, now I can kill you, and he killed him, and he got his level 6 first, and they were using that level advantage to pressure the tower, and Liquid, somehow they were able to survive that pressure point when the Timber got 6, Ember's 5, the 2 supports came over and helped him defend the tower.
We also saw the power of the Nullifier there, like Boxy had the Lich Armor on him, he was BKB'd. Pretty tanky hero even as a support, but Dracho with the Nullifier wailed on him. Batrider had no impact in that fight. That's honestly most of Liquid's disables and ability to focus fire. And after that, they kind of just went to shambles in terms of the fight, like just one by one, falling down. And that was the fight that led to suddenly Megas for GG, and then this was the nail in the coffin.
I mean, we were talking about the matchup, right? Juggernaut against Terrorblade. The matchup is different right now. It feels like if you can actually get to late game, Juggernaut can eventually win it with the talents.
Yeah, it's definitely a different type of matchup here, but I think Celery on this Disruptor here had so many great plays from Gaimin Gladiators here, from the beginning to end. There was a little bit where Liquid did have hope, and I do bring that mainly down to Zai making space, allowing this Juggernaut who had a really bad laning stage to come back into the game. But unfortunately, in the end, all it takes is one good team fight in Dota to turn a game, and that's exactly what happened on the back of the Static Storm and all these team fight heroes that Gaimin Gladiators did have available. And Quinn, first pick Timbersaw, 15-0, most hero damage in the game. How do you beat this?
Well, this was a best of 5 experiment, so we were equally surprised that they let the Timbersaw through. And especially, not only did they let it go through, but Liquid prioritized the Broodmother over their own Timbersaw. And I have to imagine that'll be reevaluated, because this is about what we were expecting.
Quinn's just a momentum-based player, and Timbersaw's about the most momentum-based hero in all of Dota right now. Like, once he gets off the ground running, like, he has that Vanguard, you can't touch him. Like, Quinn, at least he usually has to maybe crunch the numbers and be like, this is my limits, but in this type of game, the only play that Liquid seemed to have, even in the one team fight that they won that put them up by like 14k, they just let Quinn live. Like, they just leave him alone, ignore him for the entire fight, and eventually, once he gets these AoE control items, the Shivas, the Strength Blink, also the Sheepstick, like, no more ignoring him anymore, especially when those items are keeping you inside the Static Storm. And yeah, I mean, hats off to him. I mean, Quinn's a god.
I mean, we mentioned that how they picked the Batrider to deal with the Timber, but the Batrider, he was really fat actually. He got a blink, like he was just jungling in the early after the lanes. He just went jungle. He got his blink really quick at 30 minutes. But unfortunately, when he did his first move, he tried to dive mid tower into the Disruptor. They lost that fight. They botched the fight. I felt like they went a little bit too quickly. The Brood was like not ready to come to the fight, and that kind of like didn't ruin Quinn's game. I felt like that move was supposed to ruin the Timbersaw's game.
As soon as they get that Batrider timing, then like, this is the whole reason why we picked this hero.
Yeah.
We need to capitalize it on it now, but it fell through, which this seems to be a consistent theme every single time this tournament. Whenever you pick these strategies that are so reliant on like one sequence having to happen, either it's like a timing-based draft where like I need to be able to push high ground at 25 minutes, or it's I need to shut down this hero with this rotation, they don't seem to work.
Yeah, but you have to think about it. How many supports that can actually do that at 30 minutes, you know, to catch the Timber? I feel like they were abusing the fact that the Firefly dealt so much damage and you could jungle so quickly and you get to the blink timing. I felt like it was a reasonable attempt to shut down the Timber with the Backrider.
It was worth a shot, but seems that Gaimin has their magic as per usual. And Snare, I think he's got some magic going on in the crowd. Snare, what you up to right now?
There's a little bit of magic happening in the crowd, of course, but I am not alone as we are at the wonderful Ayana Resort, and I'm with Gunnar of Nouns fame. How you doing, fam?
I'm good, enjoying the games. It's been fun.
So actually, what kind of feeling do you get when you're watching the games like in the crowd, in the audience? How is it different from being in the actual lobby itself, playing the game?
Like part of it sucks because you want to play it, but it's always really fun. I think the winner of this is just inspirational, right? Either you're gaming and you just win everything, or you're Liquid and you just overcome. So I feel like I'll be inspired whoever wins.
Inspiration. Actually, speaking of inspiration, right? Do you think that maybe one of the reasons why Europe is so dominant right now is because of so many TI winners that have come from this region, sort of like inspiring everybody else to try especially hard, given that now it's a possible path to victory?
Yeah, I think so. It's also they have the most players, probably of any region, and I think the way they like play the game is just they try really, really hard to win. They do everything they can to win. You know, they have Tundra, they have all these kind of nerds, I would say, in terms of Dota, so kind of gives them the edge.
Okay. And you know, you're from NA, you're chilling. How are you enjoying Indonesia? What's Bali been like for you? Especially since, you know, sadly y'all weren't participating in the playoffs. Have you had some time to just enjoy the resorts, check out the island?
Yeah, I have. I went to the beach. It was a really good time. I saw a lot of monkeys. Very fun.
You like monkeys? Honestly, I think monkeys are low devils.
I do.
You like monkeys? Why?
I do. I don't know. They're my favorite animal. My sports psychologist asked us. He was like, "What's your favorite animal?" I wrote monkeys.
Monkeys are actually the worst creatures who have ever existed. Haven't you had stuff stolen from you, food taken away, phones broken? Really?
I've been fine. They were nice to me.
Monkeys are not nice creatures. Anybody who likes monkeys cannot be trusted. I'm kidding. So talk to me about this, right? This place, Indonesia, super sunny. It's quite a relaxing environment, right? As a player, do you think that's a benefit to being in the game, like given how nice this place is? Does it help relax you, or do you get a bit more under pressure because you're like, man, I wish I was outside instead of inside playing Dota?
I've talked to players, and I've heard multiple opinions. Some are like, oh, it's nice in the mornings we can, you know, relax and go to the pool or something. And some are, I just am mad, I want to play Dota all day. So I think it probably depends on the player.
Have you been eating anything cool here? Like something that you haven't eaten before? Like give us some reviews, some kind of food reviews of what's been happening.
My food reviews weren't that good. I ate a lot at the same restaurant, but
oh, why?
I mean, it was really good food. It was just not very, I haven't explored that much yet.
Why not?
I've just been playing a lot of Dota.
Makes sense. I guess you don't want to like do anything too weird, right? Too outside the ordinary.
Yeah, because you don't want to get like sick. It's always the question of like, you want to eat good food, but you don't want to get sick and you can't play, get food poisoning. I've had food poisoning in an event, not a good time.
Yeah, I actually had food poisoning a little bit here as well, but I tried something. It wasn't Indonesian food. I had frog for the first time, and I was like, this was going to be a good experiment. Plot twist, it was not a good experiment. Didn't work out for me. It went very south. But, you know, we're here. We're still chilling. One thing I'm also been very interested about, right? Why did you dye your hair blonde? Let's hear.
Why did I dye my hair?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think it was one of my friends had dyed hair, and I got invited to TI to work. And I was like, I want to look cool for TI, so I just did it. And it was like 3 years ago, and I've just kept it all the time.
Haven't you noticed that every TI comes up with a new hair meta? Like we've had people dyeing their hair, we've had people shaving their heads off. What do you think is coming next?
I mean, the shave meta didn't really work that well last year, but who knows? Maybe it's like flip-flops, right? It was 2 years ago was the shave, then last year didn't work, and this year's bald again.
Okay, how about this? How about we try a dreadlocks meta, right? Who actually, of all the players that are in the scene right now, who do you think could pull off dreadlocks?
I don't know. I can't actually imagine any players pulling it off. Who do you think? Do you think anyone could pull it off?
I would pay money to see Arteezy with dreadlocks.
Arteezy.
That would be hilarious, yeah.
I mean, he tried the bald. I'm sure he'll try anything he can to win.
Yeah, anything to try to win. So, God, wherever you're at, if you're listening right now, we need you to get some dreadlocks. Everybody on the side of Shopify, get that going for yourselves. But we're just chilling, we're just hanging out in the audience. We have a real set of games, though, that we're trying to witness. That's what we're here for. That's what everybody in the arena is waiting for. So before we get into it, Bali, are you loving this Dota?
That's what we like to hear. Game 2 is about to kick off here at the Bali Major Grand Final, so do not go anywhere. Team Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators at it once more in just a moment.
Thank you very much, Snare and Gunner. Although as much as I want to talk about the Dota, I am curious with the dreadlock meta. Wouldn't you just have to go with the players with the longest hair, like this man on the screen? Is Gaimin, do they have the longest hair of any team between him and Tofu?
Definitely up there. Well, Tofu ended up cutting his hair, but Duraccio, he's got
Duraccio has long hair.
there.
That's true.
Yeah, Celery's like, it's not like they're exactly short. Like, you know, Zai's okay, you know, in terms
Zai's
of
bushy,
like, hair.
yeah.
Yeah. But I guess the rest of Liquid, not so much.
So then,
Aiden's
this
a
is
little
the
bit.
new hair meta. They were talking
Yeah.
about bald, they were talking about dye. Wait, actually, was Sumail, did he ever have his hair dyed during your TIs, Fear?
I don't know if it was during TIs, but he definitely had a phase where he would dye his hair.
Yeah, I remember the light blue.
Light blue. He did it a bunch. There was like a 1 year time span where he just kept dyeing his hair. He wanted to look like some cool celebrities he liked at the time. We've all been through that phase, you know?
And then he tells you, come on, Dad, it's not just a phase, this is who I am.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. I tried to be like Eminem when I was a teenager. as
Wait,
well.
you had bleached hair?
I did. When in middle school, yeah.
I need to see these.
Dude, I would pay good money
Do
to
I have
see
them
that.
on me? No, we'd
No,
have
like-
to go
like-
back to like my mom's house and dig through the
I'll go
photo album.
Bedford, Oregon. I'm there, man. Bleached hair.
They exist.
Dude, okay.
That sounds worth digging for.
Winter, did you have any questionable teenage phases of your appearance?
Nope.
You were just a...
I've never dyed my hair. I've never colored my hair. I've never done anything with
Did
it.
you ever contemplate getting a tattoo at some point?
Nope. I've tried getting the the temporary ones where you stick on.
Yeah.
It. Those are the only ones I got.
When you'll get the carnival or something.
Yeah.
Very
How do you know he
adventurous
doesn't
of you,
have any
Winter.
tattoos?
That's true. I can't verify for a fact. But yeah, we can get into game number 2 as these players are preparing, which for most of the other teams, I feel like we were able to get a pretty straightforward idea of like, okay, game 1, this was the experiment that they ran, this is what they were okay letting go through. I don't know if it's as straightforward in 1, Grand Finals, 2, a best of 5, and 3, between these two teams specifically. Like, I would not be surprised if Gaimin gets Timbersaw again.
I mean, that's just the problem with Timbersaw, especially on second pick, is there's really no carries that feel fantastic to pick against it. All the ones like Slark, Ursa, that are traditionally good at killing him, they actually still lose the lane now, because Timbersaw just clicks you really hard. He hits for 60 damage with items. That is something that a hero has always lacked. So suddenly you see this hero that you don't know if it's going safe lane, or sorry, mid lane or off lane, and it also is pretty uncounterable in one of those two lanes, and then it seems like a lot of people in the mid lane are just choosing to trade farm with it. I don't know, it's like you have to be able to trade farm with it in two different lanes. Like you have to pick from a small pool of heroes. It just pigeonholes you so hard in the draft.
I kind of like their idea, their approach. I just felt like the execution kind of let them down when Nisha made a mistake in the lane and when the Bat Rider gang failed. I felt like those two things just made the Timber so powerful in the game, and eventually you're gonna have to choose what heroes you're gonna trade for the Timber. I kind of feel like their idea was fine, like trading the Brute for the Timbersaw and having the Bat Rider as an answer. It's just the execution that actually let them down. So I wouldn't mind seeing the same kind of draft again, and they just have to play better.
That simple.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're playing versus Gaming Gladiators, it's just drafting them versus them just inherently very difficult. It really has been and always will be with this team, as long as they keep the way they place the same. You have to pick and choose your poison. You either play against their Brood with Ace, Celery gets his Enchantress, both these heroes can solo carry with these games. Are you going to play versus your Io Lesh, or are you going to play versus your Timber? There's not enough bans in the game.
I mean, would you rather play against the Io Lesh?
No.
And trade that for the Brute?
I don't think so. I think their Io Lesh is, to me, always been the scariest, because if you make 1 or 2 mistakes against Io Lesh, against Gaming Gladiators, your base is gone in 20 minutes. And that's always a scary thing to do. For their ideas, maybe they can have a good laning stage against the Timbersaw, get a couple of kills here and there. It can be very unpredictable, but I think it just comes down to you need to pick a stronger hero against Quinn on this Timbersaw.
Well, both teams will have a little bit more time to formulate these ideas as we're going to go to a quick break. But when we return, game number 2 of Grand Finals after this.
I'm so confused. Oh, behind the ring.
You guys are really funny, by the way, not walking on.
He told me that.
Good troll, guys. Good troll.
Okay. Why don't we have a seat? Plan to sit like this. I feel like we'd make a good YouTube review team.
Oh, it's Tofu.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Go. You have to start. It's like made for you.
We'll just go. He doesn't need utensils. Like, I'm honestly hungry.
How would you rate it out of 1 to Tofu?
Actually, that makes sense. Tofu, out of all the choices here to try, you went for tofu first. It was cold, sadly, already. But this like some peanut sauce. It's actually good.
Steak, whatever, I guess. Whatever looks interesting to you, I guess.
Alright. Does someone actually know? Whoa. Don't be so aggressive, man. Come on.
I have no idea what anything is.
Well, I can tell you this because I prepared this. This is the finest. It looks like fish. It looks like fish, though. It seems like Tofu's the one that's actually going in, you know?
Tofu's hungry, dude.
He is hungry. We have to do something with it, right?
The most honest reviewer.
Okay, good. Actually, yeah, we need an intro. It's spicy also.
Spicy?
What? Then grab the chili from there. I feel out of place, dude. Not eating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you not eating, Artur? Tell the viewers.
Well, I'm not eating because I'm trying to maintain a strict diet of 1 meal a day. But I wish I had the opportunity to try this food cooked here on this table. It looks absolutely beautiful. Best food in Bali. So meaning.
It's actually really nice.
Well, I imagine it is.
Genuinely really nice.
No, I mean all the food I've had here is just. It's been pretty top tier.
Not only the taste is great, but the presentation is also top.
That's true. So meaning you only eat once a day. You probably eat a lot when you go for breakfast, right? Yeah, I think food is pretty good. You don't want to miss out on that. Absolutely. I have a large variety of food, so I never get bored.
You should try this. This is really nice.
Is it water?
No, it's like watermelon, I think. Tofu, when do you start streaming?
I'm not sure. Like, I think streaming is honestly pretty cool in a way, but I think it's a big time commitment as well. True. Like, I don't want to do it just casually. Plus, I'm sort of a pro player, so there's actually not much time for me to.
But what if you just stream like
stream?
a camera of your face while you're doing other things?
Like what? Cooking and eating?
Yeah, cooking, eating.
Do you cook streams? I can cook. You can cook if needed. I see.
What about the finals?
I mean, I didn't cook during the final.
I meant the game. I meant the game. It's the game.
I don't know. The games were actually pretty hard.
Unlike all the other finals you played this year.
We got rolled over a bit. Those games were actually hard. It's not like who else did we play? Liquid was kind of easy. What else did we? Thank you. Make here. Do you guys want to have some? Or?
Yeah, I want to have some. Can I have some of the?
Of course.
Take it all.
Oh my god, dude, what? That went right in my ear. Oh my god. Hey, yo. Bro.
You getting ganked?
That's massive, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm scared of bees, dude, so if it comes here, I'm out.
I'll clap it, don't worry.
Just don't hit a bee, it'll sting you.
No, dude, I'll get it. One shot.
Yeah, I mean, it smells... What this one? How does it smell?
It smells like some sort of meat.
That's fair, so some meat
That's fair.
wrapped around the stick.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Looks like chicken satay.
I want to try this.
Not sure what it is. Let's try kind of boss line.
I'll deal with it today.
Hello, good afternoon. This is all the Balinese authentic Balinese food. That's why we have the satay. This is the
satay always chicken.
Squid skewer.
Oh, squid, okay.
So
maybe
what was this?
This is mixed satay. We use the snapper. Satay lilit we call snapper.
Snapper?
Fish.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fish, wow.
Wow.
So we're all wrong.
All wrong.
What's this one?
So really
this is the pork rib. Chicken.
Taste it for me. How does it taste? Describe. Fish. On this barbecue sauce on top of it. Oh my god, Artur.
Do you know what?
Someone
I don't
knows?
know
Who knows what that is?
I've never seen that fruit.
Gaimin knows, right? Bro, I think snake fruit.
Snake fruit?
Yeah. It really looks like garlic. Like if you put it next to garlic, I feel I wouldn't be able to tell.
Is it sweet?
No.
Yes.
Try some. You want to have the big boy? You want some coffee? Just a little.
How do I?
There's a whole cake. He looks like a type of guy that if you give him something, he'll
I'm just
gonna
take
it.
This is very good. How do I? It's like melon, right?
Eat it.
Yeah. I'll just eat it.
I feel like I might actually steal one.
It's really good. It is really good.
Okay.
You guys prefer like a regular hotel over this?
Genuinely, yes, because I feel like I would be able to focus on Dota 100%.
For me, it's totally different. I feel like it's so nice to have like this kind of surrounding. To the few minutes you get off Dota, like walking in between places and stuff, it's so serene that it's like it helps you relax. Whereas like when you're in a random hotel somewhere in the world, I feel like you get to see nothing of the place you go to.
I don't want to just put in negatives, but it's like this whole experience, this place, the people,
the scenery, the landscapes, like everything's like non-plus ultras, like insanely beautiful.
Yeah, because usually the tournaments in the hotels are always in like cities and stuff, right? The one closest to this maybe like Manila Major, outside with the Bloomer, but I think you were there.
Yeah,
but it's not even like a vacation area, but it's just the vibe kind of feels like that. I think Bali would be a great place for the next TIs. I would love to come back here. What he said.
I can't do it.
So I've never been to a Seattle TI, and I'm pretty hyped about it. I feel like it's cool that it's back to like where it started.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah, Bali's a place where you can make friends very easily. That's what I've learned today. Even the most intimidating and famous people become your friends over a quick meal.
Over a quick meal. Honestly, we also don't hang out in this group of people usually.
I was gonna ask how they chill.
But no, it's like I think it was actually pretty chill. Like if you guys see me around in the pool,
come
hop in with you.
So this has been the boys trying out some nice food in Bali at the Ayana Estate. Signing out here from the lads and shout out to Bali. I feel I'm rusty.
Good, good.
How long do you think we have to hold each other for?
I don't know what to say now.
That's all for today.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
What's up, everybody? It's Bali time. You ready to get your Bali on, Brian?
I am balling
out.
So hard right now.
That's what I thought. Winter. It's Bali time.
It's Bali time at the beach.
It's Bali time at the beach.
What is it here though?
It's grand finals time.
Isn't this where the land meets the sea?
Hashtag where land meets sea.
Hashtag fear.
Fear.
Hashtag.
Hashtag.
Hashtag. Hashtags all around, everybody. Game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators is upon us. Shortly.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
Soon.
It's here.
I feel like there's not enough suspense.
They're loading it up. I mean, I feel like that last game would have been a lot more epic without like that pause. So I think we're going to come into this like and realize that these two teams are giving us world-class Dota 2 action because that's what got them here. Neil, did you know that? They had to play well to get here.
It is world-class.
It is.
That's why we call our final tournament the International.
Damn.
Because the whole world gets involved.
That makes sense.
It's not just Western Europe. Contrary to popular belief.
That's only once you get to the Final Four.
Yeah, that is just Western Europe. All right, game number 2 is underway. We've banned Morphling twice. No, just kidding. It's Morphling and Broodmother. Will Timbersaw make it through? Winter, give me the prediction.
No.
No, we're going to ban out Timbersaw because Gaimin Gladiators, they have first pick. Then I suppose the other question is, will Team Liquid continue banning out the Enchantress? Because that was their other selection.
I think we're going to see an Enigma this game.
Ooh, you think they're taking a page out of Tundra's book?
5 seconds.
Which team?
It's probably better for Liquid at 6 and 7. You go Enigma plus a support.
Liquid has 6-7. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I think Liquid will be the only team that may play it because Gaimin hasn't played it even once so far this tournament. So
that is true.
Seems very unlikely that they may be the ones to take it. And do you want to give Inch away if you want to play Enigma is the question. I feel like that's not the smartest play when you play against a team like Gaimin Gladiators who use their advantage better than any other team in Dota right now, so giving them an early head start. And this is why you ban the Sillery Enchantress almost every single time, because they realize he is the one player that can take over a game as a pos 5, but they're going to leave it in the pool. More experimentation happening, and Timber is left in the pool, so you have to make a choice.
Yeah, and one change up compared to the previous game, because Liquid is second pick, they did not opt to ban out the Leshrac, because there's no way that Gaimin can get Io and Lesh in this first phase guaranteed. Or if they do, you'll at least see one half of it coming.
Is there ever a world where Liquid snatches it up? Like if they go first pick
Timbersaw,
and they might just go Io Lesh as a response?
Because they get Timber and Enchantress?
Yeah, would they... There it is.
Yep. They have been practicing it in the lower bracket. They won with it. They crushed Tundra with it. But can you beat the IOLesh team itself with their own strategy? That is the question.
To be fair, on that Liquid draft, they also had Timbersaw, and they also had Bloodseeker, and they also had Windranger, which have also been very top-tier heroes.
Yeah.
So, Gaimin are probably the most familiar with an IOLesh strike strategy in the entire world. So surely they have solutions to it.
Yeah, I think the reason the IOLesh is like so powerful right now is because of the presence of the map that you have with the mid laner. We talk about how the side laners, they don't really want to move, and IOLesh as well. Like you can even be greedier. You don't really need to move, but you have the presence of the relocate to pressure the side lanes. That's why it makes the game really difficult to play. And Gaimin, once again, they have chosen to have like 2 of the cores that can occupy the side lanes, keep pushing out the waves to deal with this map presence from the IOLesh. And also Terrorblade, you're going to build a Skadi, so eventually you're going to be really good at dealing with the Lash in the team fight.
Yeah, it's important to note though, Skadi no longer going through BKB, so it actually gives Lesh a play against the Skadi Terrorblade. In the past, I think that was actually what caused Lesh the most issues.
So you think you should buy Skadi right now? Because normally you don't want to get.
I'm saying I don't even. I'm sure you probably still do because it reduces the healing on Io if like you hit Io with it too. So
no. What I meant is you are saying that the Lesh should buy a BKB to deal with the Skadi.
Yeah. You can buy because you're also against Timbersaw. So I think like 4th item BKB totally makes sense. So there's probably going to be a window where Terrorblade has Skadi and Lesh doesn't quite have his BKB just yet. But at the end of the day, like what makes Lesh so strong right now is the fact that BKB is only 50% magic resistance. Like they also buffed this hero. You know, Leshrac had his 1 or 2 months where we didn't see him in competitive. And if you read 7.33D, there's just 4 buffs for Leshrac. Most notably for me, the 20 damage on level 1 Lightning Storm. All of a sudden, he's able to secure CS at level 1 and virtually every matchup.
Yeah. His problem hasn't been laning. He's always looked really good in the lane because all the buffs that he has received. His issue has been farming and keeping his mana up. And I think teams are realizing that Io, Leshrac, kind of fixes that problem. And when you do pick this combination together here, like, you make Io have a purpose, when normally you just won't see this here. I think the only time you're picking Io is when it's with this Leshrac. And I do like the fact that Gaming Gladiators do decide to go for this Terrorblade right away. Might not be as good with the Scotty against the BKB, but most of the time you don't want to be forced into that early BKB super early on, and most people be like, hey, Illusion Hero versus Leshrac. I don't think that's how TV works at all. I think he's one of those heroes that's much like Leshrac. You just want to get in there, and being a hero like TB gives you that damage to burst. Timbersaw might help that a lot here. So they picked two hard-punching heroes right away from Gaming Gladiators. I think their objective is to not let this Lesh be able to run in, because if he dies right away, then this combo won't work.
So the Lesh is definitely going to need like heroes that can set up the fight for him. So he's going to need like some Clockwork, Spirit Breaker kind of heroes. I mean, Spirit Breaker plus Io is definitely something that's very classic. Like you want a support that can always threaten with the relocate. That's something that comes to my mind right away. They've removed the Enchantress, they've removed the Disruptor, the heroes.
Darkseer Spirit Breaker, maybe? It's looking like a really good Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer Spirit Breaker could be something that is going to work really well. It's very good against the Terrorblade in the lane, good with the relocate. But they like to go for the Rubik. I see a lot of teams, they just like Rubik against the Timber, because you can steal, all the spells that you steal is really good against the Timber.
I think it's somewhat of a deny pick too, because Rubik's really good against Lesh, and Tofu is no stranger to the hero. I think what is important to note about Liquid picking Io Lesh here is they've picked it twice this tournament, but Gaming Gladiators was the only team that's first rounded it. Liquid was always taking it in the second round when they were on first pick. So it's basically them saying, like, we have to take this now or never, because otherwise we're going to have to ban it up against you. It's just a lot of respect to a combination that Gaming Gladiators is 6-1 right now on at this tournament. Only team they lost to is EG, who actually only had like 2 wins in the entire group phase. I'll have to imagine something wonky happened in that game. But I mean, this is all about the lanes now. It's like you got to secure your Timbersaw, you have to secure his like mid-game momentum, you have to secure the Terrorblade's early game. Undying is the best hero to do that for sure.
And on top of that, because you're playing against a relocate, so you want to then make your team group up together at some point so you don't get ganked, and Undying is actually perfect for that. Like you mentioned, you're going to win the lane with Undying, and then you're also going to be able to group up together, get Roche. We've seen like how Gladiators won one of their games really quickly with Terrorblade, TA. I think with the Undying and the Timber, they could easily replicate that game. You push really early, you hit your timing, and you just don't give the Io a chance to farm the map and split you up.
I've seen time and time again, the best way that you can deal with Io Lesh is make it feel like you're not invincible. And this strategy goes one or two ways. The first way is you just can't deal with this Leshrac. He runs around and kills everyone and kills all your base and you lose the game. Or he runs in, feels like he can die, and then you just lose. And running into an Undying, Timbersaw, and Terrorblade is a good approach, I think, for taking this game. I still do think that if Liquid managed to find some other hero, specifically the Darkseer, in a game like this, that could be very, very potent.
But it just makes me even more confused why pick the Rubik. Because the Rubik isn't helping Io Lesh survive, there's no buffs being provided, and really the Timber's the only hero that you cared about stealing spells, at least before the Lion got picked. Now that Lion's on the board, somehow Rubik seems more viable.
I think you underlook a little bit sometimes. A lot of these teams value Rubik against Terrorblade just for the fabled damage reduction. Against these type of heroes, those are still going to go for the Darkseer. I think that was their best possible pick.
Yeah, hard counter against TB, the illusion. Any hero that spawns a good illusion, Darkseer has always been good against them. What's also important to note is heroes that clear the wave melee range, because generally speaking, illusions on Terrorblade will clear a wave for free come like 10-15 minutes into the game, but against Ion Shell, it'll generally kill them faster than the illusion itself will kill the wave. So it's kind of like the tug of war, but in reverse. You know, you're pushing. Like who can push the lanes a little bit harder, and now you've kind of nullified the Terrorblade doing that, at least in one half of the map.
Yeah, the supports also can't really do much to the Darkseer in the lane as Undying. And you're gonna build the mech and pipe, which I think when you have a Lesh on your team, the Lesh really wants the offlaner to buy all the aura items to buff him. So you ball together and you feel like you're really, really strong. You know, like Lesh is a hero that you don't want your other cores to play too much for themselves. You want them to really focus on the Lesh.
Is there like any world where he actually goes like the Vanguard Ags build? just against like you know it's not very effective against Timbersaw to go these aura items because he's pure damage through and through. I was just wondering, like, is he potentially the setup for relocate and team fights and all that kind of stuff on the
With the axe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could do that, but I feel like you still need to play for the Lash. I think in the team fights, there's still like a good amount of like magic damage from the Lion, and Crimson is definitely still pretty useful against the Terrorblade.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'd definitely rather see the Greaves and the Crimson in a game like this. And eventually you're gonna get the Ags, right? But I think if you do it really early in this game, it might be hard to just get in there and punch the TB with a Lion in the game.
I always wonder when you have a hero like Io and Darkseer, who goes the Greaves? Like, maybe Greaves will come out on Io, or maybe he'll go Holy Locket.
Yeah, you can get Locket.
I think Locket's like you go Locket and I think Glimmer Cape if you have a Greaves Spire, and then you hit this crazy timing, right? Where Greaves, Locket's on Lion, you got a Glimmer Cape, maybe a Force Staff on the Rubik, and that's my favorite style of Dota right now, and it's something that Gaimin usually wins with. In the last game, Gaimin had more auras as well. They itemized for it. They had the Greaves as well, and the Pipe. In this particular game, they're probably going to have something similar, picking all these heroes that can heal and ball up, but Liquid are matching them blow to blow with having these high-tempo heroes.
Yeah, not to mention the Rubik can also get a Solar Crest for the Lash, so the Lash feels like a Superman in front of the team fight. And Gaimin, they have to try to figure out whether they have enough damage right now to deal with the Lash, or they're going to pick like maybe they pick like another offlane hero to buy the aura items to match the Darkseer.
I really like the Wind Ranger Ben, to be honest. Like, it's one of the few heroes that no matter how many items the Timbersaw or the Leshrac has, no matter how many auras the Darkseer has, she can focus fire you down if disabled. And they do lack a bit of single target damage on Gaimin. They have like the initial 1500 damage from like the Timbersaw spells and the Lion Finger, but if Lesh does manage to get his health reset with these healing items you guys mentioned, they don't have too much to finish him off.
It also means that by banning out Wind, Liquid are opening the possibility for Timbersaw being offlane as opposed to just Quinn. But I'm assuming we're going to see an ace hero.
I'm still big on Beastmaster in these type of games. Like, I would have wanted to see it last game too, where it's just this kill one guy. Like, and that's what you need to do right now. It's a lot of damage. It's an aura. What are they showing there? Pango.
Duracio's feeling it.
Yeah, it's not even his hero. He's feeling it real hard.
Whose hero is it? Is
Quinn.
it Quinn's?
Certainly Quinn's, yeah.
Okay, so offlane Timbersaw. Just saying, Shadow Fiend's still in the pool for Liquid if you want a tempo carry that can do well against
10
Timbersaw.
seconds remaining.
It's not great for Terrorblade, but it is good for Timber. I think it could work. What carry would you want here then?
I was going to say, I feel like I don't love it, but I would want the Luna, I think, for Team Liquid the way they play.
Luna.
Yeah, I think that you're going to prioritize the tempo again. I'm not saying I like it as like I'm super excited if they pick it, but
they have played it. It is a possibility. It is high tempo. I think I would like the Shadow Fiend. I think
Shadow
if
Fiend's good too.
Timber is ever in a situation where he just can't lane, this hero is one of those heroes that just, he's either amazing, you can't kill him, and he's killing you, as we saw last game, or what does he add at that point if he can't do the damage and he's like trying to catch up? Not much. The good thing that Timber does have, you can always fall back to doing stacks, but I think that puts you in a pretty good position if you can force him back in that way. And Quinn, he's picking up his Pango. This is one of the heroes that does pretty well versus Lesh throughout the game. If you get level 6, by the time Lesh gets level 6, you can just fight him head on with a Rolling Thunder. Doesn't have to worry about all that magical damage. And he deals with the wall illusions too, to some degree too.
Another alternative, Drow Ranger, also available as a anti-TB hero.
I don't love it against Timbersaw. It's like better later if Timber's mid, but in the lane, you just you eventually can't hit him. He just has a Vanguard. It's really rough on Drow unless you can punish them like super early levels. And since he's got a Rubik or an IO5, I'm not like too keen on.
She's also pretty similar to Lash in a game. Like I feel like they are very similar heroes of what they want to do. I think that they need like a melee hero that can run in, attack the Lash, maybe abuse the Darkseer, Iron Shell, and run in front. Ideally, like a lane winner as well to deal with team as well.
Choose your
Oh,
hero.
whoa! Carry Lush?
Yeah, carry Lush.
I'm actually down for that. I don't even know why I didn't think of this. Like, Lush is really nice against Timbersaw. They picked it originally for mid, and then Timbersaw is now offlane.
Yeah, there's not many good options of the carry left. Most of it are banned, so it actually kind of makes sense that they are trying to play a very, very fast tempo game, and this hero can really abuse the Iron Shell. The lineup's incredibly fast. It deals well with the illusions.
And he's going to step all over a Pango mid.
Apparently the ult cancels roll. Like, the second you use Primal Beast ult on Pango win and roll. It doesn't just stun him through BKB, but it also ends it.
Get out of there, right? Get out of there.
Yeah,
slams him out of the roll.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I mean, on the other hand, this gives them a really, really sharp timing with the draft. You know, they don't really have much room for error. Everything has to go perfectly from the lane towards minute 20 to give themselves a chance to win this game.
Yeah, there's one guy I really resonated with, Pale Horse, that really liked playing this Carry Lush, and he was a big fan of it, and I myself am as well. I think this is a really cool pick by Team Liquid here. I'm super excited for this draft. Even if it doesn't work, I think it's a really unique and creative way to address what Gaimin's doing with their last picks.
No, it's definitely different. I think it has the potential to work, but if it does manage to get that late game scenario and you can't actually find this Pango and cancel his role, he's going to clear all the illusions. Same with the line with the shard, and Dirachi will probably carry the game the way I see it.
Yeah, eventually Liquid's going to run out of damage and they can't really deal with the Terrorbat. But before minute 20, they'll have like a really good opportunity to run over the map if they get good lanes, abuse the runes with the Primal Beast, set up kills, and the Ledge is going to snowball. That's what they are going to hope to happen in the game.
So does Carry Lush ever leave his lane, or is he just going to try to...
Yeah, you do the same build as you do as a mid. Like, you're just straight up rushing the Bloodstone. It's only possible with IO. Like, you can't do this here otherwise because you have health issues without the bottle.
So does that leave us at a standoff where Timber and Lush are just staring at each other in the side?
Oh, once Lush gets 6, he can actually bully you out. Get rid of the Timber outside of the lane. But if it really comes down to who hits 6 first in that lane.
Okay. Let's get ready for game number 2 of this grand finals, everybody. It's time for OD Pixel and Fogged.
I'm actually
Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. Fog, this time round, we're getting sort of the adaptation from Liquid by looks of it during the draft to take this Lesh to the safe lane, at least have Mickey play it this time round. But what does this sort of say to you from what Liquid's going to go for this game, and do you think it's going to be enough to be able to take a game off Gaimin Gladiators?
I mean, it just shows we're all in. You know, this is all early game dominance, all early game to be able to pressure and shut down Gaimin to prevent them from getting to that late game status with this Timber, with this Tower Blade that we saw them do last time. Let's say it's going to be a lot of execution and playing clean. Panel talked about it pretty much ad nauseum of how this is a lineup that can really, like, if it doesn't hit timings, really fall behind. Yep. So I think we're going to have to watch it some like very crisp, clean play, but they are set up for that. This Primal last pick actually addresses kind of all 3 cores in a way pretty nicely. So we'll see what type of game Nisha has, and let's hope he doesn't go Blade Mail Vanguard again, because that was a little bit of a weird one that we saw from him the other day.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of approach he has this time round. Ready? He's hiding in the trees, will be spotted out by Insania and Mickey.
Sneaky. Yeah. And yeah, we have a lot of cool little back and forth things that we see that Gaimin did go for, because the Darkseer pick, it seems like they almost knew. You know, they probably expected it to be coming because they picked this TB so early. They didn't ban it out. Very good answer. So they're going to take the Lion, so they'll have the mana drain, and then they're going to have the Pango also to deal with that wall illusion. Let's see how it all ends up going.
See the start, Tofu. Set up stun on Insania. I'll be able to tether across. They'll throw the blood grenade out. Stun. It's going to hold back Celery. Insania should be fine.
A little painful to start like that, though.
Taking quite a bit of a hit there from that attempt of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah,
Banterines will just go 2 apiece here.
IO always has to be careful a bit versus Timber.
Oh, yes.
Even more damage.
They are body blocking him off a little bit from the creep wave. They're trying to get Tofu in range for the stun. But
I mean,
he's back under the tower.
They're starting them low. That's the important thing here in this lane. Tofu might actually just die here.
Just get blood grenaded.
Whoopsie.
And indeed, he stuck around a little too long to throw out the...
Oh
my, wait, what?
What?
The stick charges?
The high five?
Nah, they still got him. First blood. Go the way of Mickey.
That was almost like, oh no, we didn't go for him. They're actually going to get the Observer Ward too. Okay, nice there for Liquid. How many stick charges also? 6 wand charges onto Mickey. IO does have to be careful in this game of being burst down. There is a lot of different ways to just delete this IO in mid-game. Timber saw one of the better answers throughout all history, in fact. Actually, now it's universal, of course, on the IO, but still kind of similar, the damage that the Whirling Death can do versus it, so... We'll have to be careful on Insania for positioning in most of this game.
Easy courier.
Tofu. I think he did get delivered.
He got the
delivery.
He was just got a fresh set of tangos.
Yeah. And I'm going to be looking forward to see how this mid matchup and everything goes down. Quinn was an absolute menace last game, did not die. Let's see if he's going to have something similar this game. We know how Quinn's Pango can sometimes just take over games, even though it's been nerfed, but it is versus Prime.
Yeah, definitely one of those mid heroes that can outplay a Pango, right? If you're not too careful with the swashbuckles, suddenly this Pango is, the Primal is in on top of you. And a quick trample and an onslaught can be the end of you quite early on as a Pango.
Can be. This is a Quinn Pango. So it's, you know, we'll have to see. Is he going to make those mistakes? Is he going to get caught? Is Nisha going to be able to find those opportunities? So far, Quinn having a really good time in mid, 10-5.
Yeah, he is.
He's even bullying Nisha a bit.
Nisha coming out. Okay.
Yeah, he's good. Impressive first few waves, though, from Quinn.
See if Nisha's able to sort of stabilize it a bit here, but absolutely every reason to believe that Quinn could be on to the start of something good once again here in this matchup.
Duracho is also getting a fair bit of denies. He has a big wave coming in under him, so we'll be able to catch up on those last hits. But yeah, for Liquid, this game, it's really all about clean plays, fast early aggression, and really trying to dominate and take over the map early, getting these aura items so they can pressure and pressure. It has to be the name of the game for them. Unless they have some big lead, you can almost, like, it's like at 35 minutes or something. That's going to be where it perhaps gets scary if Liquid doesn't have that lead.
I mean, do Gaming Gladiators have good heroes to bring to towers and just slow Liquid down, even if Liquid do get a good start from the lanes?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely do. It depends on how the Timber Sauce farm is, but they also have an Undying, so yeah, I would think that they do have ways to fight around it pretty early here. And Quinn, if he has such a good early game, if he has such a good laning phase, that Rolling Thunder is very, very annoying for something like Lash and Io. Little clever move there from Nisha. Takes the top bounty rune. He's actually going to TP bottom and grab this bounty rune, so cool.
Okay. Yeah, I think he only misses out on one way. Bottom lane, Tofu, he's going to get taken down again.
Nicely done. Level 2 lightning, super strong.
Has to be careful trying to trade with Mickey.
They also, I believe, yeah, they did get the healing Lotus down here. So Mickey shouldn't really die by any means down here. He should have a absolutely free time on the Lesh. Insania maybe dies once here, but with the healing Lotus, it becomes a lot more difficult for you to ever really pressure this Isle Lesh lane. And who got the Lotus in the top side? I think it was, yeah, Zai. So Liquid were able to claim both Lotuses.
Water in Boxy. He's going to show up mid. If Quinn steps up, Boxy might be able to catch him by surprise.
Oh, this is a cool move. He's at least going to body the rune away from him, so Quinn, he might need a fill up or something.
He's still got a few tangos at least to rely on. So we'll have their health to stick around in the mid, but I'll have to be aware every time that Boxy goes missing from that top lane that something might be being attempted for by Liquid.
Just impressed with the denies. I mean, the animation on Pangolier is, of course, very, very good, but 8 denies. He's got an, I don't even know how many of these range creeps. I see Nisha, like, trampling on it, and Quinn, I think, just walked up and snuck the deny again, I think, for the 3rd or 4th time that I saw. 2-0.
Top lane, Zai. Go for the vacuum. Some of the surge to get away from the zombies.
Boxy.
There's a lot of zombies
try to walk him down. Boxy could be in trouble.
More hits he can get in underneath the tower. Yeah, Boxy, he's gone. He's gone. I mean, Zai's also still very, very low, hiding in the trees. Dratch's going to see if he can try and find him. Cut the tree line.
He's on him.
He's very close, and yeah, he's going to be able to get him. The reflections back up. The last right click, actually not enough.
Not enough.
Ring of Hell from the one, that will save Zai. Zai able to escape. Only just, though. There's Duracho getting so close to nearly being able to take that Darkseer down.
So much aggression from Duracho. I love that he just goes like, yeah, Boots, you're just playing versus this Darkseer. You can dance around the Ion Shells, and you've got an Undying with you, so you can go these early game Boots because you have, you know, the strongest 5 position in the game. 2-1. Primal still farming very well. See who's going to hit 6 first. I think yeah, Quinn should be able to hit it just slightly sooner.
Yeah, got a few of those early denies, and from Nisha's side of things, he's definitely been having a bit of a helping hand from Boxy.
Yeah.
Let's see if that earlier water in, and Boxy, of course, coming back in just now to refuel his bottle.
They're going for him. 6 is hit.
If they have enough with the pulverize, can he escape this Quinn?
Nope.
He cannot. Nisha onslaught stairs, able to knock him down before the Rolling Thunder can go off.
Great moves from Boxy.
Zane was also joining in the mid, so Liquid really piling up the pressure on this mid lane, bringing in both supports, making sure that Quinn does not have an easy time.
Yeah, Boxy, really, he's understanding, like, yep, he dies top, and then he's like, whatever, I'm just going to stick around mid. They have kill threat, and even going to get some tower damage here with this catapult. No rotation from the early Gaming Gladiator supports this time around. Usually they do make those early moves, especially around the 4 and 6 minute power run if they see an opportunity, but Liquid, faster here. Good laning start for them, 2k lead right now.
Nisha and Boxy waiting on the high ground. They're going to be able to catch Celery, stepping back over towards the top lane, lift up with the telekinesis. That's another kill for Liquid. Same time down bottom, Ace and Quinn, they're attempting to go for Mickey. And Mickey is able to sidestep the Rolling Thunder, and now...
He may turn.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. Mickey's getting fueled up by Insania. Looks like he won't have enough damage to threaten them, but at the least it's just wasted time for Quinn, as he's not able to pressure Mickey in the way that he hoped for, turning it towards the bottom.
Very ideal start here for Liquid, exactly how they want this to kind of be going here. Zai, Arcane Boots are finished, so he can keep Boxy on the map. Boxy, go towards Zai. He's running away from him. There we go. Gets the Arcane Boots on him. That's going to be important for Boxy to be able to play around Nisha even more, just keep that mana pumped up. See if Gaming looks to break their lanes a little bit here. They're going to look for a smoke to try to do something here to fix this, because a 3K lead already from Liquid. It's looking good here this start.
That's absolutely what they need to be able to roll with this lineup.
Yep. All about that tempo, speed versus greed.
Can they get Ace? They get the setup stun, and he has got Celery and Tofu waiting behind him, and yeah, Nisha's going to pull back from that. Doesn't want to go charging in under the tier 1 tower.
Not with the risk versus an Undying. Tombstone can just really just ruin you right there, so yeah, not going to go for it.
And Duracio's still kind of being able to hold his own on this top lane.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Zai and Boxy have been able to get right around the tower to really pressure him as of now. Boxy trying to get some sort of angle.
Yeah, because he's like, where are the supports? They're not playing around Duraccio, they're probably playing around bottom, so wants to set up for this area.
They're bringing Mickey and Insania as well. Vacuum drag back into the reach of Mickey. Can they get the stun in time? Looks like they can't. Celery, he's going to be able to turn up, drop the tombstone. Duraccio, he's...
Oh, the stun's off the mark.
He's still alive. Duraccio's able to walk this off. An attempt there from the 4 members of Liquid, and it gets them nothing. Duraccio's able to walk out alive.
I mean, they got a tombstone, but that stun just whiffing Duraccio. I thought they would just be able to walk him down there. Bit of a slip up there from Liquid.
Duraccio plays it cool there, and gets away.
How does he live there? Definitely bailed out by Celery, but Celery now, he is lingering up top. This time he should probably die.
Yeah, he's on his own. Tried his luck to stick around for a few more creeps as the wave comes in.
He gets the 2 range creep, but
back to base for him.
Up top.
I mean, they're looking for Duraccio. Nisha tried to see if he could catch Duraccio whilst he was jungling this area, but did not have enough damage on his own. Still got the regen rune pumping though, so it doesn't lose too much from that attempt, and heads straight back to the mid lane to continue to hold the wave and make sure that there's not a chance for Quinn to start putting pressure onto his own tier 1 in the mid.
Some really good pressure here from Nisha and Boxy in particular. Keeping that speed up here. I mean, around the mid tower, they're thinking about it. It's low.
Boxy's trying to get the wraparound onto Quinn, but Quinn's got Tofu by his side, so Tofu will manage to hold back Nisha. They're under the tier 2. Nisha and Boxy can't live for the play anymore.
Look how much reaction it's causing, though. Gaming is all clustered around the mid lane. Duraccio low. They're not really playing the lanes right now, and it's looking really nice for Liquid. Nisha even pulling the lane and maximizing. He finds himself a stack. Very nice for his Primal Beast here. Big timings, and of course, you know, as joking about Nisha going for Blade Mail Vanguard again. He is queuing up the right item. He has the BKB queued up immediately.
Yeah, the more standard.
Yeah.
And Duraccio is sort of baiting a bit because he does have Sunder. So he's in that little bit of a spot in the trees. Again, 4 heroes heading up, but they won't catch or kill Duraccio.
And look, he
step ahead
to the tower. He doesn't even TP to base, so he's like, all right, I can still walk into my jungle and farm a little bit. But they're getting slowed down quite a bit. I mean,
and
the
they're getting
movements are still
tapped.
hurting.
Hey, Liquid, you know, with this pressure.
5K lead.
It is speeding up at the exact pace that Liquid will hope for when they're running this Lesh IO in the safe lane.
Power Rune. It's going to spawn bottom. Quinn will be able to set that one up. Supports, the level's still definitely struggling on them. Bottom, Ace.
See if they can take him out. He's pretty beefy here with the Vanguard, and he's got plenty of 1 charges. So indeed, he'll be A-OK as Ace is underneath the tower. Rest of game of Gladiators. Find the DD room for Quinn. Their mid-tier 1 tower also taking quite a bit of a beating. So Liquid, they can probably look to pull more people over towards this mid. I mean, depends. If you're Liquid now, are you looking for this tier 1? Or are you still trying to make moves on this top half of the map, trying to hunt down Duraccio?
I think you just hunt for heroes. You have Relocate online. Yeah, I don't know how much you need to just push forward to getting this tier 1 now, because you could put yourself into a weird situation like last game where they overextend around it.
True,
They're playing into Tombstone, so I'd imagine if they can set up like a reload gank with the Primal Beast, that's probably the ideal, and they're probably going to hunt Duraccio. On the flip side, Gaming, they're going to look for their own move, trying to catch. It's usually how you want to play versus those IO lineups. You hunt the IO while they're trying to set up for these relocate ganks. So that's exactly what they're kind of trying to do here, but here comes that reload.
Yep, see if they can get him this time round. Vacuum, but Quinn, he's there with the backup, and the multiple TPs are coming in. Liquid not able to find the clean initiation that they hoped for to start this off. Duraccio will get caught by
big charge.
Nisha. Able to finish him before there's any chance of a Sunder to come off. He'll turn with the Pulverize as well. On towards Ace. Ace able to get the Timber Chain off to cut down Zai. Mickey, he's trying to finish off Quinn and Ace, but he cannot do so. As Liquid, they'll lose 2 for their attempt to take down Duraccio.
Guess he wasn't able to get the tether off there. It got broken somehow because he just ended up ditching the 2 cores. Get them one, and now Nisha, he's actually going to get the cleanup.
All right, I mean,
makes it well worth it.
It does, and maybe if we could look for more with Insania coming back across. He's got the control onto Ace. Ace, he's got backup though. There's the respawns are coming in. Duracho's ready to rejoin the fight. Tofu,
he hit 6.
The Hex on towards Nisha. The stun as well. The burst from the finger. Tofu able to take Nisha down.
He just got 6, I think, off like a creep or something. But Foxy.
He actually's able to finish off Ace there with that final bit of burst. He tries for a very cute little TP out. He won't succeed as he does die. But some messy fights. Boxy, he'll be happy with that snipe on the way out though, taking Ace.
Supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators, though, definitely very happy. Tofu getting the cleanup of Celery. He almost has a mech after that fight. So started pretty nice there for Liquid, and then they get the 3rd kill, but then ends up being pretty good for Gaming toward the end of it there, especially since they're behind and they're getting some type of trades in this fight.
Yeah, Liquid have got to continue to grow this advantage. If it starts to get sort of slowed down whatsoever by Gaming Gladiators and Duracho gets the time to farm, definitely going to be concerns as the minutes pass.
Some nice stacks to go back to, though, so jumping it right back up to that 5K lead when they're able to farm them. Yeah. That was really fast TPs from Gaming. They were super ready for the relocate gank, so gotta watch out for that on Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know, you expect Liquid to try and go looking for these kills. Gaming Gladiators, they're fully aware that that's what Liquid's going to be going for.
Insania,
they've got to be ready to set up for that.
Liquid have some big timings here already. Insania, mech's done, Mickey, Bloodstone's finished, Primal Beast, BKB very soon on the horizon, so they can keep looking to play fast and punish this, because Gaming, they're a little bit requiring like even the Lion having finger up in some of these team fights to get some burst, and does have a bit of a long cooldown, especially at that level 1.
Back to business here for Liquid. They'll get the tier 1 mid.
Keep that pace. Look for this Duracho again here. Keep looking to accelerate things and shrink the map. I mean, continue to get some nice stacks.
They know exactly where Duracho is as well. The scans hit. We're going to have Nisha try and find the setup here. It's actually Zai that opens things up with a wall drop down. They get in with the charge forward of the onslaught, the pulverize as well. Another good catch for Liquid that can allow them to keep this momentum in their favor.
They got the TV illusion too, yeah, so he can actually tank maybe the next creep wave with, and they can keep this push going up on top. And they will still have relocate if someone does turn up. Gaming, careful how they play around the map. Duracho really struggling this game. Only level 8 so far here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus on towards him. I mean, even in the fights the Gaming Gladiators have been able to take it. It was the fight off the back that Duracho goes down at the start, when how Liquid can just, they can pretty easily focus him in the midst of these fights. Only really Tofu and maybe Quinn if he gets the Rolling Thunder off, who can kind of interrupt Liquid's attempts to just get on top and blow up the Terrorblade.
Yeah, until they have more itemization, right? Like when Celery's able to get like a shard, potentially, right? The grab ally, maybe that'll be something that'll help. But right now, Liquid, yeah, starting to get that ball rolling really nicely for themselves, pressuring lanes. And they're not over-pressuring, not like overreacting to stuff. They are getting some really good farm while they back up and wait for stuff. Mickey almost has his blue to travel. And Duracho, it's going to be a difficult game for him to stand tall, stand his ground, unless these frontliners can protect him, because they're going to get these timings so fast, they're just going to be able to run through and get on top of him. And the Darkseer, the Primal Beast, even the Lesh, can just eviscerate a Terrorblade early. As the game progresses, the TB starts to get better and better versus this Leshrac, but it's early moments. Definitely going to be difficult for Duracho. Quinn, Diffusal's done. Starting to get some timings here on Gaming Gladiators.
Liquid, they know that Gaming Gladiators were starting to approach them down on the bottom lane. Nisha and Boxy, they're in with the smoke.
Nisha pretty much invulnerable now in the next fight. BKB and a shield rune on him.
Gladiators, they're getting out of this half of the map. They don't want to stick around for this fight that's almost certainly going to be on Liquid's terms with the way that Liquid are approaching with this 2-man smoke.
This is not an
Insania.
This is not an easy fight for Gaming Gladiators to take here. Meta even used already, so Duracho, I mean, he's trying to just be as efficient as possible to get that farm. It's gonna have to be quite an overextension on Liquid if Gaming's able to take the fight by any means. Keep giving Duracho wisdom runes. Yeah, same thing as last game. 2 top. Looks like that's gonna be the call from Liquid.
Yeah, they'll just settle for the push.
Should be able to tank for it for this catapult to do the work.
Looks like they just don't want to waste more time just chasing Gaming Gladiators around the map, because as we're seeing, Gaming Gladiators, they're doing a good job of avoiding Liquid.
They're protecting their TB area. Flip gets popped immediately as Edict does. One thing for Liquid is their draft doesn't kill Rosh at the absolute fastest. So it's not like they have it's like, oh, we have some downtime, we're just gonna go get a quick Rosh. It will take them a little bit of time. They do have some good magic damage, but of course, you know, they don't have like an amp up. Something like that, Undying in particular, that we see most times. But a tier 2?
Yeah, they'll let this full game of Gladiators. They don't have any interest in turning up to the fights at this sort of stage of the game, whilst Dracho works towards his first major item, the Yasha, into the Skadi by the looks of it this game.
He needs a lot more time.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now where do they go from here, Liquid? Tier 2
under
taken.
Keep getting some nice, good, aggressive wards down so they can keep spotting where Duracho is running. I think that's probably one of the best things that they can do. And this is actually a weird spell steal, but I would say this one's not even horrible, just for getting information on Boxy, the Conjure Image. Right now, they're getting stalked on the side of Gaming. They have the relocate ready on Liquid.
Quinn and Tofu might get jump, Zai. Just trying to start things off with the vacuum. Good stun from Tofu to hold back Nisha. Tofu heal up for the TP out. Quinn will still stick around a little longer. Okay, no, he's also indeed going to bail out of this place.
Boxy getting some deep vision down, so I like that he places this one. It's been spotted though, so I imagine this one's probably going to get taken out. But really good coverage of vision from Liquid this game. Top, they have that deep ward. Bottom, they have it too. And also in the bottom lane as well too. So getting pretty much full information of the map right now to be able to watch when Gaming Gladiators is looking to split up, because that is pretty much entirely what Gaming's going to do for these next few moments, unless Liquid overextends. They need more time before this TB feels in any realms of being able to fight. And I think Panel touched on it a little bit too. It's, Duracho, the timing for TB versus Lesh IO, it always was that Skadi timing, but, nowadays, a little different, especially if there's a BKB on the Lesh, because that Skadi isn't as effective versus that debuff, debuff immunity.
Bit of a slowdown now. I mean, Mickey
Radiant
is going to just try and get his close done by the looks of it before they make the call to go for some aggressive relocate play once more.
Nisha just literally just going back and forth across the map trying to find a pick off here. I think they'll find Celery. Boxy with a nice steal. He's got the Timber Chain. That's going to be really good for catching heroes that are split up around the map, and immediately they swing toward top. They want another one. They have this deep ward on Quinn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nisha can get in on top of them.
This might catch them off guard. Gaming.
They want to settle for Tofu. They do. In fact, BKB just immediately. Nisha not messing around. He wants to kill this line without any interruption. Does cost him a BKB, guys, but the line is dead.
Boxy off the mark there with his Timber Chain. The last hit gonna finish him.
Oh, he's juking them.
He's okay.
He's actually going to live. I couldn't quite catch him.
He actually missed the first Timber Chain. Liquid, they're kicking that tempo up. Top tower drops to less than half.
Also that fortification from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they tip Boxy, because I think that was also a meta used from Duracho. So
it looks like it was.
Yep.
Indeed, a missed opportunity there.
And I mean, Nisha now with a Blink Dagger, incredibly aggressive build. Just goes from top to bottom, looking for another pick off here. He's gonna run to Ace though, not the ideal target. He wants the TB.
Well, they want to try for a play themselves, Gaming Gladiators. Smoke up for Tofu, Celery, and Quinn.
Nisha doesn't have his BKB available, so this is definitely an opportunity if they can get the initial catch.
They can catch him here in the river, but he's already back on his half of the map. Yeah, he's very hard to chase down now, and he's almost certainly going to have heroes ready to back him up.
They saw him though under the ward. They see where he's going.
You're right. She's splitting once more from the team. Boxy's not going to be able to get over in time to help, and they catch him with a Hex, the burst of the finger. Nisha's gone.
Oh, they might get Boxy too. Shows himself. He's got another Timber Chain.
He's down to the low ground. Swashbuckles off the mark with the Chakrams there. Gaming Gladiators. They'll take both of them.
2 huge kills. They actually played beautifully around their vision there, dancing. They knew Nisha used BKB for that support kill top, and that is Tofu's Blink Dagger now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The catch is going to be... I mean, Liquid's got to be careful when they're split up, even when they're on their half of the map. As we're seeing, Gaming Gladiators not afraid to go for them. Zai down bottom attempts to set up onto Quinn, and Quinn, he's able to roll away. That's the wall down.
Really, really good assessment there from Gaming playing around that vision. I think it literally just caught him for like a second there on the Primal Beast, and they saw the path he was taking as they get that, what, mid-tower dropped? Yeah, mid-tower was taken out there, and to a 3K lead.
I say,
scary.
It does feel scary for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean...
They got that lead. They got kind of a decent timing on the tier 2 top. A lot of early pushes went well, but are they far enough ahead to feel good about themselves?
Big eye issue. What the...
Ooh.
What does that mean? There's a big eye in the sky. Somebody's eye is big.
What is? It's probably not something good.
That sounds.
Hopefully the players are all right.
Oh jeez. For the guy with the big head. Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, hopefully
it can't be that serious. He's having a joke.
Well, hopefully Quinn.
He's having a smile. It's okay.
Quinn says go.
Quinn just sorting himself up.
Big eye issue.
I mean, just quick eye drop or something. It's all good. Hey, he said big eye issue. That sounds serious. I'm like, hey, all right?
I was like, oh god.
That doesn't sound good.
20-minute pause.
Just celery. having a bit of a giggle at the expense of his teammates, but looks like Quinn's all good to go.
Yep, Liquid back up as well. BKB's at the ready for Nisha. Still the same name of the game. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Try to get a big kill here. And then now perhaps they can look to force a Roche if they do find a kill. But yeah, Gaimin just playing the split up of the map. Yep. Maximizing as much as possible. Stack for Duraccio. Give him every wisdom rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see if they can push this.
The glyph is on cooldown, so it looks like that's the call.
This could be the make or break here.
Meta is back available.
Can they get the Rex or are they going to get punished? Nisha,
By Tofu.
quick jump. Tofu's out.
Doesn't have to use BKB for that at all, too. So tower likely to fall.
See how much they can keep going for. Tier 3. One more tap will take it. It's gone. See if they can get the Rex, Liquid. Can they keep this push up?
If we want to persist for it, Scotty's still not finished for Duraccio. He's about 800 away.
This is good pressure.
This is good pressure.
The fortification. Quinn does have Arcane and Rolling Thunder if he wants to start trying to slow them down. Tofu's going to be back in 10.
Yeah, his fingers back up as he respawns as well, too.
They really want to get away with this, Liquid. It's pretty important for the timings that their lineup needs to hit.
5 seconds on Edict. Back up now. It's a short 5 seconds.
It's the range racks.
I think that maybe they're going to back up with that one. Play careful.
It's a bit difficult now that the full team's back in play from Gaimin Gladiators. They're doing their best to stick around. Now they'll start to fall back a bit, especially with the TP coming in from Duraccio.
He gave roll.
Oh, he did.
He didn't cover it at all. At Duraccio, he's got his Scotty timing, but giving up roll.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Quinn. I mean, he did have the Arcane as well, so could have very easily expended a shield crash, but yeah, the opening's there. Boxy, he could do something nice with this. They're going to get the jump, though. They're going to try their best to burst through the ledge rack, but Mickey, he's only going to go down to half HP. He's finding out Boxy in with the stolen roll, crashes across both Quinn and Tofu. They're making the space here to allow them to apply some further pressure to the melee rack.
Oh, Boxy, he bounced off the wall.
Oh, and he's going to die for that one.
Okay, they cannot finish up the racks.
Doesn't get back out of the base in time. He'll fall, and indeed, the defense will hold up. They keep their melee racks alive.
They still have meta. They're smoking. I think it got seen. They pinged it right away. It seems like Liquid did catch a glimpse of it somehow. I actually don't know what saw it, but...
We're seeing their play how aware they are that this sort of move is charging straight for them.
Still got about 15 seconds or so on the meta.
Nisha, BKB isn't caught up in 50 seconds. Tofu's able to get the opening, jumps in, gets the Hex into the stun. They're coming in with a relocate to try and bail Nisha out of this.
They've got him.
Already gone.
And the roll is back up. And actually going to catch Insania.
He's also going to fall. He tries to run up to the high ground, but the right clicks on Duraccio. They'll take him down. Duraccio in the final moments of his meta, hitting hard, getting the double.
Uh-oh, Liquid. Giving up these kills, it's painful. A beautiful smoke, though, from Gaimin. They pinged it, though. I swear I saw...
Liquid's ping?
It was Zai. It was, unless I'm colorblind.
Maybe we'll get it on the replay.
Zai pinged it, so maybe he was saying something else. Maybe didn't catch something, because I don't think they had vision up there, but he pinged it, so I was like, maybe he did see it somehow.
Sure.
Either way, Gaimin, a really, really clever end of the smoke, though, because it's, just as the meta's kind of ending, they'll be able to get those last 2 catches.
Yeah, I can only imagine maybe if they did see it, that maybe they were anticipating that the smoke would kind of be going through like Gaimin Gladiators' own jungle, as that, there's not a lot of vision that Liquid have there, so they probably assume that Gladiators have vision on them, and so that would be the route they would take. But of course it wasn't. They just went straight down the mid and they find Nisha. And of course the IO on top of it.
I feel like for Liquid you might just actually have to go back toward top soon or something.
Sure.
Because I think if you lose maybe even like 1 or 2 more of these kind of situations in these fights, the game is just going to be really difficult for you to actually fix here.
Yeah, look at Terrorblade's farm. He's
getting massive.
I mean, sure, Mickey is huge, but it's a carry lash. There's definitely going to be limitations as the minutes pass against the favorable scalability that the strong cores of Gaimin Gladiators can have.
Yeah, because they do so much damage, and Ace's build is pretty ideal here, the pipe, and now he's got his damage items too, and Quinn Aghanims is done, so he's going to have this constant shield crash that's coming through. Lucky shot proccing onto these heroes and they're not very tanky right now. Mickey, I believe he is going to at least have the Shivas done fairly soon, but all those things add up when a Terrorblade's just beating on you. Meta's back up, Rolling Thunder's back up, Gaimin could look for a fight.
What is the move for Liquid in this position? I mean, as you said before, when you're trying to play at this sort of tempo, it would feel great if you could take the Roshan. But
it would be, but your lineup it kind of stinks at it overall. Unless you literally just full come in, then you could just get wiped because Gaming's lineup is very good at fighting around that Roshan.
Definitely feels like a bit of a gap in what they have here, Liquid.
Okay, shows himself top.
Feels strong with the backup of Insania, and Insania's going to look to take him out of here.
Okay, I mean, that's a Shiva show. They're going to look to maybe set up and fight around here. Mickey, he's actually still in the area.
It's kind of spooky when there's the meta available on Duraccio, and he'll pop it. They'll start beating into Mickey. Ace pushing forward on the front lines. They'll get the vacuum wall dragged back onto the 2.
They're on top of the Lash.
Rolling Thunder coming in from Quinn. They've got the stun control on towards him, but the BKB's out for Nisha. Nisha able to grab Quinn, of course, out of the Rolling Thunder, but they've lost their IO. See if they can burst through another. They can. The finger's there. It's going to be 2 of them dead as Gaming Gladiators will chase on for more. They surround Mickey. The chakram's out from Ace. Mickey's healing up.
Sunder.
It's not going to be enough. They catch him with the stun. Mickey's taken down. Liquid lose 3, maybe even more. They get the Skadi connection on towards Zai. Chakram as well from Ace. Zai. He's going to be out with the surge. Still, the illusions will chase him. Ace, great angle with the timber chain. He's going to have another chakram to throw forward in a second as well. Zai, he's got one more surge to go. I mean, Zai, if Ace can again get these big angles, this time Tree's going to trip him up. Won't quite be able to close the gap, so Zai will live, but it's 4 dead. Quinn was able to find Boxy.
Is Zai able to get out?
I mean, Ace? He's actually going to get him! I mean, it looked like he was going to get out for sure, Zai, but Ace says no, and Gaming Gladiators, they end up getting a team wipe.
A full wipe, and the game is now in a position where what do you do on Liquid?
What do you do? You never got that melee racks.
Oh,
and with the swing around going like this, 5k lead to Gaming Gladiators, I don't know if you ever will get that melee racks.
You're going to have to cause some kind of weird plays to happen here. Ace, he's trying to disengage. They might lose Tofu for this.
She's got to be a bit careful. This BKB is still on cooldown for 12 seconds.
He should be okay. They should just lose 1 support on Gaming.
See Tofu. He will be able to turn with the stun.
The grab ally.
Into the tombstone.
Make him work for it a little harder.
4 heroes there. Indeed. They will find Tofu. It's something, but it's still, it's going to feel awkward for Liquid. The items are flying out for Gladiators' cause. It's Dracho. He's got the BKB ready for the next fight.
And
we'll see this chase. I mean,
it's beautiful.
It's Zai early. It was pretty far away, but I guess sort of swang around back underneath the tower. Ace, he was still hunting, and he succeeds.
The team fight from Gaming is just, their target prioritization is beautiful. If you actually saw how they're fighting, Daracho, he's hitting the TP zoning, and the IO, sometimes you can see these IOs get away with murder in these fights. Ace, full commits onto him, just deletes Insania.
Yeah, Ace in that last fight was pretty dead.
Oop, they actually do find Daracho up here.
Was it
this
good catch?
could be the catch.
Good
Give the
catch
Roche.
done.
I think maybe you push for that Roche hard here.
It's still not super quick, though.
It's not. It's either you push for the Roche or you push for a Rax.
You want to get this melee Rax. You got to get this Rax out of the game, so at least you have one lane that's pushing in consistently. Otherwise, it's going to feel rough for Liquid.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it. It's 30 seconds until Daracho's back up. Meta will be up too.
Yeah.
It's not that long. It's back up to full HP.
I mean, if Ace turns up for the defense, could be able to push them back.
Nisha, can you find Quinn? Oh, he does! They get the reload!
They're going to go for this kill instead. Quinn, he's out with the swashbuckle, he's got the shard, and he's got into the Rolling Thunder.
He actually gets
He's
out.
actually able to get away from this whole attempt, and of course with that move they made over towards there, it slows down their efforts to try and take the Rax top.
And here comes Quinn.
He's going to continue the roll over towards the supports to get back up the high ground with the swashbuckle. Boxy tries to grab him outside the base, and with the jump forward from Nisha, maybe they can still
grab ally
into the tombstone. Is he going to have any escape after this? I think Quinn's going to be fine. Liquid, they've got to start backing up. It's getting a bit awkward now. Insania gets burst though. Mech will be popped. And with the 5 of them back in action, Gaming Gladiators, they'll take this fight outside of the base and chase Liquid away. The illusion out into Boxy. Boxy's going to go for the TP. Anything to stop it. There is just a straight up burst and the control for the Hex.
They can't even touch the Rax.
It's sort of a split call, right? They get too excited by the fact that they see Quinn out on his own in the mid. They try for the play, maybe underestimating the fact that he had that shard ready for the easy setup into the roll-up. And Quinn's away. They don't get any extra damage done at all to this melee Rax. It still sits at full HP. And again, just sort of this position of the game where we can see that Liquid, they're really struggling to find out how to push it to the next step. Gaming Gladiators, they just shut down every effort.
And they can go to Roche easy. They've got the Undying, they've got the TP, they bring it down. That's going to bring the fight now. Liquid, the call is going to be, I think they have to actually go up there and fight, or this game is even harder than it was before. It looks like a good catch from Nisha, but he actually has to use the ult in order to catch Quinn at the start, right? So then Quinn just has freedom to reset and roll away.
He's out. Roche, it's going to be all theirs.
All theirs. They even popped they really wanted it. They popped the meta even from Daracho for it. Quinn, now he's got an Aegis. He's got extra coverage.
I think they're cool, with the fact that, they could pop meta like that. They could just chill. They could wait this 2 minutes. They don't have to force things. They know that this game, it's only going to get harder for Liquid.
Let's see if Liquid does anything. I think they just pinged out Daracho. So they're probably saying, hey, he just used meta. Let's try to maybe take a fight after that ends. Set up all around the mid lane.
They have to take any sort of window they get given here, Liquid, to push the issue.
I want Mickey to get this BKB ASAP. I feel like he really needs it. Just to be able to protect himself in the front lines. And so he can give some coverage to Insania. Insania does have Glimmer and Mech, but I'm just watching Ace. He has it out for him. Do they have detection? Yeah, they're carrying a dust on the side of... 2 dusts actually on the side of Gaming.
Is under attack.
Edict on the tower. BKB about to be finished for Mikke.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Can they threaten the high ground, though? It's difficult with this Aegis on Quinn.
They got the tower, you know, they're probably like, yeah, meta's on cooldown, but going for high ground, a little bit risky, but it's buying more and more time for Gaimin Gladiators. Ace is honestly such a, maybe just the Timber Saw as well too, but Ace is playing it super well, and he looks immortal, and he's actually just causing so many difficulties for Insania to play in the fights. Liquid have to try to protect this IO a little more so that Mikke looks stronger. Not easy by any means. Now on Boxy.
Mikke will be going for that Ags next.
And imagine Duracio's just going to go Nullifier also next. Yeah, he's already queued up.
He's already got the Relic, right? Yeah, he's already got the Relic, so just the helm away, so it will be there far before any of these sort of extra maneuvers and items from Liquid will be.
Yeah, I was wondering which one it was going to be, if he was just going to go raw damage or if he was going to go for the Dispel. Don't blame him going Dispel versus the Crimson and potential, you know, Nihilism and all that will eventually be coming out. Liquid having to kind of stay together here, Gaming. How long on meta? 10 seconds. Racho almost finished up with the Nullifier. Gaming might look for the fight here.
Still a good few minutes on the Aegis. They can look to fight, but at the same time, it feels like they're not pressured to. Gaimin Gladiators.
They want to fight. I mean, it's Duracho's probably like, I want to kill people. I mean, that's his usual thing, right?
I mean, it hurts if Liquid take a hit like this.
Nisha has a shield rune.
Tofu, he'll be ready for the initiation.
Nullifiers finish.
See if Nisha shows himself on the wave. We'll be careful with the fact that the illusion's coming in. He'll know that there's likely heroes behind him. They might get the jump round over towards Mikke. Insania, send out the illusions first. Tofu's in with the jump.
Insania.
The Hex, Insania's going to look to try and take them out, but the Sun's going to catch it. And now Quinn in with the Rolling Thunder. BKB's out from Mikke. He's going to turn straight back towards Selling Duracho. Duracho puts the BKB in with the meta. He's focusing towards Nisha. Nisha, his BKB comes to an end. The ball gets knocked down. Insania tethers across, but he's gone. They'll lose Insania. Quinn dying to the damage of Mikke. Finally falls, but he's got that Aegis. He's going to be back for round two. Buyback from Insania. He's able to get back over towards Mikke. Now, I mean, maybe they can find more causes. Quinn, he's getting chased down by Insania and Mikke. Switchbooker's going to be back up in a few seconds, and he does have the safety at the roll-up, but Boxy, he's in with the telekinesis, grabs him, slams him down. Liquid, they'll be able to hold here against the efforts of Gaimin Gladiators as they take out both Duracho, and this time they get Quinn the twice, Aegis, and then once again.
Great buyback from Insania. Comes in, gets the heal, and I don't even know how much damage that trample did. He charged right through Duracho, actually popped him before he's able to get Sunder off. They've got a push now going. Duracho dead 40 seconds, no meta even when he respawns.
Yeah, they could get some damage done. Maybe now Liquid can take away some of these barracks from Gaimin Gladiators.
That was Mikke's BKB reveal. He stood his ground. He did what, 7,000 damage inside that team fight. More than anybody on his team combined.
See how much they can get done this time. Last time, it was just a tier 3 and a range racks up top. See if they can get anything beyond that.
They've got Edict up this time. So melee racks likely to fall. 10 seconds till that respawn, but there is going to be no matter for the fight.
This is big for Liquid. Successfully able to take these objectives. Can they push for more? Can they swing up towards the top? I mean, with the respawns coming in, it looks like they won't want to risk it. They try and jump forward, but in fact, they come in return. They get the telekinesis back. They've been able to blow up Tofu. I mean, the Tombstone's going to be there for a little bit of safety for Ace. It's enough. As Liquid, they respect the fact that Duracho and Quinn are back up.
Ooh.
So they get the melee racks, they get a little kill on top of it, and they get out.
And Zai now has an Aghanim, so an extra illusion now versus this Terrorblade. Could be even more answers. A DD rune bottom, not the best for their draft, but some nice momentum, Liquid. And now another full item for Mikke. He just finished BKB, got so much out of that last fight. He now actually has the Aghanim.
Of course, yeah, well, 24k net worth on Mikke.
Might just be able to walk through them now with this. If they can keep him alive, Insania has to be careful with that positioning because he does not have buyback for the next fight. But this could be huge too. Boxy actually finds a really good steal now. Mostly he's just been able to get, you know, some of these Timber spells. Now they have a Wombo combo as well. They had the Raid the Lash with the Darkseer. Now they have with the Rubik as well.
Able to get through that difficult point of the game.
35 minutes.
We're having to deal with the Aegis on Quinn, and not something that we see too often, but definitely that time round with Gaimin Gladiators looking for the action. They bit off a whole lot more than they could chew, trying to take that fight into the tier 2. Liquid shutting them down, getting that chance for the push. Getting this game back to Cecilia, 17-17. Liquid with a very slight lead.
Very, very slight.
They've got to keep this up though. Liquid, very much the team in this position that can't afford to lose as many team fights.
We'll have to see how much impact Zai's able to do too, because it's like this invisible kind of impact as well from the Darkseer in these fights. Now it's going to get that much stronger with his Aghanims making multiple illusions of the TB. But now also, Tofu, they kill the Tormentor. He actually gets the Shard this time. So now they'll have answers versus some of these Darkseer wall illusions that have been a little bit pesky. Tons of layers of these fights. Quinn now buys out the Mage Slayer, so wanting to be able to reduce a bit of this damage, because Mickey is ripping them to shreds. And a heart now on Nisha to go for the charge. Liquid feeling strong. Want to try to catch Gaming Gladiators off guard.
Let's see who they can find here. It's down bottom, Quinn.
This could be a really good catch if they do. Quinn.
He's able to react in time. He's going to see them.
With the grab.
They've indeed got the grab to put a stop to that rolling thunder, and Quinn completely and utterly smashed into the ground.
That's 70 seconds. They can get the push going again. Okay, level 20.
Yeah, Zai's going to be bringing in the creep wave.
Dire's bottom tower is under
At least another tier 2. Most certainly going to look to try and go for more. Yeah, whole minute. No Pango for the defense.
Duracho trying to push the mid-wave out as far as he can. See Ace probably cutting and maybe pushing toward top a little bit more here. Ace actually committing his gold for a heart, trying to get a little bit tankier to get into the front to protect Duracho. Yeah. So 45 seconds. Liquid pushing the envelope here.
Still quite a solid hold they can put together with just the 4 of them. Foxy.
Ace.
With the jump, they're trying to burst through this timber. They get the wall drop down as well. Tries to put the BKB. Turns with the Sunder. Metamorphosis as well. Look towards Mickey. But Mickey with the BKB popped. He's still incredibly strong. Ace looking to be pretty unkillable. They'll get down to about 2/3 HP, but nothing any further. Another stun thrown away at this Timber Saw. I don't think Ace is going to care too much at all. They'll clip him with a further stun and another stun, but this Timber Saw ain't dying.
The hard perch is definitely worth it there, just for this hold. Mickey upping a little bit low.
Nisha wants to try and get back in. It's getting risky now.
Coming back up, yeah, this is a little risky. Meta still up on Duracho too. They'll back up. I mean, they force Meta, and they get a really big kill onto Quinn, and they get some decent tower damage there. And yeah, Meta downtime for Gaming. I don't think that they should look to fight probably without that one. It's definitely very difficult for them actually to focus fire this last Roche. It's going to be a bit of a longer respawn. Could have been the dream for Liquid if it was instant.
Looks like, yeah, Liquid might check it out anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's up. It's Boxy heading up towards the top half. Like to get some vision around.
Yeah, I think he's perhaps setting up to see if the Duracho is going for like the split kind of farm up here. Doesn't quite find him. They're going to check the Roche. It would have been literally the dream timing for them if it did come up there, but not the case. It's actually coming up literally as Meta comes back up.
Gladiators, they do have smoke at the ready on Tofu, so once they've dealt with the pressure of these waves, they could head over.
Mickey, he finds himself a dream neutral item too. Gets a Trickster Cloak. It's going to be really, really nice versus Duracho.
Yeah, I mean, we see sort of from Gaming Gladiators' side of things how Ace is pretty unkillable. Definitely the same, seeming to go here for Mickey, especially when he's backed up by Insania. This Lesh is so tough to take down.
Is that a great, okay, just a great healing Lotus. I always try to keep track of these with the IOs too. So I mean, if they have to get this IO taken out fast and early in this fight, or Mickey will probably just be unkillable. Constantly going through the Twin Gates, they're looking to hunt. Gaming Gladiators, they're playing careful, staying kind of more inside the base around each other. Roche, 30 seconds.
Imagine the smoke will come sooner from Gladiators.
Yeah, they scan top. They scan top. Yep. Roche wasn't there, or nobody was there, so now they're going to smoke. And yeah, Meta, it's back up in the 20 seconds, so.
I mean, it actually doesn't look like they want to drop this. Oh, no, they do. We're waiting for Celery to get out of the base, probably, so they can go for the 5-man.
Probably waiting for some Conjure images, too, for Duracho to get that wave shoved. But yeah, I'd imagine they're going to smoke in a second here. You got a neutral item also, Stormcrafter.
Okay. And with the timing of Roche, it's up now.
And it's going to be switching to the bottom side, so that's why they're going to have to swing all the way down there. Celery also finding a Trickster Cloak. We see Quinn, he got Mindbreaker, Duracho, Mindbreaker.
I mean, this fight should be able to kick off before each side's able to attempt Roche. I mean, Roche is only now making its way back, of course, to the pit.
This is going to be a battle.
Gladiators are going to be able to bring this fight.
This is definitely going to just be that straight-up battle. Do they get the big connections? Is Zai able to get these big spells off? Because these walls, they've been pretty damn good so far from Ace. He's going to waltz in.
They're going to try and hold this high ground, Liquid. See if they can scout out as much information as they can as Gladiators attempt to approach.
I think this is one of the few times you see Duracho actually playing careful, playing toward the back, but they do have a vision on top.
Trying to wrap around.
They have a ward on him. He swaps positioning here.
They don't want to go on Ace. They want to go on anything else. Yep. I mean, Duracho, Mickey's got eyes on him. So they'll turn. Immediate BKB from Draco. He's not going to play his luck any chance here as he'll turn towards Mickey. Mickey puts the BKB. They get the grab onto Quinn.
They're on Insania.
Well, they've completely surrounded Zai, but Zai is able to get the wall off. And the change doesn't there on Draco. Get the Sunder off. Brings Nisha low, but Draco has to back away. He might not get the chances. Mickey catches him with a split up. Duracho dying here to the damage of the Lesh. He's out. Duracho's gone. Immediate buyback from both supports of Liquid. Mickey still pretty high on the HP as Celery's attempting to stand
Zombie apocalypse
with him. Tofu, he's got the control on towards Nisha. Nisha's onslaughting away. Ace, another chakram, timber chain forward. They're cutting down the escape, and Nisha will turn with another pulverize, but they'll bring him down. Triple kill for Ace, ultra kill for Ace as he finds Boxy. I mean, Ace isn't done, he's still full HP. He's more than ready to keep this going. They'll catch the IO again with another disarm. Ace focusing Insania, wants the rampage, won't quite get it. Tethered down to the low ground, Insania keeps his distance from Ace. Ace continuing to chase. There
he gets a rampage.
There's the rampage for Ace. As Gaimin Gladiators, they'll lose Celery. But Ace, he'll be happy with it. This one, he walks out, full HP. And that fight, 4 buybacks from Liquid had to be used to try and come out even.
Mickey does stand his ground, but so does Ace. I mean, the damage, look at the damage numbers tell it all. 10,000 on a Lash, 14,000 on a Timber. How many spells did he use? Like 40 different spells. Brosh, though, looks like it might go Liquids. Duracho respawning. We'll see how crazy he is. I mean, should get it.
They do need it, as I say. 4 buybacks from Liquid to take that fight.
Did you see the amount of zombies that were in this fight too? Like they actually, the Tombstone lived, I think, full duration. It actually starts to build up. The wall illusions as well. Duracho was taking an insane amount of damage from them.
Nisha gets the Aegis.
Okay. Has to get it because he did have to use that buyback earlier.
4 buybacks. Yeah. Everybody apart from Mickey on Liquid buying back for that one. We'll see again at the start of this fight. Straight towards Duracho. Great sort of moves from Mickey, getting on top of the TB, taking him out of this one. But yeah, Ace, they just can't deal with this Timbersaw. He's just able to freely roam across the team fight. They can kill everyone else sort of here and there, but Ace, he's just untouchable.
So is Mickey, though. Especially when Insania's pumping him. I actually didn't catch there the Quinn getting saved from the grab ally for a quick second there, but either way. These 2 beasts standing strong.
Let's see what they can do here with this Aegis. So Nisha just have to bring in the top wave.
This game is still very, very close.
I mean,
22 to 23.
It's such a scary moment.
So close. I'm very impressed with the way the Liquids, even in the last like 10 minutes after Gaming started to get some big fights, that they're able to keep it like this, keep this pressure going versus Gaming.
Sure, yeah. See if they want to. I mean, if you're Liquid in this point, do you try and push for the Aegis, or do you just wait these 5 minutes out?
I mean, you just have to be together. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't know if you want to like fully force stuff, but at least just play together to not get caught out.
I mean, because if a fight kicks off and if Nisha dies or if Zai dies, it could be game over.
Yeah, if they just isolate Mickey, then they'll be able to deal with that Leshrac. And I mean, they've been getting Insania every time. And Insania, he's got a cheese, but he needs to be able to get it off, and he won't have a buyback this time around. I think 2 times now we've seen Insania's buybacks, if I'm not mistaken, kind of be that thing that makes Mickey just be able to stand his ground fully.
I mean, obviously from Gaimin Gladiators side of things, at the moment they don't have any buybacks either.
They do not.
But the 4 of them just short on the gold, so they've at least got something they can do about that.
They actually commit their gold. Quinn goes for the full Bloodthorn.
Cool. Let's put him, 1,600 gold short of his own buyback.
I guess just in particular, now it's versus the Trickster Cloak. I mean, they didn't really have any other invasion, right? So, I mean, that damage amp, though, is going to be nice to allow the TB just to focus fire as well. And that is really what their draft is about, so you can really understand why they're going for Bloodthorn. It's all about just kill the Lasher, kill that Primal Beast in that one little stun that they can get.
Yeah, looks like Liquid are going to play this rather cautiously.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to do anything reckless.
Just stay together. Yeah, just keep like your buddy system. 2 people together. Nisha maybe can be a little bit isolated because he has the Aegis coverage, but keep everybody just near each other. Hex finished on Mickey. Almost 25 also, so maybe that could be a timing that Liquid's waiting for to look to go for that next big fight. I wouldn't even blame him to go for the Lightning Storm talent actually this game. I've obviously like the Edict one usually is just the way better one, but I have seen arguments in some situations for Lightning Storm. Let's see which one he wants.
Closing in on the base, Liquid. Gladiators will have to return.
They're gonna force him back to base. They can poke here. Okay.
Dire's middle
Take this one.
barracks are under attack.
Drops it very quick.
Easy range racks.
Toward top also.
Might be able to finally get this melee racks they were going for about 20 minutes or so ago. They're back here now.
Dyrachyo, he has buyback. He's the only one in the game.
The rest are close though. Or at least, well, Ace 400 gold off. That's the next big one. Ooh. Gaimin Gladiators will be looking towards.
Good job. Ace.
They're going to try and tickle Ace. Oh, I say tickle. They're doing a lot of damage.
Oh, the grab ally.
Ace, he's getting low. He's getting
It grabbed the wrong one.
They might actually just kill it. They do.
It grabbed Quinn, not Ace. He has no buyback.
That's a huge kill for them to get.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that Liquid there, the damage that they must have pumping out for their 5 heroes at this moment, they killed what seemingly was the unkillable. Ace, he actually disappeared pretty darn quickly though.
They gave up shock. They gave up the chakram, right? They have that extra burst damage also from Boxy, and they're swinging to bottom.
They are. They're looking for more here, Liquid.
They're like, the raid boss is gone. Go, go, go.
Yeah, 250 gold short of buyback Ace.
I guess he was really just expecting Celery to get it onto him, but Quinn jumps in at the same time, and he actually gets thrown inside of that tombstone.
See if they can do it with the 4 of them here. Gaimin Gladiators, can they limit the damage that Liquid's going to be able to do? They're stepping up. They get the Hex on the Dyrachyo. He's going to get glimmered. Forced back to save Zai. Dragged in the back of the wall. BKB's coming out. Dyrachyo turns with the Sunder over towards Zai. Rolling Thunder's attempt, but the pop rise is there. They've grabbed Quinn. Quinn getting slammed in the ground. He got the shield crash of the swashbuckle off under the tier 4s. Quinn will live, but they've lost Tofu, also without buyback. As Liquid, they keep the push going, take this bottom set of racks by the looks of it.
Still healthy too. They still have the cheese on Insania. They still have the Aegis. They can go for that last set, go for that last racks.
And they're going to charge straight towards the tier 4s. They arrow onslaught across Celery. Celery completely surrounded. He'll get a soul rip and a decay off. Dyrachyo trying to help out the best he can, but Celery's out for 70.
He can't stand his ground. He's actually getting reflection. I think that was Boxy's reflection almost kills Dyrachyo.
They're going to get this full set of racks up top as well. Mega. This is going to be the Mega Creeps out against Gaimin Gladiators. Liquid, they absolutely make the difficult call to go for this push whilst their own buybacks were still on cooldown, but it works out perfectly. Mega Creeps out against Gaimin Gladiators, and still 40 seconds where they won't have the full team alive.
Like, great recognition of them to go for this kill and just push the issue.
And know that they could take down Ace like that. Now they're in again. Nisha tries for the jump forward. They get the Hex. Quinn, he's a little bit too close to them all as he gets grabbed again by Nisha with a pulverize. He'll manage to roll up.
He's gonna live.
He is gonna live.
He has to. He just gets bonked away, swashes away.
And Mickey wants to go again.
He's got the Edict talent.
He's gonna get the stun onto Ace.
He can get the push going.
He turns with the Chakram, nullify thrown down the way of Nisha. 20 seconds until they have the full team back, Gaimin Gladiators.
Meta's still down for 50 seconds though. Tough for them to fight into Liquid at this point here with that down.
Zai could lose the jump again soon. He's got the wall back up in 10 seconds. Ace. There they get the grab on towards Ace. Ace is gonna get knocked back by the onslaught. There's the vacuum on the field. They get the Hex, the stun, the follow-ups there. Dyrachyo will be able to get the BKB up, but he can't run. Dyrachyo out of the game for 85. He has got his buyback available. Ace, he's gonna get grabbed. Another pulverize in from Nisha. Ace, he's out for good 90 seconds. As he's dead again and still was unable to acquire the money for buyback.
And they back it up a little bit here as soon as they see the buyback from TB. Reset themselves, cooldown's about to be back up, and they're gonna look to go and end this.
Back to the tier 4s, Liquid.
20 seconds on Meta.
No Ace. Tofu, hit by the stun, will manage to blink back. These tier 4s, they get completely shredded here by Mickey. As both go down, the Ancients are going to be exposed. Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to do something soon with the 4 of them if they want to stop this from happening.
They got to just go in. Liquid.
Quick disarm and the swashbuckle on towards Nisha.
Edict's back up.
They've got to push back this Lesh somehow.
Okay.
Still got the cheese available on it. They get the jump. Dyrachyo, he's caught by the stun. They'll get him into the tombstone. There's a chance here for Dyrachyo. Is it going to be enough? He's trying to get out. Look for a Sunder. He goes forward. He's able to get the Sunder on towards Zai. Zai getting beaten down by the Terrorblade. They kill Zai off. Zai's gone for 2 minutes. They might just be able to hold this. As Zai's gone, Liquid to the rest of the 4 of them want to keep trying to push forward. They'll get the opening Hex on a Quinn. The follow-up stun from Mickey. Quinn's glimmered, forced back to safety. The creeps, the Mega Creeps, they're building up here against the Ancient. Quinn, he'll roll up. 25 seconds until Ace is back. The Ancient's slowly but surely taking damage. Mickey continues to push forward.
Dyrachyo's meta is almost ending here. He can't hold off the creeps.
I mean, they really want to keep trying for this Liquid. It's a bit difficult to say. Zai, he was short of gold for buyback this time, 900 gold short, so won't be able to buy back and add to the push. Looks like Liquid, they'll have to fall back a little bit. Gaimin Gladiators, they'll keep the game alive.
Big damage done, though, and they are going to have all these buybacks now available for the next time on Liquid, and that was meta used from Dyrachyo, and he wasn't able to actually hit anybody, actually. Yeah, he was literally having to just clear the creeps, and oops, he pops BKB now.
Oh.
Whoopsie.
I mean, tension's getting high here.
Don't give up, sis Tofu.
Yeah, he's trying to get this refresher, but he will not have the money for it anytime shortly. So indeed, this is 80 seconds, no meta, and no BKB on the Terrorblade. Liquid, they'll have a bit of a window, sort of a 30-second gap where Zai's going to be back in action. They'll have the 5 of them alive. And
check the Roche just in case, too. They're like, oh, it could be back up. It's not quite up there,
It's
for
soon,
40
though.
seconds, but it's very soon. Insania gathering more Lotus.
And things could fall into place for Liquid to set up for the final game-ending push.
And Insania now having a greater healing Lotus on him, too, to just keep Mickey pumped up as he has been beautifully this game. The buybacks really do feel like it's been the difference maker for Liquid in this one, being able to push forward and find Dyrachyo over and over again.
Yeah, I think Nisha, some of his initiation's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Just straight in with the grab. Of course, going to have 2 sets of them now with that refresher that he was bumping out last fight.
And he's got the 25, so the pulverized duration,
Yeah.
it lasts forever.
He gets in, he grabs them, and not a whole lot can be done. I mean, Celery, he's really got his work cut out with these tombstones that he's trying to bail his whole team out with. But as we've seen, it can only, of course, be one. And even at that, it's just sometimes not enough. Liquid, they can push forward, destroy the tombstone, and destroy the hero inside.
And they're going to get a Roche here out of this now, too.
Who's taking the Ags? Anything nice here for Liquid to try and add to this next push?
Maybe just Nisha. A lot of damage.
Yeah, why not?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have it on the 2 other cores, so.
Gaming Gladiators, let's see how set up they are for the next defense. BKB and Metamorphosis back available for Dyrachyo. He's very, very close to Refresher.
Yeah, he's going to have it done in a second.
500 gold short. If he can somehow find that gold before this push comes in, he'll have 2 rounds of feeling incredibly strong, a long duration where he can stand his ground and ensure that Liquid can't freely hit the Ancient. There'll be a lot of damage coming out from this TB.
I like that he was able to get out and just make sure you get the cornucopias. That's the important thing, because sometimes it's like, I can't get my courier out there to get it.
I mean, you can finish off this Ancient camp here with his illusions, get the neutrals as well. I mean, this should be enough.
It's still going to be a tough hold here. The push, it's commencing. Mickey has buyback.
He got the refresher done. So 2 BKBs, 2 Metamorphosis is ready to go for the defense. Already, here comes the first one. Metamorphosis out from Dyrachyo.
Okay. Nisha just waiting in the wings, shield rune. This is one of the tankiest primal beasts you'll ever see. 7,000 effective HP, the vacuum.
They're going to try for the setup here. Nisha puts the BKB, they're in on twice. They're going to see if they can burst through the Simsaw again, but the grab allies there, straight into the tombstone. Celery able to come in with the save.
Dyrachyo.
They'll fall back.
Trying to get
Terribly Liquid.
So that's first BKB from Nisha.
They do have fortification available, Gaming Gladiators.
So soon wearing out, 8 seconds. Playing it careful here, waiting for the sneak jump. Watch Zai here for this vacuum.
Ace just jumps casually into the tombstone. Look at the opening
Come on,
sides.
two.
Nisha's going to fall pretty low. Indeed, they get the combo opening, bringing down. They're dying really up.
Dyrachyo.
Celery's able to step back. Nisha, he grabs the Terrorblade. Terrorblade caught by the follow-up Hex, but Dyrachyo manages to BKB Sunder on towards side. And Dyrachyo's back up to full HP. Pops a refresher. Second round of the Metamorphosis good to go. But Nisha, he has the pulverize. That long duration is slammed down quick with the fingers there.
He's
they
dead.
get through Mickey. He's going to try to buy back, but the Hex is on the Nisha. Nisha's out the once. They take the ages off the Primal Beast. They can look to try and go for a second round.
Dyrachyo.
He'll get the punch back on towards Dyrachyo. The Hex as well. They're looking down the Terrorblade. They've got him. Dyrachyo's out of the game. See if they can continue the clean up here. The stuns flying through from Box. The stolen Earth Spike catching onto the 2. And now they can look towards finishing this surely. The grab's there on towards Timber. They've found Ace. Ace, he's got no way of surviving through this. He's out. He's got buyback. They're going to throw the buybacks into this. But Celery, he bought back, dies back. He's out again. Triple kill for Zai. Nisha bullying them back towards the fountain. The creeps are building up. As it's just 2 versus 5 here on the defense for Gaming Gladiators as Liquid, they'll be able to close this one up. GG is called. Liquid take game 2.
What a game. And what a display really of dominance from them. This one, Gaming fighting back kind of hard of it, but the buybacks from Liquid, the jumps that they're able to get, the opening they find, killing Ace top, that was the big one to allow them to really push forward here. That was sick.
That was an impressive win from Liquid. This was, as you could have seen, this was not an easy game for them to close up.
Big jumps. Honestly, Zai really coming in clutch with this Darkseer pick. I think we saw like multiple 3-4-man vacuum plays, the punches, getting these TB illusions, and just making sure Mickey survives throughout pretty much every single fight.
15, Mickey.
What's his damage looking like?
His damage is 80k damage. 80k hero damage there from Mickey in that game. And yeah, the last few plays as well. The way they could start the fight, whether it's sort of Zai jumping in with the Hex and the vacuum, or Nisha just getting the pulverized pretty much from Quinn or Dyrachyo, every single fight it felt towards the end. They were just playing this perfectly. Team Liquid, which is exactly what they need to do to be able to threaten Gaming Gladiators here in this best of 5 as they're able to come in with this punch in game 2 and set the score right now 1-1 between Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a series on our hands. How long of a series? Well, we're not too sure quite yet, because in Berlin, it was the Gaimin winning Game 1 and Liquid winning Game 2, but this is a whole new day. In fact, I can't believe someone gave Gaming Gladiators a taste of their own IO Lesh medicine.
That's how it tastes.
This is taking their own strategy and shoving it in their face.
Yeah, slurp it down, baby. As I am so happy to see a Carry Leshrac win. I think it's so cool to... I just said at the end of that draft, even if they lose, it was a cool idea. And I think against Gaimin, they've been winning. Tofu said in an interview, somebody has to beat us. Like, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. You have to show us something that we're not ready for. And I feel like that's what Liquid did that game.
Yeah, I totally underestimated the IO Lash and the Darkseer potential. I thought they had a really sharp timing that they had to finish the game, like by say around 25-30 minutes. But their heroes actually still scale really well. Like the Primal, the Darkseer, late game they do a lot of damage in the team fights. I was quite surprised that they were able to take down the Timber Saw a couple of times when they initiated on the Timber with like around 5k HP.
Yeah, oftentimes with these types of lineups, I would have imagined that magic damage can only get you so far, because no one on Liquid right-clicks. But the thing is that Gaimin's cores are at their best when they are getting right-click. This Timber Saw, yes, while obviously tanky against magic damage, I don't even know how many reactive armor stacks he was getting if Mega Creeps weren't hitting him, and same thing with the Terrorblade. I just assumed that it would fall off, but Liquid, this was a solid late-game draft against this Gaimin lineup, at least.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I think we all wanted Nisha to step up, and he definitely did this game. And to your point, like BKB, you still do 50% magic damage through that in the patch now, so having that magic immunity or having it line up that it's full magic based doesn't hurt you as much as it used to here. But it does go back to the early game here and the draft. They did get the IO Leshrac, which is something Gaimin likes to play, played it against them, beat their Timber Saw this time, and Mickey did so well on this Leshrac. Maybe it was his experiences as a mid player back in the past with Liquid playing this hero so much, but he was ultra comfortable. The rotations to the mid lane here by Insania, shutting down Quinn, very crucial, making sure that you can have a game on your Primal Beast this time around.
He did go away from Liquid briefly though, and in that moment I was just inevitable watching the Gaming Gladiators march down, Ace getting a rampage here, and all of these buybacks coming out of Team Liquid, but they just didn't really have enough of a structural advantage on Gaimin to be able to get to the Radiant side of the map. Even after that win, it seems that the entire game was just continued to be played in Dire's base.
Yeah, I mean, the moment in the last couple of crucial team fights, they had enough damage to get through the Timber Saw. Timber Saw, he was like lacking, I think, 200 gold for buyback. I think that was like the point where the game just felt like they couldn't really hold it anymore, and they lost their barracks. I think props to Liquid, like in the team fights, they were able to like steal the stun from Lion on Rubik, and they were able to combo it really well with the vacuum and just winning them a couple of crucial fights.
And I think at one point in this game too, we talked about it in the preview panel here, that these BKBs could make a big difference. In that 32-minute fight in the bot lane, when it looked like Gaimin was pulling it back, they had the double BKB available, and Duracho couldn't stick on a target. The Lesh just ran away from, the Primal ran away from him, and Duracho's like, I guess I'll hit Isle for a little bit now. But then they reset, and then Nisha on his Primal went back in, killed Duracho, and they took the game back into their control.
Yeah, the magic damage also is magic damage that's pretty reliable as long as the opponent's not exactly mobile, and they only had one mobile hero on the side of Gaimin. Like, Terrorblade and Timber tend to just be damage soaks, and they have a ton of AoE damage on Liquid, and it's damage that they're gonna do even if you're not stunning them on the Leshrac. You're like, even if you're stunning Darkseer, there's the wall, the Ion Shell, so it's like Terrorblade and Timber, like this was just a war of attrition. Who's gonna eventually bring each other down? And I think when you have IO plus any hero with a bunch of heals, it's just, that's a tough war to win for Gaimin there.
And Liquid do persevere in this game number 2, which gives us an opportunity to do a little mic check on them.
I'm going to select here, boys.
Yeah, Box is making hella space.
Boxing God. But I'm going. TB, BKB. I'm fine. Yeah, nice. Pango.
I'm jumping TB. I'm getting fucked.
TB all the way. TB. I'm stunning him. He's gonna hide.
Play the kite, guys.
Does he die? I hexed him. He's dying. Okay, reset. He's gonna buy back. He's gonna buy back. Really.
They cannot kill me. Just Lion.
Lion and reset.
It's big if you don't
Yeah, we need to get Pago. Reset. We need reset. First.
Look, TB.
Stunning.
TB dying.
TB 1 HP. He's not dead yet. He's dying to me. Dead. But watch out buybacks. Kill Pango. I need help. I'm buying. Keep fighting.
I have Vegas.
Here we go.
Yeah, go.
Watch me. Look. The TB.
I'm getting fucked by Timber, guys. There's no Sandra.
TB dead. Oh shit, the buybacks are coming out.
I am curious that it seemed that they didn't even know that whenever Timbersaw died without buyback, like you were talking about, it seemed like a mechanical issue because the grab ally ended up being used on the Pango.
Yeah,
and
definitely
it seems like Liquid didn't even notice that in the moment. They were like, we were confused because we were like, where's Pango? Why isn't Timbersaw getting saved? And then we saw a fat tombstone and suddenly a rolling thunder comes out of it.
But they definitely expected it to come.
That's
you
what
heard
I
them
thought.
you heard Insania when they're in the midst of bursting the Timbersaw. Just play the kite.
Yeah.
I love Insania's communication. Everyone's like, go this target. I'm getting fucked in the back by Timbersaw. That was what he's saying.
Yeah, I kind of like how Mickey he had a very commanding voice throughout like the team fights. I think that's really good as a carry. He's telling his team what he needs to do. Oh, kite, go back. Oh, I'm gonna buy back right now. Don't worry about me. Come back. Yeah, and the targeting as well. That's really great.
This was a high-pressure situation, and you can see that Liquid are rising to the occasion. Will they finally be able to conquer their demons? This is a good step in the right direction. Let's see if they can continue it in game number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to what is now a best of 3, as both teams have now scooped up a victory in this BO5 Grand Finals. My name's Tsunami, and we're getting ready for more Bali Major action. And I've got a panel here to do it with me. It's BSJ, it's Winter, and Fear, I gotta say, you're looking mighty fresh today.
I am. You know why?
Why?
I mean, I'll tell you, I think you noticed right away that I just have a little more swag than all of you guys.
I noticed that.
I was feeling it.
I stopped by my local H&M.
That's
checked
what it
out
was.
the summer collection. Decided to find this little gym here. But you too could also swag like me as well.
That
All
is
you have to
absolutely
do
correct.
is go to H&M.
Just go to H&M, proud fashion sponsor of the Bali Major, and your pecs could be as accentuated as Fear's.
It'll do that for me.
So
it's all the shirt.
You got my guarantee, Brian.
Yes. I thought I had to go to the gym first.
It's the shirt.
It's the shirt.
It's the shirt.
It's the shirt.
Nice.
As for winning a championship, is it in the gameplay? Is it in the draft? Because that's what's on the mind of Team Liquid right now, because it has been ever so close. They've been within spitting distance of trophies, and always slapped down by Gaimin Gladiators.
I'm kind of feeling it for them today. I'm going to be honest. I feel like game 1 was pretty much theirs. I think game 2, like, after the good start they had, looked like it shouldn't have been theirs, right? So, I don't know. I think the momentum's going.
Yeah, game 2 was kind of like a statement from Liquid, you know. We are not afraid of your Terrorblade, your Timber. We have a way to beat you, and we are using your own IO Lash, and we can play Lash as a carry.
I think in football, there's some expression for, like, the team that has possession the most frequently, like a percentage of the match that one team has more possession. And despite Gaimin winning game 1 and Liquid winning game 2, I still feel like Liquid has had possession of the game for probably like 70% of this series.
I agree.
Yeah, I definitely think this is probably the series or the major for Liquid to win. This is the best shape they've looked against Gaimin Gladiators in any series they played in a grand finals. So it's an arm's length for Liquid here. They just got to keep it up.
So what more strategies can they whip out of their playbook? They have revealed the IOLesh, and this time Liquid is second pick. So are they going to let the IOLesh go through on gaming? Are they going to ban one part of it?
I have to highlight what Fear mentioned at the beginning of this series with statistics. Team Liquid was 85% win rate on Radiant going into this series. And first game they were Dire, lost. Second game they were Radiant, won. This game they're Dire.
Remaining. Fair point.
Maybe not. Maybe so dire for them. I don't know. I'm going for something.
Oh, Brian, you cracked me up. Wow, that was almost a genuine laugh out of you, Winter.
He's smiling.
He's trying, man. You have to give him some credit.
I give him.
Why do you have to be so mean to your fellow North American?
I would never dare. All right, gentlemen, what's the plan? Is Timbersaw getting taken out? Is Medusa getting taken out? Is Gaimin's Enchantress going to get respect banned?
I wouldn't mind if Liquid runs it back with the opening.
Okay.
So I believe Gaimin took out. What did they take out? Because Team Liquid took out Medusa, right? In game 2.
Yes. So in game number 1, it was Liquid getting the Broodmother as their first pick. They banned out Morphling Medusa. Or sorry, Gaimin banned out Morphling Medusa. Game 2, Gaimin banned out Morphling Pugna. And for Liquid, game 1 they banned out Lesh Anch, and game 2 they banned out Brood Medusa.
Look at this. They banned their own Timbersaw.
Wow.
Very interesting.
10 seconds.
Despite having first pick.
Yeah.
They're looking at IO Lesh right now, I think.
You think they're going to first pick the Lesh or the IO?
Lesh.
Like, which piece of the puzzle's better
Lesh.
without the other? Probably Lesh.
Yeah, I don't think. What else would you play IO with?
Yeah, I guess that kind of puts Liquid in a weird spot where do they have to pick IO?
And the other one's Pugna, right? That one didn't make through last game.
Yeah.
True.
So Pugna Storm, IO Lesh. I think we're looking at probably one of those, or just the casual Enchantress.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Not an Enchantress.
Can't they just give away the IO Lash and just pick Enigma to deal with it?
You think that's enough?
I mean, Gaimin doesn't really like the Enigma so much.
They have not picked it yet.
And I don't know if that will hard counter it either. It might be a little difficult, especially going into this game.
The other option that we often saw in this position was a team would go Shadow Demon first pick and then kind of tee up a Medusa. Because Medusa goes through this time.
Okay. Because Medusa is very good against Lesh. Because Lesh simply does not have the damage to kill her. Like, Lesh does eventually run out of damage, and you also don't lifesteal through Medusa's mana shield. So if we're considering the Bloodstone heal or a Satanic, that's a big factor.
Yep.
So Liquid might just take the Medusa here, as opposed to, like, they may just go on dying Medusa and let Gaimin have the IOLesh.
But then couldn't you anti-mage here?
It's like IO anti-mage.
Yeah.
It's like, then why'd you pick the IO?
That sounds terrible.
That's true.
Yeah, I think like anti-mage is not good enough of a hero here to warrant kind of stranding your IO, right?
But could you still do it maybe later, like put him on off lane? Do you think that would still?
What I'm saying is you're now making it so your IO doesn't have a Lesh if you pick anti-major here.
Yeah, because either AM's getting banned second phase or Lesh is getting banned, whichever one you didn't pick.
Yeah.
It's definitely puts them in a weird spot now where now they have an IO and they are debating not having the Lesh. A little bit what I was worried about when they first picked the IO, and that's kind of why I wanted the Lesh over it, because you can always pivot your draft a little bit, but how much can you pivot with an IO? That is going to be the question, and this is kind of where the mind games are coming into play. We're just seeing some very high-level drafting from both sides. Both teams know exactly what the meta is, and that small break you have in between games, they use their drafting time very efficiently, I feel, for Liquid. They saw this coming.
What I think is fascinating, in just like theory crafting, is has Gaimin ever been in a scrim against a team where they felt like the other team also threatened picking IO Lesh, so they had to first pick IO with the plan to take Lesh? Do you know, do you think they've ever been in this exact spot?
That's actually a very good point.
I have to imagine.
Maybe normally in this kind of scenario, they would actually just pick the Dusa right away without even thinking, But right now, Liquid made them think.
Because post Lima Major, surely you had to realize that this is Gaimin's bread and butter. How do we try to dismantle it?
Well, yeah, and if it's in the meta, I think at this point you kind of just have to be able to play it yourselves. Otherwise, there's just not enough bans left, because there's always going to be this is a broken combo, but there's always 4 to 5 broken individual heroes.
The last game they tried like a Mage Slayer and Pipe against the Lesh, but the Lesh still managed to
Eventually he
win the game.
reigned supreme.
I think it was a really interesting thing that they did with the Tango there, going for the Mage Slayer, but it was just not enough.
I think Medusa's pretty hard for Lesh, because you are a Scotty builder potentially, but you also don't rely on the Scotty. And like I said, it's just the fact that you don't Bloodstone heal off of the mana shield. It really is a big deal.
Yeah,
we'll see how that plays out.
Big snake too, right? Get a lot of mana back.
Yeah, and Dusa is also way faster than a Terrorblade. I feel like you might have too much of a timing before you can end the game, unless you have like some Darkseer. Your offlaner might be you need a heavier core to actually ensure that you can go late game like a Darkseer.
They're almost certainly banning the Darkseer. Yeah. I'd be really surprised if they don't, just because it's good against Dusa, and Gaimin also picks it a lot, especially with the IO.
And also the lane will be very difficult, because for all we're talking about Mana Shield, Undying does not help a Medusa in lane very much. You're not, I mean, like, aside from being a bully, but like Soul Rip is not going to keep Medusa alive. We usually have the batteries, the
She still takes 2% of that damage.
Sure, yeah, 2%. Like skim milk.
Tombstone is still going to be nice with
that is
grab
true.
ally.
Grab ally as long as he targets it right.
It's still going to be useful. I mean, sure, it won't be as useful as another carry, but Undying is still going to be Undying. It's going to help you get Roshan, win the team fights.
But I guess my question is, how important is it to get like the Coddles or the Pugnas who refill Medusa's mana?
I think you're more concerned at this point with stuns. Like, I think Liquid, you have pretty good 5-man already. Like, Medusa already represents like a timing push. She's going to ball down a lane. Even if it's not against an anti-mage, you still have that period where the one strat is they have to ignore you because you're so tanky, walk down a lane. So I would like to see, like, I like the bans. Disruptor as a support, Batrider as a support, Rubik against the Leshrac. And remember, Team Liquid has the lane counter picks, and Medusa is relatively uncounterable in the off lane. Like, she pretty much wins most of the matchups. So Liquid's kind of in a position to win all 3 lanes, and now they pick a flex hero, which they've given to Boxy, as well as Nisha. So it could potentially be mid, and depending on what Gaimin does, it could potentially just be 4. With a stun.
10 seconds remaining.
So it would just depend on where the Lash is going. If the Lash is going safe lane, then you would put the Wind Ranger as a 4. If the Lash is going mid, you can put the Wind Ranger mid.
I think it's also just like if whatever Gaimin picks here is there's a mid laner that counters Lesh and whatever they pick here.
Yeah, and Gaimin's not a team that's going to flex this Leshrac. I just don't see
Yeah,
that
I think
happening.
they'll just give it
Liquid's the type of team, they'll flex everyone around, but Gaimin, they're specialists. When
Would
they
you
have a hero,
said
they
that
pick it.
about the Timbersaw last game, though? Because I also thought that Timbersaw is always going to be Quinn.
No, I didn't think so. I think Ace also plays the Timbersaw. They have a couple flex picks, but I don't think Leshrac on Dirachu is one.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Dyrachio Lesh.
Yeah.
Well, Liquid do indeed ban out the Darkseer as suspected, and as a result, Gaimin scoop up their Underlord for the Ace.
Underlord's a strange hero versus Medusa. It has some good and bad properties to it. Like, you do have the aura, which is good. You have high damage for CSing. But later on in the game, the Firestorm doesn't really do any damage to Dusa because her base HP is so low. So they need more heroes that can do damage. Lion's one of them. I guess the mana drain. Wonder why people haven't been picking much Lion versus Medusa, because it is a decent amount of damage you can do as well.
I have to believe this lane's kind of getting get slaughtered. Like I feel like Undying can almost 1v2 this, and then Medusa. The reason why she's picked so much on top of every other reason is she's an incredibly strong laner. She's gonna help you. So I'm wondering what Gaimin's plan is to get past like the first 3 or 4 levels, because the reason why Darkseer is also good against Medusa more than just getting the illusion is you can choose to cut creeps. You can kind of like not lane, right? You can just choose to let the Medusa have farm and you trade for it yourself. Underlord, on the other hand, he's known for having really high base damage and just kind of farm.
They just have to pull the wave, I think. The lane's not as great, but...
Is that possible?
You'll be able to play the lane. I think what you could do is level 1, you get the Firestorm, you push the wave in, and you could send the Underlord to pull the wave.
Okay, so you purposely like Earth Spike the range creep and Firestorm the first creep wave. Yeah, I mean, this is just stuff where if they don't get it right the first wave or two, they could be in some trouble, but I definitely trust Gaimin to know what they're doing here.
Is there any possibility they let Io hang out with Underlord in that lane?
That'll just be worse, I think.
Yeah, that'll be worse because the Io can't really do anything.
You're not really like sustaining the Underlord in any meaningful way. I don't
Lion, at least you can stun the Undying if he's trying to like poke the Underlord too much. So in that way you can still do something for the lane, but Io, you're totally helpless in this lane.
Yeah, you're kind of just giving him double decays too, like off cooldown too. You don't really want to do that too much. But I do see a trend, of course, when all these teams are playing, and we'll talk about that in a sec, this Io Lesh is, you do have the ability to just buy these Greaves and deal with it that way. And I think that just pretty much secures the fact that we're going to have a boxy one ranger, as Sniper is a pick we see quite frequently against the Leshrac in the mid lane. Medusa most likely not going mid, so that'll be your carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, that was pretty much it. The only hero that I think you need to probably worry if your team Liquid is maybe a PL or something like that in this game.
Yeah,
there's not many other heroes right now for Gaimin to pick. They need a hero that can deal so much damage in the team fights, because Underlord is just gonna not provide too much. And PL is like a pretty decent solution against the Sniper and the Tombstone plus the Medusa.
They need catch. They need like Slark. They need Faceless Void. I think those are the bans. I mean, Sniper, they picked it on Tundra against Liquid earlier, and Nisha just solo killed him when he was Lesh. I think the Lesh having 90 damage on level 1 Lightning Storm makes this lane a lot better for Lesh, because you can actually out CS the headshot early. But one thing to consider here is what happened in the Tundra game was 9 was not the only one that lost his lane. So what happened was the map collapsed really quickly. This is going to be the most snowbally momentum-based game ever. Like you mentioned, Lesh, pretty much every single game Fear is run in, unkillable, kill everybody, or vice versa. And like Sniper, that's all he can really do is hit you on your way in and hope it's enough to dissuade you from being able to close the gap on him. Because if Lesh eventually gets, you know, Bloodstone Shiva, Strength Blink, these like 4th, 5th items, like Sniper can't play the game anymore. But in the early to mid game, if Liquid wins top lane, Sniper's putting a lot of pressure on mid lane, the supports can collapse, like suddenly Gaimin's entire game plan falls apart.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I really dislike about Liquid's draft right now is the lack of being able to do anything on the map.
True.
You have like a Sniper mid, if he loses his lane, you've got a Deuce on the other lane, and your supports are Undying Lin Ranger. Yeah. It could get really ugly, because sure, they're countering core to core here, which I do like that approach, but it puts you kind of all in the laning stage in a lot of ways.
Gaimin feel like their supports have a lot more options. Like in the early game, they have a lot more things they can do around the Lesh, and that's going to be very, very crucial. Like the 6-minute mark, first rune, whether they can actually kill the Sniper with the rotation.
5 seconds.
And Wind Ranger is not exactly that useful in that first engagement at 6 minutes. Undying is okay, but Wind Ranger not so.
Seems like a shame that we can't flex the Lesh to Duraccio, though, because if you know your matchup mid is a Sniper, theoretically you should be able to abuse that, because they're counterpicking your Lesh with the Sniper.
Last time we saw it, the Lesh beat the Sniper, so...
That's true.
It really just comes down to comfort levels, and Quinn, pretty sure he's quite comfortable playing Lesh into almost any matchup. But we'll see if they can do it. I mean, it's always an option, but it just seems unlikely based on their history.
I mean, these last 2 picks are pretty much going to be 80% of the playmakers this game, between the carry and the offlane of both teams. I trust Zai in terms of last pick counters. He's a player that's demonstrated he can play pretty much anything.
Yeah, the last time they picked Lifestealer with the Lesh, I know you guys didn't really like it.
It was usually 10th pick though, right? Like not 9th?
I mean, this would be a very bad Lifestealer game, I think. I think the Slark and the PL could be good options.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't ban Slark on Liquid. Jug's kind of annoying for Sniper, but it's not as bad as Ag Slark, so...
Yeah.
But what they do have is a counter pick, so maybe they were discussing this and they're like, we're going to pick Legion, or we're going to pick Axe, and it's going to be totally fine that we gave them Slark. Because Slark is definitely... Oh, Enigma. Huh.
Ooh, that's a pretty good Enigma game against
It is.
Slark.
I like
Relocate.
the pick a lot, actually. I wouldn't have thought of it. But now they have... The only problem I don't like with this is now you have a third ranged core that doesn't really want to start anything. Yeah. So how do the fights begin for Liquid is the
It's
question.
going to be a lot of like poking and prodding. Undying has to be more sacrificial with his body. You have to just stand in front, let them go on you, and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's just, how do you...
It's difficult to play the fights. I get what you're saying.
You have Black Hole, and if you don't kill Slark in the Black Hole, like, and they have IO, I actually don't like this pick.
Yeah, but what if he actually just he itemizes aura and he just
So
plays as
you
a tank
think
and
Liquid's
don't play
plan is to say you can't fight into us, we're going to have, like, Greaves, Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah,
and
don't play for the black hole. Just get the auras and stand together.
And then what do you do with that? Do you just walk into objectives? You just take
Yeah,
Roche?
like sniper is gonna hit like Medusa, hit the tower. You place your tombstone down, and Enigma is gonna be standing like in the middle of the fight.
I'm just thinking about the map, because you're going to have Underlord, Lesh, clearing waves really fast. Like, yeah, you can maybe group up as Liquid, but you have to concern yourself with how quickly you do that, and like who's taking care of the bad farm on the map. These are the questions I have.
Yeah, I really think Liquid's draft here is very difficult to execute if they don't do well on the laning stage. So this one's going to be super important that they do have counter picks on the laning stage. They just need to work and be able to group up if they want any chance in this game.
Usually Liquid doesn't look like they draft for the lanes nearly this much, like on average. I feel like I completely agree. It's whether they're up by like 3-4K at minute 10 because they could be, or they just kind of lose. Like all three of their lanes are hard counters.
I will say anecdotally over the past few days that we've seen Zai's Enigma, he does not lose lanes. And he very quickly gets online.
It's quite possible they just win all three lanes and the game's over at 10 minutes. It's quite possible. But it's like, if that doesn't happen, the game gets quite weird.
Yeah, I mean, you win all your lanes, 20 minutes, the Medusa has Manta and Butterfly, you just push all the tower. I can see the game just ending at that point, you know, and there's nothing you can do.
I would not be happy with my pubs playing this kind of draft, though.
I would not.
Medusa or...
I mean, the thing is, it's whoever picked first, you know? If it's like if the sniper picked first, then the Medusa blames the Medusa.
Mid, and the Medusa's like, I'm still playing Medusa. All right, friends, let's get into a game number 3 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Game 3 here between Gaimin, Gladiators and Team Liquid. We've had 2 fantastic back-and-forth games so far. Can't wait to see what goes down in this one. Fogged, we've got the drafts in front of us. What are you looking forward to see, and what do you reckon's going to be able to take this third game?
Let's see how lanes go. I think I'm really with the panel what they're saying here, because I'm always a little worried when I see these lack of initiating lineups a bit here if you do start to falter out of these lanes. And gaming, it's a very well-rounded draft. Lanes, top especially, we're going to have to look at for this Underlord. This one could be a little bit difficult.
Okay.
But we saw earlier today, in fact, I believe
We did?
it was this morning, the Lesh versus the Sniper. I think it was Nisha. He actually killed the Sniper solo and stuff like that. So let's see how he plays the matchup being the Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, do you think, coming towards the end of this event that's sort of making some teams finding the sniper pick appealing?
I don't know, because I think it's lost all the games, right? Let me look.
Check the win rate.
Let me check.
How's Sniper been doing it?
He's lost all 3 games.
Uh-oh.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, I think I saw one decent game from it where Liquid was playing from it, and then he just like ran out of steam, and you could see he was kind of just tickling heroes. But let's see what goes down.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, because clearly, if it's lost, as you said in the 3 games that it's had, there must be some untapped potential that teams are trying to show us. Nisha's trying to show us. We'll see if he's able to show it here in this game 3.
I'm just wondering if they're going to fall into issue. It's like, man, we have Sniper do, so these 2 heroes are kind of doing the same thing. In the purpose of the overall grand schemes of the game, right? So, yeah, we'll have to see how it ends up working. Let's see how much Nisha's able to do. As you might get a little bit of damage here onto Salary. Not quite a kill, but...
Nice little start for Gladiators. They'll get themselves 3 or 4 bounty runes to begin things off. Talking about sort of the final picks from both teams. Gaming Gladiators, of course, settling with Duracho, getting the Slark in. And then from...
Slug Grenade clips him. He might be dead.
Might be dead. He's going to have a stun back up in a few seconds. He has got stick charges, so he's making Insania work for this. Pops the stick, turns with the stun.
Smack him.
And Insania...
Tofu's fine.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's going to be able to back off.
Efficient tango. Down 12 strength. Those tangos are super effective, of course, for this. Yeah, we'll have to see.
But these last picks, right? Duracho, Slark coming in, and then Liquid, they'll get Zai the Enigma. What do these sort of say to you?
The Duracho Slark, they wanted to have this answer versus this Medusa. There wasn't the most heroes really left in the pool that Duracho likes to play. I know me and you were theory crafting. Will he play the Lash, and do they do some type of like Pango kind of thing and do all this? He doesn't play the Lash. He wants to play something more normal, so I think that's probably the case for him. It also does work decently with even like a Lash right for the mid. Nisha might be dead.
All right, click. That'll do it. First blood for Quinn.
That's exactly what happened earlier today. It was Nisha killing the sniper with the Lesh.
I mean, let's see. I think a lot of people in that right now are probably going to be skeptical of what the sniper's going to be able to do.
I'm pretty skeptical of the tri-core.
We just haven't seen it work.
Yeah, of the tri-ranged core, to be honest with you. There's very little front line, but I think it's going to all be up to really how this Dusa goes, especially if Nisha struggles this much in the mid matchup.
Quinn is going to be very happy with this sort of start.
I mean, level 1 lightning, right? Brian talked about it.
Racho, he went down to about 10 HP there. Hillary will be able to top him up a little bit, and he's got the tangos at the ready.
Yeah, he's got tango and he's got the ring of regen, so he heals quick. Yeah, does have to be a little careful. They are very good at playing this lane. That's one thing. No matter what 4 position it is, like a range 4, actually maybe mostly even like a melee 4. I think we've seen the Tiny and the Tusk with the Enigma work best for this side of Liquid. So I think this lane, Zai should do pretty decent. Of course, being able to slow down Diracho, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get any kills down here. Unless there's a pretty big slip up. Looks like the answer to Quinn's Lash is going to be check the runes, take them away from him. So Boxy will swing toward mid.
Yeah. And, you know, this top lane, I mean, we've still heard the panel talk about it.
Should be free for Mickey.
Yeah. Medusa Undying, pretty much as textbook as it gets, right, when you go for these sort of dream setups in this patch of your safe lane duo.
Yeah, and it's like it's versus a, I mean, pretty weak lane. Like the Underlord overall, every time he's playing versus the Undying it's just been pretty miserable. All things said, though, Ace is 9-5, so he's gotten some decent denies up here with the lane positioning.
Quinn, it's being kept a little bit low here, but...
That's just the effect of the double water runes being checked.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it'll probably take sort of a death from one of his supports to get the refill mid, and DJ will get the walk back to base. He knows that there's, unfortunately, from one of those situations where you don't mind your supports dying in the side lanes, because then maybe he may...
Look at this, though.
Bottle refill.
This is the one power of the line versus the Dusa. I think it's something that a lot of people have been wanting to try to see how it's going to work, especially in laning phase early. It is quite strong at the start of the game here. Let's see what Tofu's going to be able to do to try to slow down Mickey. Because yeah, Ace is handling his own. Actually, 13-6. This is impressive stuff up here.
Yeah, I mean, what's sort of causing this? Is it just the fact that on paper maybe you would have expected Insana to be able to bully Ace back a bit more than he has done this game?
I think Tofu's doing a good job of trading, and I think also, I'm going to say, the double blood grenade that Liquid used at the start to go for Tofu, I think it actually hurts the lane a little bit here, because then you can't go for that early aggression to kill the Underlord, maybe level 1, so... I think they don't have any blood grenade up there, so they kind of just have to play off of the right clicks rather than being able to chase them out.
Look at this mid lane. Despite that...
Boost on drop top.
Are they going to be able to get something with this? They've surrounded Tofu. Tofu should go down this time. Insania offering up a high 5. There we go. Tofu, he's too dead to give it back.
Nicely done, Insania. He looked like he was going to be okay for a second there, but way too much damage. Like 2 hits from Undying, and it's like, oh my goodness, this poor Lion. But Ace is farming, so 20-7. That's very, very impressive. So.
I mean, so we're seeing again around this mid. Boxy heads over, make sure that once again Quinn, he doesn't get the refill.
That is annoying.
This time,
Tofu did die.
He's happy that Tofu died top. You get that beautiful refill from your support.
Nisha catching back up, but Quinn definitely having the edge here. Diracho is getting slowed down. That Enigma effect is happening. 10 denies already onto Zai. And he is going to go the build that we've seen pretty much every single time on these Enigmas. Straight into the Vessel, I'd imagine, versus Io. It's going to be fast, so that can be an effective timing to potentially slow down the Leshrek as well, too. Just having that early here on Zai.
Sure.
And they're actually getting good damage here on Diracho.
They do get the Shackle connection, but a bit too hard to take him down. In the mid lane, we're getting a battle to the death of Quinn. Whoop! Tries to step up there, does get the combo onto Nisha. Not quite enough to finish him, and he has to back off.
So close.
Nisha nearly getting him.
He's gonna get some good denies here on Nisha.
I mean, Quinn's probably gonna have to walk back to base.
He does. So Nisha, he should come out actually a little bit ahead now after that one. The moves from Boxy definitely changing the tides of that mid matchup even after the first blood.
No, he's doing well after indeed dying in that first few moves. The thing is as well, so when you have this sniper mid, like you can't really gank, right? We're not going to see much movements from Nisha, and the same to be said, of course, for Mickey on this safe lane, Medusa. So. Is it just a lot of effort and pressure onto Boxy to make plays happening? Like, who's starting the early moves from Liquid?
That's a great question. That's kind of what I was thinking as well, too. It's going to be a little bit awkward, perhaps. So look at this. They're actually bringing 3 heroes, though, for Quinn.
Yeah, they'll set up with the Tombstone.
Can't get the Shackle.
And with the TPs coming in, Quinn is going to be more than fine. They can't continue to push for that. Just seemed difficult for Liquid to find the action, to start the action. But maybe that's the plan, right? They don't want to start the action. They just want to live, they want to sit back, they want to farm, they want to let the sniper and Medusa get to a point where they're going to be able to sit on their high ground, and ain't nobody going to be able to get anywhere close to pushing against their power.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up. Wow, that voice is cracked pretty hard. We'll see if that one actually ends up working out too. Versus the auras that are going to come out really early too. Ace, he's going to go for full auras plus atrophy. Sniper does at the least kind of outrange that, but yeah, we'll have to see, because it definitely feels just a little bit strange. We'll see how they can execute it, because last game they did execute very, very well.
They did, yeah.
But this one,
some of the best. I think that was pretty much the best performance Liquid's given up in terms of play, and they've had quite the performances through the match. But to be able to shut it down at that late stage after a bit of a hairy mid game, that was a very, very, very flashy game too for Liquid.
It's impressive to see when a team can use like quad buybacks and be able to get that big effect out of it, rather than having like some scared, like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? Gotcha. Jesus, taking a beating. God. Be careful, bottom. He almost just dies. He might steal the Eidolon, seeing it.
Eidolon's indeed. Celery.
He has to use a healing Lotus to make sure Duracho lives. That was Zai by himself. He had like a flank of Eidolons coming in. That was actually kind of cool.
We're going to see Quinn head down here.
Yeah, Quinn, he's about to hit 6.
Zai might be caught by a bit of a nasty surprise. The setup's there for Quinn. Duracho's able to step up. They'll take Zai down. Good moves from Quinn.
That's his 6 setup, and Duracho will be able to get healed up there from Celery. Nisha taking the space on it from mid, getting a little bit of tower damage here, but a very, very good rotation from Quinn. Runes, Wisdom Rune, it was 1 for 1. I'm most impressed of anything in this game, though, from how Ace's early game is going. Sure. And it looks like it's just going to be straight into maybe even a Crimson early. He has Helm of Iron Will, plus the Ring of Health, incredibly tanky. Mickey is farming up here, but the fact that this Underlord is actually ahead of him is huge.
I mean, it is probably one of the best Crimson games you'll see, right?
Ever.
Like,
I mean, it's not a Wind Ranger core, but it's going to be devastating
across the board. Everything that everyone offers up, there's going to be very little damage done when Ace turns up and pops the Crimson.
Could be the case of damage just being limited across all of the heroes of Liquid, to be honest with you. They do take some time on the Sniper and the Medusa in particular to get those damage items online. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the game plan is going to be from Liquid. Getting a DD rune, that's going to be a nice little enable there perhaps for Nisha.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid's putting a lot of effort into making sure that Nisha does continue to have a solid time in this mid after that initial death.
Quinn, of course, going to be ahead, though. The stacks, this is what we see every single time with these Lash, especially on Radiant. I feel like I see these two camps just get the quad 5x stacked. I think around the DD rune.
Both supports, Celery and Tofu, also around.
He's just getting some good damage on this tower. Already 1,000 damage done to it. And Duracho has to be unbelievably careful bottom. A power shot and he's dead if he gets seen. Level 5 on Boxy. That power shot will kill him.
I mean, the creeps are going to see him.
Just get it.
Boxy's going to go straight for him. He gets the dart packed off, but a few right clicks, power shot is completely off the mark.
Not even close.
Duracho, he's able to walk away.
And here comes the rift.
There's still has to be a bit careful from the items. Duracho's got to get out into the trees, but D with Quinn being brought across. It's going to be him gone.
That's the other real scary thing that there is on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, the Relocate and the Fiendscape. They can always have the numbers in these fights, and Liquid's draft, it's a bit immobile.
Yeah.
Dusa, Undying, these heroes don't traverse the map very quickly.
I guess at the end of the day, it was just a sort of a 5-head bait there from Duracho. It's like, these guys are going to want to go for me, they're going to try and dive into Dizai, trying to head in with Boxy to go for it. Any position where he gets caught. And Duracho's hit the 6 now, so now he's going to be perfectly fine down.
Yeah, and he's going for the Dream itemization. And going for the Diffusal. The double dip, of course, versus the Medusa is always going to be really nice with the stat steal, too.
Tofu's still hanging around mid.
Here's the reload.
They want to try and get in on top of Nisha. Get the stun into the Hex. Quinn in with the follow-up. The Shackle shot is there.
Nice shackle.
2 of them. Nisha standing his ground, or at least trying to do so, but he can't against this damage from Quinn. He'll fall. Tofu able to get out for another stun. Quinn's still got mana to play with as he'll try and run down Insania. They'll actually take him back out of there. They don't want to waste any further time chasing down the Undying. They got what they came for. They took down Nisha.
Power Rune. Quinn's going to quickly buy his point booster. What's it going to be? They're getting fast. They're already accelerating things on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Up top, and that means Boxy once again will make sure that Liquid continue to control the power.
Boxy's annoying. The good thing on the side of Liquid is how well Zai's game is going. So the Vessel, it's going to come out very quick to deal with this IO in particular with that Lash backing up. And Mickey, he is still farming well. It's just the fact that this Underlord is continuing to stay ahead of him.
Yeah. And is that...
Could be dangerous. He's got to go Arcane Boots first.
Okay. And then he'll be able to get the Crimson probably finished soon if he wants to. I mean,
yeah, he's going to go Crimson, Celery's going to go Mac, then he can maybe go for... Doesn't even have to go Pipe. I think he doesn't even have to go Pipe this game.
I don't think you don't need the Pipe.
That's useless this game.
No, you can go for other stuff.
Yep. There's definitely going to be some damage issues, I would say, for Liquid.
Just I think all eyes on seeing how this sniper's going to work out. Because so far, it's a slow start, it's a hard start.
Maybe he's a distraction, though. Maybe the sniper's also just like, hey, you're going to put more attention on this, and then that's where Mickey is going to thrive.
I mean, I guess, but it feels like you kind of need a mid.
You need more than just one.
Something in this pack.
I agree. Hey, hold on, I'm trying to think of something here, because this one just does look... It looks like it could get weird.
I mean, honestly, I want it to work. You know, I want to start queuing up some sniper mid. This hero's fun.
You said you hated it.
Well, it's fun... if you don't lose, which doesn't happen a lot of the time, especially when I'm not playing. Apparently when the pros aren't either, this hero does not seem to win right now.
He's just, they're draft, I'm just looking at heroes crawling, right?
Yeah.
285 move, well, actually I don't think that's right, 285 with traps, but whatever. It's very slow movement, like 325 whatever movement speed on a sniper. Adusa, who also moves like 300 something movement speed. Everyone is very slow. And right now, Duracho, he's already feeling confident to get a bit aggressive to slow down Mikke's farm. He's got Tofu
with it.
He got the reload.
They do. This Medusa, Mikke's in a lot of trouble. Quinn comes in. He's actually going to miss the stun. It doesn't matter. Just a straight up burst from the finger.
Oh, this could be a rough one, Owen.
It's all about the high ground.
I believe
that's the plan.
Do we believe in Zai? It's going to be up to... and then Mikke, I feel like he's going to have trouble because the Slark is going to now have Diffusal and hunting him. I'm worried for the boys. I'm worried for these boys. The acceleration of Gaming's draft, it's so easy to make moves. Like, there's Fiend's Gates, there's relocates, they're quick. Even Duracho can set up ganks. And now he's got the Fusel. So I think he can look to even play around this top side, kind of like the way that we saw Amar playing this off-lane Slark, and just not let this Dusa come and get this farm up.
This is just not a safe place. I mean, Mikke's going to return to the tier 2.
I mean, he can't go anywhere else. He has to stay up here.
That's true. We'll see if Duracho sort of scouts. I guess relocate's still on cooldown for 50 seconds. So that's
Fiend's Gates up.
I mean, you're right. Actually, yeah, they've got multiple ways to back him up if he finds the catch.
They have a lot of different ways to go for it. And Tofu, okay, it's only level 1 mana drain, but I mean, if he gets some good levels in, I could even see him going some 4-1-4 build.
I mean, will there be space for kind of Nisha and Mikke? I mean, Nisha's, you know, he's taking the Ancients.
Yeah.
You know, they're his. Poor old Mikke, he ain't getting these.
We'll have to see. Bottom tower almost falling. Ace will just get denied. Not let that golden. And Crimson Guard's already done. Max atrophy. Liquin, does he have the Bloodstone? He does. Celery's got the mech. He's going to continue accelerating here from the side of Gaimin.
It really feels like they've got the build-up to the winning combination. You see Gaimin Gladiators 13 minutes in, Ace at the top. They've got the Quinn, Celery, Lesh Io. They've won, feels like millions of games with this.
Yep, and the sniper is falling. I mean, he's bottom of the quarters already by a decent margin in comparison to what Gaming's got.
And that's with a full Ancient stack himself. It's a tough game for Nisha.
Mikke brings himself a sentry up, or a ward up top, he gets immediately dewarded. That's the thing also about the Slark too. It's like, you're trying to find and be able to see when these heroes are coming. He just gets the deward instantly. Look, this is another ward they just placed. Duracho, he's going to scout it. He's going to ping it. They're going to deward that immediately and keep this pressure onto Liquid.
And Liquid, they just brought 4 heroes over towards the mid. They looked to Ace, and then they were like,
hell no.
Nah, we're good.
Oh,
and then they had to walk away.
He is an issue.
Yeah, Crimson Guard, 1k gold on top of it. I mean, we'll see what he wants to go for. What do you imagine he wants to go for next?
Maybe Lotus.
Lotus
or Halberd. Yeah, I'm cool with it.
I think Halberd, and then you just render one of the cores of Liquid completely useless.
I like the Dispel versus the Spirit Vessel and versus the like a Malefice and stuff like that. But I could see a Halberd also working in. But I think their lineup is about just Quinn getting the ball going. He's got this healing, and then if they can just put the coverage on him, they're fine. So.
Duracho offering up a little bit of a tip towards Nisha.
I'm sure they're having like kind of similar thoughts about this sniper because we literally saw what happened, what Liquid did to this sniper earlier. Bottom, Zai shows himself.
It's gone. Very difficult to come out on the map when Gaming Gladiators have the tools that they do.
And you can see that Liquid, they're like, well, how do we make moves? How do we respond to moves?
I mean, they don't. The setup is boxy.
The setup is only boxy, and the damage is nobody.
It's tough.
He is going to go Halberd. Okay, good call. I mean, it's one of the other. Tower being dropped. They're setting up for bottom. This is, I feel like this is the only way they can actually do moves is if they 5-man the IO. Otherwise, they're going to just get reloaded and set plays.
Maybe they can get Quinn. They get the shackle.
Relocate.
Celery's ready to take him out. As Quinn, he's perfectly fine. I mean, he takes him out. He's still 2/3 of his HP. We'll see if they can get.
They'll get the
Celery on the
return. They should just get this. They should get this IO. Yeah, at least bring Mikke down here too.
Taking the full 5 of them though to hang around for this.
For an IO.
It is indeed just the IO.
Give it a Mikke. Okay, Nisha takes it.
That's one of those games, you know, you queue up sniper mid. You want to be the carry. You don't care who's playing on the safe lane hero. You know, you're ready to carry the game on your own. So that's Nisha's plan here.
Let's see if it works. Tofu blink set up. They've got aggressive wards placed around the top side too if Mikke wants to go up here. I think Mikke now is just going to play bottom side though. So perhaps could see Gaming maybe get a ward down here to look for him because it has been some time since they have seen this Medusa playing up there. How's timing here for Zai also? All right, still not quite having his blink dagger. Perhaps I think the blink maybe is one of the ones that actually allows them to make some type of plays. Then they have a way to start some fights. Still, very, very difficult versus what Gaming's going to be bringing. It feels like they'll always have the numbers. And I'm just watching Dyrachyo. A Slark ahead of a Medusa in farm. Something you never really want to see if you are a Medusa.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Very hard to see what the play is here for Liquid.
Sit back and farm. Hope you can get that big farm and that butterfly timing for the Medusa to gather around. Trying to see if they're building auras, but it's not the case. Zai's feeling like he has to go for blink because they have no way to start fights. And they punish Dyrachyo up here.
Dyrachyo.
I mean, Dyrachyo wants to go in.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at them.
They've got relocate.
They see Insania. He's going to drop the tombstone. They're going to Fiend's Gate over. Boxy and Nisha, they've got to start backing away.
Look at this.
There's no saving Insania. And Mikke will TP across. Mikke's trying to step up into this.
Tombstone's doing work.
And is Celery getting really low? They'll drop the Black Hole onto Quinn, but Tofu's able to put a stop to it with the stun.
Relocate.
And they take Quinn down. They can't. They're out of there. Celery's able to take them out. Dyrachyo, he's still going. He's able to find Boxy.
He's going down.
We'll die for this.
Good kill.
So they can find Ace. Ace
comes Quinn though.
Ace is a hard one to kill. They can't go for Ace. There's going to be a buyback from Boxy. The root's going to be laid down onto the two, and then the fingers there on Nisha. Nisha's out.
Shackle.
Ace,
gotta run.
He wants to dive into the tier 2. He's looking towards Zai. We're getting another round of Eidolons off, and Ace, he'll back away. Just want to keep pushing under the tier 2 with the buyback coming in from Boxy.
Ace taking literally no damage. He has 200 atrophy stack built up on him. That was actually a decent attempt with how far behind they are. They didn't quite get the Black Hole to pull Celery in. He's able to distance himself and make sure that Quinn is safe. That Tombstone did work. It actually did quite a bit there for Liquid in comparison, but either way, they only get the rush.
Ace is thinking about just walking into this triangle area. He knows that very little is going to force him back.
He pretty much has the Halberd already done.
Crazy timings here.
I feel like he can just walk at them.
I'll take that.
Can they set up for this guy? I mean, he is such a beast.
They're going to try.
Tombstone's down.
They get it laid down, but the stun's going to clip onto Insania. As they'll lose Insania, they'll lose the Tombstone. Tofu's getting a little bit low. Zyra's trying to wrap around the back lines to find him. Tofu's going to get healed up though by Celery. Liquid, they're having to back off once more. Quinn, he's going to try and chase down Zai. Nisha attempting to stand his ground and shoot back at Celery, but the root's there for Ace. Dyrachyo's wrapping around from behind. He's in with the ultimate on top of the sniper. It's 4 dead on Liquid. Mikke, the only one left alive.
Oh man, this is so rough to watch.
It's a tough one.
They just walk at them. Ace, he loses 200 HP. Pops Crimson, can't touch him.
No.
And Dyrachyo, he's able to get some stacks up. He's still level 1 essence shit, but either way, he's able to stand his ground. And now he's even looking for Mikke. Do they have relocate up again? They do. They're pinging for it. Dyrachyo's like, let's go.
They're absolutely going to go for this. Mikke is pretty much entirely out of mana. They Fiend's Gate over as well. Not a chance here for Mikke as they take down the Medusa.
I don't know what Liquid does with their transfers. This.
What do they do?
It's too much.
The high ground defense.
The high ground defense. All right. The 5-man Black Holes.
That's what they're going to gear up for. Hold the high ground with the sniper and the Medusa. That's the plan. I mean, it must be. It's just hard to see what the plan was other than that this game. I mean,
look at Dyrachyo. I mean, he feels no threat. Quinn running in as well too. Shield run on him. Insania will be able to survive, but push back. They're in their base at 19 minutes. They're just getting forced back completely. Zai goes bottom. He sees some creeps to farm. Could just get set up in as well. Relocate and Fiends get it down, but look at these plays. Dyrachyo's is setting up everything.
Yeah, and they're always here with the backup. Yeah. Whether it's Celery coming in with the relocate, or Ace coming in with the Fiend's Gate, or just both of them. Because why not?
And a mid tower to fall. Boxy tries to find an angle, but he just can't. 14,000 gold lead for the side of Gaming Gladiators with their IO Lesh. Bread and butter.
Yep. It always has been, and it certainly still is here, and it's being shown in this game.
It's the XP difference, too, that's really hurting when you look at the levels across the board of everybody.
Another catch, Insania. Tried to get out for a bit of warding. Put an end to his life and to his couriers.
Right, well, yeah, this is done and dusted, Owen, let's be honest. Even if this Deuce, and like you said, high ground defense with this Deuce.
It's not high ground defense, maybe.
She's too far behind. They can just portal behind her and just completely surround her even. And they get the Ratio here. They've got a black hole.
Just need to drop it.
But they're coming in. Gaming's coming in.
Got it on off in time as well, Duracho, so a little bit of survivability. Celery's in with the heals. Duracho's still alive. He's going to be back up
full.
at full HP. He turns, takes down Zai, pounds forward. He gets the catch on towards Mickey. Mickey's able to get away from it at least as Nisha Hurricane pikes Mickey out of the pounce.
They just have to full run. They can't even kill the
They're going to get the catch onto Nisha. As Nisha, he'll get forced back by Insania, but the root's there. Ace shutting off the escape from Nisha. Insania's dying to Duracho. It's 3 dead again, 18-3.
I wouldn't be too shocked if Liquid calls it relatively soon, because there's just nothing. Yeah.
Well, there we go.
That's what I kind of thought.
There we have it. We've had 2 close games so far, but this game 3, it's completely the opposite. 21-minute GG. Gaimin Gladiators, they'll take the lead now in this best-of-5 final, 2-1.
No more sniper, please. No more sniper.
I mean, the teams keep trying it. It's just not working at all.
No, I think with their draft, if they maybe have a different carry or a different offlaner, or a different path maybe, just something different with their draft, perhaps it could work. But Gaming feels like they kind of got everything, and also I think this top lane goes way too well for them. I think if anything, Liquid, their success can come in this game if the Medusa Undying kind of just smash the lane. The Underlord was ahead of the Medusa the entire game.
Yeah, Ace was he was cruising this game. He really was.
They all kind of were.
And in a scenario where indeed maybe he shouldn't have had as good of a start as he did top, but he really did. Crimson and a Halberd, it feels like that basically just counts as the entirety of what Liquid would ever hope to do. Even if they did have a bit more farm and they weren't as far behind as they were, I just don't know how Liquid would have ever made it work with these heroes.
I'm actually astonished that Nisha somehow did like 17,000 damage. The next highest damage is Quinn with 14k, but I don't feel like I saw Nisha do 17,000 damage. I felt like I saw him doing maybe 17 damage.
No, indeed, with this sniper, the only thing it feels like they're able to shoot was themselves in the foot. This was a rough one from Liquid. Game 3, it's going to go to Gladiators as Gladiators. They'll take the lead for now, 2-1 against Liquid.
Put the coconut in there.
Nah, I don't think they'll let you take that on the plane. But do we? I guess we'll still do the post game because I mean whatever. Game number 3. It goes Gaimin Gladiators' way because why wouldn't it? Well, actually, Liquid probably has a good reason why that didn't, because they had 3 incredibly squishy cores. And then they proceeded to get just mopped up in every single lane.
I was thinking a way to follow up that Not So Fun game would be a fun little game of our own, okay? Just a quick charades. I've got one word, and this is what I think of the Liquid draft. You guys ready?
Go.
Cute.
There you go.
Got it.
It got a little too cute, okay? They were like, I feel like the big picture just made absolutely no sense. Like they were like, let's lane counter the Slark, lane counter the Lesh. We won top lane. I've talked to Blitz. They don't draft like that. Like they don't. They don't prioritize lanes. Like Europe is a region. They don't prioritize lanes, right? That's just, you just see it. I think those rotations from Quinn early, they were so good. Like the rotations where I'm seeing this level 5 Lesh gank Zai, like that was the one lane that was absolutely crushing. And Duracho, who was getting off to a rough start, was so important on his hero because he's just scouting the entire map. He's setting up all the kills. I mean, he just did everything they needed out of the last pick.
So let's go piece by piece then. Medusa, well, I'm fine with early on, that she's one of the most viable heroes of this entire tournament. Sniper, I feel like this is when things started going a little bit off the rails. Why the Sniper, Winter? Is it purely the lane counter, which apparently Liquid typically does not emphasize, but this game they felt necessary to do?
I mean, it's probably just for, I think 2 reasons. Just for the lane counter, and they wanted a hero that's good against Lesh in the game, like throughout the game. But I feel like that should actually just be the Medusa. They just needed to trust the Medusa that she's going to do her job. You're there to allow the Medusa to play her game.
Okay.
Instead of trying to draft 2 heroes that serve the same purpose, which is the Sniper and the Medusa.
How about the other ingredient? Why was this Wind Ranger picked? Was it a flex like we initially thought? Or like
maybe they had some ideas about putting the Wind Ranger mid, but obviously I don't really understand fully why. And somewhere down the road they decided, okay, never mind, we'll just pick Sniper instead, and the whole draft looks so wonky. And just like what Brian said, you know, like the Lesh ganking early game, ruin the Enigma's lane, and because their support is Wind Ranger and they don't really have any method of like ganking or killing anybody, they were just like sitting ducks the whole game after the Lash just ganked all the lane and they lost all the early game.
And then I guess the last ingredient would have been the Enigma Fear. I was primarily picked because it come online soon, but there's no way it was coming online faster than this Underlord. The Ace was like unkillable, undamageable after like 12 minutes of the game.
I feel like it's not even worth talking about the Enigma. This draft was already so damaged by then that no matter what Zai ends up picking for himself on that last pick, you can't salvage this. They went all in on the idea that they're gonna win all 3 lanes, snowball the game, and if they would have won all 3 lanes, potentially we would have seen a completely different game. But the big surprises here is that Ace, he did really well against an Underlord, against the Medusa and Undying in the lane. Probably not expected. Mid lane, they expected the sniper to do well, but Quinn just kills him at level 2 and it's like, yeah, nope, you're not in the game. The Enigma did do well in the laning stage, but because mid lane went so badly, it bled to the bottom lane. Now this Leshrac is winning 2 lanes for his team, and haven't you learned by now? You cannot let Quinn have games like these. You just can't.
I feel like the whole tournament, everyone should have learned that this IO Leshrac in Gaimin's hands are pretty unbeatable. In fact, only one team has done it, Brian. Like you said, it was Evil Geniuses. But other than that, Gaimin remain undefeated on it, which gives us a chance to get it was a 21-minute game. I can't wait to see how long this mic check is.
You guys have turns on.
Got it.
Got the two.
I have to take you
I'm
out.
killing Wind Ranger.
We're coming back. We're
Yeah, we're running back. They fall back a bit.
We're coming.
I'm dead.
We're coming.
You can kill them all. You can kill them all.
Stun it. Blink stun in 2. Go, go, go.
Double stun. Okay.
I sack Duza.
I'm gonna run it down. We have Rilla.
I don't have any mana.
It's okay. Use your fairy.
I think I go top and then I'll get.
Can we take the top red?
We're gonna kill him right now.
Okay.
We're ready to reel if you get him. I help with the Duza guy. I help with Duza. He doesn't do anything.
I'm going Duza.
I portal. Go more, go more.
No, I cannot.
We're
blink cancelled.
Kill Undying. Root him.
2. I go sniper. Look sniper.
I go sniper. Running. Just control the whole map.
Oh, they fall GG.
Holy base.
Holy base, what a way to win the game like that. They were pretty paralyzed after the laning phase. Not even the laning phase. I don't even think Liquid ever felt like they had control of that game.
Maybe for the first like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Until the Disha solo kill, whenever that happened. That was level 1. He was level 1.
No, I think they only had control of the game after the second pick. And they pick Undying and Dusa, and after that...
Then maybe up until like the 4th overall ban, you know, like the halfway through the second round of bans.
But this was out of the comfort zone for Liquid. Like you said, they typically don't draft like this. Something possessed them to see it necessary that, like, I don't know, it's IO Lesh, even though they should have seen that coming.
Yeah, they said you said they're basically playing a best of 3 now, his first game. They're experimenting to see, like, maybe a different little take, a little flavor on top, a little spice. We'll mix it up, everything nice. But I think we can just see a complete 360 and turn the other way for Liquid in game 4. Like, let's just ignore the fact that game ever even happened. And just, I'd fine if they want to run back the opener, personally. The Undying Medusa, give them IO Lesh again. I think the rest of it was kind of a failed experiment.
Nah.
No, definitely not.
I think I'm going to head out. I think it's predetermined. Gaimin just have to win.
No. Liquid's going to bring it back, Neil. Don't go. Don't go.
You're saying it. You're kind of selling me. You know what you should say to sell me? You should tell me that if I were to stay, I get to stay at the Ayana Resort, the largest integrated resort in Bali, and the host of the Bali Major 2023. Be sure to enjoy the beautiful ocean view, the secluded beach, the lush jungle, and the rock bar.
You convinced me to stay, but I think I already was, but now I don't know.
It's okay. I will let all of us stay, because we got at least one more game of this grand final ahead of us. Let's get into game number 4 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Liquid after the break.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once, your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major Grand Finals. We're getting into game number 4 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Liquid. And while some of you, namely me as well, may have been packing up and getting ready, those of you at home, don't worry. Even after this, even if it is the last game, there's still more show. Specifically, the OG Monkey Business show is going to be coming up after our grand final ceremony completes. And I've got a TI winner on it. Actually, a 2-time TI winner, AUI 2000, and his North American compatriot, SVG, are going to be joining Slacks and Lizard on the show. So be sure to tune into that after this game. Is it after this game?
No.
No.
TI winner and who?
I believe his
Who's
name
that
is
other guy?
SVG, Avery Silverman. Not entirely familiar.
Has he been in the scene for a while?
He's an up-and-coming player, right? Never
I
heard
think
of him.
I saw him doing some qualifier casting recently.
Yeah, I'm gonna check him out. I mean,
I'll check him
worth
out.
a shot.
Pretty good caster.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
He-
I would recommend him.
Not for grand finals though.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was too soon. Anyway, you're saying that it's not going to be my last game here. You're saying that we're going to get the full 5-game
I
series.
said Liquid, they're going to do the full 360.
That has only happened at Dream League Season 19 when they faced off against Gaming Gladiators,
Yeah.
because Lima was a 3-0, Berlin was a 3-1.
This game's the mulligan, like straight up. That last game, we're playing a best of 4. We had to win 3 of them. It just
Okay.
is what it is. Like that game, I think the first 2 showed how close these 2 teams are potentially in terms of their execution of their strategies. And last game, Liquid just didn't give themselves a strategy. So you can't hold it against them.
I think it'll go to game 5 if Liquid listen to the stats and just play Radiant.
Okay.
Simple as that.
That is true.
You're like over 85% win rate on Radiant now.
They need to be on Radiant, and they need to have a draft that makes sense.
Do you think it's worth them trying to defeat the IO Lesh again?
Yes.
You cannot ban everything. You have to be able
You don't have to
deal
ban
with it.
everything. You can ban Medusa Lesh.
No, I think
And keep
I
Root.
think they were happy with that
Keep
opening.
Root.
I really do think they are. I think if they discussed
I wasn't happy, Brian.
You weren't happy with the Undying Medusa?
Okay, yeah, that's true. The opening I was fine with. It was really just the sniper that I was like, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they
Change
even
that.
thought it was good against Lesh, but I remember Quinn specifically at the beginning of the Crimson change, like when they added the Crimson does your base strength as damage reduction.
Yep.
He picked sniper mid against somebody, and there was a team fight where he was hitting the Underlord for literally 0 damage for the entire duration, and then they never picked it again. And here we are, where looks like you only have to learn those type of lessons once. You know, Nisha's learned his lesson. It's all good. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the same bans: Morphling, Brood Mother.
Enchantress hasn't made it through yet, right?
It was through in game number 2.
It was.
Brood and Medusa were Liquid's bans in that game. But otherwise, it's been some variation of Morphling, Medusa, Leshrac, Enchantress, or Timbersaw.
I think IO Lesh is just skyrocketed in priority for the series.
Yep.
So this Timber, it's good and all, but now whoever has first pick, that's the priority right there. They're just getting rid of it.
So what's the trade right now? Medusa for...
Medusa's in there, Enchantress is in there yet
Enchantress,
again.
Medusa.
Undying has been pretty popular as well.
And one other first
10
phase was
seconds
Pugna, but
remaining.
Pugna's been kind of
Yeah,
losing the
Pugna.
series.
Turn to pick Enchantress.
Wow.
They take it.
Respect for the Celery Enchantress from his own teammates.
This is coming full circle, because at the beginning of the tournament, Gaimin were straying away, or Gaimin were constantly picking the Enchantress. Beginning of playoffs, Gaimin was like, yeah, we don't need the Enchantress even if you give it to us.
10
But now,
seconds remaining.
we're bookending it.
So does that mean they're gonna pick like some anti-mage if the Dusa
5
comes out
seconds remaining.
at 8th?
Imagine that's the plan.
Yeah, I don't think you can pick Dusa like this. Not with the offlane max range in the pool.
Wow.
Primal Beast.
This is the first time I've seen Liquid pick Primal early on in the draft.
Yeah.
It's pretty much always 9th, 10th. This is a hero that, ever since they added movement speed at night, and they also buffed him last patch to make his ult do more damage, he's been
10
rising in
seconds
stocks. Like,
remaining.
I think he's been slept on a lot, and suddenly,
5
you know,
seconds remaining.
he's getting first rounded in the 4th game of the Grand Finals.
They did first phase it one time against 9 Pandas with an Undying. But it was a different pick priority. It was Undying pick, and then Broodmother Pugna responded by 9 Pandas, and then 8th pick Primal.
Okay.
Usually it's not a super good sign when your second pick and you pick one hero, and then you have to wait
Yeah.
Use it for
the second hero?
To get the second hero, because you're not sure. Maybe they're just thinking a little bit of they had options and which one would be best. This one works. Classic counter against the Enchantress as well. It could be mid-primal. Zai could play in the offlane. Both these heroes are quite good versus Enchantress. Trample will just kill Inch really quick on top of the onslaught. You got the arrow set up to deal with the pulverize. And then, of course, the arrow can just get rid of the creeps. But because of that, Gaimin Gladiators, they'll just take the tried and true Medusa and ban out Anti-Mage, Shadow Demon, and Darkseer.
Exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff.
I imagine they have to believe that Primal Mirana addresses Medusa preemptively in some way. Primal does do a lot of sustained damage. Like, he does, if he's allowed to stand on top of you. It just keeps coming out. The Trample's one of the highest single damage spells in the game. One thing I would like to note about Primal Beast, because Gunnar was nerding out about it on panel the other day, is that his charge, when he releases it, is a dispellable buff. So if Celery is on top of his game, at any point in the game, if Zai tries to escape or start the gank with charge, he can just enchant it right off.
He just like stops in his
just
tracks.
stops.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's rather weird that it actually works that way.
Yep. Gunnar knows best.
We have not been able to test whether it's you can dispel it while he's charging up or while he's only in motion, but you can take it off.
So this unstoppable beast that just charges in with momentum.
Well,
this little
she's very
Enchantress
enchanting.
just enchants you away.
It chants you away.
Makes sense.
What doesn't make sense is they didn't stick to their old bans. You said it was Anti-Mage, Shadow Demon, Darkseer. Instead, Gaimin ban out the Underlord.
Yep.
Oh, last game is a good example, I guess.
Yeah, probably gonna leave the Shadow Demon. I think you ban AM Underlord.
They might leave the Darkseer.
Yeah, they have
Enchantress.
That could be true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The dispel from the enchant is exactly why for the Ion Shell.
Yep, that's actually true.
And actually, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you take Darkseer as well and you make a wall illusion of Medusa, you just chant it.
No, that's true.
And now you have the Darkseer as well.
Oh.
I mean, that's also the same case as Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Except that one will only last for a few seconds, but still.
You get two of them.
14. It's long enough.
Well, you get two illusions with Shadow, so ban the one that gives two illusions, so you can't steal them both. Well, you can if you have the shard, but
And obviously, it would give great setup for Mirana Arrow.
Yeah.
You could also just pick TB because the reflection illusion is not enchantable,
but is dispellable.
And you do buy Manta every game on Medusa.
Okay. You got me there.
But that matchup is, we saw it a lot, like if you go back to Dream League days, but it feels like the TB players have learned their lesson and don't really pick TB anymore against Medusa.
Any hero that relies on Satanic for sustain just sucks against Medusa. It's really sad that's how it works. I wonder if they consider changing that or if Medusa's just going to be left as is in that regard, because the way damage reduction and like lifesteal mechanics work with her, it's just very unintuitive and hard to deal with as a carry. Because now like you have to look at something like Faceless Void, which has Time Walk for sustain, Slark, Jug. These are generally the heroes you have to go to.
Yeah, and at least Jug's Blade Dance lifesteal goes through Mana Shield.
That indeed is true.
5 seconds
But they
remaining.
do take out the Darkseer.
I like the Clockwork ban a lot from Liquid. I have not seen a successful Primal Beast game against Clock yet, so that hero makes a lot of sense. What other heroes versus Primal? I've seen a lot of Ember, seen a lot of Clock. That third one is a little bit hazy for me. When you have that early Primal, the heroes you just don't want to play against.
I don't know if Bloodseeker is an issue, but
it can be, but you already have your carry, right? So unlikely. And then they just decided Shadow Demon is the lesser of the evils. Maybe it was just because the last game, how much impact Ace was having on that Underlord against Medusa. They're afraid of that happening to them as well. They're just going to ban it out.
yeah, I feel like conceptually Enchantress would be more okay with the Darkseer, but because like I said, now Liquid have offensive potential with Disruption into Arrow.
I'm sure they just go Techies +1 for a really strong.
They need a mid hero that can go to the back line, some Pango, some Puck. Make sure that this SD is going to be dealt with in the team fights.
Is Pugna off the table because then you have no stuns in your support duo?
Yeah, then you're gonna, I mean, it's still a pretty good hero, but I feel like I don't really like it so much with the Enchantress, so it limits a lot of your play. You don't have a lot of options. You're just basically playing on keeping the Medusa alive, and I don't really like to to all in on the Dusa. I feel like she doesn't really need it, you know, like all you need is like a team around you that can make plays, gank heroes, make space, and Dusa will do the rest.
You like Rubik? I think Rubik. Rubik versus Primal has been like a go-to this tournament. Stealing Pulverize is absolutely disgusting.
The way Rubik does it too, it looks really funny.
Beastmaster. Pick up the ace hero.
Plus the techies.
Surely they're going to pick a support. Techies is stable. I think it's pretty good.
That's why you just don't see anything about your laning opponent. It could be the Mirana, it could be the Shadow Demon. You don't see the carry yet.
10 seconds.
You just need to ensure that this Beastmaster has a game. They also could do something like Coddle because of the Medusa factor with mana, and you also go stack Ancients. You have the axes in lane.
I mean, how about Skyrath? So the Beastmaster has someone to play with.
Skyrath Major would work. They are a bit lacking damage right now.
They don't have really much burst damage at the moment.
You have to be careful of like all-inning the roar. So they go for Lion. Okay, so rather than like all-inning the roar, they just take more disables because you have the Shadow Demon. And you also have the mana drain against the Dusa illusions that they could create with Shadow Demon. So a little bit of like trumping your trump card going on here.
They tried that in the game they lost though, and it really didn't work out for them. So it's not easy to pull off. Like Lion is a hero that sometimes has to initiate for your team, right? And sometimes when you initiate, you're just dead. So if he's able to play in the back lines and deal with illusions with the shard, that can work. But then you can't really use Lion much as an initiator in the team fights. And Beast generally might not want to be that as well.
I mean, one thing I would say with the Lion and Beastmaster is like because Beastmaster is he's gonna soak up a lot of space. That's why I suggested Sky. So and the difference between Lion and Sky is Lion he needs the lane to go well and he needs to buy a blink. And when you're laning with Beastmaster naturally just takes up a lot of space, a lot of farm, so it'll be difficult for you to get that unless you really start very well in the lane as a Lion. They're gonna go with the Jug, so it gives them some sort of like late game insurance against the Medusa. But I'm more worried about the first 20 minutes because you have the Beastmaster and Medusa timing with the Enchantress creeps, you know. If they win the early game, they're gonna be knocking on your front door very, very soon. And your Juggernaut might not be ready to fight.
Yeah, this carry pick like had to have sustain built in because first off, we talked about the Medusa lifesteal interaction, but also in the laning stage, unless your support is giving it to you, Beastmaster just kind of chucks you out of lane by throwing axes at you nonstop. So they definitely drafted this carry as a sustain through the Beastmaster's damage. Eventually they can make a rotation to him. Jug's a good carry to gank for around level 5 and 6. It's really important to do that against Beastmaster. So considering that, you know, Primal would be solid mid here, depending on what Quinn elects to go for. But they also could pick something like the Puck, like the, you had mentioned a few other mobile heroes. Pango.
For Quinn, not against Primal, not again, I think.
No, for Team Liquid in my question.
Oh, Team Liquid, gotcha.
What do you think about Quinn's pick here?
Is it against Primal, or are we just blind picking?
It's like theoretically, yes, Primal, but if you counter it, then they'd probably move it.
A lot of his heroes are banned now at this point.
But a good old-fashioned neutral Wind Ranger.
Gaimin Gladiators.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad.
I like the DK ban.
Yeah. I was going to say with the Juggernaut as well, that works pretty well for the lineup.
Are you not worried about playing against the Purge as the Wind Ranger?
Yeah, I'm saying for...
Yeah, that's hard.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Actually, most teams have Purges. I didn't think about that.
10 seconds.
The thing about it is Jug... They picked a Jug because of the sustain factor, but he's also really bad against like single target physical as well as single target burst, and maybe he's just trusting the Shadow Demon to alleviate that problem. But
I mean, that lane's rather weird, right? You don't really work well with the Shadow Demon in the lane to kill.
Yeah, we also questioned it.
This is when Quest.
Yeah, Quest did it, and then they won the lane. So maybe there's something we're missing about this because I had the same concern, and then they ended up shutting down the offlane Doom really hard.
Quest actually did it against Gaimin Gladiators, and that was the one game that they won in that series.
Did they have a Lich that game though?
No, it was Rubik as the other support.
Rubik, okay.
Yeah, it was straight. It was a Shadow Demon Jug lane. I remember. A little weird.
I mean, we
do like to ban the Pango for Nisha.
Yeah. I mean, we talked a bit about this Juggernaut and how good he is late game. I think to double down on that, if you are playing carry, you're playing versus Lion, you are playing versus Beastmaster. Having a Saint Yasha carrier, an item that Jug likes to go, will make him even stronger in the late game with a Shadow Demon save, so that is a potential option as well if he wants to go that route.
Do you ever finish him off with the Quinn Void Spirit, guys?
Please.
You ever finish him off with it.
That'll bring this whole tournament full circle.
I mean, I'm kind of looking at his hero pool right now, and like, most of the heroes that he has played in this tournament don't really make sense in this game. So he is going to have to go
style on him here. Just give it to him. Oh, the other spirit, okay.
Yeah, that's
First time he's played at this tournament.
Yeah, surprisingly enough.
Like his main job this game is to deal with the backline. The rest of it is dealt with the Dusa and Beast. They provide you with the team fight and the damage, the auras that you need. So his job is just pretty straightforward. He deals with the backline, and the Dusa is just going to win the fight for him.
I want to see a Death Prophet for Team Liquid here. That's such a Team Liquid hero.
Remaining.
Just momentum in the mid lane, shuts down the Storm in terms of like, you can't really go on her. Gives you an objective taker, secures Roche.
They could play the Wind Ranger too themselves.
That would be okay too, yeah.
We don't often consider it, but Lion with the 15 talent is a mana battery.
Oh, there's the push. That's better than my suggestion. Right. Okay, that's way better than my suggestion.
Lone Druid Juggernaut throwback.
It's the same idea as what I mentioned with the Death Prophet, though. Like, you're going to create a lot of pressure in the mid lane. It's hard for Storm to ever go on you because you're super tanky. You have built-in sustain with your bear hitting people. And it's really just a tempo thing. We've been emphasizing Liquid's, like, tempo-centric drafts throughout the entire course of the tournament. Is it going to be fast enough? I'm not exactly convinced. What do you guys think?
I'm actually quite a fan of this draft. Like I feel like out of the few drafts that I've seen that they do with the push strat with the DP, and I think I prefer the Lone Druid a lot more. Like he's gonna have like a really good lane against the Storm, and they're gonna be able to group up together. Like the Primal is also gonna have a very decent lane here, and they have very strong supports to fight at the 6-minute mark. I think when you have Lone Druid mid, the 6-minute mark becomes really important to you when your supports go mid and collapse with the rune.
Yeah. I've been let down too many times running double carries, knowing Juggernaut's an even greedier carrier than he is before. Pick another greedy mid. A lot of weight on Zai here, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they punish greed pretty hard and they're a strong laning team, so they really, like similar to last game, but not as extreme. They have to do on the laning stage to get into that mid game.
They got better chances than Game 3 on Team Liquid.
I agree. That's true.
But it does still seem like they're going back to the same well, though.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, like, they're not all eggs in one basket. Like, they are doing a standard Liquid draft. It would have been tragic to see Liquid go out in game, like, if that was the last game, because that just didn't look like Liquid. It didn't look like the way they've been playing. So even if they were to lose this one, I think they're pretty happy to go out this way, whether it's good or bad. Like, this is exactly what we know from Liquid.
Which is leaving us in an interesting position as we deal with it. Because either we're going to be watching a team of Gaimin Gladiators be making history as the most dominant Dota team to ever win 3 majors in a row, or we're going to get treated to a 5-game grand final if Liquid are able to win. Sounds like a win-win in my book. Let's get into game number 4 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, it is time here for Game 4 between Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid and Fogged. Again, quite a treat with the drafts. We're ending it here for Liquid with the Lone Druid.
Yeah, let's see how this one ends up working out. Gaming definitely got their bread and butter in this one. Tofu's been really liking this Lion. I think versus the Shadow Demon, you can definitely see the reason why, playing with the Medusa, having that insta-kill, and he just seems to be liking the hero a bit. I'm definitely liking what Gaming's got. I mean, this looks really, really strong from them. A lot of pressure. Feels like that mid-game, that game is going to be on Zai to make all these kind of moves, especially if these lanes don't go well. But let's see if they're able to get a good early start here. They're going to look for a smoke catch to get that good advantage start. They have SD Mirana, so definitely good ways to get a first blood.
Oh, absolutely.
One of the best, in fact.
Gaming Gladiators have been pretty good at avoiding these first blood attempts from Liquid in the series so far.
They literally just hug all 3 cores that are mid from what I've seen. Because when they're playing Radiant, they still had all 3 cores mid, and they had, Tofu sitting inside the tree line to scout it, so that looks very similar. They're actually going behind the tower. This is deep.
It's awkward now. Yeah, they can't go for this anymore. Gaming Gladiators set up too well around the mid.
They realized, they're like, SD Mirana, don't get first blooded, right? They're actually going to even skill Boar and Hawk right away from this. So not the traditional that you see from these Beastmasters. But gives you an opportunity. You have Boar to block arrow if you do get Shadow Demon disrupted and going for a rune or something like that. So maybe that's the reason why. Runes. Looks like it should just be that 2-for-2 exchange. And let's see how this mid matchup goes. They picked this confidently into it. This is maybe some Matumba Man flashbacks coming into play here for Team Liquid. Going for this Lone Druid with a Jug. I don't feel like I've seen these two together in some time. The healing ward with Lone Druid Bear is really cool and stuff like that. Just if you do fall behind early, could be a little bit weird for your lineup when Gaimin looks to group, and that is what Gaimin likes to do. Like Pino was saying, they like to punish greed, and this definitely could be one of those greedy traps.
Foxy is going to come down towards the bottom to try for the first blood still. They get the setup on Celery, and with the Blade Fury follow-up, should be enough. And indeed it is. First blood for Mika.
And do they get a boar kill as well? Nice. Good deny. Don't want to give up boars ever. Way too much gold. Good setup. Maybe they even linger around here. Boxy might just continue playing there, and maybe Zai, they just kind of sack him. This is an old thing Liquid used to do, but Zai, he might just die up here.
I'm just saying he's going to try and TP up to help him in time, but indeed Zai already gone. So Gaming Gladiators quick to punish the fact that Zai was laning on his own.
And interesting lane setups here this time around from Gaming Gladiators. They're actually putting the Enchantress bottom with the Beastmaster, and putting the Lion up top with the Medusa. Probably because the Lion versus that Primal Beast overall, you can kind of just halt any aggression if it does come out. Perhaps is the answer.
I mean, what would you sort of make of this mid lane? Do you imagine that Lone Druid Nisha should be able to get the edge in this matchup?
I'd imagine so, yeah. I think he should have a little slight edge. See how much luck he has too with these roots. If he has get some good RNG versus Quinn, that could be pretty cool. Quinn has a good way of also, of course, you know, Storm. You can push out the lane constantly here. And if you're not too careful with your bear, he shouldn't give it up. But there's definitely potential if you make some mistakes.
Both getting rather low here, both Quinn and the bear.
Pushing the limits. He's saving skill point too. Maybe looking for an opportunity to go
bottom lane.
Bottom.
There's going to be another one for Boxy. They're taking out Celery. So this Enchantress doesn't have an easy start to the lane.
That was by himself. That's pretty big. And look what he's going to do. Same thing that we saw Boxy do versus Quinn last time. Hey, you want your bottle fills? No, no, no. We've got a bear checking one, and I'm going to take the other one away from you. Celery, though, dying. We'll refill the bottle, but feels like this is something that Boxy really likes to do, to be able to try to pressure Quinn when he's playing bottle heroes. So maybe that was also the thing with the Lone Druid. They're like, okay, we're picking a hero that's just going to make sure that Quinn doesn't get these bottle refills.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those heroes that's difficult for Quinn to step away from his tower against. As Nisha will be quick to run him down with the bear. Got him.
Another connection.
It's going to block the arrow that one, of the ball, and that's going to give Ace the chance to get back safely.
Yeah, cool. Really, really interesting to see that from Ace. We've seen not too often going for the board, but yeah, definitely understanding why he wants to do it. He will give up some board kills, though, and every time you do give up board, it's a ton of XP.
So far, things on the top lane. Diracho doesn't look like he's having any sort of slowdown against these two. As the moment out of the cause, it's Zai who's struggling to get the most CS out of this laning sort of setup.
Yeah, that level 1, just using that blood grenade to get the kill is definitely going to start him off slow. Ring of Health is finished, but definitely going to be some difficulty to pressure Diracho up here. He's just going to be able to get these free snakes off and has the backup always of this Lion to stop any aggression. Mid, fairly even, but yeah, Nisha pulling slightly ahead.
Quinn pretty much out of mana, so won't have any chance of threatening the bear as low as it is right now. As Nisha still does have the resummon on cooldown. Only 30 more seconds though.
Yeah, I'm going to watch Boxy's movements here in the next few seconds. I imagine it's likely that he does look to just make a rotation toward the runes. Insania maybe also, because for Shadow Demon it's very natural to check runes, because you can just Shadow Poison, stack a camp while you're also making the effective move. 15 seconds, we'll see if they do look to do that. They're going to send the, looks like Insania's going, yeah, poison attack.
I mean, will Gaming Gladiators do anything in return, or they just kind of leaving Quinn on his own?
Looks like they're kind of just leaving him on an island. Quinn going to probably have to clear out these two creeps and go back. For the range, yeah, he's going to just stay for the XP and then go back, it looks like.
Should be setting up Nisha for a pretty nice start. You know, he's going to hit his item timings. No, if this sort of situation stays like this, where Gaming Gladiators aren't able to pull any supports over towards this mid to try and set up for something around Quinn, Nisha's going to get the free farm.
This is why he wanted it. Beastmaster doing very well though, Ace. Even though they've tried to slow him down with some tri-lane and movements, he's actually 22-7 last hits. That's going to be a really, really good start for Ace. We've seen what he can do on this Beastmaster a lot of times. I haven't gotten to see too much of Beast with the Dominator builds lately, but could definitely be incredibly good being able to group up with that with the Medusa lineup.
In terms of the top lane, still it's going pretty peacefully for Diracho.
He's chilling.
Able to just hang under his tower.
It's definitely the dream. I'm sure Gaming, they're kind of fine with all this, even though Quinn's probably, you know, a little bit annoyed that they constantly keep checking his runes. Diracho's probably like, dude, I'm absolutely free farming, pretty much only missing a couple last hits so far, and they've got stacks ready for him. Like a triple stack right above him already.
I mean, when Zai has his Vanguard, will there be the chance to dive this top tower, or is that always going to be hard against the Lion?
Maybe if they bring it, the Mirana and stuff like that, but definitely going to be difficult with Tofu always there. You see Tofu's skill build, he's 1-1-1. He took the mana drain at 2, but now he's got 2 different ways to disable, and it looks like he's actually maybe making the first move to catch Liquid off a guard down here. They have a catapult wave coming in, Mickey dropping a little low.
Yeah, he's still got the Blade Fury to rely on if he's quick enough. Let's see if Tofu can catch him by surprise.
Looks like Insania's trying to set up onto mid at the same time.
Okay, keeping a safe distance is hard for Tofu to catch him without Mickey spotting him, so okay, should be okay. Unless he steps down towards this kind of bottom row of trees. He's stepping quite far up the lane. Tofu, can he catch him?
They're pretty
try, he is. He's having to get the opening stun. Into the Hex, the damage from the impetus, the right clicks from Ace is bringing Mickey low. They've got him. Tofu playing it very nicely from the edge of the vision and catching him by surprise with the opening stun.
Liquid's just looking to play completely around mid lane, but that's definitely going to cause issues for Mickey, and Ace is doing an excellent job, and it's not like Quinn's dying, so he's still holding his own here. Catapult wave. Catapult is going to go down here. I'm sure Duracho's like, your carry just died. He's a Jug, I'm a Medusa, I'm free farming.
He certainly is.
Gaming is definitely feeling amazing about this anyway, even if Quinn is being slowed down. Can Liquid get this tower here? They really want to keep this pressure onto Quinn.
See further TPs coming in. They're actually they're going to bring the Medusa in for some action. Let's see if they can get the setup.
Nice arrow.
Nisha's able to get the ult off. He'll step away. Will mean he'll lose the bet.
I didn't see the plus gold. Did it creep in the last hit?
I was going to say, I didn't see the plus gold.
Actually didn't really get to see there.
Well, the bear's dead.
Bear's
he had
dead.
to resummon though, so Nisha's still good to go. Continue to farm in the mid lane.
Good arrow from Boxy. I think if he doesn't arrow that Centaur creep, perhaps they can actually set up onto Nisha there. So nice little angle.
Yeah. It could still be hard to find the damage though.
Still could be a bit
Gets the ult off.
yeah.
He's going to be able to walk away with his 1400 HP. Duracho, after showing his face mid, he'll return back towards the top half of the map, top lane. He's been quite happy up here.
That was a very interesting rotation. I don't think I've seen many Medusas do that. I mean, Duracho does like to get involved more than I feel like anybody else, but...
Yeah, if anything, probably was just down to the fact that we've seen Liquid be kind of very heavy-handed with their pressure in the mid, right? If one hero is trying to go for it, a high likelihood that they might even be 4. So Duracho just wanting to make sure that his own team didn't get outnumbered. Back at top. Insania will find the setup onto
He's
him.
alone. Get Stone Gaze off.
This might give him the chance to live. Arrow's going to be off the mark from Boxy. He might need some TPs to come in if there are any available. It doesn't look like they are. So Duracho, under his tier 1 tower, I think he's in a whole world of pain here. He'll be able to put the 1 charges, but indeed nobody is able to head up and help him.
He's like, team, somebody. But no, he looks like he is inevitably gonna go down. Zai gonna get the last hit.
So where Boxy? I mean, yeah, I guess they didn't have the TPs. I think Tofu, he has his available, but I believe at the time he didn't actually have one on him.
He did not. It just came out on the courier.
But Tofu's like, it's all right.
He's like, I got a tower.
One tower.
Yeah.
So he's happy with that one. Might not have been able to keep his carry alive, but takes a tier 1.
And they pushed Mickey out of the lane. That's the other important thing too. So it's like Duracho died, but your Jug's not farming either. Quinn's still slowed down in the mid lane. He's having to sit around this tower to make sure that Nisha can't actually push it fully. And it's like Liquid making the move over to punish him and perhaps try to set up for it. Duracho's actually going to fill up Quinn's bottle. He's like, you don't help me top it, I'll help you mid, my brother.
Duracho, he wants the farm here. Like, come on, Quinn, let me take this.
He set it up for him. He took great.
He's had enough at top. He doesn't want to go back up there. None of the supports are going to TP up and help him. Time to go to the jungle.
Like, they're setting up Ace for absolute successful. No, he has a full dominator already. 9 minutes in. Boots is well coming out. He is very large. Level 7 too, so it's not even the axe builds, it's just all around the summons.
Yeah.
These summons, they're very strong. These supports, I mean, it's been particular, like Shadow Demon hates to play versus this. He's looking for an angle.
He's looking towards mid. They're going to try and jump the bear. They should get it the once, no problem. 300 gold towards Tofu.
He'll take that.
See towards the Blink Dagger Fund.
3-2. 1k lead now. Another the resummon is there. They get the disruption.
Now he's going to come in and help out. Liquid want to take this fight. They'll go forward with the onslaught, crashing through onto the 2 of them. Get the
Tofu.
Rise onto Tofu. Raw's going to be used from Ace to free Tofu and allow him to step back, turn with the stun. Look towards Zai. Quinn, going to zip back in, drag him in with the Vortex. They haven't quite got enough damage to take Zai down. And on the high ground, Quinn, he gets caught, locked down by the Fear in the Root. He's out of the game for 25.
He zipped in way too aggressively. Zai's got a Vanguard, bad choice.
I mean, Zai might be able to go for more. He's going to have Onslaught again in a second. See if he can find his way over towards Tofu. He can. In once more with the Onslaught and the trample. Tofu keeps his distance.
He's okay.
And they won't be able to push the bear in under for tier 2. They'll pull back in Nisha.
He'll get the tower here.
Get the space to get this pressure on. They'll force out the fortification. 10 minutes forward to it's a close start
here. Yeah, and Mickey during that is able to catch right back up. Duracho also, I mean, they're neck and neck.
They really want to kill this bear. They were pretty freshly resummon. See if they can. I mean, Insania and Zai, they may be able to keep Quinn and Ace off it. Quinn is again going to use quite a lot of mana to try and kill this bear, but it's going to live. Nisha's able to get it back. They won't get it. And now Quinn himself still has to be a bit careful.
He's very low mana.
He is incredibly low mana.
Arrow, big one connects on Celery to their follow-up.
Gaming Gladiators have got a lot of backup. Tofu's going to turn up back towards the mid. They've got the 4 heroes here once more, so Liquid won't be able to get any kills from this.
Tofu failed to fill up, though. Did not have a slot in his inventory to give Quinn that mana back. Does have mangoes to be able to feed to him, but yeah, Quinn.
That's a slow start.
Slow start for him.
Quinn's got to keep his cool. Maybe a bit of a recovery game for him to play. I think the Storm this time.
I think this might be the most attention I've seen on mid in this tournament.
It's a lot.
There's not that many kills. It's 4-2, but I think we've seen like 9 heroes show up to mid lane. Yes, between 7 and 9 heroes back to back to back.
Yeah. I mean, both the carries, they're having a great time.
They are.
And you see at the moment, Duracho and Mickey keeping up with one another.
So we should be set up, hopefully, as we say, for a nice little mid game into the late game potential here.
I mean, this ain't going to be no 21-minute stomp like
this
Game
isn't
3.
last game.
There's no way. No way it's all there. 11 minutes in.
How are these levels looking? I mean, the supports, because they've been moving so much, they're actually quite under-leveled. Boxy is actually the highest level of the supports by a 2-level margin. He's got a medallion and he's got a Deso cute right now.
I mean, there's no way.
That'd be pretty memey.
He is absolutely meming.
So
he ain't doing that. I mean, there's
Solar.
already going to be a Deso anyway on Nisha's bear.
Yeah, it's a good Solar game for sure for the Lone Druid and for the Juggernaut. I imagine he goes down that route. Shield Rune, Quinn, he'll be able to snag that one. Big stacks for Duracho. How are the stacks looking for this Jug? He's got a double stack prepped at the moment. Not the same size as a Dusa, who can now start farming them a bit earlier than that Jug. No Battle Fury just yet. Tofu's lingering around too. He's like, give me that XP, I need 6.
Yeah, he wants to go around and use that finger. Here we go, 6 is online.
And they do need it. As we're seeing, there is a bit of damage issues at the moment on Gaming versus these tanky frontliners, especially on Zai.
Smoke time for Liquid. Also have the Moonlight Shadow back up in 10. Insania, Zai and Boxy looking for the setup down bottom, seeing if they can find maybe Celery or Quinn.
They got a perfect read where Quinn is right now. Look at that circle drawn, Quinn. He's got a shield rune, but they've got a lot of damage and control for him.
A disruption into Arrow will do it.
Angle, they're Moonlight Shadowing in.
Oh, they're going to see him. They can get that opening, whether it's Zai getting him with a grab or Insania setting up with a disruption. It's Zai just stepping up with the invis of the Moonlight Shadow, getting him with the Pulverize. Quinn caught by a nasty surprise.
All right, Boxy is doing a lot of work in this early game here for the side of Liquid. Just early itemization, early levels. The fact that he's 6th, I mean, I say that early, but in comparison to the other supports, he got it very early on. And getting caught off guard again. Bottom of the cores. Not by a massive margin by any means, but 900 behind his counterpart of Nisha, who... Yeah, his timing on his Deso, it's going to be very, very good. They can probably look to force a Roche very early with this lineup on Liquid, with the Lone Druid plus the Jug even showing up with Healing Ward.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, Gaming is...
Lineup definitely has that opportunity.
Gaming definitely has potential to fight back, especially if Duracho has Manta, and I believe they are going to have the Helm of the Overlord probably at the same timing. So Gaming is still going to be strong to fight into that. And Quinn's job overall in this game, I think the panel did touch on it, it's jumping the back. It's looking for the Shadow Demon.
Battle Fury timing from Mickey. 14 minutes, Dread's Battle Fury wand, very respectable timing on the Jug.
Especially for having that one death, of course, too. So
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
very, very close to this Medusa.
They want to try and get a kill with a finger. Tofu.
Okay.
It's on the way towards Insania and Zai. Zai might be a bit of a tough one. Insania not so much. They'll go for the easier of the two. Ooh, they'll fight the Vortex, but Tofu's still able to set up with the stun, so they'll get the kill done. Didn't need that opening jump from Quinn at the end of it all. Tofu, he's the one to open play.
And he's got the blink. He doesn't get the last hit, but he has been, I mean, the stack gold and everything that he's been able to get, that is fairly early. And looking in comparison to Liquid, their initiation for starting fights is Zai. And, okay, he actually is about to have Blink Dagger too. Okay, cool. So they'll both kind of have ways to start fights. That's a very early blink though on Tofu.
Yeah, I mean both him and Boxy having quite the time when it comes to early game gold on these supports.
Yeah. And is the Solar Crest done? I'd imagine for Boxy it's about to be. Yeah, he's finished. I mean, nice itemization. So definitely could look to force Roshan, or at least force a fight perhaps, or just sneak it if Gaming Gladiators isn't ready. And Liquid, so they're looking to make the play here around Zai's Blink Dagger. It was scouted though. So there was a Hawk right here just now from Ace. Let's see if Gaming is set up for this read. Liquid, if they get a kill, they'll immediately go for the rush. They might even just be able to do it without. Let's see Ace. This could be that kind of a dream pick off here.
I mean, he is so dead. If they get any sort of catch onto him with this bear and the Deso, Ace won't stand a chance. Zai is in with the blink. Nisha in with the bear. Catch him with the fear. Go forward with the onslaught. Ace will turn with the roar. But there really is no way out for him.
Do they push tower or do they go straight to Roche? Let's see which is the call here for Liquid.
McKay's bringing the wave in.
I think it's probably just the Roche call. With that fresh Deso Bear, he's got a stack on it too. Solar Crest, they can bring it down quick. And with Ace dead, don't know if Gaming's going to be able to contest that one here.
Yeah, this is incredibly strong as a team right now, Liquid. They've got through this early game and something that could have been maybe punished for the greediness of having like the lone druid mid and this Juggernaut in the safe lane farming the Battle Fury. It's working out so far.
So far,
hits timings. He's going to be able to make all these moves. Kind of just Liquid going as 4. Mickey can continue to farm. So far, at least from Liquid's perspective, I think they're doing everything they hope for with this draft.
Yep, and they've got the insurance policy of the Jug too, in case things get a little weird. He is going to be, of course, going Battle Fury and going for this kind of farm build. So,
yeah,
do think Liquid can look to push a little bit here. Just Daracho is still farming very
and I think they need to push because I feel like we're seeing kind of this Jug Medusa stuff go on, and if the Medusa's in the same place, the Medusa's in the happier place. I feel right now, Daracho, he's definitely going to be telling the team that he's got this. He's ready to carry. He's set up for success, and the numbers definitely show that. So we'll see if Liquid could keep the pressure on, or if Daracho is going to be able to walk away with this game.
The stronger Daracho does get, though, they will have the SD, so that's always going to be something that Liquid does have for an answer, but I'm definitely on board with you there. This time, it's not Daracho playing a TB, where it can be a bit of a riskier carry. It's a Dusa, a very safe hero.
Tried and tested.
Oh, yeah.
Many times in this patch.
And playing versus no mana, no diffusals, nothing like that to be able to go through it that much faster. Nisha, he's playing, I mean, he's going for farm efficiency. He's actually taking a Philosopher's Stone on his main hero and just keeping Duelist Gloves on his bear.
We'll see if he finishes up as well. I mean, he's got Deso into the MKB queued up, so...
Probably expecting the Medusa, Manta, Butterfly timing, but Daracho's actually got Scotty queued up, so...
Invisibility.
If that ends up working.
See what sort of defense they're bringing on the tier 2. Daracho, he's going to show his face up here. Feels that he can do without the threat of being dove.
They don't want to let Liquid just take over the map. And, I mean, they're still just farming, right? Gaming, Quinn is starting to catch up completely here. 2K lead for them, even though it's 6-3. This one is one of the slower games that we've had in some time. Liquid wanting to catch perhaps here.
Does feel like they need to with the moments passing. Gaming Gladiators as a whole are getting more out of the map.
Absolutely. Quinn.
Yeah, for the jump in the mid. The follow on onto Quinn. He's able to pull lightning away.
Great read from
maybe Insania does have a haste rune. He's trying to see if he can get in and get the disruption set up. The rest of Liquid, they're focusing Tofu. They'll chase out the Lion. See in the mid, Insania, he's really messing around with Quinn, but the roar's up from Ace. They just turn and take Insania down. Quinn will come over the zip TB, but the onslaught from Zai will catch him. And they will manage to kill off Quinn.
Trying to go for Mickey under the tower. They do end up losing Quinn again here. He is still struggling, but it's not about the Storm this game. It's about the Medusa, who's still getting free farm.
Yeah, Medusa's getting free farm. Ace, of course, as well, is also in a fantastic spot.
So Nisha, looks like he bought his shard. Okay, cool. This is one of the few, I think, carries that does buy shard still very, very early on. It is one of the better ones.
Don't stick around to pressure onto the tier 2 as of yet.
And look at Liquid, yeah. I think they're feeling like they want to be able to control the map a lot here, even buying a gem for Boxy, so. Really looking to keep applying this pressure to Gaming Gladiators so this Daracho can't just sit back and farm.
Yeah, they don't want this.
No, they got to keep it up, though.
This sort of control of the map they have to slip away.
Yeah.
Try and shut down, these areas for the Medusa. I mean, Daracho's continuing to find this safe spot under the tier 2.
He's got the backup of his team now, too.
It's difficult for Liquid to make the move to dive this Medusa.
Ace is scary, too. Drums with the Dominator.
They're trying to wrap around. They really want to try and force a fight around this tier 2. Zai and Insania.
Zai, no BKB. It's starting to get a little bit more difficult for him to just commit forward in. He's pretty close to it, too. Gaming, they're going to look to punish him. I think they did just see him for a second.
Yeah, they've got the roar, they've got the finger, they've got great burst, they've got great catch. Tofu, he's in with the jump, they're able to catch Zai far away from the rest of the team, and with a quick burst of the finger, Zai's gone.
And it's around a power rune too, also for Quinn. Ace still has the roar available too.
They
didn't have to use much
more.
there.
Liquid might have to be a bit cautious how they back out of this one, as Gaming Gladiators continue to push on. Tofu can get the next jump with the tier 1 here, Liquid. So they'll be far enough away to deter Gaming Gladiators from jumping in that deep.
Okay, looks like he is going to... I was wondering if we do see it, so Mika, he is queuing up Diffusal next. Let's see if he does commit for that. After SNY and Battle Fury. Mercer can be an item choice here, but can be a risk, because you could get set back on some weird timings when there's like a Scotty Butterfly and Medusa. See if he does commit for it. Gaming clumped up with these auras, feeling confident to push.
And they're the team that doesn't have the Aegis. Just goes to show how confident Gaming Gladiators are with their position.
I mean, rallied around Ace. Like, it's going to make their team fight very, very powerful. Liquid, more about getting like maybe an initial pick-off before they look for a fight, because fighting into the 5v5 of these auras of the Beastmaster definitely looks problematic. Duracio is getting all the space in the world to get his... Yeah, he's got the Scotty now done. And they're gonna likely... I mean, he's just gonna take the Wisdom Rune. I think they've just given it to him like every time. I mean, he's always farming Ancients. I feel like all his heroes do this, but...
Oh,
Tofu.
I mean, Boxy tried to step up, but Tofu again, immediate with the head.
This is the gem. This is the big pickup for Gaming.
Ooh, I mean, instead he's going to step up with the disruption, but there's no one else around to try and fight back against Gaming Gladiators, so indeed, that gem, it will fall into the hands of Quinn.
I mean, that's like a core kill, honestly. A massive snag now. The map control is going to continue. They still have Roar. They can still continue to look to hunt. You can see how confident they are. They have no cares about this Aegis whatsoever. Tofu now, multiple catches with his Blink Dagger. 5K lead for the team with the Dusa.
And the team with the gem, the team with the soon-to-be-had map control.
They're crushing this in these last few moves.
Tower is under attack.
Set up around Duracio too. Aegis is going to get reclaimed. I don't think Liquid is too happy at all with what they got out of that one. They didn't really get anything. Tier 2, it's dropping fast. They might, I mean, I feel like they might just continue here. Playing around Ace, there's definitely possibilities of at least forcing
They're certainly going to consider it.
Yep.
Let's just sort of have a poke and see what this forces out in terms of reaction from Liquid.
They don't have the best D-push by any means, so this could be problematic.
Yeah, their D-push is kind of just throwing bodies into the midst of the fight. No, Zai charging in.
Yeah, it's like Shadow Demon Poison is their best D-push, which is pretty pathetic. They're going to look for maybe a long wraparound or something here, but Duracio, he's just walking in front.
They want to have the high ground here, Gaming Gladiators, so Liquid unable to make this sort of move. Diffusal now done on Mickey.
Okay.
So he's definitely geared up to fight. When you go for with this Battle Fury into the SNY, and then you go for the Diffusal. You want to go now. You know what? You want to try and make this Diffusal have impact, whilst it still hurts.
But Gaming's they're sticking together. If causing issues for Liquid to find anything. Look at Ace. I mean, he's just waltzing in. Insania's going to be down. That's a pretty free one.
He's going to disrupt himself. The rest of Liquid will probably just bail on him. There's no help in this Shadow Demon. Oh. Okay, well, there is Moonlight Shadow.
Wait, where'd it go? Where's the jet? Oh, it's on Celery. I was like, what? Oh, looks like the long zip
though. Find it.
He walked under the sentry.
It looked like he was going to get away, but indeed, they had it under control, Gaming Gladiators.
Ace is not using Roar. He's holding it for a bigger target.
He is, yeah.
Like, he could have just roared and didn't need to. Yeah, he knows.
They knew they had it.
Another jump.
They're going to go for the bear.
They'll easily kill it.
Yeah. Easy plus 300.
Looking rough for Liquid.
Certainly is.
Gaming getting so much out of the map. The supports are scaling massively after these last few kills. 6k gold on both of them.
So much just slipped away from Liquid just during this Aegis control that they had. Nisha had a good start, but he's been sort of passive, right? They haven't really been able to rally around this Lone Druid and do anything in these last 5 minutes.
Honestly, feels like they kind of have to fight right now, but it doesn't seem like they're finding opportunities to. Gaming's just split up on the map now, and they're farming on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting so huge, both Ace and Duracio, and yet Quinn's catching up.
And they're even now just going to take away the Tormentor too, easily bring it down. Sorry, easily might die.
Celery, careful. He's cool, he's got the heals.
Oh, and look who gets the shard. Tofu is like, bless, now my Medusa, I have no worry. Even if he gets disrupted, instantly clear those illusions.
Liquid's got to look for something, and we see it with their play here. Zai and Insania, they're going to look for the jump in the mid.
Cancel.
Tofu, he's in with the stun, they're away, the arrow's not going to connect.
And now Ace is turning up. Liquid, they got to disengage.
And Mickey's here. Once they've sort of revealed their hand, there's just no chance of surprising Gaming Gladiators with the jump, and Gaming Gladiators, they're fully set up for anything that Liquid try to push on and do.
Tofu just always playing behind Quinn. As long as he's there to get the cancel on this Pulverize. Maybe Zai regretting not using BKB, but it's a risk to come forward there and just use BKB trying to get a kill if you didn't have everyone. And you have to make sure you get that kill if you do pop it, as Gaimin now smoking.
Will Liquid be prepared for this?
I mean, Dyrachyo is going a pretty aggressive item build next year. He's feeling confident then for his damage. He's got the small crit, he's going for the Silver Edge. Nisha's farm, he's falling behind. He's still ahead of Quinn, but it doesn't feel great by any means. This Medusa is just massive, and Mickey, they might just set up on him here. They have the ward, they have the trap prep, they know exactly where it is, it seems like.
Tofu gets the opening there. The smoke is about to come to an end, so it might be a bit harder for Tofu to get the catch, but Mickey will continue to farm if Tofu continues to hunt. Doesn't look like it, so Mickey will be able to get away with this one. Pushing out on that bottom jungle area. Does mean, though, meanwhile in the mid, tier 2, it's taken out. They've got the creep wave coming in.
They might force it bottom immediately right afterwards, too. There's no glyph.
Liquid, they really want to try and find a Roshan by the looks of it before they're forced to fight, but
I mean, they'll lose the base.
Not going to get the chance to. Roche is still not up for 30 seconds. The push from Gaming Gladiators is coming in on the bottom lane.
Instant illusion's gone. How do you stop this, Liquid? That's the question. Gaming's testing you. I mean, this rack just looks like it's going to drop no contest.
They've got the fortification, but they're going to have to bring everyone back if they want any sort of chance of pushing back.
He's jumping in.
He's going to go for Tofu. He's going to get caught straight away, though, by the stun. They're turning on towards him. Have the defensive disruption to buy some time for
There's
Die. The stun's going to catch Nisha from the low ground, and Tofu's just hit with a finger. They're taking out Insania. They've got the Hex onto Nisha. Nisha, he'll push them back with a fear, but Dyrachyo's just dealing too much damage here with the crit and the Skadi.
That might just be it. Gaming, they're just grouped. They're giving no chance to Liquid.
They've got no way to push this back, Liquid.
These guys are just too good at knowing their timing.
Max is theirs. I mean, they can stick around, Gaming Gladiators.
I think there's no hope. That was everything from Liquid. That's it. Gaming, they're all grouped. 5,000 gold on Ace.
What do?
You don't do anything. This dude's just hit her timing with a Beastmaster.
They don't have Omni Slash, they don't have anything Liquid, it feels. They've only got 3 heroes alive.
That's it, Owen.
This is 2 sets of racks.
They have towers to go through top, but Gaming have just completely ripped this game open, and Liquid just did nothing to them. Unlucky, says Dyrachyo. And now they can set up for the Roche.
We'll see again on the replay. I mean, Zai's efforts to try and get something to start this fight, but indeed the Pulverize put to an end. And Dyrachyo, he's just far too far to this point. And Skadi and the crit that he just had delivered, right, he's just tearing through them. Tofu getting this excellent angle up on the high ground to get that Hex into the burst. The fight's over sooner than it began, really, for Liquid.
Yep. I mean, it's an Omni Slash to kill Celery, and that's about it. You need absolutely everything to kill Dyrachyo. You didn't even touch him. You didn't even scrape him. And Gaming, they're too good when they play for these timings. They're too good when they get Ace off to this type of start with his Beastmaster. It's nothing super fancy by him, but it just makes it look so good. Boots the bearing, Helm of the Overlord. He's got his BKB now. Aegis.
Yep.
It's time to close it out.
It really is. They can taste it, Gaming Gladiators. They are so close. They really are. 17k lead, 28 minutes here. Liquid, they're going to need a comeback like they've never had before to turn this one.
How do they do this? Nisha's bear did nothing in the fight. It got stone gazed and died almost instantly.
They just don't have the deep push. Their deep push is throwing their bodies in.
They got no damage. They got no nothing.
To the base, they're more than ready to go again. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they did what they did bottom without an Aegis. Now they've got the Aegis. Now they've got the cheese.
Look at this. There's the illusions, but quickly probably going to get erased from Tofu. He's a little far away. There we go. Dyrachyo says, come on.
They got to do something.
Challenge me.
What are they going to do? I mean, Mickey's coming back. He's going to be ready to join them, but the team is gone.
Butterfly timing. He hits 20. Can he do anything to Dyrachyo?
They've got the disruption. But Dyrachyo, Silver Edge. I mean, they'll be able to take him, or maybe not even the ones. Dyrachyo's still alive. They'll fear him, but instead of pushing him away or finding anything
he's
a safe position.
And Zai's gone.
He's out. It does not have buyback. Mickey's trying to find some sort of way to jump him with the Omni Slash, but it's split between far too many units.
Oh, what a stun.
By the stun. He'll put the Blade Fury, try to stand his ground here. They burn through the mana of Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo is getting low, but because he still has that Aegis, they get the Vortex pull back onto Mickey. Mickey's out as well. No buyback on him. Tofu, he's jumping in, he gets the setup with the stone onto his Sadian Zip for Quinn.
GG.
It's over. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators, they've done it again. They've done it again and again and again and again.
And again.
And again.
With ease in this last game. I mean, we got one good game from Liquid, but this one, it quickly spiraled out of control.
It did.
There was just the timing that they hit. They got a couple pickoffs, group around the Dusa. Liquid had no hope.
I mean, it weren't no game 3.
It wasn't no game 3, but it was pretty damn close.
It was still, 29 minutes. That's all it took it for Gaimin Gladiators, and those last 10 minutes of it really looked completely hopeless for Liquid. Something about this team, they just keep winning. Nobody can challenge them. Not even the second best team in the world, right? Liquid. They're always here. They make it to this final hurdle, but they can never stop them. And it's always games like this where it just isn't close. It doesn't feel close. Gaimin Gladiators, they have just been consistently that good throughout this entire season, boy. This is insane.
It's unbelievable, really. Honestly, like, these guys just play so well together. And it's everybody. That's the thing. It's never just like, oh, it's the Quinn show.
It's the whole
It's the Ace show. It's everybody. Everyone does their work. Even though, people have their words for Duracho, he proves himself time and time again, just being that absolute beast of a carry.
I mean, it's crazy, right? This team winning as much as they have every single tournament, pretty much. It's like everybody's been looking at them. Everybody's been studying them. But still, nobody can work out how to stop them.
I think there was an interview with Tofu at the start of this when he goes, people need to come up and they need to challenge us. They need to prove that they can beat us. And yet again, nobody can beat them.
They really can't. Honestly, they're the best collection of players at the moment at this game. The best in the world by far. It's not even close. Celery, Duracha, Ace, Tofu, and Quinn. I don't know.
It's marvelous stuff.
It's insane to see. And the thing is, like, you could already feel it halfway through this best of 5, right? The game 3 happens, and then it really is, okay, it's over.
Yep.
It's over. It doesn't matter what you do, who you are, you're never going to beat this team, Fogged, in a best of 5, it seems.
No, I mean, this is unbelievable. Both teams have so much respect for each other, of course. But again and again, Gaming just 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 steps ahead, it seems.
Yeah, well, I mean, when will it stop?
When will it stop?
When will it stop?
I mean, it's gonna have to maybe be TI or something. I don't know.
Because at the moment, there's no signs of it stopping. There's no signs of it stopping. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, what another performance here in another best of 5, in another grand finals, in another major. Ladies and gentlemen, your Bali Major champions, Gaimin Gladiators.
In 2023, on the 10-year anniversary of Dota 2, we witnessed the most successful Dota teams who have ever done it. Bali, give it up for the back-to-back-to-back-to-back champions, Gaimin Gladiators! 10 years of Dota 2, we have never, ever seen dominance in this fashion. They now left yet another trophy, yet again proving to be dominant. Take a moment to breathe, look at them, witness their faces. This is what greatness looks like. One more time, Bali, for the Gaimin Gladiators! These 6 have done something unprecedented! Woo! All right, I need y'all to, boys, just look at this. Look at it for a second. Just soak it in, right? This has never been done, ever. It's being done now. It's being done in a fashion that we didn't even believe possible. I need to hear from y'all. Tofu, I'm gonna start with you. We've talked to you guys a lot, because you keep winning. You keep winning all the time. And I keep asking you questions about Dota, but now I wanna ask a question about you guys as a team. So I want each of you to tell me, starting with you, Tofu, in what way have these 5 gentlemen made you not just a better player, but a better person?
I think whether we have ups or downs, it's like sometimes the mood is bad, like it happens when you lose. But with these guys, we are always recover really quick, and I don't know, even if there's 5 people mad, one guy can crack a joke and I don't know, everyone's day is like good again.
Ace, I need to hear from you, fam. You're the veteran of this team. You've been around the block. You've been through these ups and downs. So how's the journey with these guys? How have they made you a better person and a player?
Well, the journey has been so fucking amazing so far. And hopefully many years to come with these boys. That's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah.
Yeah, how have they made me a better person? I don't know. I feel like everybody just lifts each other up and everybody has a good time together. Everybody just enjoy what they're doing.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Coach CY, a man who has been underrated at times. No, not always in the spotlight, but now it's your turn. How have they made you a better person? I mean, you don't have to play the game, fortunately, but what have they done for you as a human?
What have they done for me as a human? They definitely won me some tournaments, that's for sure. But I mean, we just have a lot of fun together. We played a game. They taught me a lot of lessons about like trying your best and like give it all you have, basically, but also enjoy it meanwhile, because yeah, it's pretty important, I'd say.
Derecho, the young man, the newcomer, the up-and-comer. Hit me, my friend. What have you got as a player and a person? What's the crew been doing for you?
What? I don't understand anything. I cannot hear. This sound is so weird.
The sound is so weird. Basically, how they made you a better person and a better player? Your team, the boys here.
Why they make me better person?
Yeah.
Better player? I think it's myself. I don't think they help me sometimes, but it's all on my own.
It's all Derecho. That's a carry player mentality right there. You gotta love it. Celery, let's hit you. The support, same thing for you as a person, as a player. What has Gaimin Gladiators done for you?
It's a big question, man. I mean,
you're a big team. You deserve a big question.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, it's definitely the atmosphere that you learn. I can get pretty tilted sometimes, but then Anton is always there to be chill, and then I'm chill again.
Hey, and of course, we have to end this off with Quinn Callahan, the former CCNC. Holla at us, mid-player extraordinaire, officially one of the most dominant players of all time. Same thing. These 5 collection of players, you've played on a lot of different teams. So what have they done for you as a person and as a player in the game?
I mean, I'm just grateful to be on a team of 5 people who are all just really good, who work really hard. Everyone, I can never point at anyone and be, like mad at something they did. Really, I think I'm just grateful to get to be in a team where everyone's, really good and works really hard. It's just, it's a privilege, and I'm just trying to appreciate that.
A privilege indeed, boys. For the last time, I need you all to touch the trophy. Hands on the trophy, boys, all of y'all. Derecho, Quinn, Celery, Ace, CY, lift that bad boy up. Because y'all, the best teams that have ever done it, Gaimin Gladiators! Woo! 10 years of Dota have brought us a dominant squad. We cannot imagine how much further this team will go. Gaimin Gladiators, thank you so much. We will leave you to enjoy the night, to enjoy your victories, to celebrate your success. And Bali, just a round of applause, please. One last time. Last time. You will never see this again. It's only happened once. Before this tournament started, there was an argument to be had about who is the most dominant team in Dota history. You have your Navis, you had your alliances, you had your Virtus Pros, you had your team secrets, but now the argument is over because all that's left are the Gaimin Gladiators, the best team to have ever done it. One more time, Bali, before we close it out, give it up for them. And everybody at home, thank you for joining us for this incredible occasion to witness this history being made, to witness the best team to have ever done it, doing it live in front of an audience. Give it up for them at home. Give it up one more time, Bali. And we say thank you, because what's left now in the Valve system is only the International. And the way it's looking, I cannot see any other team in the world beating them. So as we say bye, as we say good night, we once more celebrate GG, the Gaimin Gladiators. Lift the trophy high one last time, gentlemen. I want you to hold it. Who's the buffest? Who's got it? It's Tofu. Put it up, put it in the air. Let's go, Gaimin Gladiators!
Welcome back to the Monkey Business Show. We are here at the end of the event. The Bali Major has ended, and they have entrusted us to close this bad boy out. It is I with the Lizard. Wow, what an incredible tournament. Yet again, Lizard, another major down. Why are you laughing? What the F is wrong with you?
Well, it's amazing major. Once again, the history repeats itself. I think this is all according to the script at this point, right?
No, this is above the script. I will get into it in a little bit, though. Let me introduce our very, very special guest, the most special guest you've ever met in your life. These guys are special as heck, just unbelievably cool and neat. And I'm just waiting for the camera to. There we go. There it is. All right, fantastic. We have Alley 2000 SVG. Welcome to the show. Alley 2000 gracing us with your presence. 2-time TI winner. Congratulations. Potentially 3-time after this year. You'd be the only person in contention for 3 TIs in a row. I think.
In a row.
In a row.
In a row.
Nice prep Slacks.
Well, no, I mean
3 times. First guy that can reach it 3 times.
You're in contention. You're one of the only.
There might be other people in contention at TI this year.
Such as?
I don't know.
Oh, see?
OG makes a comeback.
Yeah.
As all the wrong guys.
Somebody has a fatality and Seb has to stand in.
Well, that's obviously going to happen. I mean, that happens every year.
Exactly.
Okay, anyway. So thank you for joining us, blessing us with your present ex-talent,
Ex-Arkosh
player,
Do you know the last official I played before this was for Arkosh? And the games are sort of similar. Like, you just get stomped, you lose, it feels terrible.
Yeah, but you beat Liquid in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, actually.
So you went from Arkosh to beating a 3-time major grand finalist team.
That's pretty good, actually.
Well
that
done.
is a trajectory right
That's
there.
very
That is what Arkosh can do for you. Everybody
That's
watching
right.
at home, sign up at Slacks.arkosh.com.
Yeah, that's it.
Do we own that?
We definitely own that.
We own it now.
And of course, we have SVG,
Oh,
another former pro player, turned into a fantastic panelist. The opposite journey of Owie 2000, I believe. And now, here to grace us today. Thank you so much.
Wait, opposite?
What
does
mean?
that mean?
Nothing.
Well, he went from talent back to playing or coaching. You went from playing into talent, I guess. Slacks is mumbling a bit, but
I'm not
we get it.
mumbling.
We understand it.
Right. Didn't you coach EG when they won TI?
No.
Okay. I thought
He got third.
Third?
That was pretty good.
That was good.
I don't know if I did a lot, to be honest, but Peter said I did, so that's enough for me. You know,
that
if
is enough.
Peter said I helped, then I guess I helped.
Yeah, he definitely would not lie to you for your emotions. You know, he would definitely say that you were completely worth it.
All right, you don't have to kill my minor achievements.
I actually remember watching PPD's stream, and he is about to play ENG.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't about that. He opened up your game, he searched your ENG, and he found one of the builds, and he just copied it, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was
like recently.
Not recently.
No.
Once they went to like a 2018 game,
Alex,
it's like,
whatever that
look,
is.
the bill. There's a poor man shield.
When's the last time PPD streamed Dota, right?
Yeah, that's true. I guess it might have been 2018. He's been streaming again recently, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you're into that.
He's been in the chat as well.
Rimworld.
Might be watching you right now, so be careful.
Yeah, I think my esteem in his eyes slowly goes down every time I talk about him, or the old days.
That's great. All right, well, let's move on to a new topic. All right, let's talk about some stuff in the room. What's it like to go from coach to player yet again? I mean, I think that it's really cool, I would imagine, because you're constantly saying, like, guys, just do this, guys, just do this, and it's like my dad, when he'd just come in the room, take off his belt, and go, I'll do it myself, you know, and then you just do it, right?
I mean, it would be cool if I was in good form. The thing is, I feel like any other tournament I could have stood in for. I was actually sort of close to the players in MMR, like maybe like 500 less than them. But this is the one tournament that I didn't play any pubs before, and I was in pretty bad form. So instead of saying, now when I say do this, I've lost all my credibility.
Oh, no. That's not true. I mean, you guys went really far. I was surprised. No offense.
Yeah, we went 6 losses in the main stage. First team to have 6 losses. Sort of good.
Yeah, but it wasn't on you, right? Like, overall, you played decently. Won't you think so?
I don't think so. But
Really?
no, I think the 4 players were playing pretty well this tournament. Honestly, I think our form going into this tournament was pretty good. But we had a issue with Saksa, and he had to go home. And, you know, it's not even like on maybe not like individual micro, but like our coordination was really weird and the comms were like a little bit off. So it wasn't that good playing this tournament, I guess, for us.
Jesus, this is turned into a real interview.
Sorry.
Oh my God. So what the hell were you doing if not playing pubs, Trader? What game were you playing? What
so
were you doing?
there's DPC and Dream League, and I was in West Coast, North America. So I'd wake up at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And then I would not have any sleep. I'd take like 2 naps a day, and I wouldn't really want to play any pubs, so I just didn't play.
Wow.
Which was a mistake. Now I see that. I should have played the pubs.
Yeah, even I was playing those NA pubs.
Yeah.
At 3 a.m.
Damn.
after CDPC.
Yeah.
I can tell you, after the 4 a.m. mark.
That's when it gets good.
No.
No.
It gets worse.
No.
You don't think it's going to get worse. It does.
Yeah.
But that's when it gets interesting and fun. I've learned some crazy stuff from 4 and 5 a.m. NA pubs.
What's the craziest strat you've learned so far? Is there anything?
AFK fall asleep in base.
There's a couple guys who will buy out all the region.
Okay.
So it's out of stock. And then auto attack kill it in front of you. That's like the new.
That's the new grief.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Amar or Quinn to bring that to the main stage because that's like the new grief. You know, you die, you go back to base, you want to buy a salve. Out of stock. You want to buy a smoke? It's out of stock. Sometimes they smoke while they're killing the items.
Yeah, now I'm really not surprised that you moved into casting as well. If you're playing these pubs,
a little
how's that for you, by the way? Casting with Cap, like you're getting a ton of praise. You're an excellent duo.
I think we're improving.
Yeah,
I get a lot of hate as well, which I think is a good sign. Slacks has taught me over the years that if you're not receiving hate mail, you're not being an effective talent.
That's right. I call it being the Jeff Dunham. Remember that guy with the puppets?
The puppet, of
Everybody
course.
loved that guy. My grandparents they were like, I really like this Jeff Dunham guy. You gotta have hate mail, all right?
Well, that guy was actually terrible.
Yeah, exactly. But nobody said it. He was lukewarm. If you don't have people hating you, you're not doing your job.
I kind of agree. You want to be a bit polarizing, so then people find you interesting as well. I enjoy it. I don't know. I think the casting's pretty fun. You get to be in the lobbies. You get the flame players, which is what I did when I was playing anyway. It was like a natural fit.
Yeah, is Cap like giving you a lot of input and helping you out?
Yes, he helped me a lot over the last year and a half. He
and-
is probably the most professional talent outside of Slacks, of course.
Yeah, he is. He's also like, I believe he's a voice actor or something like that. I believe he has a webpage.
He tries to get into some voice acting, which is an incredibly competitive industry, by the way.
Well, might as well get out of it now, thanks to AI. So Cap, give up on that dream. Yeah, don't do that. If I can say anything, they're gonna replace all of us. I can't wait till the AI does the casters. Can you imagine?
Well, I don't know if that's replaceable.
What are you talking about?
It's a pretty unique.
Wasn't there an AI already about of some caster, of one caster?
I mean, it's got to be coming out. I mean, they have so much.
I think someone made.
They have so much data on like OD Pixel and stuff. Hey, we could do whatever we want with it. I mean, the voice has been there for like.
What do you want to do with it?
Whatever I want. That's the joy of
Okay.
AI. I'm not trying to be weird about it, but anyway.
Anyway, like all of us are talent now. Besides you, AUI, like
yes.
Tell us. What do we do what do teams do? What are you gonna do to Gaming Gladiators? Like, how do you defeat this team? What's
Finally.
happening?
What the hell's wrong?
Can you beat him already?
You
Like,
wait for the patch to nerf them. I don't know.
Waiting for the nerf?
No, honestly, I think if we had a full roster this turn, we had a good shot.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, they seem to just have a really good matchup versus Liquid. I think before this turn, we actually had a favorable matchup versus them. And,
That's what I said.
Yeah, I think BetBoom actually does pretty well versus them. I think the thing about Gladiators is that they're so good at laning that if you don't contest them in the lanes, they tend to just run over the game. But we saw in like Dream League, like BetBoom did really well versus them. I think they were, I don't know, I think they were like up 3 games on them in the tournament, even though they ended up losing to them. Or maybe 4 games.
Yeah,
And
they had
BetBoom were really good at laning too. So I think that's probably the start of it at least.
That's unfortunate. You think they got like a monkey paw or something? Or like, you know.
Like Gladiators? Like
yeah,
win,
like
win all the
we want
tournaments?
the power to defeat
but
Gaming Gladiators.
Bomb auto TI? Oh, that's what you mean.
But Fure's on the team. I mean, it's got to be something like that. But so is this challenge? Is anyone going to be able to take them down ever? This record is insane. That I think it's the most ever of a team winning.
I think
things?
so. Some history is being made, right?
Like
3
for
majors in a
lands,
row.
because Secret had like 7 tournaments, say 3-0 the finals and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right.
that was.
I think they were way more dominant, honestly.
Oh yeah. That was like the
during
year we
COVID.
missed TI.
Yeah, that was during COVID. Unluck for them, honestly.
That is actually giga unlucky for them. I remember that now. They were winning absolutely everything. Puppy was set to win TI, and then That's a yikes.
I mean, according to the script, they're winning
monkey
this
paw.
TI, right? Like he went what 4th, 3rd, 2nd.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that script's looking too hot. I think the writer's strike kind of killed that one. Go back in and do some edits. I don't know about the probability right now. It's not going to be high.
Do you think that there's a chance that they pull off some OG from back in the day, get some new players in, or something like that?
Last chance qualifiers? Like last year?
I mean, I'm never going to bet against Puppy, but
Yeah.
if I were to bet against Puppy, I would probably bet against him this year. I think the odds are stacked against him, to be honest. I don't know where. I think the new players are also getting discovered faster, and they just get pulled into teams.
Yeah,
And you see, like, Quest came in, not that they're necessarily new, but
Hey,
they
Omar's
just formed-
super new, right?
Yeah, and they just come together and like, oh, you're top 4 to land. Okay, do you even have time to poach somebody from that team is what I'm saying, right? No. They're just there.
I mean, I
So,
think Secret looked decent at Dream League with FBZ.
yeah, they
So
definitely got better.
Honestly, they have a decent shot. They make it to TI, then
Oh, they'll make
they have to win, right? That's
They'll
how it
make
works.
That's it. That's the curse. Absolutely.
And that would be the first C team to win
Yeah, that's true.
a TI
Wow.
with Armel and FBZ.
So, Alec, can I ask you another awkward question that no actual team person would tell me?
Okay.
All right. Let's say you absolutely dumpstered at this event, right? Like you as a stand-in.
Yeah.
You have this flow with the team that they've never seen before. You guys win it. It's absolutely incredible. What happens with the team dynamic?
Oh, I thought you meant dumpster, like we just crashed and
Nah, if you
burned.
did really, really well.
Oh, we did really well?
Yeah, you did you were
I
incredible.
mean,
you
it's
were
very
the star
easy. Like,
player.
they can watch my perspective, and then they can watch Saxa's perspective, and we're like, oh yeah, we should play with the Saxa guy still. It's very, very simple like that.
You
But I
don't think it would cause any issue if you were
no,
like
I don't think so.
incredible?
'Cause
They would just
the
go
thing is,
back?
I really don't want to play. Like,
Really?
I really didn't want to stand in this event. Like,
Why?
not
Why
just
not?
because I was in bad form, but I don't know. Like mentally, I was sort of done with playing. So
That
I
happened?
believe that. I believe
yeah,
that.
I'm just. It's not something I'm really that interested in. Like, I
Huh.
don't. Like, I love the game, but like even at this, like when we won some match versus Liquid, it's not like the same feeling I had before. And
What was the feeling?
honestly, it was. I can't believe they lost.
Oh no!
I knew it, dude. I knew it. I was shocked, especially with that game. Like, I mean, you watched the game. Did you see
Yeah.
the game? Like,
Yes.
they should probably not. have
I
lost
think
that game.
Liquid would probably agree. I think
Yeah.
Liquid views is like, damn, we lost to.
I'm pretty sure Blitz was like, yeah, we won the game at the major with the coach. Now we lost to a coach. Like, it's just balance.
Sure.
That's true.
But what he was saying inside is, I can't believe we lost to fucking 40-year-old AUI 2000, playing with one hand with broken arms. Like,
Oh no! I mean, that's so interesting to me though, because like if you have the power, dude, like you are one of the best players in the world, and you just don't want to do it. I mean, that's insane. Why? How do you? I mean, SVG, not to shine
I
a
knew
light.
this was coming.
What?
Just throw it out there, man. Just throw it out
Nothing.
there.
Not to shine a light on you, but you also have the power. Like you are a very good player. You have the ability to play, but you also don't want to play. It's not like a copium of like, yo, I could play, but I'm actually bullshit. You guys are both very good, but you just don't want to do it anymore. That's crazy to me.
But
Can you explain why?
I don't think it's enough to just be like good at the game.
Mm.
Like, you need the fire and the passion, and you need to like put in the actual hours and the grind. And I don't know. It's actually a lot of work to be a player. Like, you have to approach every pub as if you're trying to take something from it and learn. As a coach, I don't have to do that. I
Yeah.
can just watch and laugh at them. It's much more chill.
Yeah, I've heard that same thing pretty much from Blitz. It's a little bit
yeah.
easier, right?
It's way easier as a coach than a player, I think.
But when did that fire kind of go out? I completely understand you, by the way. That's probably after winning TI, right? Like after that, it kind of goes a little bit away, perhaps.
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't
Slowly,
think, for
then.
me, it wasn't like. I actually don't know.
No, it's fine. Maybe SVG knows like about your fire. I think you. Okay, so for him, I believe him.
Yeah.
You, I actually don't believe.
I
Like for you, I believe that he would still compete, like if given the chance.
Yeah, I would still enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I enjoy what I'm doing now. You know, I enjoy a lot of different things. So I kind of like changing it up. You know, I don't know what the future will hold. I could
there
definitely
you go.
I could
That's
definitely
the-
go back
that's the
to
answer.
coaching if Cap dies in a freak accident. I would go back.
Jesus.
I'm not saying he will. I'm saying things happen, you know.
This is definitely going to be in the court case.
No,
This-
like, yeah, unconfirmed. And another thing is, I feel like we both played in NA, and I think something people take for granted is, I think your average Dota career, the peak is like 15 years. If you're really good like Puppy, you can last like 15 years. But every year in NA is is a 3x multiplier.
Okay, so
Like, if you play in NA for 5 years, that's your whole career. It's done. That's like as much as people last. And you either have to go to Europe, which extends the range, right? Because then you can get back to like a third of what you were doing time-wise.
I see.
It's like dog years.
Time just flies faster in NA.
So that kind of accelerated my career, and then I just burnt out. It's very stressful.
But you've been in SCA now for a while, right? Like, have you've been around? Like, how are the pubs here?
The worst in the world. Yeah.
So what's 1 year here then? Like 5? What's happening? What's your Dota age
okay,
then?
I'm pretty biased against C pubs because I think it was actually on the team we were on. At some point, we went to some C tournament. It was where we were.
Were we in the basement?
Yeah, we boot camped with Envy in that basement.
Yeah.
And, like, you remember that, right? I don't remember what tournament it was for. Though.
I don't remember what tournament that was either.
It was
I remember I got
event.
very sick at that tournament.
Yes,
I was
you did.
dying.
Yeah, we bombed out, I think.
Of course.
Yeah, well,
you can
anyway,
say that.
now that we're done reminiscing about that tournament, I went to see and I literally lost 2,000 MMR in 2 weeks. I lost every single pub.
I won all my pubs that tournament.
Yeah. And I hated it since.
Did you play against each other or?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it might have been your fault.
What the hell?
I've said this before, but C subs are the worst because as a support, you can't win them.
That's not true.
It's impossible.
I love C pubs.
And then they try till the end. So every game is 60-minute long with everybody PMAing. But they're flaming you at the same time, but they won't give up. It's like the worst of NA and Europe combined in one mosh pit.
Tryhards who are giga flaming
I
the entire time.
don't play on this server anymore.
I love C pubs. They're simple.
Yeah, that makes sense.
People in EU and NA, they think too much. The C guys, they say,
they just go.
There's a guy, and then they go. There's no further planning. There's no anything. You play Omni Night. You just say, we're going in. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what we're doing, but we're all going. And that's it. It's easy. It's simple. I like that kind of
Yeah, that's kind of Eastern European vibe as well. Just go in. Like I've actually enjoyed both of you as talents, right?
I haven't.
You haven't?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. It was just such a.
So you've enjoyed one of us.
Yeah. Which one do I not? No, I'm kidding.
No, go for it. Go for it. Which
no,
one?
I was just making an off-brand joke. Please continue your question.
No, like one of the things that I really enjoyed is working with you, Aui, as well.
So it's me.
Yeah, because you can. I said about this before. Is I didn't actually work with SVG a lot. I don't think we've done a single event so far, right? Besides this one, I guess.
It's our first time.
Yeah, it's our first time.
It's been great.
It's been amazing
I
so
agree.
far. Yeah,
It's definitely a vibe.
Like I remember just bouncing a lot of ideas off of you, and you would say some are shit, some are dog shit, some are kind of okay. How does that work with your team? Are you the main guy that brings the ideas, or is everyone just playing pubs, figuring stuff out, and then asking you if it's okay?
Honestly, this team's pretty like everyone does their own thing and it brings the ideas together. Like even myself, I think honestly 33 has probably the most input on the ideas on the team. He has like a really good mind for it. But I think maybe I'm second. Like, it just depends. Like I play a lot of Carrium random party kill pubs, so I give Skitter some bad ideas, which some of them turned out okay.
Yeah.
I saw some some Brood and Lycan carries. I was like the patch hit, I was like, ooh, it's looking sort of good.
Wait, Brood and Lycan, not Chaos Knight?
No,
Okay,
Chaos Knight is patches.
Not my idea.
That hero was bad, and then they gave him one of the biggest nerfs. Like they took away his lifesteal. I don't know. It's really bad. So you just sort of like you bounce around some ideas, and I feel like a lot of times the good ones are like when not everyone agrees on it, and then to prove them wrong, you have to refine it or like find out something, and then
So you go deeper and you figure stuff out. Yeah.
What's the worst idea you guys have had? That like everyone thought was good, and then you just forced it, and it absolutely dumpster fired. That's what I'm interested in.
Honestly, I feel like we've had a lot of bad ideas. I'm very good at wiping out the bad stuff from my memory. Like if you play Dota, you have to wipe a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
It's a good coping mechanism.
It is a really
Apparently
good
it's
thing.
healthy.
Just forget
like
it.
you need like people. Okay, no, I'm not going to talk about this here.
No, go
but
ahead.
anyways, I don't remember. What is the worst thing you've seen us do? There's a lot.
I feel like most of the stuff you guys do is pretty good. That's why.
Maybe.
What a wholesome thing.
That that bird cutting. Was
It's probably
that's a little sus, dude. I don't
That thing's really broken. I don't.
Bird cutting? Excuse me?
Yeah, you just send some Visage birds and you.
Oh,
get free
right. Yeah, your
It's good.
Enchantress games where you were.
I mean, that's because
that was hilarious.
Our games are so pathetic that we couldn't fight them. So we're just like hoping that they mess up because, like, I mean, the thing people don't realize is like, yeah, the game's like 98% over, but you should still play for the 2%.
Yeah.
And the only way you can have that 2% is if somehow you get the waves out, you get some farm, and like you get a pick off for some timing. Like even the games versus Liquid, the games are super over.
Yeah.
Sort of. But like we got some like Travis 2 and Doom, we got a pick off on Timbersol. Like it was looking okay before we completely botched our execution. But you know, there was some hope, even though the game for like 20 minutes, like, and it's like, I don't know if it's like boring to watch, but you still have to play for that. You have to play all your odds.
Yeah,
to
the
win.
chat loves it. Like every time you
Yeah,
guys
for sure.
play, and when you get into these situations.
Okay, can I talk about that? The Tundra boring thing?
Yeah, yes, please.
Of course.
I'm
Are
surprised
you
people think we're
boring or
that
no?
boring. Like we have a lot of cool strats. I just feel like teams at TI didn't put up a fight. And like, I mean, that's sort of what happened, right?
Sure.
Like we didn't have a lot of opposition at TI, and the TI.
So it
finals,
was easy.
Yeah, I mean that TI for sure was not that contested. Just like Gladiators right now.
Right.
And I don't really understand it. Like we came back, we played first EVC, we sort of sucked because we're out of form, and you know we're bad at ending games. But I don't know. I feel like we do a lot of cool stuff in Dota.
I think most people are stupid. I mean, I'm just gonna say like, well, you guys play in a very like high brain nerdy style of like big thinking about stuff. Like when someone sees, you know, Enchantress cutting a wave for the 90th time down to the bottom lane, they're not like, that's
it's not
neat.
cool, yeah.
They're like, it's continuing. Yes, they're still in. You know, it's not that flashy thing that they're used to. But most flashy teams are not doing very well. You guys played exceptionally good Dota. Smart Dota guys, I think they like Tundra a lot because they see how you can fight for that 2%.
Looks like long time.
Support pudges hate you guys. You know?
Exactly. Like if you remember.
Snaking told us.
Yeah.
When the hook instant kills a creep, he will spam support pudge and it will be broken.
Did he?
He has not played a single game with support pudge.
Is he afraid of missing hooks or what's up?
No, I feel like his pudge is good. I don't know why he won't play it.
Yeah, it sounds like classic snaking.
It is the classic snaking.
Snaking is the king of saying things.
Can I ask a spicy question now? We've had a lot of heart to hearts. We've had a lot of fun stuff here. Gaimin Gladiators, I think we talked about them to death. Nobody can beat them, all that stuff. They're looking really good for TI, yada, yada, yada. What's wrong with Liquid? Why can't they finally beat them? Why do they always get so far? They're always getting the comeback, and then every single grand finals, they just don't have what it takes. It makes me sad. I'm sick of seeing Insania's sad face. I want him to win one of these. I want him to win TI. In your opinion, what is going on with Liquid? Performance anxiety? Nobody can beat Gaimin Gladiators in the final? I mean, we've seen this so many times. Any ideas? Anyone brave enough?
For me, Gaimin Gladiators just look too strong at the moment. I'd say that. And SVG, what do you think about the drafts? Are they on point?
Okay, so the thing is, my perception of how Gaimin plays is a little biased because I worked with Quinn for so long, and I know how he thinks about the game, and I know exactly what he wants to do through the mid lane with his heroes, how he views the game, how he wants his supports to play around him, and that is the biggest part of that team, is the two supports with him on the mid lane, and then having stable side laners that can help you play the map in the way that he wants. It's through Quinn. So I understand that part of that team, and I don't feel a lot of people are dealing with it properly.
Right.
For whatever reason. I think it goes back to what Curtis was talking about at TI. There were things that Tundra did that nobody challenged them on. They just kind of let Tundra do it. I think people are challenging it. I think a lot of the other European teams do challenge Gaimin on it, and there are things that they do in the lanes that just outmatch every other team right now, especially small things. I mean, Quinn has been grinding these lane matchups for literally 5 years. Almost every lane he goes into, he ekes out small victories, as do Gaimin on the side lanes, which leads into the snowball mechanic. And you have to be able to counteract that. And there's not a lot of teams in the world that can do that consistently enough to beat them in these prolonged series, because they drop games, but it's very rare they drop a best of 3 and especially a best of 5. And I think that's where you have to match them. In terms of Liquid's issues, I think Liquid can match them there, but I think it's very draft dependent. And I think a lot of the times the drafts that they have do not set them up for the capability to do that as easily. And then the second you make a mistake, that game just spirals completely out of control, and it's near irrecoverable.
Yeah.
Like this grand finals, you look at that game 3 draft, I think that was the most one-sided one. I think their read of how to play versus Gaimin with that draft is just wrong.
Right.
And I think they'll lose that game 9 times out of 10, even if they executed extremely well.
But when you look at Liquid, right? Like it's not like this team is definitely not limited when it comes to hero pool, right? AUI, like what's the issue then?
I mean, I think Liquid's lanes are a bit worse than Gladiators. I think that makes their matchup hard. I also think that, I mean, at this point, there's probably some sort of mental block, right?
Yeah.
I think they probably psyched themselves out a lot playing against them. But honestly, like, I'm not sure because in the DPC, Liquid beat Gladiators twice, right? It's not like it's just in the finals at the LAN where it matters that they're sort of falling short. So if they're able to beat them with less pressure, but they're losing to them with more pressure, it's probably more of like a mental psychology thing than a gameplay thing.
Okay, so you think that's like actually something that they should work on or hire a psychologist
hopefully not, because
or
we have to
something
play
like
with
that?
them. So
Oh, I
like,
see. I
I
see.
feel like
So don't give them any ideas.
They should actually just like go together and just get really mad at each other.
Yeah.
And just like flame each other. It'll be really good for them.
What did Blitz say about Insania again? What was
He
it?
was talking mad shit, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I heard
don't
that
know.
as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, don't do this. So this is like something that you have to handle, though, right? When like your team starts like having mental issues and stuff like not like mental issues, but
Well, if you're in Arkosh, I
yeah,
guess.
well, we did absolutely have some mental issues on that one for sure. But like, is that hard as a coach? Because do you have to do that stuff? Like, not just the Dota, but also be like, hey, guys, like, let's work on this kind of mentality. Is that something that you have to cover?
I mean, honestly, when you have like players this good, I feel like it's the main thing you have to cover.
Really?
Like it's making sure that people are in a performance mindset and actually coming ready to actually compete. What's happening there?
Sorry, my
nothing.
wife keeps calling me. I don't know what her problem is. Continue.
But I think like the Dota, if you're feeling good,
What is wrong with you? I'm sorry. Like,
I told her it's Dota time. Don't interrupt. Okay, continue.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I said.
we're
No, I
talking
feel
about
if you're feeling
mentality.
good,
Yeah,
then the Dota will flow. That's just how it goes. Like it's very, if everything's feeling like it does in a pub, I feel like this caliber player, it's very easy for them to, like you could mute communication and just play. And I think the games would be pretty good, honestly.
Okay, but how easy is it for you to make them feel good about every single tournament when they won TI? Like, what are they fighting for now? What's the fire? Where is it coming from?
I mean,
is
I
it
think
just love for the game, or
some of that has to be intrinsic, right? Like you can't.
You can't.
Like, as for
make
myself, like I can't just make myself feel this like fire. Like I absolutely need to win. I want to put everything I have into this. Like I sort of wish I could, and I wish all my players could, but I'm not too sure if that's something that can really be forced.
Do you feel like you've discovered too much of the game, and that
What the
causes you
hell
to
are you
lose
guys
fire?
talking about? God,
I
this
don't
is,
think so.
this is some gigacopium I've discovered.
I feel like
Too
I
much.
feel like I
No,
still
no, like you,
like
you know what I'm
learn-
saying? Like when you're kind of bad,
Like you're overexposed. Okay,
like
so
you're learning way more new stuff. You feel like you're improving, and then your motivation is like, oh, I'm getting better. I can see it. I want to get better. I'm like climbing the ranks. Your team's improving, but you've won a lot. You've been on top teams. You've done it all in Dota. Does that diminish it for you?
maybe, but like it probably has an effect, but not like the whole thing.
Like, are you as motivated today to wake up and go find the new small things in Dota now as you were 5 years ago?
I mean, some new things like. You know, like I'm playing with Visage, I sent some birds somewhere. It's fun.
Yeah, I can
like
see
you,
it.
you
so
imagine some
you
like
must be,
some
right?
people getting super frustrated.
Oh, that's
good.
That helps.
I
you.
like it.
It's how we, right? Like I remember, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, the Aghanims on minute 12 on Keeper of the
Caudal?
Light. Yeah,
That's good.
Like he always finds something, some clip. What keeps you motivated? Like casting and stuff with Cap and finding all these lower little details. Who gives them to you? Do you research, or maybe Slacks is the guy? Like,
Oh, I just read that.
you
shit.
just read that shit?
Yeah, it's
I don't wanna talk
terrible.
about
You like it?
We should not go into
I
lore.
don't
Me
wanna
and
talk about
Slacks
this.
are
Yeah, this was
We're
a
really
banned
butting
topic.
heads
very
today. This is a
antagonistic
bad
on this
topic.
topic. It's gonna lead to fist fighting.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about this. Like,
No, I
where,
don't
where
wanna talk
exactly?
Would you like to hear some lore?
No, this makes me angry topic. But I do understand what you were saying on that last point. I think that Dota is such an incredible game that people actually go through phases of it, like in life. You know, you're in like the honeymoon phase where you're learning new heroes and everything is fun. And, like every game is fun because you're learning something. And then you get to that phase where you feel like I know a lot about this game. Now I want to win. Now I want to get good at it. And that's when you start getting toxic and insane. And you're just like, you know, I want to get better and better. And then you get to that phase where you're like, I feel like I'm good. I feel like I know a lot. Now other people are preventing me from winning, and you get even more insane, you know. But
And then you hit 2K MMR.
and then you hit Herald 4, and then you're like, why am I not?
Then your first 5 years of Dota. Are
Right.
done.
But Aoi, I do want to talk to you about this. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but people ask me like, who do you look up the most to in Dota? And I constantly say it's you. And it's not because you're good, because you're not. As
Thank
we saw
you.
from this tournament, you're dog shit. But
Thank you.
what I do respect about you is that there's like 3 players in all of Dota that I think have what I call self-actualization in Dota. They have met the highest level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where they do not rage in Dota anymore. It just, I'm telling you, no, but the aura you give out, I see you every single day. You're in a party with like a bunch of Archons getting absolutely flabbergasted shit on, and you always like play with the same bad people, and you just get destroyed sometimes you don't. I've never seen you rage, ever. Do you get mad in Dota games? Because I've never seen it. What?
Of course you get mad.
What? Yeah, but I've never seen you flame anybody in a Dota
You've never
game.
been in my real games. Like, the party code games aren't like real games.
Well, okay.
Yeah, he's pretty toxic in real.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Last time I played with SVG, we didn't talk till now.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
actually
know.
the first time I've talked to Curtis in like 3 years.
No,
true.
no, you can't be like, you were one of my
Wait.
shining beacons.
Okay. So, do you have him muted or not in game?
No.
You don't have him muted.
But I probably should have.
I see.
What?
Do you have any like pro players muted at the moment?
Oh, for sure. But
anyone specific or just some of them?
I know I had Parker muted.
Okay.
That's I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, what
But,
are you
like-
gonna do about that one?
I'm sure I have more.
I have so many.
Yeah.
And I
And
didn't
the thing
notice
is,
it.
if you play an official, usually you just mute all the pro players so you don't hear the chat lines, and then you just don't unmute them, and I don't know. It's not so bad.
I didn't realize how many pro players I had muted until I started casting.
Is it from pubs or from officials?
Both.
Okay.
I mute a lot of people. The thing is, I mute all too, and then I individually mute them. I double get them.
Okay. So
overlap it.
I'm interested, SVG, in one thing, because you're now a caster. You hold some power. You're narrating a story, right? And you open up a game. There are 2 teams, and on one team you see like 3 guys muted. Is there some bias happening over there, or are you completely professional?
I'll tell you, it was literally Beast Coast. I had all 5 of those guys muted.
Damn.
But that's not a bad thing. Like, muting someone doesn't mean you dislike them.
Yeah.
It can be a sign of respect.
Okay. You respect him
explain?
so much you don't want to hear what he's saying, but watch his plays, or
I just
how
want to enter
exactly?
a pure 1v1 Coliseum with that man where there's no distraction. You know,
Wow.
it's just me and Schofield in a lane. 1v1.
I see.
Mono
Like
to
when you're on
mono.
the same team, muted, or?
That too. There's just too many chat wheels. There's too many
Honestly,
random lines.
it's mostly for the chat wheels. I feel like
Yeah, really.
sometimes it can be a bit much.
That's ridiculous.
It's OG's fault.
It
I mean, We're
is.
on their show, but it really is their fault.
From the
Yeah, if
meta.
I have to listen to fucking No-Tail spam his chat wheel that they came up with for the day another 100 times at a TI while he eliminates me, I'm going to go insane. So I mute them all, you know, and then I move on, and then the next team you encounter, you do that because that's now the meta.
I
And
mean, I
that's
feel
life.
like, Valve's taking away the battle pass. If they simply paywalled muting people, we would be the richest game in history. Like, they already did it with avoiding people for Dota Plus. That is the greatest feature in all of Dota, the ability to avoid people. If you could, like...
It doesn't work.
What? Well, not for good players.
Yeah.
But for us,
And there's no refund.
There is no refund.
This is like still on the official stream, right? Because I want a refund. I spent like a million charge, you know.
But you still need the stacking notifications, right?
No, there's still some good stuff.
Yeah,
but I just want my shards back.
No, you don't get the shards back. I'm afraid.
I
I'm
won't.
sorry. Just lose your MMR and get out of Immortal, and then you get the ability to avoid again. It's all right.
I'd like the competitive scene to be a bit more spicier, to be honest. Like, I don't know, there's some
Don't you feel like-
friendly banter and stuff. I feel that's actually cool.
Don't you feel like the chat wheels took away from that though? I feel like they're too like.
But no one
passive.
wrote before, right? Like,
No, but that could be encouraged. I just
Ah,
feel like with the
encourage
chat
all
wheels.
chatting.
Yeah, I feel like
Yes.
all chatting at the start of the game is pretty badass.
I agree.
I feel like there should be like bounties, like for like they had in Riyadh last year they had like best interview and everything, but I feel like they should have like best trash talk.
Yeah.
And it can only be at the start of the game. That would be good.
I mean, Emo would win it.
He would.
Yeah, he'd win in all parts of the game. That'd be fantastic. The only person out there that's still trash talking well. Fantastic. May I have a drink, please, Lizard? Give me a damn Red Bull, please.
You want a drink?
I'm sleepy.
Yes, sir.
What a fantastic moment.
So cold. There you go.
Unscripted moment.
Absolutely. not.
And I will now enjoy this wonderful beverage.
Don't you want a second one, Slacks? For whoever's calling
Not
you?
yet. You know what else was an unscripted moment? I love merchandise. If you guys click on this link below, you will also see merchandise which you can buy, such as the hat, the monkey, the shorts, and the towel. All available from our friends at Red Bull and OG. Wonderful plug. Thank you. Back to our riveting conversation.
Wow.
That went down hard, man. That was good. That was very tasty. Thank you so much, Red Bull. So back to our interview here. Our fun time. All right. We talked a lot of Dota.
Yeah.
We talked about bullshit, normie Dota stuff. Let's talk about life stuff, you know? Let's get into the real monkey business show here. I'm sick of Dota. So the major's over. Time to take a break. What the heck's going on in your lives, Allie? What are you going to do after this event?
Boot camp for Dota.
God damn it, you pissed me off. Come on, there's got to be something else you do besides Dota.
I mean, I remember I told you this, like, when you're playing or coaching, all development as a human being stops. But when you're doing talent work and stuff, you have at least some time to work on self-development. That's why I did talent work for a bit. I felt like, I don't know, like I was like 28 or something, and I'm pretty sure I had the mental maturity of a 19-year-old.
Dang.
So I will boot camp, and we'll play a tournament. We'll hopefully have a break, and we'll go back in boot camp, and we'll play in our tournament.
It's the same for all of us, right? Like if you become the game, like if you lose, you feel bad throughout the game.
Yeah,
like
no,
throughout
you feel
the day,
bad
outside.
for the rest of the day.
Yeah, right.
But if
like
you
it
win,
doesn't matter.
you feel normal.
Yeah, that's not a good sign of addiction, my friend.
I don't have a problem. I'm good.
Yeah. What about you, SVG? Like you're casting now. Are you still playing the as much as before, or are you chilling, doing something
playing
else?
More.
More? What the hell?
When I have free time, because it's way more chill.
Yeah.
I just get to play garbage heroes and lose all day, and then I don't have to show up in a professional match, you know?
I feel like that's the most fun.
Yeah.
Like, for me, the most fun I had in Dota was when I first started learning. I had no idea what was going on. I was stunned by Sand King into Alina stun. I'm like, holy shit. I can't believe they did that. They cast a stun on me, and then they stunned me again. They're so good. And I click leave the game because no one cared about levers in Dota 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry I hijacked the slacks, but SVG, like,
And
anything
the TI
besides Dota?
Sorry, what were you asking?
Yeah, anything besides Dota?
Oh, yeah. I enjoy all kinds of stuff. I think the schedule is very rigorous this year, actually. I've gone to a lot of events, which is nice. Definitely not complaining. After this, I go home for a week and then fly somewhere that I'm, now that I realize it, not allowed to confirm. But
yeah, that's
you know,
great.
whatever.
Thank you.
It's very limited time. So, but yeah, I actually, if I'm not spamming pubs, I will spend most of my time off the computer, which is either reading, walking, hiking.
That's really healthy.
You can read? What do you read?
I've actually read a lot more since I stopped playing, because
What do
it's
you
like
read?
Howie said, your mind has more time to think about other stuff.
What type of books do you enjoy? What
Classics mainly.
Literature?
I get to reread all the classics.
The
that I didn't have
Catcher in the
time to
Rye, or
read. No. I'll send you my reading list after this.
I don't want it.
Okay. Well,
Best
I'll send
book
you some lore.
that you've read in the last times of
In the last year.
your life.
I'd have to look.
You'd have
You want me to look right now?
You don't even remember what
It's a lot
read?
of books.
Jesus.
Well, the best. You're asking me to select the best?
Okay. Select your best book for the
I'll
literate
look
out
real
there.
quick. I'll look real
You don't do anything but Dota out.
I like food.
Okay.
I gained a lot of weight throughout my Dota career.
Have you?
That's good.
Yeah.
You look very
Slowly.
nice. Huh? Favorite dish, shall we?
Like just one dish?
Like, you know, what do
Well,
you
I mean, my
eat?
team has been vibing with the basil chicken.
What the hell's basil chicken?
It's like the Thai basil chicken, holy basil chicken. I
Chef
don't want to say the
basil
Thai name
chicken?
because I'll botch it super hard.
Okay.
Okay, when it comes
Also,
to
like Singaporean chicken rice. Big fan.
Oh, now we're talking.
Oh, you know that one.
Oh, I've had some
You should.
really good
Do you like
stuff.
spicy food?
I do.
You should try basil chicken. It's
Okay,
really
very
good.
well. I've been having some nice Indonesian food as well. They got something called a nasi lemak or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like they give you rice and noodles at breakfast with an egg. Shit's hype.
Oh, they have some
Lit.
roasted pig as well, but Aoi, like I wasn't gonna mention it, but when it comes to you eating food, have you started using utensils or is it still?
Oh, what the hell is that?
That was like the thing is that was only like a one-time thing. It's just,
This guy was eating soup with his hands, like
no, it was
hands.
it was macaroni and cheese. We ordered it. I was starving. They didn't give us utensils, so I just ate it with my hands. I feel like
That's not.
it was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
Mm-hmm.
That's
You got to do what you got to
very
do.
Not that you know, degenerate. I've seen much more degenerate stuff.
Yeah, have you?
Yeah, like
Oh,
what you do to pizza.
Okay, true. Yeah.
Is this like public knowledge or?
No.
His pizza eating skills?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think
I just
anyone
don't
knows.
understand why people.
Wait, is that not public knowledge?
No.
I'll make it public right now.
Make it, SVG.
Yeah, this man is the most disgusting pizza eating individual I've ever seen in my life. He
why?
just strips everything off the top,
Well, it's funny.
eats it, and then leaves it in the box.
He puts a box on top
Yeah.
of the other pizza.
So then when you go into the talent room
You just
to get your
open up
pizza,
and
you
there's, like,
open it,
empty- yeah, I
it's just
know.
a travesty. And the thing is, he leaves just enough that it kind of looks edible. So there's actually been talent who have gone in and eaten that pizza. And I know this 100%.
I think I've
and
been
then
to
we
one,
told them
yeah.
later, we're like, yo, did you eat the Slacks pizza? And they're like, I thought that had a lot less on it than it should. And then they go and vomit.
I thought it was margarita or something. It's any major or
twofold.
something.
It's a twofold system.
He like crumples it up too. He crumples half it, uncrumples it. It's
I
all
like it.
wrinkled.
It's fun. All right. For one,
It's messed
do
up,
you
man.
eat the wrapping that a muffin comes in? No. I mean, the bread of the pizza is simply a delivery method for the toppings. You're eating the toppings.
No, it is not.
This argument is not helping you on air.
Okay,
I hope.
A, you're eating the topping, so I'm not gonna eat like the the bowl that comes in my cereal. I'm gonna eat the cereal, so I scrape off the toppings. Also, I think it's really funny to rearrange the pizza to look exactly like a normal pizza and then hide it, and then I watch people eat it because it's
stop, man.
it's funny.
Just stop.
Why would they eat that? They just open it up and just assume that life has provided them this.
I won't even eat pizzas in the talent room if you're there. I don't even go to open it. I
You don't know
they've
what
been-
has happened to
it's
it,
just
right?
been
Yeah.
destroyed,
It's a
left
fun
for
mental
scraps.
exercise. Sometimes someone just opens up a pizza and all the toppings have been stripped, but they just assume that this is normal, and then they eat it. And I watch them, and I watch how they
I mean,
look.
I
when they
will
do it.
admit, when you get a newbie with it,
It's funny.
pretty funny. It is pretty funny. I'll give you that. But
I
you
like-
need to stop. You need help. You need a therapist, Slacks.
What was the? Why did I bring this up? Damn it!
Yeah,
We're
what was
talking about something else.
It was just food eating and AUI eating
man.
food, but
Oh right, the most degenerate thing I've ever seen from a gamer eating with the hands
That is not.
was Mott.
Oh.
Mott's bedroom. I ever tell you guys about this story?
no.
Why
Is
were
this
you in
for,
Mott's
like-
bedroom?
Okay, so Moonduck Studios, we used to have a gaming house where I basically paid Ziori's rent while he walked around screaming about stuff. I don't know what the hell, but we had Mott, Ziori, and some other dudes living in one house in Colorado. And I went into Mott's room one time, and I'm like, it was like 2 p.m. We had to do some shit. I think we were doing a hub. And I went in there, and I tried to wake up Mott. And he woke up. It was pitch black. He slept on a mattress on the floor. And next to his bed were a bunch of containers of peanut butter, Jif. And I
Peanut butter?
Peanut butter. And I was like, what's going on there? And I looked at him, and they had claw marks. The man would go to bed with jars of peanut butter and just eat them and, like, watch TV and then fall asleep. And there was like 9 of them.
Did you check his fingers?
I didn't have to.
Oh my.
That was the most insane, degenerate thing I have ever heard of in my life. That man scooping out peanut butter and eating it. God bless that guy. That was a true gamer. Rest in peace to Mott.
I actually have a similar story as well.
How the
One
hell
more
could you
disgusting
possibly
food
have a
story.
similar story?
One more.
All
and
right,
done.
go ahead.
So we were on a boot camp, EPG or something, I can't remember. And I was, by the way, good job on losing so much weight. That's why he was eating only toppings. But
What?
so I tried to take care of my teammates. Like I'm making a protein shake for them, right? And I gave everyone like 1 glass. And this one guy was Borania. I believe you've played against him maybe in Western Europe. Yeah. So I give him the shake in a cup like this one, but it's a glass. You could see through it. He was sleeping in the living room, and he put the cup, he didn't like it, I guess, and he put it right here where his face is here and the cup is here where he's sleeping. And he left it there. He never touched it. He left it there for a month.
Oh!
That thing had its own ecosystem. There were little lizards inside and bugs sprawling out of it. And he was just absolutely sleeping right next to it for like a month.
Oh my God!
Shout out to you, Barani. I love you, man.
Is that man alive?
Not
He's-
anymore.
he's alive.
That sounds like
Of
a
course.
breathing hazard.
If he is alive, it's mostly the shake now.
That's
They take- Whatever was in there is taken over. I mean,
Is he a shake or is he man? Which is more?
that's like my wife, she's always eating yogurt. I'm like, I don't want that shit inside me. You know, yogurt's alive?
Yeah, that's the same as what he said. Yogurt, month-old protein shake.
I mean, it is. It is literally just bacteria. People put bacteria in their bodies so they can multiply. And then what happens? Then they want more yogurt. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think the yogurt takes over.
Amazing.
I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. This is proven stuff. Like cats. Same thing with cats. You know, cat people, crazy cat people. You don't want to know why they get crazy? It's because when cats go boom boom.
There's a special parasite in it,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
They release something that changes your brain chemistry that makes you like cats more. So you get more cats and you become their slave, their mental slave. So the cat ladies are surrounded by 13 cats who keep pumping them full of pheromones. This is real.
I feel like I'm on a Joe Rogan podcast.
I'm not on Joe Rogan. This is real. You can look it up.
Take off that hat. Let me see.
You
the
can
bold
look
hat.
it up. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but what about Gaimin winning 3 majors, Slacks? What about that?
What?
What about Gaimin winning the 3rd major?
Do they have cats?
I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe that's
they
the
do.
secret.
Maybe they're working for them. All right. Well, whatever. We do have a question, by the way. We had a fun thing that we did earlier today. OG, they had a free-to-attend viewing party in a movie theater. And I stopped by, and I asked some of our fans there to ask questions to our pro player. So here is a question from one of our fans in that movie theater. Let's take a look. Hello, future me. It is past me here with my friend. What is your name?
My name is Alam.
All right, fantastic. And we have a question for our pro player on the show tonight. What would you like to ask?
How do you carry as techies?
How do you carry as techies?
Yeah.
Would you mind answering that, please?
Because I love that.
You like that?
Oh yeah, my favorite hero. And Windrunner. Oh, that's.
Oh, God.
I think that's someone's favorite hero, isn't
Future me, cut this. All right. Please answer, pro player. Yes, not funny at all. Wind Ranger players. Another disappointing showing from Wind Ranger this event once more. Can you believe it? Anyway, Owie2000, you are the greatest techies player in the history of Dota, unfortunately. The only one who won a TI with the hero. How do you carry with techies, especially in this patch? We watched you play it indeed. Any tips for our friend?
Oh, I thought he meant like actual carry techies, because I tried that in pubs.
How'd it go?
I thought it was pretty good. He's like a universal hero. His lane's pretty good. He's 700 range. He still has a 250 damage count.
Itemization on carry techies?
I was going, I went like treads and some wraith bands, but I think you probably need the maelstrom. I actually think that thing is good. Like carry techies, some random universal heroes. I still think it's really strong.
That is so unfortunate for people watching
Good
this
job.
right
Good
now.
job of joining like a
Probably
million
some
pubs.
Glepnir, you know? How bad could it be? You throw a Glepnir, throw some mines, go stats, 4-1-1. Sounds good.
4-1-1.
So we're gonna see skier techies at TI.
I tried to make him play it for this event actually.
Really?
So I don't think we're gonna see it.
Like legitimately, you tried to get him to play?
At some point, yeah. I was like,
Well, why did you refuse?
Because he didn't like it. I don't know if I tried it or not. I tried to make him play a lot of things though. I think I have like a list of like 10 carry heroes. I'm like, yo, bro, I think this is really good.
What are the others on there?
I don't know. There's like the Winter Wyvern at some point. I thought that's so good. Like a lot of these universal
believe in
heroes,
that
I feel
one.
like they're actually good carries right now.
Okay.
I mean, do you believe in the RTZ?
There's like the Lycan Broodmother. Yeah, I think the Lycan's really good, but I don't like his itemization at all.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I mean, I don't want to say because I think it's sort of still good.
Yeah, okay. Well, keep it secret. I don't want you guys losing TI because, you know,
because
some
they
of us
buff
want-
up
your
and carry
strats away,
Lycan.
yeah.
Yeah, giving away the carry to Lycan strat itemization build. Well, my friend at the movie theater, I hope that was a sufficient answer for you. Hope that you were very happy with that one. All right, fantastic. Were you happy with that one?
I'm definitely going to do that, and I'm going to get flame, and I'm going to be dying happy with that.
Oh, thank you so much. Great answer. Really talented answer. Very deep and detailed answer, too. Thank you so much. Wow. You just don't hear an answer like that all the time. Thanks. It was real. You actually did give a real talented answer. Well done, Owie2000. I'm extremely impressed.
I'm going to play Techies carry in my next pub.
Okay,
Yeah,
do
that,
it.
That does sound fun, actually.
I mean, that hero's going to get
Glepnir
dumpstered.
Pike? How bad could it be?
What if we buff him up with like an Ogre Magi? Give him some Bloodlust?
Oh, God.
It's good. He's 700 range.
I think you two should.
700.
Yeah, it is
I
broken.
think
7
you should,
base armor.
You
What
two
is
should
this?
party and play it.
Yeah, we can.
All right, we'll hook it up.
All
Then we
right.
can not talk to each other again.
Yeah, you're both muted.
After the carry techies reach the game.
That's all it takes. Hey, you'll be Ogre, right? That was the plan?
Yeah, I like Ogre.
That sounds good.
I got to farm my Arcana points. This is working out.
All right.
Good.
Well, do you think that hero's even going to exist after this major? I mean, it's like him morphling and what other hero you think is going to get
Mother.
Brood, yeah.
It's going to get dumpster
I
by
hope
Ice
so.
Frog? Think so?
I mean, I don't know.
Sure.
I feel like
sure.
the patches have honestly been a bit weird. Like, there's a bunch of Nurse and Morphling was the same hero. Timbersaw got like -1% spell amp.
Hmm.
It's weird.
Not correctly nerfed, in your opinion?
I mean, I think a lot of the Nurse and buffs are good, but sometimes they just I wish they were a bit more drastic. Like I wish because how Dota usually works is like you have a subset of really imba heroes and heroes that aren't picked, and that's just like how the game's sort of balanced because you have such extremes in this game. It's not like some 50% win rate thing.
Sure.
But I wish they flipped a bit harder.
But they did that, like, I guess they didn't. I was about to say Medusa was unstoppable last patch.
Medusa was unstoppable. Now she's just first man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think she's relatively better now than she was when she was like considered the super imba one.
Yeah, that was like Berlin, right?
Yeah.
You just straight up lost if you didn't.
No, I think.
You think it's better now than in Berlin, right?
I think so, honestly. I don't know why, but like in Berlin, I felt like the hero was honestly a bit overrated.
Huh.
Was it because it wasn't like explored when it comes to counters, or?
Yeah, I think the illusion counters were really good with her. Like the Grimshaw Kashout even, but now they nerfed the illusions of her, which makes her counters worse. And then I feel like how the map plays out, Medusa's just so much stronger
Why
right now.
Why didn't you tell that to Liquid before the grand finals? They picked Shadow Demon into the Medusa. They tried it.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon. I mean, I don't know. It's not like it's bad for Medusa. The hero's just, I don't know, it feels super strong right now, for whatever reason.
And when it comes to like picking all these niche heroes, you mentioned techies, safe lane. How hard is it to make your teammates pick it and try it? Because some players shy away from it, from testing new stuff and.
It depends how hard I actually believe in the idea. Because like I was sort of joking, like I told Scare, like, yo, maybe some of these universal heroes can be good, some techies. But it wasn't like, yo, you have to try it. Because if I really believe in an idea, I'll just play 10 games on it. And I'll say, this feels really good, here's why. And I mean, I don't know now after playing with me, but usually they used to respect me enough to say like, okay, I'll give it at least one game for your 10 hours of work. You get one try. If I lose, it's over. But, you know, I think my team at least is super accepting. I think it's one of our strengths actually. It's like that we'll try a lot of new stuff and we won't be happy just like playing the same old thing as we play Naga and Doom every game.
Cool. And speaking of new ideas, SVG, is Cap forcing you to do anything different than what you did as a player? Like, are you practicing your casting skills at all, or are you just playing, preparing for the game, and that's it, right? Like most of us analysts, that's what we do. Just play.
You mean like practicing casting, or
no? Just like
different skill set building.
No, just like how do you build your skills for analyzing the games? Are you doing anything special now that's different from when you were a player?
I mean, I've definitely talked to him a lot about the skill sets that go into a good caster, and definitely feedback, because I think he's better at reading whether a cast is good or not, or what parts of it are good or not. I mean, he has 12 years of experience doing this. He should be better by a huge margin than almost anybody, right? So I trust his judgment on that stuff. If he says cast is, too cheesy, too boring, too monotone, too whatever, then I try and take that and improve it. And I think that same skill set is what I used as a player. It's like you receive feedback, you have ideas that work, some that don't. You try stuff out. If it works, you keep building on it. If it doesn't, you scrap it, and you just keep trying to make something interesting for the viewer. That's what I think. Like, if I can find something interesting in the game or make it entertaining, then I think I've done my job, even if certain people hate it, because you're never going to entertain everybody in a cast.
Yeah. But I'd rather that's by everyone, right?
Yeah, but I'd rather make it at least funny, because I think there are a lot of games that there's a lot of boring sections in them. And I also think we're at a point where everybody's seen a lot of Dota, right? Like, you've been watching Dota for 10 years.
Sure.
A lot of things have already been played, right? Yeah.
Like, if I talk about a terribly Juggernaut matchup, how many people have heard it before? If I talk about, oh, they're doing the small camp pull at this point for this reason, even if that's a detailed thing, I feel like people have heard it before. So you kind of have to, like, approach these things in a new way or find new reasons for why teams are doing them. And that's the interesting part of casting, I think, is you study that and, like, the macro side of the game a lot more than when you're a player. It's very individual, focused on improving your gameplay, what you're doing.
Okay, thank you.
That's
now I'm going to be a
crazy.
better analyst, hopefully. I can go back.
In my times of casting, the only prep I do is trying to remember what the player names are. So, it appears Dota Capitalist is in the chat right now. So, yeah, incredible stuff there, SVG. Any words for Dota Capitalist?
I mean, if you keep improving, you'll get there one day, man. Just keep working at it.
Well, that's great.
He hates this shit, by the way. I think at a certain point, he's actually going to murder me. The thing is, we actually had a conversation. He's to blame. He told me, okay, when we formed this duo, he told me, like, I think a good dynamic for us is if I'm like the foil and you kind of, rip on me.
Right.
Like Yeah, there's those types of dynamics in a duo. Suns fan Synderen have their own version of it, where I think it's actually almost the opposite. Synderen plays the foil a lot of times. The Suns fan, whatever he's doing, I don't know what your pizza shenanigans.
No one knows. Burping.
Yeah. So like he's to blame. He told me to go in on him. I'm like, oh, okay, we'll see what you think in a year. But I think it's getting to the point where like I can see his psyche slowly breaking down.
You're breaking him a little.
Yeah,
bit,
I think we have like 6 months left. And is going to end up in the hospital, and then maybe I can go back to pro playing if it's not me. So
is that why Blitz went back to coaching? Is that what happened?
I mean, yeah, that's where Kyle went too. Like he ended up in a psychiatric hospital for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to ever recover.
It was a group stage game.
He started believing he made prophecies and stuff at some point. Like
yeah, the ego just went out of control, and Cap had to dump the dead weight.
Holy based. All right.
It's dangerous.
Go. Fantastic.
He's on the way.
Oh
I mean, we don't need him here, you know.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Can we lock the?
Do you remember when you and me casted, Howie? That was fun.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. It was great.
I remember I was like, hey, can I cast a game? And someone, I think it was Kyle, he's like, yeah, we have you Slacks. I was like, what the?
What was wrong
And
with
also
that?
during the cast, I was also like, what? Do you remember the power went out during a cast or something?
Something like that.
Didn't you make a hero in that cast, like the two of you?
No, that was me and Lacoste. We got yelled at because we were casting 2 different games at the same time, and we kept coming in on, I think it was the other caster's stream. And like B stream was like, shut them up. Like we were screaming the entire time out.
Saying we, like, it was just
bullshit.
him.
It was great. It was fantastic.
That was fun, actually. That was really
yeah,
fun.
we got the only casting duo ever that casted 2 games
Two games at the same time.
simultaneously.
Good job. I'm really not surprised.
Yeah, they don't let me do that no more. And I usually like sneaking 1 cast a year. Some stupid tournament organizer doesn't know why, and they think it's a good idea. And then it's just like a jam. 9 months later, I don't get to do anything. But well.
Yeah, that was us at Dream League.
Oh yeah, we had a Dream League one. That was a good one.
Yeah, that cost me a lot. I think my career got set back at least 7 or 8 months off that single game, but it was fun.
You know, you have to have examples. Like separation makes the heart grow fonder. You know, you have to have a comparison. It's like, what would SVG be without Cap? Right?
Nothing, honestly.
Yeah,
that's the genuine
you got
answer.
to see it
You
right
just
there.
demonstrated it.
Yeah,
That's it.
horrifying. Howie, in your entire Dota career, was there one thing that you did that you thought was like, I should not do this ever again? Like, this is not for me. Like, I have made a mistake doing this.
In game or outside of?
Just in general, like on your Dota run. You know, you ever play a role or perhaps casting or I don't know.
I mean, when I went back and played Kara and EG, that was pretty bad.
Any memories of that you care to
Wait,
share?
that was the Boba? You're talking about the Boba team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there too.
Yeah, hey.
Hey!
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, that was not good.
That was not
Tell us
good.
about it. What was that?
It was
period
not
like?
all on you, though.
No, it's probably not, but, you know. No, because we had a good team, actually, but EG imploded, so me and Boba went back there, and we did really well.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that was Manila Major.
Yeah, we got last.
That was a good tournament,
Yeah,
though.
we got third at some thing. We lost to Kyoto, like the Korean team.
That team was just too ahead of its time.
That team was.
Yes. They had the good ideas.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, do you see that right now in any team? Like, anyone coming with fresh new ideas, or is it just like, does the patch get read way too fast?
Oh, I have the answer. I thought Quest was pretty cool this tournament. I just like Quest in general. I think they have some pretty weird things that they do, and it was working for them. I felt really bad. I wanted them to win. Sorry, everybody. Once OG was out of the tournament, I was no longer aligned with any team.